Transcending the Nine Heavens Chapter 1972 to Chapter 2026. The entire Heaven Imperial Court seemed to feel the impending storm and thunder. Originally from P. The reason why Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun sent out troops this time was obviously not purely to capture Chu Yang, but to establish his power. Meng Wuya's unexpected defeat caused Mo Yuntian's reputation to fall. The entire Mo Yuntian couldn't accept such humiliation, therefore, Yuan Tianji must destroy Chu Yang with a thunderous force and establish Mo Yuntian's immortal reputation. The entire Heaven Imperial Court was shaken. Everyone, including the Lord Saint, focused their gazes on the south of the Misty River, in the direction of the Demon Emperor Heaven. However, it was also at this delicate moment that there was a sudden drastic change in the battle situation at Purple Cloud Heavens. The latest news came from there. After a long million years of recuperation, the extraterrestrial demons were about to give up on the small fights during this period of time and were preparing to send out troops with the intention of conquering a few more worlds to be used by the birthing demons. The entire Heaven Imperial Court was instantly tense. The unexpected arrival of this news seemed to have even surpassed the news of Mo Yuntian's aggressive attack. After Shui Leihan sent off the Lord Saint who came out of nowhere, he immediately rushed to Purple Cloud City. However, after he arrived, everything he saw and everything he heard made the East Emperor furious. "Bastard, what were you thinking? Why did you do things like this?" Looking at General Lan, Shui Leihan was furious, almost clenching his fists. General Lan had followed Shui Leihan for more than 1,000,000 years, but he had never seen the emperor so angry. Moreover, he was angry at himself. He was sweating profusely on the spot, drenching his clothes. The most important thing was that Great General Lan himself was still a little confused. "What did I do wrong? Why do I feel like I didn't do anything wrong? I asked you to stop Mo Yuntian's army, and this is how you did it?" Shui Leihan's voice was cold. "I asked you to protect the East Royal Heaven, and you let Mo Yuntian trample on the rivers and mountains to protect it?" General Lan's head touched the ground, not daring to answer at all. In the big tent, only the three generals kept quiet out of fear, trembling all over. The others had been chased out long ago. However, within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, it was suddenly filled with the aura of an emperor. The wind and clouds changed color, and the universe became miserable. Once the Shui Leihan emperor got angry, it was enough to affect the aura of heaven and earth. Although he clearly knew that the matter was not as serious as the emperor said, Great General Lan still lowered his head and admitted his mistake. It was obvious that the emperor was furious. Would it be unwise to force an explanation? Has Chu Yang already confirmed that he has entered the Demon Emperor's heaven? Shui Leihan asked seriously. Yes. Shui Leihan looked up at the sky, remaining silent for a long time. The air within a radius of 10,000 miles seemed to have completely condensed into a single piece in an instant. In the distant sky, countless experts who were flying in the air for some unknown reason suddenly found themselves frozen in the air. He couldn't fly forward, backward, or upward. He could not descend any further. Just a moment ago, it was still safe in the sky, but all of a sudden, even the space was completely frozen. Everyone was aghast. What was going on? After a long, long time, Shui Leihan finally exhaled. Forget it. The sealed space, which covered an area of no less than 10,000 miles, suddenly opened with a whoosh, like glass suddenly shattering. During this period, no matter who it was, as long as they were flying and frozen in the air, their bodies turned into dust at the same time. Not even a drop of blood was left. Great General Lan felt his back. His cold sweat had already formed a river, and his clothes were already drenched, dripping down along the corners of his clothes. Yuan Shedu is dead, and Yuan Tianji is going to kill Chu Yang? But if Chu Yang dies... Shui Leihan suddenly paused here, and only after a long time did he say slowly, "Then I will kill Yuan Tianji." Great General Lan's heart skipped a beat. Even his scalp was covered in cold sweat. At this moment, the cold sweat covered his head and even flowed into his eyes, making Great General Lan's eyes sour. He finally understood one thing. It was only now that he finally understood. This time, he was filled with regret. It turned out that all the measures taken by the emperor and all the orders given to him were for the sake of protecting that Chu Yang. This realization made Great General Lan scared out of his wits. It turned out that my understanding was wrong from the start. Putting the cart before the horse, No wonder the emperor was so angry. If I had known this, why would I still care about Meng Wuya? I would have directly buried Meng Wuya and the 10,000 people here without caring about anything else. I was really smart all my life, but stupid for this moment. For one, Xuyang, the emperor actually planned to get rid of another heavenly emperor? What kind of person is this Xuyang? Xuyang. Shui Leihan seemed to be explaining, or perhaps, he couldn't bear to see his loyal subordinate confused and in pain. Finally, he said softly, Xuyang is my brother. He looked deeply at Great General Lan and said softly, my only brother, the only brother that I acknowledge. His voice was very calm, but when this calm voice landed in the ears of Great General Lan and the other two generals, it was tantamount to a shocking thunder. Everyone was dizzy, and their bodies swayed continuously. Great General Lan and the rest had long known that Xuyang was Yan Rushan's brother. They had even complained about Yan Rushan behind his back. Why didn't he think about his own status, actually becoming sworn brothers with such a small character? Wasn't he afraid of lowering his own status? This Xuyang was actually the emperor's brother? Oh my god! What kind of situation was this? Great General Lan even had the urge to slap himself. Why didn't I get closer to the people and get closer to Xuyang back then? Shui Leihan took a breath and said softly, if Xuyang dies, then I'm afraid I won't be able to live for long. When he finished, Shui Leihan flicked his sleeves and left. But Great General Lan couldn't take such a blow anymore. His body swayed twice, and he suddenly sat on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. For a moment, his face was as white as paper. The consequences of Xuyang's death were actually so serious? His life and death. It actually concerned the emperor's life and death? Was this possible? It was impossible, but why did the emperor say that? Oh my god! This sinner knows his mistake. This sinner will go to the demon emperor's heaven right now and bring Xuyang back. I would rather die than let Xuyang come back alive. Great General Lan roared, and jumped up. You're not allowed to go. Shui Leihan had already walked out of the tent and shouted. The three of them were dumbstruck. Why? Since Xuyang means so much to the emperor, why didn't he let us go and rescue him? There's no need to go. Shui Leihan turned around slowly. If we were to go now, Xuyang's previous 10,000 miles of escape would not be possible. It would become completely meaningless. The reason why he risked his life to escape from the Eastern Royal Heaven, other than to avoid a great enmity, is because... I understand. He looked up at the sky and sighed. I understand. Demon Emperor Sky, Empress Palace. The Demon Empress was dressed in an indifferent white robe as she sat upright on the snow-white lotus flower in the center. The lotus slowly rotated on its own, and the hall was filled with an extremely peculiar spiritual energy. Suddenly, the white light in the hall flickered inexplicably. Then, the hall fell into an extreme darkness. Only bits of starlight lit up abruptly, like stars in a clear night. Heaven cover? It's actually heaven cover? The Demon Empress slowly opened her eyes, and a trace of heartfelt surprise flashed across her eyes. She looked at the hall that was originally her own. The illusory starry sky now. Heaven cover was an extremely special divine spirit secret technique. Only when the divine spirit of a ruler of another world was projected into another world would such a situation occur. At this moment, the projection returned to the void of the primordial chaos. I wonder who has the time to visit this old friend of mine. The Demon Empress' eyes flashed with sparkling white light. She said calmly, her voice incomparably beautiful, as if containing infinite friendship. In a boundless land of stars, a black-robed figure stood with his hands behind his back. He walked out slowly, standing in front of the Demon Empress. The person who came was tall and wore a simple golden crown on his head. He looked like he was only about 30 years old. His face looked as if it was carved by a knife or sword, and the outline of his face was completely distinct. His eyes were cold, as if completely devoid of any emotion. He walked out with his hands behind his back, like a high and mighty god walking in the mortal world, overlooking the mortal world. Although the person in front of her was only a divine spirit projection, everything about him was exactly the same as the real person on the other side. Only after reaching the level of DE could one have such a miraculous ability. Xianxia, we haven't seen each other for many years. Have you been well all these years? The black-robed man asked indifferently. The demon empress sat still and said indifferently, "You're not dead yet, and you're as healthy as before." "Of course, I'm well." "Xianxia, why have you come here today? How dare you? How dare you rashly activate heaven cover? Aren't you afraid that I'll activate the restriction here and make your divine spirit projection stay here forever or even completely destroy it?" The black-robed man was the projection of the dark cloud heaven's emperor, Xianxia. Xianxia was slightly startled when he heard this. Then, he smiled and said in a gentler tone, "We haven't seen each other for many years. You don't have to scare me the moment you see me, do you? Aren't you afraid of scaring me away?" The demon empress said coldly, "You make it sound like we have some kind of friendship. Speak frankly, why have you come here?" Xianxia was silent for a moment. Then, he said, "Xianxia is as smart as ever. She wouldn't come here for no reason. Xianxia, I've come here to ask for a favor. I hope you'll agree." The demon empress slowly raised her head. Her tone suddenly became piercingly cold. "Xianxia, why don't you try calling me Xianxia again?" The hall was suddenly plunged into an extremely cold place. Xianxia smiled helplessly and waved his sleeves. "Fine, I won't call you that. I'll just take it that you like me calling you that. If you have something to say, then say it." The demon empress said coldly, "If you're done, then get out of my sight." The demon empress was very rude, but Xianxia wasn't angry at all. He still had a gentle smile on his face. Each of them was in charge of their own world. Each of them was the ruler of their own world. However, every time they stepped into someone else's world, it was equivalent to using their own world to suppress someone else's world. That was why they were called heaven suppressing. It was natural for the demon empress to be so rude. "My men have already split into 5 groups and entered the demon emperor heaven." Xianxia said indifferently, "This action has truly offended the demon empress' dignity. This emperor apologizes. I've come here to explain to you that my men's purpose in entering the demon emperor heaven is to capture someone called Xiang. It's definitely not to start a war with the demon emperor heaven. As long as they capture the person, my men will leave immediately and won't stay any longer. In order to make up for your losses, I'll compensate the demon empress with a mysterious heavenly pendant after this to express my sincerity." The demon empress frowned. Just as she was about to speak, Xianxia continued, "This person killed my son. Therefore, he must die." The demon empress fell silent. "The enmity of killing. My men definitely won't dare to take the initiative to start a conflict with the people of the demon emperor heaven. Therefore, if there's really an accident, please be lenient." Xianxia lowered his posture and said softly, If the demon empress is willing to lend a hand, this Yuan promises to owe the demon empress a favor. This Yuan will definitely repay this favor in the future." The demon empress took a deep breath and said, "I know about this matter. I'll consider it carefully." "Many thanks." Xianxia nodded and smiled. "In order to express my gratitude, if you have anything to do with this emperor's ink cloud sky in the future, I'll allow you 3 times. After he finished speaking, Xianxia's figure slowly walked back. The starry sky seemed to have suddenly shrunk and disappeared rapidly. Just as the last bit of starlight flickered and dissipated, Xianxia's figure also happened to step into it. The heaven-suppressing divine art's profoundness was actually so similar. It allowed Xianxia's divine soul projection to cross thousands of miles of space and appear in a foreign land like a real person to talk to the demon empress who was at the same level. The demon empress sat there without moving. She was silent, but there was a hint of doubt between her brows. Xianxia's son was actually killed by this Xiang. The demon empress had been in the palace all this time. She had already apologized and ignored the affairs of the world for many years. She actually didn't know about such a huge matter until now. As she thought about it, she suddenly smiled. This guy offended Xianxia. He's really unlucky. She was just thinking about how to help Xianxia. After all, the conditions that Xianxia promised this time were really very generous, and his attitude was so humble. Not only was the demon empress very moved, but she also felt very happy. Men. She was just about to shout these 2 words when suddenly, there was a flash of white light in front of her. Then, there was a moment of darkness. Then, in a dark place, the sparkling stars gradually lit up. Even with the demon empress cultivation, she almost wanted to swear at this moment, heaven-suppressing divine art. It's actually heaven-suppressing divine art again. Could it be that I'm possessed today? It hasn't even been an hour, and my demon emperor sky has actually been heaven-suppressing divine art twice. A few black lines appeared between the demon empress brows. It was obvious that she was extremely angry. Do you really think I'm a soft persimmon? But, who is it this time? If it's still Yuan Xianxia, the demon empress was already prepared. Then, she would directly smash the projection with a punch. Who cares about your father's promise? The starlight flickered quietly, and a white shadow flashed. A person with his hands behind his back walked out of a desolate starry sky. His clothes were as white as snow, and he had a scholarly air. However, he had a natural aura of dominating heaven and earth. It was actually the Lord of the Eastern Royal Heaven, Shui Leihan. Dong Huang's projection descended upon the Demon Empress Palace. The Demon Empress widened her eyes. Xianxia, it's been many years since we last met. Have you been well all these years? The man in white asked with a smile. The Demon Empress' lips twitched. This bunch of bastards, the first thing they said when they met was still the same? The first thing they said to Yuan Tianji was not wrong at all. Could it be that they had discussed this beforehand? The Demon Empress sat still and said lightly, "You're still alive and well." Of course, I'm well. Shui Leihan, what are you doing here? How dare you? You actually dared to activate heaven? Aren't you afraid that I'll activate the restriction and shatter your divine soul projection and make it stay here forever? Or even completely shatter it? The Demon Empress actually repeated what she said to Yuan Tianji to Shui Leihan, wanting to see how Dong Huang would respond. The only difference in the whole sentence was that the words Yuan Tianji in the original sentence were changed to Shui Leihan. At this moment, even though the Demon Empress was furious, she felt even more amused. That man in white was of course the Heavenly Emperor of the Eastern Royal Heaven, Shui Leihan. Shui Leihan was slightly startled when he heard this. Then, he smiled and said gently, "We haven't met for so many years. You don't have to scare me like this the moment we meet, do you? Aren't you afraid of scaring me away?" The Demon Empress had goosebumps all over her body, his entire face was filled with black lines, and it instantly surged up. This sentence was exactly the same as Yuan Tianji's reaction and reply. Even the tone and expression were exactly the same. Did she really see a ghost? Or did the two of them discuss this beforehand and come to tease me? The Demon Empress was furious. Her face immediately darkened. She frowned and said coldly, "Shui Leihan, did the two of you discuss this beforehand? I originally thought that the two of you wouldn't be so bored. But the reality before my eyes tells me that the two of you are really in cahoots." Shui Leihan couldn't help but be stunned. He asked subconsciously, "The two of us? Who is the other person that Xianxia is talking about? Are you still going to pretend?" The Demon Empress said angrily, "The two of you didn't even miss a single word." The more she spoke, the angrier she became. Could it be that this empress is so easy to tease in your eyes? Does teasing this empress give you a sense of accomplishment? Empress. Although the emperor is in front, it doesn't mean that this empress is inferior to you. Shui Leihan was truly at a loss. Xianxia, what are you talking about? Don't tell me you're mistaken. The Demon Empress snorted and said, "Fine, fine. I won't argue with you anymore. You're lowering this empress status. Let me ask you, did you come to this empress place because you have something to ask of me?" Shui Leihan laughed heartily. "Not bad, Xianxia is indeed as intelligent as ever. I wouldn't have come here for no reason." Before Jiangyi could finish, the Demon Empress finally couldn't hold it in anymore and completely exploded. "You still dare to say that you didn't collude?" Even this sentence was the same. Can't you at least change your words a little? Do you have to be so ruthless? Each and every one of you is like this. Just the two of you have the nerve to call yourselves celestial emperors of a region. Pooh. Although she was furious, she didn't object to Shui Leihan calling her Xianxia. Shui Leihan suddenly quietened down. He said slowly, "The other person that Xianxia is talking about is another celestial emperor. Is it Yuan Tianjia?" The Demon Empress was furious. "Who else could it be? Why are you pretending? Do you think you can still get away with it? Xue Leihan's face darkened. He said, he came to you to ask you to help him capture Chuyang? The Demon Empress said, that's right. It was indeed discussed beforehand. You're finally not hiding it anymore? Xue Leihan took 2 steps and suddenly raised his head. With a frosty face, he said coldly, you agreed? The Demon Empress could clearly feel that with these words, Xue Leihan's aura became stronger and stronger. There was actually a faint murderous aura that gradually grew. The domineering aura was no longer concealed at all. The Demon Empress finally realized that something was wrong. She couldn't help but frown. She said, so what if I agreed? So what if I didn't agree? Do I have to consult your Majesty East Sovereign's wishes for my decision? Xue Leihan said indifferently, how would I dare to interfere with the Demon Empress's decision? It's just that I came to you for this matter. I believe that your purpose isn't to kill Chuyang. How can you mobilize 2 celestial emperors for a mere junior? Since it's not to kill, then you want to protect Chuyang? The Demon Empress said sensitively. Even though the Demon Empress' mind was slightly hazy due to a moment of anger, she had already regained her wisdom and instantly understood the mystery behind it. I do have such intentions, but it's not just that. Xue Leihan's eyes focused. My purpose here is not so simple. I came specifically to tell you not to interfere in this matter. Tell me? The Demon Empress laughed. What right do you have to tell me? Xue Leihan, His Majesty East Sovereign. Don't think that you're really the boss of this group just because De Empress is your leader. You, Xue Leihan, are not qualified to warn me. The Demon Empress was furious. Once we talk about this matter, you actually call me Demon Empress, and you don't even call me Xianxia, Xue Leihan said indifferently, whether I'm qualified or not, what's the use of talking? You'll naturally have a lot of opportunities to know this. But I'll still tell you, even if you don't help Yuan Tianming this time, Yuan Tianming won't do anything. After all, he has so many children. I believe that he won't really go to war with other worlds for a child. Especially when he has to face a celestial emperor of the same level. The Demon Empress suddenly felt a sudden pressure. She said involuntarily, will you? You must know that Yuan Tianming is facing a murderous enemy. It's perfectly justified for him to take revenge. What is right and proper means nothing to me. I'll only tell you that this Chuyang is my brother. Xue Leihan said indifferently, others may not know, but you should know what I can do for my brother. Brother, the Demon Empress' heart trembled violently. Yes, others may not know, but as a descendant of the first emperor, she knew very well. Back then, the Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor was the East Emperor's brother. After the Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor Zihao died in battle, Xue Leihan charged into the extreme heaven in anger. He went to seek an explanation from the saint. In the end, the matter escalated into a big fight with the saint. After that, although Xue Leihan was defeated and retreated, he also established supreme authority between the first emperor and the empress. No one had ever dared to really fight with the saint, only Xue Leihan had the guts and managed to escape unscathed in the end. For his brother, he dared to fight with the saint. If she really killed his brother, what would the result be? She didn't even have to do it personally. As long as she interfered in this matter, it would be equivalent to indirectly causing the death of his brother. This feud would really be huge. If Chuyang dies in the Demon Emperor heaven, our 2 worlds will go to war. Xue Leihan looked at the Demon Empress sharply. He said indifferently, I'm definitely not scaring you. You think you can scare me? The Demon Empress was furious. Xue Leihan said stiffly, that's why I said I'm not scaring you. When the time comes, not only will I go to war with you, but I'll also go to war with Mo Yuntian. I, the East Emperor, hereby swear to the heavens. The day Chuyang dies will be the beginning of a great calamity for the 3 worlds. Xue Leihan slowly retreated into the starry sky. Let's see if I can completely destroy the 3 worlds. Xue Leihan. The Demon Empress screamed, exasperated. Stop right there. But Xue Leihan had already taken the last step. The starry sky instantly shrank and disappeared. Bang, the Demon Empress slammed her palm on the table in front of her, instantly smashing it into pieces. She roared furiously, bastard. Big bastard. Xue Leihan, you bastard to the extreme. Motherf asterisk Kerr, to actually casually place such a hot potato in this Empress Demon Emperor sky. He obviously doesn't want me to have an easy time. Dong Huang Shui Leihan, Moyun Yuan Tianji, I'll remember the two of you. The Demon Empress was still furious. Everything in the main hall was smashed into pieces. Shui Leihan, you bastard. You're obviously threatening me. The Demon Empress hadn't lost her temper like this for almost hundreds of thousands of years. But this time, she was indeed mad with anger, almost losing control. Within a day, she was overshadowed twice by two celestial emperors. Wasn't this sullen enough? If that was all, it was still fine. But that damned Dong Huang Shui Leihan actually threw down an oath to threaten her. This was blatant contempt, blatant blasphemy. Blatant coercion. Must I listen to a bastard like you? The Demon Empress roared. I'm going all out with you to help Yuan Tianji. I want to kill your brother. Let's see what you can do to me. I'm so angry, so angry. Guards! The Demon Empress yelled. Her voice shook the entire Demon Empress palace. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 people rushed in. Seeing the once magnificent hall suddenly become a mess, all of them were dumbfounded. What was going on? Was there an attack from outside? But, even though it was a mess, why weren't there any traces of fighting? The Demon Empress' face was full of murderous intent. She waved her hand and shouted, "Pass down my order." The 3 of them stood up straight at the same time. The Demon Empress hadn't been so stern in many years. It seemed like something big was about to happen. The Demon Empress was only halfway through her sentence when the meaning of her words suddenly changed. Pass down my order. Clean up the hall. Then, she sighed. Sigh. The 3 of them fainted at the same time. Oh my God, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, you're too. You called the 3 of us in with such great fanfare and gave us such a serious order. Just to clean up the hall. The Demon Empress sighed deeply for a while. She really couldn't explain it to outsiders. She was very clear that Shui Leihan was definitely not joking. He could totally do it, and he even dared to do so. If Shui Leihan really went crazy, he would definitely be able to destroy both worlds at the same time. Although she was extremely displeased, the Demon Empress didn't dare to risk the entire Demon Emperor's heaven. Dong Huang Shui Leihan had the guts and boldness. Although she was extremely displeased, the Demon Empress didn't dare to risk the entire Demon Emperor's heaven. Dong Huang Shui Leihan had the guts and boldness, but the Demon Empress had more to worry about. Sigh, the situation is more important than the person. Even if I offend Yuan Tianjia, it's still better than offending Shui Leihan. The Demon Empress pondered gloomily. Anyway, that guy Yuan Tianjia can't defeat me. Besides, Yuan Tianjia's behavior is indeed very detestable. That guy Shui Leihan, although he's also very detestable, he still has some redeeming qualities. No matter what, he's still considered mine. As she thought about it, the Demon Empress' fair face actually turned red. Then, she flew into a rage. That bastard. So many years have passed, but he doesn't know how to restrain himself. He even threatened me when he asked for help. And he even threatened me. How despicable. But that Chu Yang, who exactly is he? The Demon Empress' anger gradually subsided, and she began to think. This little one is not simple. Not only did he kill the son of Heavenly Emperor Ink Cloud, but he's also the sworn brother of Heavenly Emperor East. Royal, speaking of this, a burst of anger rushed up again. That bastard Shui Leihan, you only know how to worry about your brother. Why don't you just come and take him away yourself? Why do you still leave him here? Why do you leave this scourge in my Demon Emperor's heaven? Then, she ordered, come, call the Grand Empress back. Someone came up and reported in fear, Grand Empress is in Luohua City. How can I not know that he's in Luohua City? The Demon Empress shouted angrily, I said to get him back here as soon as possible. I don't care where he is. Go and do it quickly. Yes. The 3 of them quickly cleaned up the mess in the main hall and retreated with cold sweat all over their heads. They really didn't know who had provoked the Demon Empress today to make her so furious. Then, the 3 of them were shocked. Because they clearly felt that the Demon Empress' divine sense aura suddenly spread out and covered the sky and the earth. For a moment, everything within tens of thousands of miles was under the surveillance of the Demon Empress' divine sense. And it didn't disperse for a long time. The Demon Empress' action seemed to be searching for something. The entire divine sense search process actually lasted for an entire hour. 1 hour later, the Demon Empress finally sighed and said, "I can't find it. When that little bastard comes back, let him go straight to Chuyang." She also wanted that stinky primary school student to learn her skills, so that he wouldn't have to follow her around every day and not even get half a good look from her. What AF asterisk king coward. The Demon Empress spat out a mouthful of saliva and said, "Despicable." This little bastard was just as despicable as his father back then. Other than pestering her relentlessly, he didn't have any other tricks up his sleeve. How despicable. I can't stand it anymore. A table. White jade table, Wu Jiuqing sensitively sensed it. The white jade table in front of him didn't have the slightest bit of impurities. It was sparkling and translucent. With a single glance, one could even see through the white jade table and see the ground below. Even an ordinary person would be able to see it. On the table, there were only 4 wine cups. Wu Jiuqing sat at the head of the table. Looking at the huge table, he was speechless for a long time. 3 burly men sat at the head of the table. One was arranging the wine, one was serving the dishes, and one was cooking. Each of them had their own duties. Everyone's eyes were red and swollen. Everyone seemed to have thousands of words to say. But when the words reached their mouths, they couldn't even say a single word. Ximen Wanli, who had always been the most proficient in cooking, had put the soy sauce and vinegar in the wrong way for the first time. He hurriedly tried to adjust it, but to no avail. He had no choice but to throw away all the dishes and start over again. But this time, when he was cooking, drops of tears fell into the iron pot just like that. With a sizzling sound, the tears had already turned into a puff of smoke and dissipated. "Second brother, these years, have you been well?" June Weiling took a deep breath. Her face was contorted. She tried her best to control her voice so that it wouldn't tremble. But as she spoke, even though it was just a few short words, her voice still started to tremble unknowingly. Wu Jiuqing shut his eyes tightly. He felt the churning emotions in his heart twisting and turning several times. An indescribable feeling of bitterness welled up in his heart. With a hoarse voice, he said, "I've been well. How have you guys been?" The brothers were all speechless. In the kitchen, a sizzling sound could be heard. It wasn't clear whether it was Ximen Wanli's tears or the oil, salt, and vinegar in his hands that had caused this sound. Under the light, everyone's expression looked as if they were about to cry. But they were all trying their best to hold it in. Every one of them was smiling. Even though their smiles were uglier than crying, they still forced themselves to smile. Her. Another man's face was contorted as he forced a smile. "Second brother, are the heavenly layer doing well?" Wu Jiuqing trembled. With a trembling voice, he said, "The heavenly layer is still the heavenly layer. Not bad. 7th brother Yin, you can rest assured now." That 7th brother Yin seemed to heave a sigh of relief. But he also seemed to be a little disappointed as he lowered his head dejectedly. This 7th brother Yin was the 7th brother of Wu Jiuqing's generation, Yan Huanming. His dejection at this moment seemed to be because there was a question in his heart that had yet to be answered. June Weiling, who was keeping them company at the side, took a deep breath and finally said, "Second brother, is that person doing well?" The moment this sentence came out, Yan Huanming, who had his head lowered, instantly held his breath. Ximen Wanli, who was playing the symphony of pots and pans, also stopped all his actions. The whole room fell silent. The few of them were waiting quietly for Wu Jiuqing's answer. This moment was short yet long. It was obviously just a short moment of waiting for a sentence. But in the hearts of these people, it felt as long as hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. Wu Jiuqing only felt a sharp pain in his heart. He said hoarsely, "That person, who is that person you are talking about? I don't understand." The 3 of them stopped what they were doing at the same time. They stared at Wu Jiuqing, all of them speechless. Then, the 3 of them lowered their heads. But the silence in the room disappeared. Because in the kitchen, the sound of cooking rang out again. After a long time, all kinds of dishes were served on the table. Ximen Wanli also finally put down the pots and pans in his hands and sat at the table. He washed his hands, but Wu Jiuqing clearly noticed that Ximen Wanli seemed to have washed his face as well. The corners of his eyes also seemed to be showing signs of redness. Wu Jiuqing sighed in his heart. Suddenly, he felt as if he was already drunk before drinking. Steam rose. Wine, it was good wine. This wine. It's called Hero's Blood. Jun Weiling took the lead and raised her cup. Second brother, this is a strong wine that was brewed after the heavenly emperor of purple clouds fought against the heavenly demons. Hero's Blood. Just a sip and you will feel as if the hero's blood is surging endlessly in your body. Second brother, please drink. Jun Weiling raised her cup high. Second brother. Please drink. Yan Huanming and Ximen Wanli raised their cups at the same time. Hero's blood? I've heard so much about this wine. Hee hee. Wu Jiuqing laughed coldly and said, it's just that, are the few of you considered heroes? Are you worthy of drinking this hero's blood? This sudden sentence was like a ball of ice thrown into a blazing fire. For a moment, the room fell silent again. A deathly silence. But Wu Jiuqing still seemed unsatisfied. He suddenly stood up, raised his cup with one hand and slammed it on the ground. He shouted, why aren't you speaking? Tell me, what kind of heroes are you? Ask yourselves, are you worthy of drinking this hero's blood? Answer me. The three of them were stunned at the same time. Wu Jiuqing still felt unsatisfied. He stared coldly at the three of them and suddenly laughed. But his laughter was full of contempt and mockery. When I saw this table, I understood. In the past, when we drank in the heavenly layer, even if there were only two of us eating together, or even if there were only one of us, as long as the conditions allowed, we would ask for a table for 10 people. Everyone, 1 seat each. Wu Jiuqing said angrily, why is there only 1 seat around this table? Tell me why. Who are you missing? Or rather, who did you abandon? Wu Jiuqing's voice was hoarse. Who did you abandon? The three of them fell silent at the same time, not saying a word for a long time. Their faces were as dark as water. The sound of Wu Jiuqing's panting reverberated in the air. Suddenly, he raised his leg and kicked the table and all the dishes on it away. He shouted, tell me, what is your cultivation level now? Then, Wu Jiuqing sat down with a whoosh and asked angrily, tell me. I want to see how far away I am from you. Have I become a frog at the bottom of a well or a lowly ant? The moment Wu Jiuqing sat down, the three of them stood up at the same time. Just like back then, when they were receiving second brother's lectures and guidance, they were no different. Second brother, I am now a saint. Jun Weiling stood up straight and said. Second brother, I am now a saint. Ximen Wanli also stood up straight. Me too. Yan Huanming said in a muffled voice. How awesome, you are all second-grade saints. Wu Jiuqing laughed bitterly. I am now only at the peak of the heaven stage. Compared to the three of you, I am really far away. Even I feel ashamed. Looks like the current me is really just an ant in front of the three of you. Why don't the three of you just change the seat to 8? Wu Jiuqing laughed mockingly. The gap between us is already so big. Even if you don't say it, I don't have the face to be your second brother anymore. 3 saints, if you don't remove my seat, aren't you afraid of embarrassing yourself? Second brother. The three of them flushed red. What are you saying? Even if we die, we will never dare to betray second brother. Second brother will always be second brother. Even if we are now the Emperor's Empress or Saint Lord, this will still not change. All these years, as long as we drink, the top seat will always be yours, second brother. None of us dare to overstep. This will never change. As long as one of us is still alive, this will always be the case. It's extremely painful. If I say that I am about to die of exhaustion, would you believe me? I originally wanted to take leave today. But Xiao Dai told me that if you take leave right after getting the monthly votes, wouldn't it be too? Tears welled up in Jun Weiling's eyes. Second brother. Even if all of us have become peak-level saints or something even higher, you are still our second brother. Forever. Whoever dares to disrespect you, we'll kill him together. Wu Juoqing said coldly, so I still have some status in your hearts. Then, what about Big Brother? What do you take him for? The three of them fell into silence at the same time and were speechless for a long time. Who was Big Brother? The Calamity Sword Master, the previous Calamity Sword Master, the Calamity Sword Master of their era. Wu Juoqing stood up slowly and said calmly, stepping on the heavens, pointing his sword to the east of the clouds. Who still remembers the name Yundong? Does anyone? The three of them were still like statues, not saying a word. But their breathing became heavy and hurried in an instant. Looks like all of you don't remember. That's great. Wu Juoqing laughed mockingly. Or maybe all of you only remember the last moment when you were betrayed by Big Brother? Nourishing the heavens? Yet you don't remember Big Brother's support from the beginning? Second brother, don't say any more. Jun Weiling suddenly reached out a hand. Second brother. What's the point of saying all this now? Jun Weiling said painfully, stepping on the heavens, pointing his sword to the east of the clouds. We all remember, how can we forget for a moment? But, when we were betrayed back then, that heart-wrenching pain. Ha ha ha. Wu Juoqing looked up and laughed. All of you are in pain? All of you are in pain? Ha ha ha, all of you are in pain? You actually said that you are in pain? Ha 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 ha. Are you in pain? Are you really in pain? All the pain that you have endured, all the pain, are just illusions, illusions that you think you are infallible. Can your insignificant pain compare to the pain that Big Brother endured? Wu Juoqing's tears flowed freely. His fingers trembled. All of you are a bunch of heartless things, heartless. Heartless. All of you have no conscience, none at all. Wu Juoqing roared. Suddenly, he laughed bitterly. That's true, all of you are already saints now. That's awesome. There's no need to remember the Calamity Sword Master. There's no need to remember friendship. Ha ha ha. Jun Weiling and the other two's faces turned red. They stood up angrily, nonsense. You're talking nonsense. Second brother, we respect you as second brother, but you can't distort the truth like this. We brothers have been suffering for tens of thousands of years. Although the past was unbearable to look back on, which night did she not cry when she dreamed of it? Do you know all of this? What right do you have to criticize us like this? During these tens of thousands of years, no one even dared to make new friends. This pain. Do you understand? Do you understand? Do you understand? Jun Weiling roared, answer me. Do you understand? Do you really understand? I understand. Why don't I understand? Do you think I haven't? Wu Juoqing roared loudly, the eyes of Jun Weiling and the other two lit up. That's right. How could second brother not have experienced the pain that they had experienced? In fact, they had many brothers by their side. As for second brother. But he was all alone in the heavenly layer, his hometown that he couldn't bear to look back at. What did the three of them do just now? They actually yelled at their second brother who they had not seen for a long time. They really deserved to die. Wu Juoqing sat down sadly and said in a low voice, Three saints, don't look at me with those eyes that say you know how I feel. I don't need your sympathy. You don't deserve it. You don't have the right. I am Wu Juoqing, a small ant that just descended to the heavenly layer. Today, I will tell you a story. Ha ha ha. If the three saints are still in the mood to listen, then listen. If you don't, I, Wu Juoqing, will pretend that I never came. Wu Juoqing's voice was extremely bleak. His heart was hurt, his body was hurt, and his emotions were gone. Second brother. Shiman Wanli cried out. Second brother. No matter what you say, we will listen. Yes, second brother. We are all listening. The three of them teared up at the same time. Second brother, please don't mention the word saint anymore. We are still the original us, second brother's brothers. Wu Juoqing felt slightly comforted. He said slowly, all right. I won't mention saint anymore. Let me tell you. Ha ha ha. Back then, there was an accident. With the help of my ancestors, I was lucky enough to escape. My only thought was to take revenge on that person. Wu Jiuqing's expression was melancholic. I planned to kill all the Calamity Sword Masters to avenge my brothers. The three of them clenched their fists when they heard this. What second brother wanted to do was also what these brothers wanted to do but couldn't do. It was only until I met the Dharma Supreme that I realized that the Dharma Supreme was actually another generation of tribulation after us, the brains of tribulation. Diwu Chouchong. He was also another survivor like me. Wu Jiuqing said slowly. So, I started. Later, I finally met a tribulation sword master. It was him who solved all the hatred and mysteries in my heart for me. Wu Jiuqing bit his lip hard and said painfully. We were all wrong. We were so wrong that we couldn't be saved. What happened back then? Wu Jiuqing cried as he recounted. Our boss was like this, gone, Wu. Jiuqing's eyes were brimming with tears. He murmured, standing on the firmament, pointing his sword at Bai Yundong, who dared to hurt my brothers? Jun Weiling and the other two who were listening to all this were stunned. Until they heard that sentence. Using my body to open the path of reincarnation, opening the door to the outer realm, bones as the wall, flesh as the road, blood as the wind, soul as the sky, sending my brothers to the outer realm to fight the extraterrestrial demons, nurturing my brothers to reconstruct their bodies and become immortal, fulfilling my brothers' wishes, becoming immortal in the outer realm, letting my brothers enjoy the glory of heaven and earth, receiving the highest honor. The three of them were suddenly stunned at the same time. The next moment, the three of them stood up at the same time. Jun Weiling shouted angrily, Second brother, is what you said true? You're not lying to us? His voice was loud at first, but towards the end, it started to tremble. Wu Jiuqing wouldn't joke about such a serious matter. Although Jun Weiling knew this, he still couldn't help but ask. Before Wu Jiuqing could answer, he already had an answer in his heart. Wu Jiuqing closed his eyes sadly and said heavily, I'm lying to you. Is there a need? Is there a need to lie about this? Instantly, the three of them were stunned like wooden chickens, as if they were made of clay. If not for the fact that this is the truth and can't be erased, I wouldn't want to believe it either. Before my heart confirms this matter, how is it different from yours? Wu Jiuqing said painfully, it's a pity that this is the truth. This is the reality. And I have the responsibility to tell you this truth. Our misconceptions have been going on for far too long. We've let boss down too much. The three of them stood there in a daze. For a long time, no one moved at all. Only their faces had turned ghastly pale. Their majestic bodies that were as immovable as mountains also started to tremble slightly at this moment. Actually, it's not just our boss. In fact, all the previous Tribulation Sword Masters before us were the same. If the Tribulation Sword Master really betrayed all his brothers just to fulfill his own wish, with their cultivation at that time, it wouldn't be difficult for them to live for tens of thousands of years. But why didn't we see any of them? One or two of them can be said to have met with an accident. I believe you also know that in the past 100,000 years, all the previous Tribulation Sword Masters were the same. Actually, the truth of the matter has long been in front of us. But no matter if it's you or me, we've all turned a blind eye to it and never realized it. It's because everyone thinks too highly of themselves. When they're betrayed and hurt, the first thing they do is to resent and be angry. They never think about the reason. It's better if only one person is angry, but when everyone is angry about the same thing, it becomes the truth. It becomes deeper and deeper, more and more hateful. Wu Jiuqing said in a hoarse voice, but, think about it calmly. Are you that important? Do you care so much about yourself? Then, what about our boss? The ones who should really feel sad should never be us. It should be the previous Tribulation Sword Masters. They gave up everything for their brothers, but in the end, all they got in return was resentment and eternal infamy. Also, do you know why you haven't met any descendants of the Tribulation Sword Masters? Wu Jiuqing said in surprise, the reason is actually very simple. After the Tribulation Sword Masters sent their brothers away, they themselves died. As for their descendants, the history books have always been written by the victors. This is a very reasonable saying. But, when it falls on the betrayer and the betrayed, it's a tragedy. Human nature can betray their friends in front of great benefits. Perhaps the truth has long been completely destroyed by those victors. Our boss is dead, so there's nothing left to say. Then, everything will be said by us. How we say it, how will the world listen? Ha ha ha. How laughable. How laughable, how laughable. So we're the victors? Such victors? Wu Jiuqing's words were like knives. The three of them lowered their heads in shame. I only know the story of a descendant of the Tribulation Sword Master. The only girl who survived was surnamed June. Later on, after the disappearance of the Tribulation Sword Master, her family was ambushed and assassinated by the descendants of the Tribulation Sword Masters until they were destroyed. Wu Jiuqing was talking about Jun Shiju's story. He didn't know that Jun Shiju wasn't the direct descendant of the Tribulation Sword Master, but he said it out loud now. The three of them turned pale. They couldn't stand steadily anymore and sat down dejectedly. With a poof, they sat heavily on the chairs. The three Saint-level experts would lose their balance and fall to the ground due to some unknown reason. No one with any common sense in martial arts would agree with this fact. But such a ridiculous thing happened just like that. Hee hee. While you're gnashing your teeth at the boss, your descendants are hunting down the boss descendants. They're so filial, they've fulfilled your wishes, Wu Jiuqing sneered. For our sake, boss had even sacrificed his life and soul. Now that he's dead, even his soul is gone. There's no future for him, and he's going to have to bear the infamy of eternity. Yet all of you are still sitting here drinking wine, perfectly fine. Even boss's seat has been taken away. All of you have really taken your revenge too thoroughly. The three of them were trembling all over. Baidu search ACOM, Tribulation's love moves heaven and earth. Moves heaven and earth? Pooh. Hee hee, hee hee, hee hee. Wu Jiuqing sneered. His laughter was full of mockery and ridicule. But as he sneered, his tears finally fell uncontrollably. Is there really such a thing? Jun Weiling's voice trembled. Suddenly, he roared, even if there is such a thing, how did you know? What you've said are just conjectures. What evidence do you have? You actually want to get evidence from me? Are you really that considerate? There are so many facts in front of us and you still want evidence? Unfortunately, I really don't have any evidence. Other than what I saw, everything else was told to me by the current Tribulation Sword Master. Wu Jiuqing said lightly, he should be the last Tribulation Sword Master. And this Tribulation Sword Master is the one you were talking about just now, the one who killed Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun's son. I entered the Heavenly Imperial Court with him. At the same time, his brothers came up too. His brothers? Wu Jiuqing's voice was full of envy. This Tribulation Sword Master surpassed the limits of all the previous Tribulation Sword Masters and ascended with his brothers. At that time, more than 10 golden bridges fell at the same time. The Tribulation Sword Master and his brothers ascended at the same time. That scene, I stood on another bridge and watched in a daze. My heart was full of envy. The brothers were of one mind and never doubted, but us. Second brother. You. Don't say any more, you don't want to say? Why not? Do you think I want to tell you? Do you think I'm talking to you today? Are you worthy? I just don't want boss's heroic soul to pass away. You also have to bear a bad reputation. Jun Weiling and Yan Huanmeng listened to him in a daze. Then, they suddenly cried out in grief. They completely lost control of their bodies, and started to cry bitterly. He covered his face with his hands. Tears flowed freely through the gaps between her fingers. Shiman Wanli let out a long sigh, one after another. As he sighed, tears streamed down his face. The person whom he had hated for tens of thousands of years was actually the one who owed him the most? However, he had hated his big brother, his benefactor, the person who had sacrificed everything for him, for tens of thousands of years. For tens of thousands of years, how comical was this? What a joke, what kind of ingratitude was this? Also, if the bloodline of his eldest brother's descendants really ended in the hands of his descendants, do I still have the face to live in this world? Second brother is right. Am I worthy? Am I worthy to be called brothers? After a period of silent sobbing, Shiman Wanli said, step on the firmament. Soared to the east of the clouds. Who dares to hurt my brother? Suddenly, everyone was shaken from the bottom of their hearts. They had heard this sentence before. It was Boss who said it, but there had never been a moment like this before. When they heard this sentence, they were as shocked as a sudden clap of thunder. It was like a heart that had been cold for tens of thousands of years, at the moment when it heard these words. Suddenly, it became boiling hot. Boss! Boss! Jun Weiling screamed. She laid on the ground and pounded her fists on the ground. She cried bitterly, unable to speak. Wu Jiuqing's words were like the sharpest needle that pierced deeply into her heart when she thought about it now. The three of them were in so much pain that their hearts convulsed. They almost couldn't breathe. The pain pierced through their hearts. Hee. While you were gnashing your teeth and resenting Boss, your descendants were hunting down Boss descendants. They were so filial and fulfilled your wishes. Boss even sacrificed his life and soul for us. Now that he's dead, his soul is gone, and he can't have any descendants. He even has to bear the infamy of eternity. Yet, you guys are still sitting here drinking wine, and Boss' seed is gone. Your revenge is too thorough. I can't help but admire you. I admire you so much that I want to prostrate myself before you. I can't help but admire you. The more they thought about it, the more regretful they felt. They felt that even if they really died now, it would be too late by tens of thousands of years. Yan Huanming sat in a daze with her eyes wide open. It was as if she was an ownerless shell without life and soul. After a long time, a gurgling sound came from her throat. A mouthful of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth and dripped down. She suddenly opened her bloody mouth and cried loudly. Boss, I'm sorry. I've been scolding you all these years. I'm not human, I'm a beast, a heartless beast. I want to go back. I want to go back now. I want to kill that bunch of bastards. Jun Weiling's eyes were red and murderous. They actually dared to lay their hands on Boss descendants. Are those bastards still my grandchildren? You don't have to do it. Wu Jiuqing smiled bitterly. Karma is a cycle of justice. Our clans have long disappeared in the wind. We don't know who destroyed them. Perhaps it was the new master of Calamity Sword, or perhaps it was them who had been blinded by their own interests. Jun Weiling was stunned. Then, he shouted, Good job. Good job. When they heard that the clans built by their descendants had been destroyed, they naturally felt inexplicably sad. However, this was something that had happened tens of thousands of years ago. Most importantly, when they thought of their wrong thoughts all these years, when they thought of the possibility that their Boss descendants were all killed by their own descendants, they were in so much pain that they wished they were dead. They didn't want to think about it anymore. More than that, they didn't dare to think about it anymore. Tears flowed down Wu Jiuqing's face. When he first heard about it from Chu Yang, Wu Jiuqing was already agitated once. But this time, facing his brothers who had gone through the same thing, he couldn't hide the regret and sorrow in his heart anymore. He cried bitterly. At the same time, countless questions were answered by Wu Jiuqing one by one. Why did our boss have to make such a sacrifice? Why doesn't this master of Calamity Sword have to do that now? Why? Why is it so unfair to our boss? Wu Jiuqing sobbed and answered these questions one by one. The three of them couldn't stop crying. It turned out that the Calamity Sword and the Master of Calamity Sword had its own history and mission. Boss actually didn't meet the requirements and had no choice but to. After a long, long time, the four of them finally stopped feeling sorrowful. Jun Weiling, Shiman Wanli, and the rest personally made a new table. All around, 10 seats were neatly arranged. One of them was dignified and solemn. But it was empty. There wasn't a single thing in it. Looking at the newly built table, the four of them burst into tears again. The position of boss had disappeared for tens of thousands of years. Today, it was finally set up for him again. However, where was boss now? The brothers were all here. But where was the boss who had given the most, shouldered the most and thought the most for the brothers? Thinking of this, the four of them felt like their hearts were being twisted by knives. They couldn't control themselves. What followed was an entire day and night. The four of them didn't close their eyes. They kept talking and talking. They kept recalling bits and pieces of the past. Dawn. Second brother, come back with us. June Weiling's eyes were red. Wu Juoqing shook his head slowly. Go and fight the extraterrestrial demons. This is a matter of life and death. My cultivation isn't enough. Even though I'm not afraid of sacrifice, with my current cultivation, even if I force myself to go, I'll only be a burden to you. I don't want to burden others and myself. Wu Juoqing shook his head resolutely. Right now, I'm still working hard to cultivate and improve my own cultivation. When my cultivation is enough, I'll naturally go and look for you. After a pause, Wu Juoqing said, you must take care of yourselves. At least until the day I go and see you. The three of them shook their heads sorrowfully at the same time. What's there to talk about? Boss died for us for tens of thousands of years. Compared to Boss, it's a sin for us to live another day. Wu Juoqing said dispassionately, you're wrong. You let Boss down because you didn't understand his intentions. Whether you're willing or not, you have to work hard to live on together with Boss. The ultimate mission of the Tribulation Sword Master is to fight the extraterrestrial demons. Although Boss is no longer here, we brothers can't lose face for him. Our only goal in life from now on is to eliminate the demons. Those who dare to commit suicide will not only be letting me down, you'll also be letting yourselves down. More importantly, you'll be letting down Boss who risked his life to protect you. The previous tribulations were all on this heavenly demon battlefield. Everyone was working hard to kill the enemy. We mustn't fall behind the other tribulations. As long as my cultivation is enough, I'll rush over and fight the extraterrestrial demons with my brothers. If anyone doesn't cherish their life and gives it up so easily, then they'll really be letting Boss down. Remember, your lives now aren't just for yourselves. You have to think of Boss and live on for him. Wu Juoqing said gloomily, when we kill all the extraterrestrial demons, we'll have a chance to ask the heavenly Tao to revive Boss. This is the only goal I have for the rest of my life. Wu Juoqing took a deep breath. Revive Boss? The eyes of the three of them lit up at the same time. At their level, they already understood a lot of things and gradually became qualified to know a lot of things. For example, the matter of revival. To ordinary people, it was an extremely absurd thing, but it didn't necessarily mean that it didn't exist at all. Now that they were reminded by Wu Juoqing's words, they all felt that it was really possible. As long as the brothers worked hard and accumulated enough battle merits, they might still have a chance after splitting Boss's share equally. From now on, this will be the goal that we brothers will strive for in our lives. Boss, we must bring you back to life. The three of them didn't say much and left hurriedly. Before leaving, he warned Wu Juoqing again and again. Don't run around. We will come and visit you at any time. Your cultivation is really too weak now. In this world, it's hard to find anyone weaker than you. The other brothers will definitely come and visit you when they know. Hurry up and cultivate. These are some elixirs to help with cultivation. These are some spiritual treasures to help with cultivation. We have to go back and inform the other brothers as soon as possible. Every moment counts, or the other brothers will also come here to seek confirmation from you. You must take care, second brother. Watching his brothers go back, Wu Juoqing took a deep breath and suppressed the bitterness in his heart. I really want to go and fight with you guys, but I can't drag you guys down. Brothers, wait for me. Wu Juoqing didn't reject the cultivation elixirs left behind by his brothers. In fact, he didn't even say anything courteous and accepted all of them. There was no need to be courteous when taking things from his brothers. If he were to be courteous with them, they would probably break his head the moment he said something courteous. Boss. All the brothers already know about your painstaking efforts back then. Wu Juoqing murmured. As long as there's a chance, we must grasp it and revive Boss. The brothers will shed all our blood to apologize to Boss. After a long silence, Wu Juoqing punched the hard and solid ground of the jade rock hard. This punch was completely self-torture. There was no defense at all. No cultivation at all. The ground didn't move, but Wu Juoqing's fist was immediately covered in blood. But he didn't stop. He continued to punch down, scolding angrily, "What are you pretending to be cool for? Didn't you also scold Boss like this back then? You met your own brothers. Yet you speak so harshly and make such sarcastic remarks? You scolded them for being ungrateful, but what about you? What about you? What about you? How did you resent boss back then? 40,000 years? Is your hatred any less than theirs? What are you scolding for? How can you have the face to do that? Sigh. Ever since he knew the truth, the hatred and helplessness in his heart had accumulated for too long. He couldn't let it go. Every time he thought about it, it was like a heart-wrenching bite. He hated it. He hated the heavens, he hated himself even more. Why? Why? And who could tell him why the heavens were so unfair? Why did good people have to suffer so many disasters? Faced with the hatred of his brothers, Wu Jiuqing felt as though he had seen himself back then, the same disdain and resentment. Hot blood rushed to his head in an instant. He could no longer control himself. He only knew that he was filled with hatred and anger. He wanted to scold the idiots in front of him until they woke up. Bastard! Bastard! They were brothers. More importantly, it was himself. He was in a trance as he cursed loudly. It was as if Boss was standing right beside him. Since Boss wasn't around, Wu Jiuqing had to avenge Boss. Although Boss would never scold him like this even if he were here, Wu Jiuqing could no longer control himself. One punch after another. Blood was flowing, and his heart was in pain. No matter how much blood was shed, could it compare to Boss's blood and tears? No. Could he replace Boss's pain? His hands were already numb and he couldn't feel any pain at all. His white bones were already visible. Wu Jiuqing suddenly felt as though all his strength had been sucked out of him. He sat down on the ground and stared blankly at the bright red blood flowing further and further away. A teardrop fell from the corner of his eye and merged into the pool of blood. Wu Jiuqing said softly, as though he was smiling and crying at the same time, Wu Jiuqing, you're not a good person either, ungrateful. You're just an ungrateful villain. At this moment, Wu Jiuqing was just like a helpless child, squatting in a corner and hugging his knees, sobbing. I didn't cry when I couldn't find my brothers. But since I've already found my brothers, why should I cry? But I just can't help but feel my heart ache, Chu Yang had once said, such a hero, even the heavens have to account for it. Wu Jiuqing only remembered this sentence, heroes never die, even if there was no hope, one had to try his best to create hope. What's more, there was still a hope that, although faint, had once existed, Lone Bamboo City. Chu Yang had already stayed here peacefully for 3 whole days. In these 3 days, he had been collecting herbs like a nouveau riche. Of course, he had definitely collected them with different appearances. If he had only collected herbs with the same appearance, he would probably have been caught on the first day. The market wouldn't be willing to accept such a buyer or seller regardless of the price or cost. However, the situation was different since the 5 of them were separately collecting the medicines. Moreover, Chu Yang would change his appearance and personally go out every day. This had changed the situation from maliciously snatching the medicines to a situation where the supply couldn't meet the demand. Although the end result was the same, the market's reaction was more normal. At least it wouldn't attract too much attention. However, the herbs market in Lone Bamboo City still inevitably became popular. Under the influence of supply and demand, even some herbs from the surrounding cities began to be transported here. Seeing this situation, Chu Yang decisively stopped collecting. On one hand, it might not be a good thing to cause too much of a commotion. On the other hand, he was running out of money. Before he left, Chu Yang had more than 1 million purple cloud coins with him. However, herbs and elixirs that could quickly heal injuries and improve cultivation were naturally very expensive. That 1 million purple cloud coins seemed like a lot, but when it was really needed, he knew that he couldn't stop spending them. In these few days, he had already spent about 70 to 80% of it. Now, the tribulation space was still in a sealed state. He didn't know when it would open again. He had to make more plans for the present. In these few days, Chu Yang would secretly go to the ancestral tomb of the demon race every night. He would find a secluded place to hide and cultivate. At the same time, the divine spirit hidden in Chu Yang's space ring silently flew into the ancestral tomb. The massive amount of heterogeneous death energy accumulated in the ancestral tomb over thousands of years was absorbed by the divine spirit just like that. Although the death energy in the ancestral tomb was heterogeneous and impure and its quality wasn't high, it had the advantage of being massive. The divine spirit first absorbed all of it, then removed the impurities bit by bit and purified it. In less than 3 days, the tribulation divine soul had recovered a little. Although it was still far from its peak, the tribulation divine soul was already very satisfied. That day, the destruction of wind and thunder was the perfect counter to his calamity. His divine soul had almost been completely destroyed. Compared to Meng Wuya, the divine spirit suffered much more serious injuries. However, in terms of its current state of recovery, the divine spirit was definitely recovering faster than Meng Wuya. Firstly, the divine spirit's physique was special. It was almost immortal. Although the injury was serious, it didn't actually harm its origin. As long as there was enough death energy, recovery was only a matter of time. Secondly, even though Meng Wuya was seriously injured, he still didn't want to rest. He was always chasing Chu Yang and mediating with people from all sides. There were many unforeseen events during this time. He suffered many setbacks and witnessed a large number of casualties. His injuries only became more and more serious. Unlike the divine spirit hid with Chu Yang to focus on healing. One had a lot of things to do, while the other had no distractions. The difference in environment between the two was completely immeasurable. In addition, there was another key point. Along the way, the divine spirit not only absorbed a large amount of death energy from the dead on both sides, but also absorbed a lot of pure death energy that originated from Chu Yang but wasn't completely absorbed by Chu Yang. Chu Yang's cultivation had reached a higher level, reaching the level of heavenly being. The efficiency of the layered heaven divine technique was naturally sharper and stronger, and its ability to absorb the world's spiritual energy had also improved. The origin energy transformed by the layered heaven divine technique was almost equivalent to the origin and purest energy of this origin energy. In terms of pure death energy, even an old monster like the divine spirit who had cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years like the divine spirit couldn't compare to Chu Yang in terms of purity. However, because there was still a considerable gap between the cultivation of the two, under normal circumstances, Chu Yang wouldn't be unable to absorb it in time and would overflow. Even if it did, the divine spirit might not care about it. However, the current situation was indeed very special. On one hand, Chu Yang was enduring the cleansing of a large amount of pure spiritual energy from the tribulation space at every moment. The divine spirit's own absorption of the world's spiritual energy was inevitably overflowing. Although the divine spirit's injuries had healed a little, it still needed pure death energy to further nourish its origin. The amount of death energy that Chu Yang overflowed was not large, but the quality was extremely high. These two were a perfect combination. The day when the divine spirit's recovery was really looking forward to, Mo Yuntian's people had now entered the demon emperor heaven. There were even people who came to Lone Bamboo City a few days ago. However, after searching around, they didn't find anything unusual. In addition, this place wasn't far from the core of the demon emperor heaven. Naturally, the people who came didn't dare to rashly offend. Without any harvest, they quickly retreated. Chu Yang seized the time to quickly collect the medicinal herbs and put them into medicine. In these few days, everyone was recuperating and cultivating. Everything was very peaceful. However, Chu Yang knew that such peace wouldn't last for long. The peace now was just a facade before the storm. And at this time, there was a youth in white, walking over with a frown on his face. Chu Yang. Where did this Chu Yang come from? The youth in white frowned with a conflicted face. I already said that he came here to seek refuge. What's the point of giving me this portrait? Why would he appear in the demon emperor heaven with his real face? Unless his brain is fried. As for why this person is like this, it's as if he's been gang raped a few hundred times. Although his human face is really unpresentable, since he can do such a thing, you can't judge a book by its cover. The youth in white was holding the portrait that Chu Yang used to register his residence. With a frown on his face and a grimace, it was as if he was gang raped by 300 strong men. First update. Second update is a little late. Later, I'll have a gathering with my brothers from Tieba on YY. Tonight, I'll work overtime to write the second update. If you can't wait, you can read it tomorrow. This is really like looking for a needle in a haystack. The young man in white looked up at the sky and sighed. I wonder how Sister Z is doing now. Sigh, although I wasn't allowed to enter the palace that day, I was at least 3 steps closer to her. It was the best time to follow up on my victory, but I was called back by my mother at this juncture and was given such a strange task. This is really too much. What could be more important than finding a daughter-in-law for you? I don't understand, I really don't understand. PACOM, beside him, there were 2 thin old men. As they listened to the young man in white's nagging, the 2 old men's faces were as red as dates and they didn't say a word. If this young man was their grandnephew or something. Based on his ability to talk for 10,000 miles, they would have strangled him to death long ago. This old man's ears are full of calluses now, but this young man's identity. The situation was more important than the person, so they had to bear with it. How could they not? Uncle Hu, how many cities have we searched so far? The young man in white turned around and asked. Cough, 1, Uncle Hu replied. He felt helpless. My surname isn't Hu. My surname is Gao, okay? You can't call me Uncle Hu just because I'm from the Fox clan. The old men didn't change their surnames, they didn't even change their names. Now that they were old, they had to let a kid change their surname. What the hell was going on? No, 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 he didn't dare to say that. It was a slip of the tongue. Already won, and they were all quiet cities. I just don't understand, why would such a powerful person choose to stay in a quiet city? The young man in white started nagging again. I think he should be in the capital, or in some place where earth-shattering things could happen. How am I supposed to find him? This is really killing me. The 2 old men's faces were as red as dates and they continued to remain silent. This old man was a chatterbox. It was no wonder. He had been lying in bed for thousands of years. His mind was clear but he couldn't speak. Now that he had woken up, it was understandable that he became a chatterbox. But the problem was, the 2 of them were the ones accompanying this chatterbox. There was no end to this torment. You called for help? We haven't even called for help yet. If you said 1 sentence, he would immediately talk to you for 4 hours based on your meaningless sentence. Along the way, the 2 of them had already made up their minds, unless it was absolutely necessary, they would absolutely not speak to him. Uncle Hu, what city is up ahead? The white-clothed youth asked with great interest. Lone Bamboo City. Uncle Hu's answer was concise and comprehensive. He would not say more than 1 word if he could. Yes. Luohua City was just a little further south from Lone Bamboo City. It's really not that far away. Regardless of whether we can find it or not, we can't find it. How about we all settle down in Lone Bamboo City? The Grand Elder was in high spirits and seemed to be very interested. This? The 2 old men looked troubled. The mission given by the Demon Empress was a death order. It was abnormally strict and serious, and now, you actually said it. She had become so indifferent, he really didn't know what to do. If something really happened, you are the son of the Demon Empress. Even if you were to be punished, it would just be for show. What about us? Uncle Hu. Look, isn't this place very close to Luohua City? The Grand Elder begged, although my mother has made it clear that I can't go to Luohua City, but I'll be fine in Lone Bamboo City, right? After all, it's 2 different places. If we have nothing to do, we can still stroll around casually, right? Maybe we can meet Miss Z when we stroll around. I believe that we are destined to be together. Maybe if we suddenly meet, Miss Z will realize that this is fate. It's fate that belongs to the 2 of us. Maybe she will secretly fall in love with me from then on. Then I will have a chance, right? So I can go home with the beauty? The Grand Elder's saliva was everywhere. He was daydreaming for a while, as if it had already become a reality. The 2 old men were speechless. They lowered their heads and didn't say anything. They wailed inwardly, God, Earth, help. Our Grand Elder is going crazy again. It's only been 3 days. He had already made such hypotheses thousands of times, thousands of times. God. Our Grand Elder was hopelessly infatuated. Was it useful to declare victory unilaterally? Uncle Ma, please introduce this Lone Bamboo City to me. The Grand Elder finally changed the topic. My surname is not Ma. Uncle Ma said with a straight face, Grand Elder, my surname is Chiao, not Ma. I know. I heard from my mother that you were born in autumn, so your surname is Chiao. But you're from the horse tribe, right? Besides, you can choose the time of your birth. If you were born a few months later, your surname would be Dong, right? But your origin and your tribe can't be changed, right? The Grand Elder said eloquently, tell me, what's wrong with me calling you Uncle Ma? It's a perfect match. Uncle Ma looked helpless. He wanted to argue but couldn't. Facing such an unreliable Grand Elder, even if he had a talent for arguing, he could only be speechless. Uncle Hu looked at him sympathetically. Uncle Ma raised his hands and surrendered, okay, you can call me Uncle Ma from now on. If he still didn't agree, the Grand Elder would start the lesson immediately and force him to admit that he was Uncle Ma. That would be a long and cruel process. It would be worse than torture. Since he had to accept it in the end, he might as well let his ears suffer less. Then please tell me about this Lone Bamboo City. The Grand Elder was very interested, especially the history of Lone Bamboo City. If I can't complete a mission in the future, I can tell my mother clearly. It will prove that I did work hard and did not do nothing. The two of them were speechless at the same time. You worked hard? When did you work hard? Don't you dare insult the word hard. Ever since a certain Grand Elder said that he had no ambition and ignored the Demon Empress orders, the two super experts of the demon race were completely discouraged. It seemed that they had no choice but to be discouraged. Following such an unreliable Grand Elder, even if you were a saint, what could you do? So the three of them suddenly slowed down and staggered all the way into Lone Bamboo City. It was as if an excited Gongzi was leading two walking corpses. The two of them were angry. God, let me die. Not only did I have nothing to do, but I also had to bear a chatterbox. Not only did he have to talk, he even changed his surname. They wandered around the city for half a day. The Grand Elder said that he was close to the people. Observe the local customs. The two masters almost hit the wall. This is not your mission. Your mission is to find Xianxia. After a while, the Grand Elder had enough of the local customs. After being pointed at and scolded for flirting with a girl, he decided to find an inn near the north gate. The people here are not cute, the Grand Elder said. The two masters only felt that their balls were cramping. You flirted with someone's wife in front of her husband. It was already good that we did not beat you up on the spot. When the Grand Elder went out, he would definitely stay in the most luxurious hotel in the city. He would not choose the right one. He would only choose the expensive one. The expensive one might not be the right one, but it would definitely not be the worst one, although he was not officially going out with his identity. The main purpose was to complete the mission, but the Grand Elder could not lose his status, no matter the time. The best suite. The Grand Elder said to the inn indifferently and matter-of-factly, I want the highest and biggest one here. The inn worker had a difficult look on his face. Dear guest, please forgive me. The room you specified is already occupied. Why don't you? Huh? The Grand Elder was startled. Before he could say anything, Uncle Ma, who had been holding back his anger, said, ask the person staying in there to get out. Immediately clean it up and make room for us. As soon as he said that, he heard someone say softly on the tip of his tongue, hey, hey. What's wrong? Chasing a girl and flirting with a girl are all about first come first served. What's wrong? Now that he is staying in an inn, you want to kick him out and make room for you? Do you still care about the justice of the martial world? Is this the justice of the world? TSK, Demon Emperor Heaven is indeed Demon Emperor Heaven. This Grand Elder has seen it for himself this time. Awesome, awesome, really awesome. I didn't think that there would be someone more awesome than Old Man in this world. This person kept saying Old Man. Completely undisguised sarcasm and ridicule, mixed with a strong sense of provocation. It even revealed a roguish tone. The three people turned their heads at the same time, following the voice. But in the next moment, they were all startled. They saw a person standing at the top of the stairs. His two hands were crossed, and he was looking at them with slanted eyes. From the way he spoke just now, it was clear that this person was definitely a hooligan. It wasn't surprising for him to behave like this. What was more surprising, or rather, special, was that this person's appearance was really a little weird. One of his eyes was big, while the other was small. One of his eyes was round, while the other was triangular. One of his ears was long forward, while the other was long backward. His entire face looked as if it had been punched by the Creator after he was created. Then, he carelessly rubbed his face. Although he could still barely make out the appearance of a human, it was really a little forced. Even his two eyebrows were inverted. Also, this person's voice was extremely strange. It was like a pack of wolves howling in the dark night, mixed with a group of male ducks. The Grand Elder was clearly frightened by this person's appearance. He asked in horror, "What kind of monster are you?" That person walked down the stairs, swaying his shoulders. He raised his head, his nostrils facing the sky, and gently blew at the nose hair that floated out of his nostrils. When the nose hair was blown away, this person swung his hair, and with a schwa sound, his messy hair was thrown to one side. PTX. CM, I'm the guest who's staying in the Skyroom one now. This person squinted. In other words, I'm the one you want to chase out. As he said that, his whole body twitched, and his buttocks contracted. Am I very handsome? When you looked at me like that just now, were you shocked by my appearance? He 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 he. Master Tai's eyes widened, and he suddenly felt that his mind was blank. Although I was indeed shocked by your appearance, and the result was undeniable, the difference between the two was too great. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. As the master of the entire demon clan, he could be considered as an experienced and knowledgeable senior figure. Moreover, in the entire heavenly layer, the demon clan's grotesque appearance was definitely at the top. But even so, he would never have thought that there would be someone in this world who looked so weird. Even in his dreams, he would never have thought that words like "Am I very handsome? Are you shocked by my appearance?" could actually come out from the mouth of this monster in front of him. Where was his conscience? With this kind of conduct, you still have the nerve to ask me where my morals are? Where's the justice? After being stunned for a long time, Master Tai suddenly flew into a rage. In that instant, he actually forgot that the other party didn't want to let him in the room. He pointed at him furiously and shouted, You said this, do you have any conscience? You asked this, don't you feel guilty? Uncle Hu and Uncle Ma, who were about to get angry, almost fainted when they heard this. The other party's question was undoubtedly beyond common sense, but Master Tai's answer seemed to be even more unexpected. Appearing and disappearing unpredictably, the conflict that should have happened immediately was diverted by the other party's words. And it was diverted to a completely unrelated place. And Master Tai's words were so easy to divert. He just went along with it, and didn't even look back. Of course, he also had to be on guard against the sudden counterattack of this strange fellow. It was basically a foregone conclusion that he would fly into a rage out of humiliation. Unexpectedly, when the strange man heard this, he suddenly seemed very pleased with himself and said, You knew my wife when you were young? The old master was confused again. What was going on? He scratched his head subconsciously and asked, Do I know your wife? He thought, is this person crazy? This person was beaming with joy. His two eyebrows were like two earthworms twitching and jumping on his face. It was extremely frightening. He laughed and said in a clear voice, When my wife saw me back then, the first thing she said was the same thing. What you said just now actually made me experience the taste of love again. Thank you. The taste of love. Grandpa Lin felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He was so shocked that he was charred on the outside and tender on the inside. Did I let you taste the taste of love? Heavens, back then. That little girl wasted a lot of my effort. Just thinking about it makes me sigh. The strange man reminisced. This guy, after such a thing, actually fell into a reverie of the past. What was even more ridiculous was that a certain old master actually felt a burst of sympathy at this moment. He thought of how difficult it was for him to chase a girl. He couldn't help but nod and feel the same. Yes, chasing a girl is really too difficult. As long as you can have the last laugh, any price is worth it. A girl. The strange man's face showed some nostalgia and also seemed to be sad. A girl. Grandpa Lin sighed and was really sad. For a moment, Uncle Hu and Uncle Ma looked at each other in shock. Shouldn't these two people be fighting for the room? Under normal circumstances, the process would be, one insisted on staying. The other didn't give way, and the two of them would fight. Then, if they fought until someone died, it would be normal for the head to bleed, right? Why are they chatting like they know each other so well now? What was going on? How could this be? However, these two people were talking one after another. Neither of them seemed to understand what the other party was talking about, but they felt that what the other party said was very similar to their own experiences. The more they talked, the warmer they became. The more they talked, the more they regretted not meeting each other earlier. Brother. We hit it off at first sight. I'll treat you to a drink, you must give me some face. Grandpa Lin waved his hand generously. I definitely can't give you this face. The strange man glared and waved his hand generously. Unless it's my treat. Ha ha ha, good, good, good. The two of them laughed heartily. Then, the strange man laughed and walked over. He actually put his arm around the old man's shoulder like a good brother. The old man was not on guard and was hugged by the other party. The two of them had their arms around each other's shoulders. As they talked heatedly, they found a table and sat down. Then, the two of them began to bang on the table and shout, asking for wine and dishes. Waiter! Serve the wine. I want good wine. The strange man banged on the table. Waiter, serve the dishes. I want good dishes. Grandpa Lin banged on the table. Hurry up. Don't dawdle. The strange man raised his head and shouted. If you dawdle, I'll tear down your restaurant. Grandpa Lin said fiercely. Hurry up. Don't be so insensible. The two of them shouted together. They were like two hooligans. Uncle Hu and Uncle Ma felt their eyeballs hit the ground at the same time. F***ck. How could this be? What was going on? How could it be like this? The two of them walked over like puppets and looked at the two people sitting opposite them. They were talking about something with exultation. The two of them sat down mechanically, completely speechless. Under such urging, how could the restaurant dare to be negligent? Not long after, the wine and dishes were all served. He saw that the two people opposite him were in high spirits, their saliva flying in all directions. There was no need to mention the opportunistic spirit of exchanging toasts. However, as they talked, the situation changed. It became that strange man talking alone, while Grandpa Lin listened attentively and listened attentively. So, I killed that strange man and took out the spiritual beast core and gave it to her. Ha ha ha, she had a crush on me. Then, her brother didn't agree to our relationship. I was furious. How dare you interfere with my relationship with my wife? How could you do that? That strange man's saliva flew everywhere as he spoke. He was in high spirits, insufferably arrogant. Grandpa Lin watched and listened enviously. Because in the end, the other party got her. Just this point alone is already much, much stronger than me. Much, much, much stronger. Women. That strange man felt the other party's admiration and envy, as well as some jealousy. He became even more complacent. My wife looked very fierce at first, but later on, she fell into my hands. In my hands, she's as gentle as water. Of course, this gentleness is only for me. Ha 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 ha. Grandpa Lin raised the wine pot. He poured the wine eagerly with a face full of admiration. Amazing, amazing. I admire you. Let's drink, let's drink. Ha ha ha. That strange man laughed. Suddenly, he rolled his eyes and said, sigh. I seem to have neglected a very important thing. The three of them looked at him at the same time. Uncle Hu and Uncle Ma were nervous at the same time. Did this guy remember to fight for the room at this time? However, they saw that this person patted his head and said with realization, we hit it off at first sight. I actually forgot to ask. Brother, what's your name? Although in the heart, name is just a code name, but it's still better to know this code name. Grandpa Lin also patted his head. Yes, yes, yes. I was too engrossed in listening to you. It's really rude of me. I haven't asked your name yet. The two of them actually laughed awkwardly at the same time, as if they were a little embarrassed. The same action, scratching their heads. As they scratched, they laughed awkwardly. Hee hee hee, puff puff, the two super masters next to them fell under the chairs at the same time. Obviously, it was not enough. They could only actually crawl under the table. *CK, there was actually such a weirdo in this world. After putting their arms around each other's shoulders for so long, drinking more than 10 kilograms of wine, being so intimate as if they were wearing the same pants, they actually only remembered to ask each other's names now, and both of them were, could this be the legendary saying, that if they were not of the same family, they would not enter the same house? This pair of birds of a feather was really not just a little bit, there were already too many weirdos like this, but there were actually two of them. And they were so lucky to be at the same table. This was really, a lucky chance. The two masters sighed endlessly in their hearts. The two of them were actually able to witness this meeting. It was really the good fortune of 3 lifetimes. My name is Xianxia. May I ask for your name? Grandpa Lin directly said his real name, and the two masters did not even have time to stop him. My Grandpa Lin, this Xianxia was the name of Demon Emperor Heaven. Who in the entire Demon Emperor Heaven did not know? There would definitely not be a repeat of this situation. If it was a normal person, perhaps they would not know, but this guy had a tyrannical aura. He was obviously a person of the pugilistic world. How could he not know his name? Now that he knew who you were, he could not help but try to worm his way into being friends with you. Just look at how much we worship this guy's theory of picking up girls. Wouldn't he give you whatever you want? Grandpa Lin, you are too. You said you wanted to make friends, that's not a problem. But you have already revealed your identity, how are you going to make friends? Just wait for the other party to kowtow to you. Unexpectedly, that weirdo laughed, his eyebrows dancing. Xianxia? Is it a girl and a Yao of that name? Brother, I have to say, your name is a little unsuitable. It sounds like the name of a girl. It's two. He actually started to criticize. The two masters looked at each other, stunned. This weirdo actually did not know that this was Grandpa's name? Who said it wasn't? Grandpa Lin slapped his thigh, as if he had met a confidant, and said, I thought so too, but my mother refused to change it for me. I wanted to change my name, but I was scolded and beaten by my mother. You don't even know, Sai, it's a long story, your mother is so awesome. You even have a mother to discipline you. That weirdo said with a little envy. The two masters of the demon race looked at each other, dumbfounded. They lowered their heads at the same time and drank their tea with a speechless expression. Weirdo, definitely a super weirdo, your mother is so awesome? Sai, his mother was the demon empress. How could the demon empress not be awesome? Sai, just mentioning my name makes me cry. Xianxia sighed. My mother and a few elders don't call me Ningning. Although Ningning is too feminine, it's still nicer than Erning. Originally from P, Master Tai wanted to cry. But they all call me Erning. They all say that I'm very stupid. Tell me, am I stupid? You say, am I stupid, am I stupid? This is really unreasonable. The weirdo opposite felt the same. Although you look a little stupid, you're actually not stupid. I can guarantee that. Master Tai was so grateful that he actually choked. You're really a good person. Only you can see that I'm not stupid in this world. The two experts lowered their heads, their faces full of black lines. That's because he's stupid too. Sai, the two greatest idiots in the world are gathered together to talk about being stupid, can this be any weirder? But my Yao is not the Yao you're talking about. Master Tai, Xianxia, had just said that when Uncle who pinched Xianxia. He hurriedly realized and corrected himself. Yes. It's the Yao you're talking about, why are you talking so incoherently? This is not good. A man's words should be like the wind. Once a word is said, it's powerful and resonant. The weirdo looked at him with dissatisfaction. Master Tai smiled apologetically, feeling that he was in the wrong. Thank you for your guidance, brother. May I ask, what's your name? The strange man coughed and raised his head in an insufferably arrogant manner. If you want to talk about my name, it's really famous, like thunder piercing the ears, like the bright moon in the sky. Yao Ningning said fervently, that's for sure. Although I haven't seen you before, just based on your knowledge and experience, I can tell that you're definitely not an ordinary person. I've definitely heard of your great name. There's no doubt about it. That's for sure. My name has once shaken the entire heavenly layer. The weirdo was full of confidence. Brother, let me remind you, sit tight. Don't be scared when you hear my name later. Yao Ningning subconsciously puffed out his chest. Say it, I'm prepared. I'm mentally prepared. Even if I'm surprised, I won't be scared. Uncle Hu and Uncle Ma turned their heads away at the same time. They could not bear to watch any longer. The scene in front of him was too horrible to look at. What was this? In the entire Heaven Valley, there were only a few people who were truly at the top. Could this fellow be more famous than Di an Empress? How dare he claim to have shaken the entire Heaven Palace? This was clearly a waste of effort. He's raising his status, but why does our madam look so convinced? The other party hadn't even said anything yet, and he had already expressed his trust in him. With this level of intelligence, he dared to argue that he wasn't stupid at all. You're really stupid to the extreme. Brother, listen carefully. My name is Tan Tan. Tan Tan is me. I am Tan Tan. There was no doubt that this strange man was Tan Tan. He raised his nostrils and said, have you heard of me? Like thunder in the ear, the bright moon in the sky. Tan Tan had been practicing martial arts arduously ever since he had come up. He had also been trying his best to rob people. So, he hadn't made many friends. But, it was rare for him to find someone who admired him so much today. There was even a slight trend of him becoming an idol. This was the first time Tan Tan had met a good person who could talk to him so sincerely. In his excitement, he couldn't help but say a few more words. In the end, he saw that this fellow was actually stunned by his words. Such a stupid person was really rare. If he didn't boast a little more, he would be letting down his vanity. Usually, when he was with Chu Yang and the rest, he didn't speak much. Those guys would just cover their ears and leave. This fellow in front of him was still the best. He actually didn't run away, then, he would let go, open up, and break through all obstacles. Let's talk about it later. What Tan Tan said wasn't too far-fetched. Back in the Heaven Valley. Other than Chu Yang, his cultivation was indeed very rare. Even Ning Tianya and Wu Jiuqing might not be able to beat him. It could be said that his name was definitely in the top 3 of the Heaven Valley. He was indeed a big shot who had once shaken the Heaven Valley. However, this was ultimately not the Heaven Valley, but the Heaven Valley. So, naturally, of course, there was definitely no one who knew about Tan Tan. On the other side, Grandpa Yao Ningning was also in the same situation. Back then, he was forced to practice martial arts when he was young and didn't have any contact with the Jianghu. Once he went out, he met Xianxia and was shocked by her beauty. Then, he naturally wanted to take her into his harem. However, he was lured to a dangerous place. Under a sneak attack, he was bedridden for thousands of years. After he came out, he immediately went to pick up girls. He didn't have many friends in his life. Besides, his status was too high. Others didn't dare to casually make friends with him. Meeting Tan Tan today was the first time in his life that he had such a congenial conversation with someone, so, 1,000 cups were not enough to drink with a bosom friend. But now, Grandpa Yao was stunned. Yao Ningning's face was a little blank. To be honest, Grandpa Yao was really prepared just now. He was prepared to express his admiration after hearing the name of this expert. Words like "I've heard of your name for a long time, and it's my honor to meet you today" were already in his throat. As long as the other party said his name, as long as he had the slightest impression of him, he would go on and on. But, why was this name so unfamiliar? It seemed that he had never heard of it before. Could it be that he was too ignorant and inexperienced? He rarely walked the Jianghu, so he didn't know that there was such a big shot whose name shook the world. He turned his head to look at the 2 demon experts. The 2 of them shook their heads at the same time. Logically speaking, there was no reason for them not to know an expert whose name could shake the entire Heaven Imperial Court. But this Tan Tan, who exactly was he? What? Could it be that you haven't heard of me? You're too ignorant and inexperienced. Tan Tan looked at Yao Ningning unhappily. He was a little discouraged. Damn it. It was so rare for him to show his trump card to others, but he actually met someone who didn't know what was good for him. Young Master Tan suddenly felt dull. He also felt a little embarrassed. It hurt his pride too much. Yao Ningning looked embarrassed. Well, it's probably because I'm often at home and rarely walk the Jianghu. So, I'm ignorant and inexperienced, forget it. One look and I can tell that you're ignorant. Tan Tan snorted and said with a nasal voice, seeing that you have to bring 2 bodyguards when you go out, I know that you don't have much experience in the Jianghu. A real man travels the world alone, repaying kindness and revenge quickly. Just like me. Only then can you live freely and happily. Bringing bodyguards when you go out is like a child bringing a nanny when he goes out. Let's not talk about whether there are restrictions or not. In terms of momentum, you're a coward. Tan Tan shook his head. Humph. I can't say that you're a coward. Besides, we hit it off at first sight, so I'm embarrassed to say that you're a coward. But if I don't say that you're a coward, I'll be letting my conscience down. Just because the other party didn't know his name, he turned from a brother to a coward in the blink of an eye. The 2 experts at the side stared at each other. You haven't said that we're a coward? You've said it 8F* king times. And you still have the face to say, I didn't say that you're a coward. I actually left you some face? Where did you leave this face? Yao Ningning's face instantly turned red. He panted heavily and his eyes were wide open. The 2 experts were gratified. Master finally knows how to get angry. Sigh, that's right. If it was someone else who was pointed at and called a coward, who wouldn't be able to stand it? It was natural for Master to get angry. The 2 of them were ready. They were just waiting for Master to get angry and kill this guy with their palms. Master panted a few times with a red face. Suddenly, he turned his head and threw a tantrum at the 2 of them. I told you not to follow me. Look, I'm being looked down upon. It's all because of you that I've become a coward in the eyes of my friends. As he spoke, he felt extremely wronged. If it weren't for you following me, would I have become a coward? The 2 senior experts of the demon race felt as if they were struck by lightning. They stared at Master and couldn't wrap their heads around it for a moment. You're really my father. This isn't what you should be angry about, right? Why, what are you looking at? I'm telling the 2 of you, don't follow me anymore. Yao Ningning said angrily, I also want to travel thousands of miles alone in the martial world and settle my grudges to my heart's content. In an instant, the 2 experts of the demon race looked at Tan Tan as if they were going to swallow him alive. They really wanted to strangle this ugly guy in front of them to death immediately. Look at what kind of trouble you've caused. Do you know what you're doing? Yes. This is delightful. Tan Tan cheered loudly. Facing the dangers of the martial world alone. Fighting in a moment of life and death, trekking through thousands of mountains and rivers, seeing the rise and fall of the world, admiring the beauties of the world, killing those who deserve to be killed, admiring the 10 great sceneries of the world, making friends from all over the world. Isn't this delightful? Tan Tan looked up to the sky and roared. If life is like this, isn't it delightful? Yao Ningning's blood instantly boiled. He also let out a long roar. He only felt that his chest was full of pride, as if he had already galloped the martial world and trampled the world. He couldn't help but stand up and shout, that's right. Isn't it delightful to roam the martial world like this and travel to your heart's content? I've decided. I want to roam the martial world alone. I want to build an immortal achievement. I want my name to be known for thousands of years. I want to kill recklessly in mountains of corpses and seas of blood. I want to wander happily in the reincarnation of life and death. I want to rise proudly in the midst of love and hate. I want to go back and forth between mountains of swords and mountains of blades. Yao Ningning shouted loudly, inexplicably excited. Now, the 2 experts of the demon race looked at Tan Tan with more and more unfriendly eyes. They already wanted to cut this guy into pieces. What kind of status do you have? You actually want to risk your life in the martial world just because of a few words from you? It's over. It's really over this time, good. Well said. Tan Tan cheered loudly. This is what a hero should do. Which beauty in the world doesn't like such a man? When Xianxia heard the words beauty likes, his eyes lit up even more. Good. I've decided. I support you. Tan Tan clapped his hands and cheered. This is the true nature of a man with iron blood, a hero. The two elders of the demon race really couldn't stand it anymore. If this goes on, our great master will definitely be abducted and sold. Who knows what kind of person this guy is, just look at him. He's not a good person. No matter how you look at him, he looks like a scammer. Our great master is a noob, and a super noob with zero experience in Jianghu. What should we do? Save us. The two elders' hearts were actually filled with these three words. May I ask who you are? Uncle, who had already confirmed that the other party was a super noob, and most likely a scammer. However, he couldn't deny it now. What's your motive for seducing our great master like this? You're asking who I am? Didn't I say that I'm Tan Tan? Your great master is young, and he doesn't roam Jianghu often. It's fine if you don't know me, but you two don't look like nameless people. How can you ask such a question without common sense? Tan Tan was suddenly startled. Then, he said, what did you just say? Seduce? He pointed at Xianxia, and suddenly burst into laughter. Your shallow experience is your own business, but you can't talk nonsense. Do you think he's a beauty? Seduce, ha 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 ha. Uncle, who didn't have time to say anything. Xianxia had already stood up with righteous indignation. Uncle who, what are you talking about? Brother Tan, you're a real man who's open and aboveboard at first glance. How is this seducing me? Besides, am I the kind of person who can be seduced so easily? Am I that stupid? I haven't gone out for a long time, so it's understandable that I lack Jianghu experience. You two always boast about your rich Jianghu experience in front of me. How can you say such amateurish words at this time? I feel ashamed for you too. Uncle Ma was about to refute, but he was stopped by Great Master. You also shut up. Unspecified currency, I don't want to hear your voices again. Please don't disgrace me. The two of them were tongue-tied and speechless, completely at a loss of what to do. My dear Great Master, I didn't expect you to be so stupid. Brother Tan, don't let them spoil our mood. Come, let's continue drinking. The two of us are going to roam the Jianghu. I know that I'm not experienced enough, so I'll have to rely on Brother Tan to take care of me. Xianxia passionately urged him to drink. His attitude was so humble. The two uncles at the side felt their hair stand on end as they looked at the entire Heaven Valley. My Empress Dowager couldn't possibly be so respectful to anyone. Even to the Demon Empress herself, she was fearful and frightened, but she wasn't respectful at all. Tan Tan squinted his eyes. It's not impossible for you to wander the Jianghu with me. I'll certainly protect you. But what is your cultivation level now? Don't King take 2 steps and you'll be dead. Xianxia was furious, and said, I'm only 1 step away from breaking through to the Deva realm. Is this cultivation enough? What? CKU. Tan Tan was gobsmacked. Her eyes were wide open. Your cultivation level is so high, you little gigolo? Mother Cur, you really don't show your true colors. Tan Tan hadn't expected that this idiot's cultivation would be higher than his. Mother Cur. He had always worked so hard that he even went to the official heavenly treasury to rob. Only then did he manage to scrape together some treasures to raise his cultivation level rapidly. Not long ago, he coincidentally obtained the yin-yang fish, which raised his cultivation level to the saint level. The speed of his cultivation advancement could be said to be unprecedented. Just as he was feeling complacent, he hadn't expected that he would randomly meet a guy who was obviously lacking in brains on the road, whose cultivation level was actually higher than his. Could it be that the heavens didn't have eyes? How could such a situation occur? Uncle Hu and Uncle Ma's anger rose again. They couldn't wait to chop Tan Tan into meat paste on the spot, crush him, and scatter his ashes. King bastard, you really know how to curse. Just a casual curse, and you directly cursed the 2 pinnacle figures of the Demon Emperor Heaven. CK your grandfather? Who was Xianxing's grandfather? He was a super figure that even the demon empress had to call Big Brother. As for King Yu, it was even more of a bastard. Who was Yao Ningning's mother, Her Majesty the Demon Empress? When Yao Ningning first heard this, she was more or less uncomfortable. But when she heard the last sentence, a wise man doesn't show his true colors, her anger immediately turned into joy. After being scolded, she was actually proud and high-spirited. Humph. You're just making a fuss because you've seen too little. I have a lot of trump cards. Even a celestial being expert may not be my number one. Tan was even more surprised. Really? You're not bragging, right? How on earth did you cultivate, little one? How can you have such a high cultivation level? The demon empress suddenly had a feeling of exaltation. So there's also a day when I'm worshipped by others, the heavens pity me, this is really too rare. What's the big deal? It's nothing but hard work. Yes, hard work. Hard work. I wake up early and sleep late, and cultivate continuously until my hands are blistered. Yao Ningning boasted shamelessly, blowing his own trumpet. He really couldn't find any evidence, so he could only make up some nonsense. The two senior experts of the demon race lowered their heads sadly. Hard work, wake up early and sleep late, blisters on my hands, I really can't listen to it anymore. None of these words seem to have anything to do with the demon empress. Stop bragging, the sky is full of dust. Tan couldn't hide the envy on his face anymore. He said, in martial arts cultivation, the one who reaches the top first. I've cultivated for more than 20 years, but I'm only at the saint level, and I'm still so proud of it. I've suffered a blow. Let's not talk about it. Cultivated for more than 20 years? Saint level. Yao Ningning was also shocked when he heard this. For him to be able to get to where he was now, he knew what kind of prerequisites he had. The value of those treasures he had used over the years was enough to pile up a peak celestial being expert. It was also because he didn't know what hard work was. With so many good materials on him, he could barely pile up a peak saint level. But the one in front of him was clearly a grassroot, he had actually reached the saint level. He was a real genius, although there was a difference in the cultivation of the two. In fact, there wasn't much of a difference. So, the following conversation became more congenial. Compared to Yao Ningning, who was shocked, the two demon clan elders were shocked. They really didn't see that this little guy was really not simple. He had only cultivated for more than 20 years, and he had already reached the saint level. It was rare and commendable. The vision of these two demon clan elders was extraordinary. They had already seen through Tan's real situation. But at this moment, when they suddenly heard Tan's age, they couldn't help but observe carefully again. They judged from Tan's bone age. This little guy was at most in his early 20s. Moreover, he was an outsider, not a disciple of a super sect. Under such conditions, it was really rare and commendable to have such a cultivation. So, the disgust they felt towards Tan was not so strong. In fact, they even found him slightly more pleasing to the eye. Unfortunately, this pleasing to the eye didn't even last for a moment, because the next topic of conversation made the two demon clan elders have the impulse to run away. You don't know my mother. My mother is too strict with me. Hey, you said that I went to chase women. I went to pick up girls. Aren't these proper things? This is a big matter related to the continuation of the bloodline of our descendants. But my mother just ordered me to come back. She wanted me to find a man. Yao Ningning sighed. Find a man? Your mother is really outrageous. To be honest, what do women know? They have long hair and short knowledge. Tan was disdainful. But I have to say that your mother is really good at talking. Yao Ningning slapped his thigh. Who said she wasn't? Whatever I said, she vetoed it. Whatever I wanted to do, she definitely wouldn't let me do it. Even my food and drink. She wanted to control it. I didn't have any freedom at all. Is your mother sick? Although it's not nice to hear, I have heard of a disease called obsessive-compulsive disorder before. It's very similar to what you said. Tan disagreed. Uncle Ma and Uncle Hu expressed that they really couldn't stand it anymore. If anyone knew that the outrageous and insane woman these two bastards were talking about was the current demon empress, then the biggest joke in the Heaven Imperial Court would be born. Don't worry. If you follow me from now on, I guarantee that you will eat and drink well. You will do whatever you want. Tan patted his chest. I have rich experience in the Jianghu. I can't be wrong. Master Tan nodded like a chick pecking at rice. After a round of drinking, both of them looked drunk because they didn't deliberately use their martial arts to evaporate the alcohol. Come. Let's drink again. Both of them were the kind of people who didn't know the depth of the situation. They continued to drink. After a short while, they were already dead drunk. Little Ningning, if you follow me from now on, your life will be so wonderful and so splendid. Tan was tongue-tied. Naturally, his words were getting more and more out of tune and incoherent. I must see it well. Yao Ningning held her head and looked over. Tan's head had already become 3 heads, swaying back and forth. Wait a moment. Let's find my senior brother first. My senior brother, he's a really amazing person. He's the number 1 person in the heavenly layer. I'm at most number 2, Tan burped. Apart from his looks being a little worse than mine and not being as handsome as me, everything else is better than me, number 1 in the world. Really, your senior brother, is so powerful? Yao Ningning asked subconsciously. She kept nodding. She tilted her body. Of course. Following my senior brother will be infinitely exciting, infinitely wonderful, infinitely. Tan was very proud. Then, what is your senior brother's name? Tell me, let me worship him too. He, is called Xianxia. Xianxia? Yes. The Grand Elder and the 2 elders couldn't take it anymore. It was already weird enough that he was called Tan, but his senior brother was actually called Xianxia? This is really that and that. Your senior brother isn't as handsome as you? That's for sure. Even though Yao Ningning was already dead drunk, he still subconsciously shuddered. He wasn't as handsome as Tan, which meant that he was uglier than Tan. Then his image was really unimaginable. How was he compared to Chu Yang, who seemed to have been raped countless times? Junior brother had already reached such a stage, then how weird would senior brother be? Could he be a little more normal? Could he? The 2 elders of the demon race were also secretly deliberating in their hearts. Oh right, where's your senior brother now? You should have a destination to look for him, right? Him, he should be here. Tan slurred, even though he's running around, how could he hide from me, a rumbling sound came from Tan's chest. It sounded as if Tan's stomach was rumbling when an outsider heard it. There was no lack of ridicule in it. Unexpectedly, Tan's stomach suddenly bulged, and he shouted, Motherf *****. Drink. The little movement in front of his chest instantly disappeared without a trace. The 2 elders of the demon race revealed a puzzled look at the same time. The 2 of them were finally drunk. You have to get a room. Stay here first. Tomorrow, I'll take you to the martial world. Tan's voice was muffled. Go find my senior brother and have endless fun. Okay. The Grand Elder felt dizzy and agreed repeatedly. It seemed that he didn't know what he was talking about. He was completely at a loss. Tan walked a few steps, and suddenly patted his head. He looked over with drunken eyes, Motherf****. I almost forgot, you little bastard. You little bastard, you just said that you want to snatch my room? When this sentence came out, even the staff standing behind the counter fell to the ground with a face full of speechlessness. Oh my God, you only realized it now? What kind of mental illness is this? The 2 elders of the demon race were furious. His face was filled with black lines, and he was about to step forward and beat this bastard to death. Little bastard, is this how you scold our Grand Master? If the Grand Master were to do that, then what would our demon empress become? What kind of mother is she? Hey. Yao Ningning's body swayed as she grabbed Tan's arm. Then, she righteously and sternly said, Big brother, you must have misheard. You misheard? was that even possible? That's impossible, right? Tan Tan swayed in confusion. You must have heard wrongly. It's absolutely possible. Grandpa Tai nodded with absolute certainty. So, you didn't say those words? Tan Tan was somewhat disappointed and frustrated. Why is my memory so bad? Definitely not. Yao Ningning's face was pure and innocent. Do you think I'm that kind of person? Do they look alike? It really doesn't seem like it. Those words really don't sound like something someone like you would say. After all this time, it turns out that I misheard. I'm sorry, brother, I've wronged brother. He pointed to his own head. Once I'm drunk, I don't think clearly. What nonsense are you spouting? It's all right. No matter. No matter. Grandpa Tai nodded repeatedly. He expressed that he didn't mind. He really didn't mind. The two bowed to each other and prepared to return to their rooms to sleep. I'll send you off. I'll send you off. Let me send you off. They weren't done yet. The two experts who couldn't bear it any longer pulled each of them up the stairs. Grandpa Tai was still struggling as he shouted, Big Brother Tan. You're not allowed to sneak away tomorrow. I'll definitely follow you. Tan Tan had already started to snore. After much difficulty, the two super talents were finally thrown into their respective rooms. The two senior experts of the demon race were speechless. They could only weep. What should we do? What should we do now? You ask me? Who should I ask? How would I know what to do now? To be honest, he had lived for tens of thousands of years, but this feeling of helplessness that made him want to cry but have no tears to shed had never appeared before. But this time, he had experienced it, hundreds of times within a few days, hundreds of times. What do you think is the origin of that person? Uncle Hu became cautious. Why are you still pretending it this time? You don't think that I can't sense it, right? Uncle Ma sighed. Because of this, we can't leave. We have to watch. You're right. I vaguely feel a faint devil energy from his body. It's faint, but it feels exceptionally real. Uncle Hu nodded affirmatively. I also have this feeling. But this strange and real devil energy is definitely not the energy of the extraterrestrial devil. Uncle Ma concluded. Yes. His appearance also seems a little magical. He looks 30% like a human and 70% like a ghost. It's more than magical. Moreover, this guy actually has a senior martial brother here. It's said that this senior martial brother is even worse than him. I don't know what he's up to. He must have a major conspiracy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have deliberately approached Tai Tan. Moreover, he would always target Tai Tan's weak points. If he hadn't put in a lot of effort in advance, he wouldn't have done this. That's right. After putting in so much effort, who would believe that he doesn't have a conspiracy? Immediately report this matter to the Demon Empress. All right. But don't be too rigid. Leave some leeway. I think Tai Tan really cherishes this person. Leave some leeway in everything so that we can meet again in the future. That's reasonable. Let's wait and see for now. I believe that no matter what happens, it won't be to the point where we, the two saints, can't handle it. That's natural. However, Tai Tan's idea of roaming the martial world must be dispelled. There are too many variables. That's right. However, the final decision still needs to be made by the Demon Empress. Sigh. Once this matter is spread, I reckon we'll be skinned alive by the Demon Empress. This is something that can't be avoided. Who asked us to have such a duke? The communication jade flickered, and the news here was sent back. Looking at Tai Tan, who was sleeping soundly on the bed and reeking of alcohol, the two of them were speechless. At this moment, they were already in tears. The news on the other side was quickly sent back. The communication jade flashed, and a few words appeared. It was the work of the Demon Empress. This is a good opportunity. Let him suffer a little, and he will know the hardships of the world. It's fine as long as we control the scale. The two of them were dumbfounded. What the hell, what kind of mother is this? They thought that the Demon Empress had received such shocking news. She would definitely let her son go back immediately. How did it become, it's good for him to suffer a little? The problem is, if Tai Tan really suffers a loss, what should we do? How should we control the scale? How can we control it so accurately, especially when we're roaming the martial world with such a weirdo, in the Empress Palace? The Demon Empress sighed helplessly. 2 fingers rubbed the space between her eyebrows, and she muttered, then I'll have to take over Demon Emperor Heaven in the future. If I don't go through some training, how can I do it? But, Chu Yang calmly looked at the destroyed houses not far away from him. His heart was so angry that it felt as if it was about to explode. For the sake of stability, all of them lived separately. Those who lived here. They were Chu Yang's 2 subordinates. But the situation now was very obvious. They must have been discovered by Mo Yuntian's pursuers. After a battle, they died. 2 people died. They didn't say the whereabouts of their other companions. This result made Chu Yang even more furious. Chu Yang was sure. His disguising skills were unparalleled in the world. After he changed his appearance, it was very difficult for others to recognize his true appearance. But this wasn't absolute. It was like saying that no matter how he disguised himself, he couldn't hide from those few people, Mo Qingguo, Tai Badian, Wu Qianxian, Tan Tan, Meng Chaoran, and others. Those were his closest relatives who were so familiar with him that he couldn't be more familiar with them. Perhaps as long as their eyes met slightly, no matter how he disguised himself, it would be futile. If his disguising skills weren't seen through, but he was still discovered by the enemy and died, then it meant one thing, a very serious thing. The people who came with Mo Yuntian and the others this time must be familiar with these people, and they must be very familiar with them. Were their senior and junior brothers? Or, their masters and uncles? Only these people who were extremely close to them, could see through Chu Yang's disguising skills and see through their true appearances. But now, these people whom they regarded as extremely close to were the biggest accomplices in harming their lives. If this inference is true, then people from Mo Yuntian and the other 2 super sects have already arrived at Lone Bamboo City. Chu Yang had such an understanding in his heart. I just don't know if these sects have any connections with Mo Yuntian's army. Have they joined forces? Whether or not they have, things are developing in a tricky direction. Then his body dissipated like smoke and quickly left the scene. The people from the sects are already here. Everyone, think about what we should do. Bai Yuchen's face was a little pale. In the sect he originally belonged to, Bai Yuchen's status was extremely high, and he was already the number 3 figure. This time, he was the leader who led the disciples to explore the ruins. However, he never thought that when he met his former fellow disciples again, they would actually become enemies. The other people's faces were also pale. Of course, they were sincerely convinced by Chu Yang and treated him with sincerity. However, what about the sects that had nurtured them in the past? What should they do? If there was some hesitation before, there was no more now. The reason was simple. Once they arrived, they found the other 2 people and killed them without hesitation. This was already a kind of attitude, a kind of declaration. They and their former sect were already irreconcilable, and their standpoints were clear. But, since they are heartless, don't blame us for being heartless. No one was the first to say it. Although everyone was thinking of this sentence, but, to really say it out loud required courage. Other than courage, it also required the recognition that there was no turning back. Over there were still clans, relatives, parents, brothers. Once they really did that, they would be completely isolating themselves from the past. Perhaps they would not have the chance to touch it for a very, very long time, or even in this lifetime. This was undoubtedly a heavy spiritual burden that no one was willing to bear. It had nothing to do with whether they could bear it, it was just that they were not willing to bear it. However, if he didn't resist, it would be equivalent to giving away his life for nothing, giving it away to someone else. And, since they were already here, then unless they never showed their faces, as long as they showed their faces, there was a possibility of meeting them. Once they met, there was only death. The 2 brothers who died outside were already the best proof. Up till now, there were only 30 people left. Everyone had an obscure expression and did not say a word. Elder Bai, is there any contact between the sect and the Mo Yuntian soldiers? Is it possible? Chu Yang asked implicitly. Logically speaking, it should not be. Bai Yuchen's guess coincided with Qu Yang's. Qu Yang nodded slowly. Now is the time for them to redeem themselves. If they can't capture or kill us with their own hands, they will also be in trouble. Bai Yuchen took a deep breath and said, therefore, under such circumstances, they will be able to redeem themselves. There is basically no possibility that they will inform the soldiers. Because that means they have lost the chance to redeem themselves. Everyone nodded. But, they are really too familiar to us. Che Shuchu's words made Qu Yang sigh. And, everyone who is related to us is under their control. This is where the fundamental problem lies. Che Shuchu sighed deeply. We are afraid of breaking the vases. Qu Yang's expression was calm. He said, speaking of this, it is not a problem for me. Tell me their appearance and strength. Let me do this. You said that you are all too familiar with them, but they are not strangers to you either, right? As long as you don't do it yourself, they have no reason to harm your family. Moreover, they don't have any evidence. Qu Yang said in a heavy voice, since that's the case, I'll deal with them first. Blindly waiting is just like sitting and waiting for death. There was no way out. If they were destined to kill, then let me do it myself. Bai Yuchen looked haggard. She opened her mouth to say something, but in the end, she closed her mouth. According to Qu Yang, it seemed to make sense, but in reality, it was just deceiving oneself. By pointing out the identities and origins of those people, I'm basically guiding Qu Yang to send them to hell. What's the difference between this and doing it myself? However, as Bai Yuchen's mind raced, a few other thoughts surged. It was true that she had many good brothers in the sect, and she also had a few brothers whom she loved dearly. However, since these people had come here, it meant that they had already made it clear that they were her enemies. Among the two people who had been killed, one of them was an old friend of his. The people he had mentioned were undoubtedly acquaintances as well. If they weren't acquaintances, other than the people in his heart, no one else would have been able to recognize him. Only those who were the most familiar with them could possibly see through their true identity. Then, if they met her, what would they do? Would they let her off? Thinking of this, Bai Yuchen's entire body turned cold. The answer was obvious. Absolutely not, both sides had clear standpoints. What was she hesitating for? It was already extremely rare that Qu Yang was willing to do it for her. She really shouldn't be hesitating here. The biggest benefit of me doing it is that your family in Moyun Sky will not be implicated. Because, from the start till the end, all of you did not show up. Qu Yang said lightly. Bai Yuchen felt ashamed. Everyone also lowered their heads. Yes, Qu Yang didn't do this to deceive himself. Instead, he was leaving a way out for himself. Elder Bai, how's your arm? Qu Yang asked with concern. The time is not ripe yet. Bai Yuchen smiled bitterly. Qu Yang grunted and did not say anything. An injury like a broken arm was not an injury that could not be healed for a high-level martial artist. According to Bai Yuchen's cultivation, she could have regrown her broken arm long ago. But because of the previous fierce battles, her vitality was greatly damaged, and the damage to her body was even more severe. It was inevitable that her vitality would be insufficient in a short period of time, and it would take time to regrow it. This kind of thing could only be done when one's vitality was abundant. But now, Qu Yang only had 2 heavy pills left, and he still had to prepare for emergencies. The spring of life was all gone, and the rest of the elixirs were basically all in the tribulation space. There was nothing he could do about it, and he could do nothing about it. After saying a few words, Qu Yang took the recorded information and slowly walked out. At the very least, the new defectors could not show their faces in the short term. Once they were recognized, the risk would be too great. Not only would their lives be in danger, as long as one of them did not keep his mouth shut and was interrogated, then they would all be wiped out. Qu Yang did not dare to take the risk of causing such serious consequences. As for now, at least the people of the 3 big sects had confirmed that these people were hiding in Lone Bamboo City. So, the people of the 3 big sects were bound to gather in Lone Bamboo City. There were at least a few thousand experts in this group of people. How could he fight against them? Could he only rely on himself, even if his cultivation had improved greatly, and he was confident that he was the #1 person in the celestial being level, he was still alone and could not win against so many. There was no chance of winning if he attacked head-on. Xianxia frowned and thought of a countermeasure. He walked into his room and thought carefully with a heavy face. After a long time, he still could not come up with a good countermeasure. Whenever he thought of the sad faces of Bai Yuchen and Chai Shuchu and the other 30 people, that kind of indescribable heartache, Chu Yang's heart was very heavy and also very angry. The people who were searching for them. It could be said that Bai Yuchen and the others thought that they were the closest to him. This kind of naked betrayal, this kind of undisguised blow, people who had not experienced it would really find it hard to understand. Those people might have their own high-sounding reasons, for the sake of the sect, for the continuation of the bloodline. For the sake of many, many principles, all in all, saying it out loud was just and honorable. But, it was undeniable that they were coerced to kill their own brothers, even, to kill their own masters, their own disciples, and the cause was just a mistake. It was even a mistake that was not made by their own people, just for the sake of revenge for a scum. Chu Yang pondered for a long time and finally made up his mind. Since it was destined to be unavoidable, it would not be him and the others who would be killed. It would be the enemies who would be slaughtered. Then, he would be the one to wield this butcher's knife, that night. Chu Yang was dressed in black and masked. Behind the mask was a completely changed appearance. Like a ray of light, he quietly flashed out of the window. Galloping in the night wind, the cold wind blew in his face. Chu Yang felt a long-lost throbbing. It seemed that it had really been a long, long time since he had assassinated someone like this, in an inn that was not very large. A few people from Iron Sword sect, one of the 3 super sects of Ink Cloud Sky, were discussing in a room. For the time being, we have not found the whereabouts of Bai and I. We also have not found any traces of the others. A person said softly. Bai Yuchen, the former number 3 figure of Iron Sword sect, the elder of these people, had actually become Bai and I in their mouths. And they said it so matter-of-factly. So, only the Frost sect has found the 2 traitors of their sect? We in Ghost Realm did not find anything? Yes, Ghost Realm's people also did not find anything. This is simply nonsense. There are no Ghost Realm's people here. What can they find? Wuxing? That's true. But the current plan is to find the whereabouts of Bai and I and the others as soon as possible and end this matter quickly. Use their heads to report. Only in this way can we appease Sky Emperor's anger and protect our Iron Sword sect. Otherwise, once Sky Emperor is furious, it will not be so easy to bear. Our Iron Sword sect is a super sect in the eyes of others, but in Sky Emperor's eyes, we are not as strong as an ant. How would we not know? But currently Bai and I and the others are hiding very well. What can we do? If we really cannot find them, we must definitely not find them. We must find them. The situation now is very obvious, either they die or we die. From tonight onwards, instruct everyone to secretly check every room, focus on the appearance of the people inside, confirm and check one by one. Yes, I've checked and made a mark. Sift through the entire city. Don't miss a single person. If we do this, will we offend people we do not need to offend? We can't care. If we can't catch them, the entire sect will be gone. Are you still afraid of offending people you do not need to offend? Yes. I know my mistake. Before first elder and second elder arrive, you must check clearly. Yes. At this moment, there seemed to be some kind of muffled voice outside the door. Although the voice was very low, the group of people here were all experts, and they were instantly alert. These people were a small team of Iron Sword sect, or rather, the vanguard. It was also the second day of their arrival in Lone Bamboo City. Although they were not the main force, the overall strength of this small team of more than 30 people was not bad. The cultivation of the weakest was at the beginner level of Saint. Naturally, their alertness was very high. What's going on over there? The leader asked in a low voice. There were only 7 or 8 people in the room, and they were all high-ranking people with a certain amount of power. Outside, there should be more than 20 people distributed in various rooms, or in charge of security patrol. This question was naturally directed to the people outside. However, he did not receive an answer from anyone. The night wind whistled, and although everyone was in the room, they could not help but feel their hair standing on end. Furthermore, it was highly possible that the people outside had already been killed by the enemy. Everyone held their weapons in their hands at the same time, and they were on high alert. PACOM, at this moment, under the gaze of the 8 people, the wooden stick behind the door softened like noodles and shattered into pieces. It turned into sawdust and dissipated on the ground. Then, the 2 doors opened with a wha sound, and the night wind blew in just like that. However, there was no one outside the door. Everyone's eyes were filled with fear and anger. Looking out from the open door, they saw 22 corpses neatly placed in the courtyard. All of them were lying on the ground, not moving at all. The night wind blew, and the clothes of these people fluttered weakly and miserably, as if it was announcing their deaths. This hidden enemy had obviously killed everyone one by one, and even placed the corpses neatly outside the door. Until now, no one had discovered it. What did this mean? May I ask, who are you? Have you arrived in the dark night? The leader gathered his courage and asked loudly. In the dark night, a cold laugh sounded. Who are you? What is your status in the Ironsword sect? Following the voice, everyone's eyes flashed. A person suddenly appeared in the courtyard, standing in front of the corpses. He was dressed in black, and his face was covered with a black cloth. He almost blended into the night. May I know who you are? The leader asked cautiously. That person was silent for a moment, and said, the road to the Yellow Springs is long, and you can look forward to it. Why do you need to know who I am? Everyone swiftly thought about those who accompanied the Grand Emperor to the Eastern Royal Immortal Realms, but none of them seemed to be the culprit. Also, for those unfamiliar faces, none of them seemed to have the capability to silently kill so many people. They could not help but be astonished. Who is this person? In the dark night, a sword light suddenly flashed, and that person's body seemed to sway. In the room, the person closest to the door spurted out blood from his throat. His hands clutched his throat tightly, and his eyes bulged out in anger. His body spasmed, and he fell to the ground, and no longer moved. Everyone looked at each other in shock. There were so many people gathered in one place, but not a single one of them saw how the person on the other side drew his sword. Yet, someone on their side had already been killed. I've never been a patient person. The most annoying thing is when I ask a question but no one answers. The black-clothed man's hands were empty. No one could see where his sword was. He said indifferently, now, please answer my question. What is your name? What was the status of a sect? These are useful to me. Therefore, you still have a chance to live. The 7 of them suddenly felt a wave of shame and anger rush up to their heads. They were instantly enraged. What are you? What right do you have to interrogate us like we're criminals? Could it be that you really think you're going to beat us? Kill him. A cold light shot out from the leader's eyes. The 7 of them roared as they raised their weapons and attacked at the same time. You're courting death. That person chuckled. His black figure swayed as he walked forward step by step, facing the saber light and sword shadows. It was as if he was taking a leisurely stroll in the park, completely not putting him in his eyes. Then, a beautiful sword light suddenly lit up in the dark night. It was like a beautiful meteor, sharp as if it was going to tear the world apart. The next moment, that black-clothed man had already arrived in front of the leader. He held a shining sword in his hand and pointed it at the leader's throat. Tell me your name, your position. Behind the black-clothed man, everyone's body was trembling and motionless. Then, one by one, they fell down. Blood quickly dyed the ground red. The late autumn wind blew. The temperature of the flowing blood quickly dropped and cooled on the ground. The leader looked at the black-clothed man with eyes that were about to split open. Suddenly, he laughed bitterly and fiercely moved forward. Although the black-clothed man sensed it, he had no intention of retracting his hand. He looked at the leader's throat with unusual coldness. The tip of the sword immediately pierced deeply into his throat and blood gushed out. The leader's body spasmed as he stared at him. There was a trace of ridicule in his eyes. Do you want to know? I won't tell you. I won't tell you even if I die. Not bad. I didn't expect there to be so many heroes in the super sect. Today is an eye-opener. The black-cloaked man looked coldly at the tip of the sword that had just been pulled out. This way, I can at least retain some respect for you. The black-cloaked man's figure rushed to the sky. In a flash, he was already gone. This night was destined to be a night of killing. A night of bleeding. In just one night, nearly 1,000 Xianxia people were killed. Either in the inn, or in the rented houses, or on the road, or in the brothel, everyone's body was not cleaned up. They just died there. Early the next morning, the entire lone bamboo city was suddenly in an uproar. Suddenly, more than 1,000 Xianxia people were killed. This kind of explosive news was absolutely shocking. Not to mention, among the dead people, there was a top master of the celestial being level. The fourth elder of the ghost realm had died here in such a baffling manner. Everyone who knew the identity of the dead people was not only shocked, but also terrified. What on earth happened that caused so many people to die at the same time? Moreover, looking at the symptoms of death, it seemed that it was done by the same person. What kind of crazy butcher was this to be able to kill so many experts in one night? For a moment, everyone was in danger, afraid that the nameless butcher would come for them. At this moment, outside the south gate, a group of people came from afar. A figure came out of the city like a meteor and greeted them, saying a few words. The group of people abruptly stopped in their tracks. Their faces instantly turned ugly. We have less than 400 people in Lone Bamboo City, and more than 350 of them died? The rest is less than 10% of the total? The leading old man with an aquiline nose frowned and asked. Yes. The messenger's face was pale. The reason why we were able to survive was because we lived in a relatively secluded place. Furthermore, we did not have time to contact anyone else. That was why we were able to survive. If we had contacted anyone, I'm afraid we would have. The dead were all killed by sword wounds? Yes. The aquiline-nosed old man thought for a moment. Enter the city immediately. I want to see everyone's fatal wounds. At this moment, a ray of light suddenly appeared, as if it was flying from the sky. Under the bright sun, it whistled, and in an instant, it became a storm that could sweep the sky and the earth. There's no need to enter the city to see. You can also see it from here. You can see it very clearly. The price is the lives of those who stay here. A cold voice said. Then, the sword light whistled by. The aquiline-nosed old man was shocked by the sudden change, but he quickly regained his composure and shouted, "How dare you!" He quickly drew his sword to meet the attack. But the attacker had already rushed into the crowded group from the side. The magnificent sword light suddenly spread out. In an instant, the whole world was filled with the magnificent sword energy, and the air seemed to be cut into pieces. Cries of alarm and screams could be heard incessantly. Ha 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 ha, open your eyes and watch carefully. We'll have fun when you enter the city. The aquiline-nosed old man had just risen into the air on his sword. The figure had already passed through the crowd like a gust of wind, and turned into a ray of light under the sun. It disappeared into the horizon, and there was no trace of it. It came suddenly, and left carelessly. Only the extremely arrogant, ear-piercing laughter was still echoing in the morning wind, lingering in the air. The aquiline-nosed old man was so angry that his whole body was trembling. He roared, "Bastard!" A moment ago, the group was very orderly, but now, with a chisel action, a passage of 3 feet wide and hundreds of feet long was opened. In this passage, there were broken limbs and bodies everywhere, dripping with blood. There were also a few heads on the ground. In the pool of blood, they continued to roll slowly. The entire official road was now stained with blood, soaked in it. It was only a short moment from start to finish. When they thought that it was the safest, when they were the most unguarded, when all of their people were gathered, they were brutally and unreasonably chiseled by the other party. The morning sun in the sky was witnessing this cruel and bloody process. The executioner who had been killing for an entire night actually did it in broad daylight. He did not stop his killing footsteps. In just a short moment, not even 5 breaths of time had passed. More than 150 people had already died under that one sword strike. What a ruthless person. What a killer move. That poisonous sword. The aquiline-nosed old man could not help but tremble all over. He was so angry that he was about to go crazy, but he was also so scared that his back was cold. This sword was really like a ghost and a demon. It was completely the power of a sword, or rather, the power of a move. It pierced through the whole group on his side, and even had the strength to fly away. What kind of sword was this? What kind of move was this? And, who was that person? This sword strike seemed to have deliberately avoided him, who was the strongest, and charged towards the group while avoiding the strong and striking the weak. However, the aquiline-nosed old man asked himself, what would the result be if I was caught off guard and encountered this sword? Thinking of this, he could not help but shudder. Perhaps, with his cultivation at the peak of the celestial being level, he could avoid death, but, serious injury or even disability was absolutely unavoidable, his life might even be in danger. What about the other party? The other party had taken the initiative and had the advantage of a sneak attack. His moves were superb, and his cultivation had also reached the celestial being realm. Under such favorable conditions, as long as he didn't continue to fight, even if he couldn't escape unscathed, he would at most suffer some light injuries. The other party would at most be slightly injured, but he would at least be seriously injured, or even killed. Thinking about it, he was inexplicably scared. Buluching sneered and said sarcastically, people like you will never understand such feelings. The Dharma Supreme laughed involuntarily, his eyes filled with reminiscence. He shook his head and sighed. If I wasn't a sexual lover, I wouldn't have become one of the tribulations. Haha, he laughed self-deprecatingly and said, but that was a long time ago. I am no longer one now. He murmured softly again. Buzuitsui. Lianyi. He kept murmuring this name. The pain between his brows appeared again and again, as if he was enjoying this pain. Finally, he heaved a long sigh. I've finally tasted this feeling again. He sighed sorrowfully. Back then. I also had this unforgettable experience. Then, he stopped murmuring and shook his head, as if to shake off this inexplicable emotion. He laughed involuntarily and said, I see. I see. I searched through his memories and kept feeling that something was missing, but I couldn't find a clue. There were only 3 words that occupied a lot of his memories, and that was Buzuitsui. I searched through all the experts in the continent and still couldn't find out who this Buzuitsui was. I didn't expect that you would jump out today. Buzuitsui, ha ha ha. What a good name. You finally admitted it. Buluching looked up to the sky and howled. 2 streams of hot tears rolled down his usually cold and emotionless eyes. He just stood there and held towards the sky. His voice was filled with boundless desolation, sorrow, and extreme sorrow that couldn't be concealed in the slightest. Anyone who heard it couldn't help but want to cry, at this moment. Feeling Buluching's desolate state of mind, Chu Yang bit his lips tightly. Wu Qianxian also burst into tears. The Dharma Supreme smiled and said with his hands behind his back, that's right. So what if you admit it? Buluching, what can you do? I don't want to do anything. I just want to seek justice for my brother. Buluching looked up to the sky and let the tears roll down his face, but he didn't wipe them away. Let the heavens bear witness. Let the earth bear witness. Bear witness to my brother's injustice, bear witness to my revenge for him. Ha ha ha. Revenge? The Dharma Supreme laughed contemptuously, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. Buluching let out a low sigh. Yes, revenge. The atmosphere suddenly froze. Both of them were about to make a move. The Dharma Supreme sighed. Buluching, Brother Bu, since you have such a friendship with Dongfang Badeo, then. It's not strange for you to see through me. But why are you so sure that I'm the robber? I've never suspected that you were a kidnapper. It's just that, 100 years ago, Wu Jiuqing suddenly appeared. After Wu Jiuqing appeared, the first thing is to charge into Law Enforcement City and kill the Dharma Supreme. Buluching said, I want to kill you. But you didn't die in the end. This shouldn't have happened. Since Wu Jiuqing has decided to make a move, why should he give up now? With his hatred for the Tribulation Sword Master, how could he let go of the Dharma Supreme, who was the Tribulation Sword Master's greatest trump card? And you. And he was clearly no match for Wu Jiuqing. But you survived. I've been puzzled for 100 years. Until recently, when Feng and you betrayed the Law Enforcement City, and you made it clear that you wanted to deal with the Calamity Sword Master, I had a guess. Buluching's eyes were burning. So Wu Jiuqing didn't kill you. It's not that you changed your mind, but because you're on the same path as him. But even if you're on the same path, Wu Jiuqing might still kill you. The poison doctor from back then would only show mercy to those who he felt were in the same situation as him. To take the next step of cooperation. So you have nothing to fear now, because you have Wu Jiuqing behind you. Bu Liuqing's voice became heavier and heavier. So you must be a kidnapper. But I don't know, are you from 20,000 years ago? Or the tribulation from 30,000 years ago? The Dharma Supreme listened with a smile. With a slight smile, he said, but why don't you guess that I'm from 40,000 years ago? If you're from 40,000 years ago, Wu Jiuqing won't even fight with you. If you're from 50,000 years ago, Wu Jiuqing won't be your match. So you only have 20,000 or 30,000 years to choose. Bu Liuqing asked softly, who exactly are you? The Dharma Supreme smiled. It's not important who I am. What's important is today's battle. Bu Liuqing, if you're done, you can make your move. The winter night is cold and chilly. In this wilderness, it doesn't taste good. Bu Liuqing's pupils contracted. He said word by word, I just want to ask you one last question. The Dharma Supreme frowned. I also want to ask you something. 13,000 years ago, you already knew that I was a fake. Then what have you been doing for the past 13,000 years? He smiled mockingly. Why didn't you come to avenge your good brother? Bu Liuqing said solemnly, then do you know why I fought with Xianxia for more than 10,000 years? Do you think people like us really care about being number one in the world? It was Xianxia who stopped you. The Dharma Supreme laughed. Looks like the next time I see Xianxia, I must have a good drink with him. Bu Liuqing said indifferently, Xianxia always believed that everything that happens has its own reason. Since the Dharma Supreme has been switched, then the Tribulation Sword Master should be the one to deal with it. But I don't agree. And you have always lived in seclusion, so I didn't have much of a chance. Now, I came to the medicine banquet this time because although you never showed up in the previous medicine banquets, I knew that you would definitely come this time because Moonbreeze betrayed you. Therefore, they will definitely destroy the medicine banquet. Other than you, no one can stop the two of them. Therefore, you will definitely come. And Xianxia has already been sent out by me. Therefore, my real purpose for coming this time is to fight it out with you. Bu Liuqing said solemnly, to avenge my brother. Although 13,000 years have passed, my brother still needs an explanation. As long as my brother needs an explanation, not to mention 13,000 years, even if it is 100,000 years, I will give it to him. He said word by word. An explanation. After coming here, I found out that you have modified Badeo's body into innate spirit meridians. Hee, your strength is improving by leaps and bounds at any time. I don't deny that I am also worried that if I let you go on like this, I won't be able to kill you. Bu Liuqing spoke frankly about his misgivings. The Dharma Supreme laughed involuntarily. So what you mean is, you can kill me now? Bu Liuqing said coldly, I can't kill you, but I can. Words have no proof, the outcome will be decided with my sword. The Dharma Supreme was silent for a moment before he said, you wanted to ask me the last question just now, so ask it quickly. After you are done, I will send you to reunite with your brother. I want to ask you, is Dongfang Badeo still alive now? Bu Liuqing took a deep breath and asked solemnly, when the spirit enters the body, it can be suppressed, eliminated or obliterated. I want to ask, which one did you use? The Dharma Supreme smiled strangely. What do you think? Tell me, do you think I would still have such an obsession? The light in Bu Liuqing's eyes disappeared. He closed his eyes and his chest rose and fell. He took a deep breath and exhaled. When he opened his eyes, the look in his eyes became more and more fierce, he nodded heavily, with an unforgettable hatred, and said word by word, good. Very good. Both of them stopped talking. However, a terrifying aura began to gather and surge in the mountains and valleys. The next moment, Bu Liuqing shouted, Badeo. Only the east. Then, with a strike of the sword, a thunderclap suddenly sounded in the air. An incomparably domineering aura was released with this strike of the sword. All the trees in the mountain forest leaned back neatly at this moment. This strike was brilliant and domineering. Bu Liuqing stood in the air, as if he was going to accept the worship of the whole world. He was fierce and arrogant. Dharma Supreme. This strike shall be called Dongfang Badao. Buluqing shouted. The sword light was like a dragon, falling from the sky. I am avenging my brother. My first strike shall be my brother's name. The sword light fell. Since you want to be domineering, then I shall be domineering with you. The Dharma Supreme smiled and took a step forward. This step, as if the ground had shrunk, he was in front of Buluqing's sword light and punched out, a simple punch. It did not even have any momentum. It hit the sword light fiercely, a domineering strike, a domineering punch. The sword light and the punch hit each other fiercely. The sword light seemed to have solidified and stopped in the air. The Dharma Supreme's fist also seemed to have frozen in the air, just above the sword light. His black sleeve slid down lightly, revealing his fair wrist. Buluqing was in the air, holding his sword with one hand. His hair was facing the sky, dancing in the wind. The Dharma Supreme stood on the ground and punched out. He maintained this posture, his long hair fluttering violently behind him. This strange posture only lasted for half a breath's time. Both of them grunted at the same time and Buluqing's body flew backward violently. The long sword in his hand turned into a shooting star and disappeared without a trace in an instant. The Dharma Supreme arched his body and retreated backward as fast as lightning. However, one could clearly see that as the Dharma Supreme retreated, his feet first sank into the ground, then his calves, then his thighs, waist, upper body, and the rest of his body. He retreated in this manner, but the ground went from shallow to deep, suddenly plowing a deep gully with his body. By the time he retreated halfway, this gully had already become a canyon. The stone walls on both sides were like mud, rolling out in opposite directions. This retreat was a full 270 feet. It was as if a person had used his own body to carve out a huge canyon that was a few hundred feet long and hundreds of feet deep. This exchange was also a head-on clash where both of them used their full strength to test each other's strength. It turned out to be a draw, with no one gaining the upper hand. When the Dharma Supreme stood still, he had already become a small black dot. Xianxia deliberately tore the space apart to let Chuyang and Wu Qianshan see the Dharma Supreme's appearance. His face was slightly distorted, as he raised his hand and looked deeply at his fist. On the edge of his fist, there was a clear white mark. Part 7 Chapter 3 10 Secrets of Tribulation 4th Update. The Dharma Supreme smiled faintly and spoke lightly, with a sense of nostalgia and an inexplicable melancholy. And G. Webb. Hee, back then, from the very beginning, Boss had given us countless elixirs and elixirs. Almost every few days, everyone's cultivation would soar by leaps and bounds. Big Brother said that we would rule the heavens together. We would complete our ultimate dream together. Xianxia heard this and couldn't help but sigh. She scolded, "This is simply nonsense. Using elixirs and elixirs, isn't this purely harming people?" Chuyang agreed. Which one of the tribulations wasn't a peerless genius? Using elixirs and elixirs was directly blocking the path of these people to collapse the heavens and break the void. However, if they didn't consider their ultimate future from the start and only wanted to use them to mend the heavens, then, this could be considered a way. It was just that it was really too cold and heartless. The Dharma Supreme continued to speak. We brothers gave up everything for each other. Including our lives. We could let the other party take it easily. Big Brother didn't say anything to us. At that time, we felt that even the gods couldn't make us brothers bow down and retreat. We advanced step by step, killing revered martial artists, defeating martial kings, killing martial emperors, killing martial saints and fighting supreme martial artists. Along the way, we rose to fame. When we reached the upper three heavens, we advanced step by step, fighting one clan after another, from the weak to the strong. I can't even remember how many times we went through life and death, how many times we circled the gates of hell. Haha. Finally, all 10 of us reached the level of supreme martial artists. The big clans were unreasonable and were finally eliminated by us one by one. Haha, it was much easier than the Tribulation Sword Master now. In the entire heavens, there weren't many supreme martial artists and above. As for supreme martial artists, there wasn't even one. Haha. The law enforcement officers and the Dharma Supreme led the crowd to help. At that time, we were very tired every day, but we were very happy every day. We gathered together every day, discussing excitedly and paying attention to each other's changes. When our brothers were injured, we cursed and scolded them together. When our brothers won, we celebrated together. We were iron-blooded and all-powerful. Coming and going as we pleased, killing as we pleased. That period of time was truly an extraordinary period of time. If time stopped at that moment, even if it was forever in that chaotic battlefield, it would still be the greatest happiness. But at that time, although we were happy, we were also very tired. Everyone wanted to sweep through the heavenly layer as soon as possible and complete their final duo. The 10 brothers wanted to stand at the peak of the world together. Then, everyone could live a peaceful and happy life. Thus, in a spurt of energy, we finally annihilated the great clans. After that, the 10 brothers formed their own clans and recruited celestial layer experts. The entire celestial layer was finally peaceful. Everyone thinks that they can enjoy themselves. We have the final say in this world. 2 years later, Boss called us for a drink. When Boss called us for a drink, how could we not go? Of course, the brothers had to go. So, everyone went there excitedly. The Dharma Supreme said indifferently, as if he was telling someone else's story. His voice was very calm. However, this calmness contained an indescribable feeling. At this point, although he did not deliberately emphasize his tone, Xianxia also felt as if a chilly wind was blowing at the back of his head. It was chilly. Xianxia thought to himself, looks like something must have happened during this drinking session. That day, after we went, Boss said that our cultivation is too high. Damn it, we can't even get drunk now. All of us would subconsciously circulate our energy and the effects of the alcohol would be gone. How boring. So we might as well seal our cultivation and drink together. How boring would it be if we didn't get drunk? Thus, everyone cheered. The heavenly layer is all ours, what danger can there be? It's just sealing our cultivation. We have done this many times before. Drinking like this is more enjoyable. Haha. The Dharma Supreme suddenly laughed self-deprecatingly. That drinking session went on for 3 days and 3 nights. Everyone was drunk. When I woke up, I realized that I couldn't move. My cultivation as a 7th grade supreme martial artist couldn't be used at all. It was as if I was dead. I tried hard to turn my head and realized that the brothers were all lying down, but their eyes were all dazed. No one knew what had happened. At this time, Boss walked in and said with a smile, "Brothers, you had a good time drinking this session, right?" Everyone was relieved at once. Boss came and saw that everything was fine. He even joked with us. Thus, everyone laughed. Everyone laughed. I was laughing too. Haha, haha. When Boss said that, I remember that Boss even said, "Boss, we had a good time drinking this session. Let's drink like this again next time." But, why can't I stand up? Could I have been drugged? Haha. I was joking. Everyone knew that. But everyone still reprimanded me in unison, thinking that he had gone overboard. Yes, it is all thanks to Boss that we are where we are today. How can we suspect Boss? Even if it was a joke, it should not have happened. Even if he had such thoughts, he should be hacked into pieces. It shouldn't be. Hee hee. The Dharma Supreme laughed coldly. When the Dharma Supreme said the sentence should not have happened, even with Bulioqing's cultivation and willpower, he couldn't help but shudder. There was a strong sense of grief, self-mockery, anger, disbelief, the humiliation of being deceived, and a strong sense of unwillingness. All these emotions were intertwined together. Anyone who heard the sentence would feel their hair stand on end. Xianxia called out to Xianxia twice, but Xianxia didn't respond at all. Xianxia's ears perked up as he listened to the Dharma Supreme's words. He was completely focused and didn't get distracted at all. He didn't hear Xianxia's call at all, his entire mind was already immersed in this story. This was the first time Xianxia heard the story of the Tribulation Sword Master and his brothers. Hearing the Dharma Supreme's words, imagining the unreserved trust between brothers, absolute loyalty, respect and gratitude to Boss, Xianxia was touched and suddenly thought of his brothers. My brothers are not inferior to you in any way. My brothers also treat me like this, but I am different from you, I won't treat my brothers like that. At that time, boss said that I was right. You can't move now because I had drugged you. I had drugged you with soul poisoning powder. The Dharma Supreme laughed lightly and shook his head. Silence fell. Sigh. Soul poisoning powder. Even though Buluching and the Dharma Supreme were arch-enemies, he couldn't help but sigh and didn't know what to say. Soul poisoning powder was a type of drug that was specially used against supreme martial artists. It was useless against ordinary people. When a person reached supreme martial artist level and above, a second primordial spirit would be formed. All the inner energy and cultivation would be used to support the growth of this second primordial spirit. Once the second primordial spirit grew, it would be the time to collapse the sky and shatter the void. The soul poisoning powder was used to immobilize the second primordial spirit. It was an extremely vicious drug. As long as the second primordial spirit was immobilized, a supreme martial artist would be at the mercy of anyone. Even a 3-year-old child could kill him as long as he had a knife in his hand. Buluching didn't expect that the Tribulation Sword Master would actually use soul poisoning powder on his brothers. Sigh. The Dharma Supreme also let out a long sigh and said bitterly, Brother Boo, you and I may still be mortal enemies tomorrow, but what I said today is all true. The situation back then is still vivid in my mind. Every word that was said has been repeated hundreds of thousands of times in my ears. Everyone's tone, everyone's expression, even if I were to live for another 1,000,000 years, I will definitely not forget it. He looked at the starry sky and said, It is lonely at the top. This sentence really makes sense. All these years, I wanted to find someone to talk to, but I couldn't find anyone. Buluching nodded deeply and said, I believe you. The Dharma Supreme chuckled and continued, back then, when Big Brother said that, all of us were stunned. Our first reaction was that boss was joking. Second brother said, Boss, what are you playing at? Quickly get us to stand up, we will give you a good beating. Boss shook his head and said, I have a few words, a few things that I want to talk to you guys about today. I had no choice but to do this. I wanted to let you guys listen to me quietly. Therefore, all of us said, what can't you just sit up and touch the bottom of the wine cup? You even had to restrain us, boss, you are too much. But until then, we all knew that there was absolutely nothing wrong. Boss would never harm us. Even Diwu Chochang, who was the most resourceful among us, said, I believe that what boss is going to say will make us all excited. The Dharma Supreme chuckled. Diwu Chochang. When Buluching heard this name, he was finally shocked and said, You are one of the tribulations 30,000 years ago. The Dharma Supreme ignored him and continued, Boss said, Everyone knows that I am the Tribulation Sword Master and that my mission is to reform the heavens. However, there is one thing that you all don't know. The Tribulation Sword Master has another mission, which is to use the power of millions of dead souls to mend the heavens for 10,000 years. To ensure that the heavens will not collapse in 10,000 years. At that time, everyone was very excited and agitated, saying that this is a good thing. The merit is in the present and the benefits are in the future. How can we, brothers, be willing to be left behind? Although we have killed countless people, we all have a clear conscience. We are worthy of the world. Boss said. Boss said. The Dharma Supreme's voice trembled slightly and then returned to normal. He said, Boss said, but this mission can only be completed by myself and I need your help. These 2 years, I have used a secret technique to collect the power of the dead souls outside and finally succeeded. Now, I only lack the souls of the tribulations. Then, Boss looked at us and said, Brothers, you are the tribulations. I will continue. Fifth brother, please wait for a while. Last night, I pulled another all-nighter and finished more than 3 chapters. And I wrote it very agitatedly. Now, I realize that there are too many mistakes. Please support me with your monthly votes. At this point, the Dharma Supreme should have paused for a moment, but he continued without hesitation. When Big Brother said this, the brothers immediately felt that something was amiss. They were all dumbfounded. Diwu Chochang laughed dryly and said, Big Brother, you're not going to kill us, are you? Big Brother said that I don't want to kill you. But I need your souls. Only your souls can mend the crack in the heavens. Diwu Chochang was silent for a moment. Then, he said, if we mend the heavens, what about you, big brother? Big brother said, if I mend the heavens, the power of merit I obtain will be enough for me to break through the heavens and break through the void. At that time I will naturally leave this world and enter another world to cultivate, or to work hard and start a new life. I heard that it is a paradise. You can have anything you want. Only those who have the merit to mend the heavens can enter. Big brother said that your efforts are worth it. At this point, the Dharma Supreme finally fell silent. His throat trembled violently as he laughed bitterly. His laughter was hoarse. Paradise? Xianxia sent a telepathic message to Chu Yang, puzzled. Chu Yang shook his head slowly. This was too strange. Chu Yang knew very well that there was no such thing as a paradise. Could it be that this tribulation sword master was deceived by someone? But, who could deceive this tribulation sword master? Could it be the sword spirit? Chu Yang was deep in thought. His consciousness sank into the tribulation space. The sword spirit was still cultivating in seclusion. It could be seen that his body was becoming more and more solid. Chu Yang was puzzled. If there was such a thing, the sword spirit would definitely deceive him. But until now, the sword spirit had not mentioned it. Outside, the Dharma Supreme's hoarse voice sounded. His voice was still indifferent, but it could be heard. There was a hint of reluctance. At this time, the old fool asked, Big brother, when you go to the new world, can I still follow you? I can't bear to leave you. Ha ha, ha ha, ha 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 ha. At this point, the Dharma Supreme suddenly laughed maniacally, laughing so hard that he bent over. Tears streamed down his face. He had always been calm and composed. Even when he was telling such a tragic story, such a cruel betrayal, he was still so calm that it was scary. However, when he mentioned the words of this little, he suddenly laughed crazily with a sad heart. Wu Qianxian couldn't help but shed tears as she listened to his miserable laughter. When the time comes. I still can't believe that boss would harm him. To think that you can't bear to do so and still want to follow him. To think that you still want to. Ha ha ha. The Dharma Supreme laughed maniacally as blood spurted out from his mouth. He wiped it off with his hand and continued to laugh uncontrollably. He laughed and trembled as he looked at Buluqing. Gritting his teeth, he didn't care about his image at all. He twisted his neck and gritted his teeth as he said stubbornly, You have brothers? I have one too. I have one too. I have more than you. Do you believe it? Do you believe it? Ha ha ha. How can I not believe it? Buluqing sighed, the feelings of tribulation have always moved the heavens and the earth. Part of the strength of the tribulation sword's master in mending the heavens is this feeling of not giving up even in life and death. The Dharma Supreme laughed out loud. He wiped away his tears. He burst into laughter. At that time, all the brothers didn't say anything. Only Boss said, Little, I'm afraid I can't bring you along. Little was very disappointed and said, Why? Boss said, Because after I used your soul to mend the heavens, you would die. But I'm still alive. So I can't bring you along. Little was very disappointed then, yes. You didn't hear wrongly. He was very disappointed. He wasn't afraid, he was just disappointed and said, Boss, I can't bear to part with all of you. Boss said, You don't have to be reluctant, because all of you will die together. At this point, the Dharma Supreme finally stopped. He was panting heavily, and beads of perspiration were slowly seeping out from his smooth forehead. When he was fighting with Buluqing earlier, the sky was spinning and the earth was spinning, but he didn't sweat or pant heavily. However, at this moment, he was panting heavily just by telling a story. We all fell silent. Then, Diwu Chochang asked, Boss, when did you know about this? When this question came out, everyone's eyes lit up. Time is too important. Boss said, From the moment I obtained the first fragment of the Sword of Calamity, I knew about it. When he said that, all the brothers suddenly stopped talking. They were all panting heavily, very heavily. After a long pause, second brother asked a question. At that time, I remember very clearly that second brother seemed to have used all his strength to ask that question. He even stuttered a little and his voice was very trembling. He asked, So, all these years, you have been lying to us? You brought all the brothers to fight together, brought us to the heavens, just so you could use our souls to mend the heavens and then collect the power of karma to go to another paradise? All this time, you have been lying to us and using us? When second brother said that, all the brothers pricked up their ears. Although everyone already knew that this was a foregone conclusion, they still wanted to hear boss say no. Because then, even if we died, we wouldn't be so sad. Boss sighed and said, I also know that I have let all of you down, but I really want to go to that world. The temptation to me is too great. It's been hard on all of you to follow me for so many years, to serve me, to risk your lives for me, to do everything for me. But I have been lying to all of you and using all of you. I also feel very guilty. Really, I feel that I have let all of you down. When he said that, everyone was stunned. Then, at that time, I seemed to have heard the sound of my heart breaking very clearly. I cried. Before that, I only had happiness, only satisfaction and happiness. I had never cried before. But that day, after hearing this sentence, I cried. I cried. Boss continued to say emotionally, second brother, for me, when the steel knife came slashing at you, you threw yourself on my back and blocked the knife for me, almost dying. Third brother, for me, you once tested the poison with your own body and was poisoned to the point that you couldn't even speak for half a year. Fourth brother, for me, you didn't hesitate to use yourself as a hostage and allowed yourself to be captured without a fight. You were slashed 10 times on your body and your blood almost ran dry, just to let me live, to let me escape. Fifth brother, for me, you divined the fate of the heavens and your hair turned white overnight. Sixth brother, I know that you like Xiao. Xiao is your childhood sweetheart, I also know that. That day, when I pretended not to know about your matters and pretended to be drunk and told you that I like Xiao, you immediately backed out and went to the brothel the next day. You didn't hesitate to break Xiao's heart to fulfill my wish and let her marry me. This caused you to be unhappy all your life and never marry. Even to carry on the family line, you only took in a foster. Seventh brother. Brothers, I will never forget all of your kindness to me. I am proud to have all of you. And touched. Really. Eldest brother recounted the merits of our brothers one by one. He spoke very emotionally and even shed tears. But at that time, I only felt a bone-chilling coldness in my heart. I don't know what they were thinking, but I think that since my heart had already turned cold, they may not be as warm as me. The Dharma Supreme grinned and laughed as if he was crying. If it were me, my heart would also turn cold. Our brothers have done so many things for you, risking their lives for you, risking their lives for you, giving up everything for you, giving up everything for you. We helped you from a nobody to the current master of the heavens, and you actually want to kill them without a second word. Moreover, you want to use the lives of our brothers to exchange for a bright future for yourself. Is this F***Ker still human? Moreover, you even used despicable means to take advantage of our brother's feelings to snatch someone else's fiancé. Buluchin couldn't believe that such a person actually existed in this world. There was only one thing that he was curious about. How did such a person become the master of Calamity Sword? How did he get the help of such hot-blooded men? How did he get such a sincere friendship? This was something that was completely unimaginable. Not only was Buluchin puzzled, Xianxia and Wu Qianqian were also extremely puzzled. As the master of Calamity Sword, Chu Yang was even more puzzled. This was too incomprehensible. To be able to do this, how deep must one's heart be to be able to deceive others for their entire life? Then eldest brother said, Brothers, since you have already done so much for me, now I only ask you to do one last thing for me. Give me your souls and fulfill my wish. We will be good brothers for all eternity. F***ck. Buluchin couldn't help but curse, what kind of beast is this? The Dharma Supreme smiled faintly. When Buluchin got angry, the Dharma Supreme regained his usual calmness and said, Eldest brother said at once. Seeing that the brothers didn't say anything, he continued, Actually, I didn't let all of you down. I brought all of you up to the heavens and helped you build big clans. Do you know? Your grandchildren will live and reproduce in the heavens for 10,000 years. 10,000 years, what kind of clan can have 10,000 years of glory? Although I don't claim credit for all these, if all of you didn't become a tribulation, where would such an opportunity come from? What's more, when have you ever lacked my help in every step you took? When did all of you lack my elixirs? My heavy elixirs, each of you ate more than one, right? My incomplete heavy elixirs, each of you should have at least 100 of them, right? Those elixirs that can increase your cultivation were all given by me. If not for me, how could all of you reach 7th grade supreme martial artist at such a young age? This is enough for all of you to be proud of. Now I only want you to give up your souls. Why are all of you so quiet over such a small matter? In the past, when all of you risked your lives for me, it was much more dangerous than now, but all of you were willing to do it. Back then, you could have died at any time, so why are all of you so unwilling now? Brothers, could it be that glory and wealth have made all of you change your minds? Hearing such shameless words, Yang couldn't help but want to vomit. I am still writing chapters, there are still more than 1,000 words to go. I want to ask my brothers, will there be a 10th chapter today? To be continued. He had betrayed his brothers and used them right from the start. Now, he was saying that his brothers had changed their minds because of wealth and glory. This was utterly shameless. Buluching was so angry that he panted and even rolled his eyes. 5/1/0. In the eyes of a righteous person like him, this was the most hateful thing in the world. The Dharma Supreme laughed coldly and said, "Back then, I laughed coldly like this too. My brothers laughed coldly together because other than laughing coldly, we didn't know what else we could do or say. We didn't even have the energy to scold him." Big Brother said, "Brothers, do you know that the Tribulation Sword Master has a mission but also a punishment? If I can't mend the heavens with you, my whole family will suffer the wrath of the heavens. Can you bear to see me die?" The Dharma Supreme said indifferently. When he said this, we all spat. Bah! Buluching also spat. At that time, Second Brother said, "We were willing to risk our lives for you. But now, it's not. Big Brother, you are wrong. We brothers are willing to die for you. Not for anything else but for our brotherhood. You don't have to say anything. You just have to call us together and say that you now know of a new mission, which is to mend the heavens. If you can't complete it, your whole family will die. You just have to say this. Even if you are lying to us, I will immediately arrange my funeral and sacrifice my soul for Big Brother." At that time, Second Brother said, "I am not stingy and I am not afraid of death. I have been born so many times for you. I have long recognized you as my big brother. When the big brother is in trouble, it is normal for brothers to sacrifice their lives for him. But you shouldn't have lied to us and used us. In the end, you even forced us." At that time, Second Brother said, "If you say this, isn't it good that we are willing to sacrifice ourselves for you? Big Brother, you have made a fool of yourself. Now that things have come to this, forgive me for not being able to comply." Well said. Buluching clapped his hands and praised, "This Second Brother of yours is really something." The Dharma Supreme's face revealed a trace of pride and said, "Of course. Second Brother's heroic spirit is unparalleled." "Then what did your boss say?" Buluching asked. Boss said, "I've also considered it, and I also believe that my brothers would be willing to die for me. However, firstly, I was a little worried. After all of you are now vassals with high statuses and power, so it is inevitable that your mentality will change. Once one of them disobeyed and the other started to agitate, I was afraid that I would give myself away. If you can't complete the mission, you'll be killed. So, it's better to control you first. You won't be able to resist. Wouldn't that be safer?" At that time, my Second Brother said, "But even if you control us, you can just use us to mend the sky. Why do you have to tell us this before we die?" At that time, Second Brother was in great pain and said, "We didn't know anything, so it's fine if we died in a daze. But after knowing about this, don't you know how much our hearts hurt? Why are you like this?" At this point, the Dharma Supreme paused. Buluching was at a loss. So, he said, "That's right. In any case, he has the final say in everything. So, he could have just killed all of you directly. Furthermore, he had even tortured his brother for decades. How could he bear to do such a thing to his divine soul? What was his intention?" The Dharma Supreme shook his head and smiled faintly. "I knew that you wouldn't be able to guess the reason. Haha. At that time, other than Chaochu, the few of us could only guess. The others couldn't guess it either. I still remember that after second brother finished asking, Diwu Chaochu sighed and didn't say anything. Then, what was the reason? Buluqing frowned and asked. He was really puzzled. He felt that this matter didn't make sense at all. At that time, Big Brother said, "This is the second reason I told you. After all, we have been brothers for so many years. If I were to kill all of you just like that, I would feel guilty and it would be easy for me to have inner demons. Then, even if I were to go to paradise, I wouldn't be happy. That's why I want to tell you everything before you die." Buluqing was still puzzled. Why? Could it be that after saying it, we would be able to avoid inner demons? That's ridiculous. It's not ridiculous. The Dharma Supreme said, "At that time, Big Brother said that I had deceived all of you from the start and used all of you. Now, I want to kill all of you. Don't you hate me a lot?" Our brothers' eyes were all burning and they nodded fiercely. I saw all 8 of them nodding and crying at the same time. Buluqing, you don't know the kind of people we are. We are all people who are decisive in killing and wouldn't even frown when a sword is pointed at us. There were a few people like second brother, old 8th and the rest. This was the first time I saw them cry. Do you know what kind of feeling that was? Buluqing sighed deeply. How heartbreaking that was. Each and every one of them was a man of steel. To be deceived and used for their whole lives. Even after death, they still had to let this person use their souls to achieve his goal, yet, they only found out right before they died and couldn't do anything about it. How aggrieved must they be? How much resentment must they have? At that time, Big Brother said, "That's right, I want all of you to hate me. The more you hate me, the happier I am." A violent look finally appeared in the Dharma Supreme's eyes, as if he was about to lose control of himself. However, he still controlled his voice with all his might, forcing himself to speak calmly. "The more you hate me, the more justified I am in killing all of you. The less guilty I will feel, the less guilty I will feel, and the less guilty I will be, the less I will have inner demons. Since all of you hate me, then kill me. Since all of you want to kill me, then you are my enemy. I kill my enemy and use my enemy. What inner demons do I have to speak of?" Boom. When the Dharma Supreme said this, Buluqing couldn't take it anymore. He struck out with his palm, causing dust to fill the air dozens of miles away. He said angrily, "Bastard! Bastard! Bastard! Son of AB*TCH. There is actually such a person in this world. What is this?" The Dharma Supreme laughed coldly and said, "Since ancient times, there have been 8 such bastards. The bastards have all succeeded. Now, the 9th bastard is growing up." Hearing this, Xianxia quietly nudged Chu Yang and said telepathically, "Are you such a bastard?" Chu Yang was listening intently. He rolled his eyes at Xianxia when he heard that. "Bastard! Bastard!" Buluqing muttered angrily. Suddenly, he thought of his disciple Emoqinggu. When he thought of Emoqinggu, he thought of Chu Yang. He then remembered that Chu Yang was the first tribulation sword master. He couldn't help but be shocked. He thought, is Chu Yang such a bastard? However, no matter what. Little Wu likes him so much. It is too dangerous to be with him. I can't agree to it. I must tell Ning Tianya about this, and guard against it. When he thought of this, he suddenly thought of Dongfang Bidao and asked, "Since that is the case, all of you should be dead for sure. How did you survive?" The Dharma Supreme glared at him, as if blaming him for interrupting his narration. He didn't answer but continued to speak. When Big Brother finished speaking, all the brothers were filled with righteous indignation and couldn't help but scold. Diwu Chochang said, "Stop scolding. Big Brother has his own considerations. We should just support him and obey his arrangements unconditionally. Even if he wants us to use our souls to mend the sky, for Big Brother, we should sacrifice ourselves." At that time everyone was stunned. They couldn't understand why Diwu Chochang would say that. Big Brother said, "Hee, Chochang is indeed scheming. You actually want to praise me and follow my lead, causing me to have an inner demon. Now, it is useless to praise me, and even more useless to hate me. Ha ha ha." Then Big Brother said, I am going to pack up and prepare to mend the sky with all of you. As brothers, if you have any unfulfilled wishes, you must tell me. I promise to fulfill them for all of you. Buluchin didn't know what to say. He just kept scolding, bastard. Bastard. At such a time, he still calls us brothers and actually wants to fulfill your unfulfilled wishes. How ridiculous. Yes, ridiculous. We didn't speak at that time and didn't bother to speak to him. There were only 4 words in my heart at that time. I kept yelling, I am blind. I am blind. I am blind. I am blind. The Dharma Supreme had repeated the phrase I am blind over and over again for at least a dozen times. The more he said, the more pained and hateful his voice became. That kind of extreme frustration made Buluchin sigh repeatedly. At that time, Big Brother waited for a long time. None of us spoke. Then he said, hee hee, looks like all of you don't bother to ask for my help. Since that is the case, I am asking for trouble. Then he walked out. Everyone wanted to speak but was stopped by Diwu Chochong. Diwu Chochong said, since we are all going to die, what is there to say or discuss? This is our fate. What can you do? With Big Brother's means, do you think he will let us escape? Everyone thought about it and stopped talking. Everyone was used to seeing life and death. It doesn't matter if we die. Although it is a little aggrieved, we can only blame ourselves for being blind and choosing the wrong person. Chu Yang sighed in his heart. This brother was really an iron-blooded man, a real man with a true temperament. Although he already knew that this Big Brother was a bad person and wanted to kill him, he still called him Big Brother. Maybe it was a habit and he couldn't change the way he addressed him, but no matter what, until now, they had not said a single bad word. They suppressed all their emotions in their stomachs. After 8 hours, Diwu Chochong suddenly spoke and said hurriedly, everyone, listen to me. With his habit, he must have been eavesdropping just now. But it has been so long, he should have gone out. We don't have much time, so we can only take the risk. Everyone perked up. So this was Diwu Chochong's idea. The Dharma Supreme's tone gradually became agitated. Diwu Chochong said, we are dead for sure, but we cannot die in vain. It is too aggrieved to die like this, too unworthy of our illustrious reputation. I have a way to let one of us have a slight chance of getting out alive. I am so tired. I will eat some food and write again. If everyone works hard, I will work hard. Your votes are my biggest motivation. First update, 10 chapters. I will never go back on my words. To be continued. Part 7, Chapter 322, Revenge. Revenge. Everyone asked, what's the plan? Chochong said, everyone knows the mind-linking technique. I believe everyone knows how to use it. Xiakuan nodded. Kuan nodded, everyone nodded. Melancholy said hurriedly, we won't be sealed like this forever. If he wants to use our souls, he will have to extract them from our bodies. But after extracting them, even though they will only be our souls and have no attacking power, we will still be free for a period of time. Everyone looked at each other. Chochong continued, according to my guess, if he gets rid of us together, the place where he nourishes the sky should be a place. Moreover, we need to be sent to our respective positions together for this to work. Otherwise, he won't do this. Chochong said, we happen to have one person. That means, one of us must be in the middle position. I don't know who this person is. It could be you, or it could be me. But it will be the spirit of one of us after all. Now, we only have a little time, and that is, the moment he sends us in, we will be out of his control. In this way, each of us will remember our own positions. Except for the one in the middle, the 8 people on both sides will try their best to transform their spirit power into the purest spirit power source in that short period of time and send it to the middle position. Try your best to send as much as you can. At that time, Chochong said, since it's the spirit nourishing the sky, it needs the power of the spirit. If the spirit has power, it can't be destroyed. So, the person with the strongest spirit power will have a little chance of survival. We are trying our luck by doing this. I don't know if it will work, but this is our only chance. Hearing this, Chu Yang couldn't help but praise, Diwu is indeed worthy of his surname. He can actually think of such a plan at this time. Xianxia also nodded. Anyone who had reached this point could only wait for their death. But this Diwu Chouchang obviously had a plan in mind. When the Tribulation Sword Master spoke, he should have thought of it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so organized. Diwu Chouchang was definitely a top talent in the world to be able to keep such a clear mind at such a moment. At that time, the brothers all said that no matter who this person was, as long as there was a slight chance that they could get out, as long as they could survive, they would avenge their brothers. No matter the cost. At that time, Diwu Chouchang said, "Now, don't talk. Focus on nourishing your souls, and don't get angry." Once he was angry, his spirit would scatter, and he would not be able to provide any more help to his brother. Close your eyes. After that, we all closed our eyes and wholeheartedly stabilized the realm of our souls. Haha, at that time, although I didn't have any cultivation, I could feel that each and every one of my brothers was risking their lives. He had never fought so hard before. It was all for the sake of transferring the power of his spirit to his brother at that critical moment. All for the sake of that slim chance of survival. The Dharma Supreme said pitifully. His eyes were a little red and blood was flowing out of his mouth. However, this time, he didn't wipe it away. He said in a low voice, as expected, after waiting for a period of time, he came back and came to talk to us. However, none of us bothered with him. He also felt bored and used some medicine. After that, we all fainted. When we woke up again, we were already in a strange place. In the void, there was a strange sound and a mysterious cave entrance slowly appeared. After that bastard grabbed us without hesitation, destroyed our physical bodies with each palm strike and extracted our souls. We didn't say a word. In our last moments, we only had time to look at each other. At the last moment, Diwu Chouchang said something and his head was smashed into pieces. That sentence was, "Remember." Then, that person killed us, gathered our souls together, and threw them out with a swoosh. And I suddenly realized that I had entered the innermost cave entrance. At the moment when I entered the cave entrance, 8 waves of spirit power were transmitted over from 8 directions at the same time. At that time, I could only try my best to capture them bit by bit. Those were the lives of my brothers. The lives of my brothers. The lives of my brothers. The Dharma Supreme calmed down, tears seeping out of his eyes. I didn't dare to waste any of the 8 waves of spirit power. Perhaps the heavens were on my side, allowing me to collect them and integrate them into my body. At that time, I could feel the comfort and happiness of these spirits, as well as their expectations for me. After that, I was attracted by a strange suction force and entered that strange space. I realized that there was a spirit that had long been shattered in there. There were only a few fragments left and I didn't know who it was. However, I knew that it was Elder Jia who had met the same fate as me. Of all the spirits that could die here, which one of them wasn't a good man? Which one of them wasn't an unyielding husband? However, which one of them didn't die with grievances? Weren't they deceived, used, betrayed and then killed by the person they trusted the most? The Dharma Supreme laughed bitterly. I was inside and couldn't get out. I could only stay inside and feel my spirit power being depleted bit by bit. I kept on cultivating my spirit power, but it couldn't make up for the loss. However, the loss was also extremely slow. Thinking about it, every spirit inside had to hold on for hundreds of thousands of years. Ha ha ha, what kind of day was that? My brother is also enduring the same torment. I don't know how much time had passed, but my heart felt empty. I knew that one of my brothers had completely disappeared. I had this feeling 8 times in a row. I knew that my brothers were all gone. Only I was still here. I had their power in me. I worked even harder to cultivate. I wanted to live, I wanted to take revenge. I wanted to live on for them. At that time, I had already depleted all my power of the origin and was only left with the spirit power that they sent over before they entered. It was them who supported me and didn't let me die. Finally, one day, just when I felt that I couldn't hold on any longer, that cave suddenly opened. Then, a spirit was sent in. Only then did I know that 10,000 years had passed. I took this opportunity to sneak out. I found a dark place that didn't see the sun all year round to cultivate my spirit. Once I started cultivating, I cultivated for thousands of years. However, it was very difficult to take over someone's body. It was almost impossible. Because even if it was an ordinary person, their spirit was still complete. You can't drive his divine soul out of his body. Unless you killed him. However, after killing him, I still couldn't use it. Even if it was someone on the verge of death, I tried, but it didn't work. Finally, one day, I sensed a person whose spirit was missing. The Dharma Supreme raised his head and looked at Buluqing. It was Dongfang Badao. At that time, he had probably just deleted his memories. His spirit was missing a lot. This was my chance. However, he was still very strong at that time and I didn't have a chance. Once I was discovered by him, I was afraid that my spirit would be annihilated. So, I followed him secretly. Wherever he went, I followed. Finally, hard work paid off. He was a law enforcement officer and had a high cultivation. He often went out on missions to capture criminals. At that time, the three of them were competing for the position of the Dharma Supreme. It was based on his ability to enforce the law. He went to chase after a supreme being, but was besieged. Although he managed to kill those people, he himself was also on the verge of death, unconscious. I took advantage of this opportunity to enter his body. The Dharma Supreme stared at Buluqing. Do you understand? Buluqing sighed. I understand. Brother Bu, if you were me, would you kill Dongfang Badao, take over his body and wait for an opportunity to avenge your brothers at all costs? The Dharma Supreme asked solemnly. Yes. Buluqing took a deep breath and said, this vengeance must be avenged. I understand that you want to avenge your brothers. The Dharma Supreme said, but I also want to avenge my brothers. Do you understand me? I understand you. Buluqing's eyes gradually stood up. However, you are taking over my brother's body. Therefore, although I understand you, I still want to kill you. I understand. The Dharma Supreme chuckled and said indifferently, if you don't kill me because of my words, that would be really strange. Buluqing said, if you want to take revenge, you should go to that Elysium. Why did you come here instead? I can't go up. The Dharma Supreme said frankly, after I came out, I realized that Bastard's clan was already gone. I searched through the ancient books and couldn't find any clan of the Tribulation Sword Master. I hated it even more. Those guys must have ascended to heaven when one of them achieved the Tao. I really don't know about this. Buluqing was also puzzled. There were big clans in every generation, but why didn't he see any clan of the Tribulation Sword Master? Therefore, I could only stay and cultivate, preparing to rush to that world to take revenge. However, during this time, I also wanted to eliminate all the helpers of the Tribulation Sword Master, such as the Dharma Supreme and the new Tribulation Sword Master. The Dharma Supreme smiled indifferently. His smile was filled with boundless murderous intent. I had just taken over his body and wasn't confident in controlling the law enforcement officers. I tried to trip the previous Tribulation Sword Master but still couldn't kill him. The fate energy of the Tribulation Sword Master was too strong. However, he wanted to destroy the bloodline of the Diwu clan that had been passed down till now, but I managed to save it. Now, although the Diwu clan is weak, it still exists. The Dharma Supreme said indifferently, his eyes revealing deep emotions. Chu Yang finally understood. The Diwu clan was obviously a big clan during the previous Tribulation Sword Master's time. They were enemies of the Tribulation Sword Master, but they didn't die out. So this was the reason. Although the Diwu clan was a subsidiary of the Zhuge clan, they held great power. So this was the reason. 7th update. I'm working hard. 8th update. Haha, 10th update, can there be one? Can the number 1 in the monthly votes fulfill my wish, begging for monthly votes? Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Dharma Supreme's face gradually regained its initial calmness. His innate meridian started to gather spiritual energy again. He stood up slowly, with his hands behind his back and his long hair fluttering in the wind. He gazed at the rising sun and said, Brother Bu, although you are my enemy, thank you for talking to me tonight. Buluqing smiled bitterly. Actually, you should talk to Wu Jueqing. The Dharma Supreme smiled and shook his head lightly. Sad people can't talk to sad people. I also have a desire to confide in him, and so does he. When the two of us are together, no matter how you listen to it, it's just the same story. When you know about yourself, you also know about him. What else is there to talk about? He laughed and took a step forward. His figure was still in front of him, but his real body was already thousands of feet away. Brother Boo, I'll wait for you to find me anytime and fight to the death. If you don't find me, I'll find you after my injuries are healed. His voice faded and Buluqing didn't chase after him. He let out a long sigh and stomped his feet. Then, he suddenly flew up and disappeared without a trace. With a swoosh, 3 people appeared at the place where Buluqing and the Dharma Supreme were talking. Chuyang, Xianxia, and Wu Qianqian. Chuyang frowned and let out a long sigh. So, this is the Tribulation Sword Master. Xianxia also said meaningfully, so, this is the Tribulation Sword Master. She turned and looked at Chuyang. Chuyang, what did you think of? Chuyang took a deep breath and smiled lightly. Let's wait and see. Xianxia laughed and said, but, I may not be able to see it. Chuyang said indifferently, you will see it in the future. It's useless to say anything now. I promise that I won't do that to my brothers. Do you believe me? No. For 10,000 years, the 8 generations of Tribulation Sword Masters have been like this. How can you, Chuyang, be an exception, but I, Chuyang, must be an exception, I must be an exception, anyway, I've already died once. I'd rather die than do such a despicable, shameless, dirty, and beastly thing, Xianxia smiled meaningfully. Wu Qianqian opened her eyes and looked at the two in confusion. He couldn't understand what the two of them were talking about. Let's go. Let's go back. Xianxia smiled faintly and was about to grab the two of them and fly back. At this moment, the sky suddenly brightened. The sky was about to brighten. However, Xianxia's hand, which was about to grab the two of them, suddenly loosened. She looked at the sky with a solemn expression. Chuyang and Wu Qianqian couldn't help but look up. At the edge of the sky where the morning sun rose, there was a purple cloud moving rapidly. In almost an instant, it was above their heads. Chuyang was surprised. He had never seen a cloud fly so fast. In the blink of an eye, dark clouds gathered overhead, followed by lightning and thunder. The light that had just appeared on the horizon was immediately suppressed. The sound of thunder was like a dull drum, constantly beating in the sky above their heads. The three of them felt oppressed and heavy in their hearts at the same time, as if something bad was about to happen. The clouds were getting lower and lower. The pressure was getting heavier and heavier. Xianxia's expression became more and more solemn. Chuyang muttered, what is this? Is this, the power of heaven? Xianxia bit her lips and silently looked at the clouds that were getting lower and lower, as if they had condensed into a solid substance. Suddenly, she struck Wu Qianqian's neck with her palm. Wu Qianqian fainted without making a sound. What are you doing? Chuyang was shocked. Xianxia looked at Chuyang with a complicated expression and said softly, they are here to find me. My existence has affected the balance of the heavens. And I used the heavenly sun purple cloud in my attack just now. I was discovered. This matter cannot be known to Qianqian. Chuyang was shocked and dumbfounded. Then what should we do? Xianxia took a breath and said, for experts like us, no matter which plane we are in, we can't destroy the balance of the plane. If we just stay there, there won't be any problems. But once we reveal enough power to destroy the balance, we will be punished. If I were a native, it would be easier, but I'm not. And Buluqing and the Dharma Supreme are the top figures of this heavens. So, when I interfered in their battle, it became such a situation. Chuyang was shocked. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Since you already knew, why did you still intervene? Xianxia's expression was a little complicated. She said, I have to leave sooner or later. Now, it's just a little earlier than expected. The only difference is that I can leave on my own, or I can be caught by someone. Chuyang raised his eyebrows. Caught? Yes. Usually, when there is such a situation, you will be caught and not be put in a spot. It's just that you are not allowed to stay here any longer. Xianxia looked deeply at Chu Yang and said softly, Chu Yang, you must take care. You must take care. What if I don't let you go? Chu Yang asked in a low voice. Xianxia's delicate body trembled and she smiled bitterly. You won't let me go? This is heaven's authority. Chu Yang sneered. In my life, I have always been going against heaven. Heaven's authority? So what if I offend it one more time? Xianxia sighed in her heart. How could she not know that she would be caught if she revealed her true strength today? But she didn't dare to stay any longer, especially beside Chu Yang. Xianxia had never spent so much time with a young man in her life. And she had never appreciated and loved any other young man as much as she did Chu Yang. Since the beginning of the Black Blood Forest, she took pleasure in torturing Chu Yang. Although she was also collecting Tao state energy, she also wanted to see how far this stubborn young man could go. But she didn't expect that no matter what, as long as it was a battle, Chu Yang would be full of energy. No matter how cruel it was, no matter how many times he failed, Chu Yang's fighting spirit would only be higher and would never diminish. The more he was defeated, the braver he became. Along the way, Xianxia was also constantly squeezing Chu Yang's bottom line. She even thought, when I'm forcing out your last bit of potential, can you still be so stubborn? But all the way until they reached Tianji City, although Chu Yang was exhausted and bruised every day, he never once said anything soft. The most terrible thing was that even when he said something soft, he was actually teasing her. Xianxia became more and more unconvinced, and her attacks became more and more ruthless. Chu Yang's resistance also became stronger and stronger. Until Chu Yang reached Tianji City, the two of them fought more frequently. Xianxia couldn't squeeze out all of Chu Yang's potential. Until that time when Chu Yang was breaking through, Xianxia had no choice but to use the cruelest method to help him. Xianxia absolutely believed that even a supreme martial artist wouldn't be able to withstand that kind of cruel punishment, but Chu Yang came up with his own idea to let her torture him. But he persevered and even broke through. At that moment, Xianxia almost shed tears. It was at that moment that Xianxia felt that her state of mind had changed. In the past, she was a loner. Other than wanting to repay a debt of gratitude and wanting to see her benefactor and say thank you, she didn't have any other concerns. Her heart was like flowing water, unrestrained and unrestrained like the clouds, free and unrestrained. But from that day onwards, her heart seemed to have an additional concern. And this concern was Chu Yang. She even had a thought, I don't want Chu Yang to go through that kind of pain again. That was why she helped Chu Yang with this and that. She even brought Chu Yang out today to let him watch the supreme martial artist peak battle, to pave the way for his future and to reduce his bottleneck. But after that period of time, Xianxia felt that she couldn't let go. Sometimes, she would even dream about it. At this moment, Xianxia finally felt that something was wrong. That was why she suddenly decided to expose her strength today and wanted to leave this place. He was going to leave anyway. It didn't matter if he left sooner or later. Since that was the case, it was better to do it sooner rather than later. Although she hadn't replenished her Tao state energy, what she had now was enough for her to withstand the heavenly wrath once and then enter the great Tao void to replenish her Tao state energy. If she continued to stay, she was afraid that she would feel even more uncomfortable. If she wanted to stay but couldn't bear to leave after replenishing her Tao state energy, that would be truly uncomfortable. That was why she didn't hesitate to attract the heavenly wrath to save herself from this emotional whirlpool. Although it would be very painful. Xianxia really didn't want to immerse herself in this emotional whirlpool even more, but just now, when Xianxia heard Chu Yang say, "What if I don't let you go?" her heart suddenly felt sour and sweet. For a moment, she actually had mixed feelings. But she immediately controlled herself and didn't say anything. "You will be punished for going against the heavens," Xianxia said softly. She gently reached out her hand and touched Chu Yang's face. She said softly, "After I leave, don't miss me. Live well and live your life well." Chu Yang stared at her and said irritably, "Didn't you hear? I mean, what if I don't let you go? What can I do to make you stay?" He actually started to question her. If it was in normal times, Xianxia would usually give him a slap and then kick him on his butt to make him fly in the air again. But now, Xianxia felt a sense of satisfaction in her heart. She actually felt a little sweet towards this rough reprimand. She bit her lips, with a satisfied smile in her eyes, and said softly, "There's no other way." Xianxia was stunned, a thunderclap resounded in the sky, and a majestic sound of thunder rolled over. It seemed to be coming from afar, and gradually resounded above their heads. It was deafening. At the same time, a huge golden hand suddenly stretched out from the clouds in the sky. It carried a majestic aura that could not be defied, and it suddenly grabbed down. A voice said indifferently in the sky, "How dare you, lowly servant? How dare you break the balance of space? Quickly follow me back to be interrogated." Xianxia's face turned pale and her lips trembled. Then, she looked deeply at Xianxia's face, grabbed Xianxia and Wu Qianqian, and threw them far away. Xianxia screamed crazily, and twisted his waist in midair. She had only thrown him halfway, and he suddenly stopped. Then, he rushed back like a lightning. Begging for votes. Rushing to the first place. Crazily saying, "I want 10 more votes. I want 10 more votes. I'm already crazy." Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Wu Qianqian flew far away and landed on a flat ground. She fainted unscathed. "Go back!" Xianxia shouted at Xianxia. Her white robe and hair fluttered in the wind. Xianxia turned a deaf ear to her and ran back. Xianxia had a complicated look in her eyes. She bit her plump lips and looked at Xianxia's running figure. Her eyes seemed to be glistening with tears. The golden hand in the sky suddenly descended and grabbed at Xianxia. Xianxia did not move. She just looked at Xianxia's running figure in a daze. She did not dodge the giant hand in the sky. It was about to grab Xianxia's shoulder, but Xianxia was still 400 feet away. The golden hand emitted a bright golden light and covered Xianxia's body. Xianxia's face showed a trace of pain. She slowly rose up and opened her mouth towards Xianxia, who was running on the ground. She seemed to be saying something. Xianxia could not hear it. Judging from the shape of her mouth, she seemed to be saying "take care." Xianxia felt a sudden pain in his heart. He howled like a wounded beast. He looked up to the sky and roared. With a swoosh, he pulled out Calamity Sword. Then, he let out a furious roar and soared into the sky. At this moment, Xianxia used all his strength, all his potential and all his willpower to launch the most powerful attack since he started his cultivation journey. The long sword instantly formed a huge storm. Xianxia roared hoarsely, "A ray of cold light pierces 10,000 feet. What harm is there in slaughtering the whole world? A sharp will buried deep will not change. A gathering of wind and clouds is the emperor. A sword blade that has been famous for all eternity. Wind and clouds move from east to west. The sun and the moon are my lightning generals, splitting mountains and breaking peaks. The sky is blood red, a blade across the sky for 10,000 years. This road leads to the netherworld, cutting off the sentimental traveler. Everything ends where the blade shines. Iron walls and bronze walls fight without end. What more can one ask for in this life? Clouds and clouds gather together. You have no worries when I'm alive." The crazy sword aura formed a torrent. They shot up from the ground in a majestic manner, leaving behind a dazzling rainbow in the air. They carried an indestructible will and a determination that would rather die than regret as they shot towards the giant golden hand in the air. "You want to leave? I won't stop you. But you have to leave on your own. We can't be captured." Xianxia shouted crazily. And L, and G, net. The sword point, sword edge, and sword guard all let out excited sword cries at the same time. This was the first time the 4 parts of the sword had worked together to attack. A piercingly cold murderous aura instantly froze the vast sky. Xianxia's expression changed drastically. She struggled with all her might and shouted, "Don't." It actually broke free from the golden hand and flew down. There was a sound of surprise in midair, as if it was surprised that Xianxia was able to break free from its grasp. The huge golden hand paused for a moment before continuing to grab her. But he saw Xianxia's sword light attacking him like a thunderbolt. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The big hand turned and slapped towards Xianxia. A dignified voice said, "You're just a grain of rice, yet you dare to offend the heavenly might. die. Xianxia let out a shrill cry and shot out like a bolt of lightning. It was obvious that she was extremely anxious. She was not even a match for this huge golden hand. Xianxia was just a speck of light that was the size of a grain of rice, and he actually attacked it. Wasn't this courting death? But Xianxia had already flown up at full speed and was coming towards her. That huge golden hand also passed by Xianxia. It grabbed towards Xianxia fiercely. Xianxia couldn't make it in time. She shouted anxiously, "I'll go back with you. I'm willing to accept the punishment. Don't hurt him. I was going to leave, but I don't have enough Tao state power to break the barrier." Did you hear that? I'm willing to go back with you. But that huge golden hand was completely indifferent. It continued to grab towards Xianxia. The voice said indifferently, "Those who offend the heavenly might, die." Xianxia was instantly panicked and heartbroken. And net. Xianxia, I told you not to be rash. But you, her body was still rushing forward, but her mind seemed to have gone blank. It was as if she had lost consciousness. Xianxia roared furiously. The 10 moves of the tribulation sword technique merged into an unprecedented torrent. In just a moment, it violently hit the huge golden hand. The huge golden hand paused and pushed forward. In the clouds, that voice suddenly let out an awe. It wasn't painful, but it was full of shock. Then, the huge golden hand suddenly retracted. Even its strength seemed to have disappeared. Xianxia's tribulation sword came into contact with the huge golden hand. With a bang, Xianxia felt as if he had directly hit a mountain made of star steel. The force of the impact made Xianxia cry out and fly back. But it was just this contact that the huge golden hand suddenly retracted its strength. How sharp was the tribulation sword? Not to mention the power of 10 moves of the tribulation sword technique at the same time, countless strands of tribulation sword chi exploded on the giant hand. With a boom, a finger of the giant golden hand was cut off at the same time. The finger fell down and landed on the ground. It actually smashed a deep hole in the ground. It lay at the bottom of the hole. In midair, that voice let out another eh. The huge golden hand stopped in midair. Xianxia rushed over and saw Xianxia lying on the ground with a pale face, bleeding from his 7 orifices. He was already unconscious and on the verge of death. Looking at his injuries, it was obvious that his internal organs had been severely damaged. Xianxia bit her lip and hurriedly treated his injuries. She was worried about that huge golden hand. As she channeled her energy into Xianxia, she looked up and said, "Please don't move for the time being. Let me treat his injuries first. Okay?" There was actually a hint of pleading in her voice. For Xianxia, who had been strong all her life, this was the first time she spoke to someone like this. The voice in midair didn't speak, but that huge golden hand stopped in midair. It also didn't move. After a long while, that deep voice said, "Your Tao state power is insufficient? You can't break through the space barrier?" Xianxia said as she treated Xianxia's injuries, "Yes." That voice muttered to himself, "But this little. Why is he holding the Emperor's sword? Could he be?" Suddenly, he snorted and said, "Then leave this place immediately after you finish collecting the Tao state power and replenish your energy." Xianxia was overjoyed and said, "Okay. Once I'm done collecting, I'll leave immediately." That voice snorted and said, "I'll keep an eye on you. If you don't leave by then, don't blame me for not showing mercy." Suddenly, with a whoosh, the dark clouds shrank back. Then, the dark clouds in the sky suddenly rose up and disappeared. In the far east, a red sun rose. Everything returned to normal, as if nothing had happened at all. Xianxia was actually stunned. What was going on? This messenger, why did he leave so easily? He had come with such great momentum, yet he had actually given up and left. Not only did he not want to capture her, he had even left half of his finger behind. This was too inconceivable. Such a powerful person actually left after being hurt by Xianxia, who was like an ant in his eyes. Xianxia took the time to treat Xianxia's injuries and carefully thought about it. She was puzzled. Suddenly, she thought of something that the voice said, "But this little. Why is he holding the Emperor's sword? Could he be?" Suddenly, her heart trembled. Could it be because of Xianxia, the Emperor's sword? What emperor? What level was he? Xianxia actually held the emperor's sword. What did this mean? If this was the case, the one who folded the heavens continent back then must be this emperor, and the calamity sword was the sword of this emperor? All the previous calamity sword owners had always been. Xianxia was lost in thought, her heart was very confused. With a groan, Xianxia woke up. Before he opened his eyes, he sat up suddenly. But it affected his injuries and he couldn't help but groan in pain. He opened his eyes and saw Xianxia in front of him. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. You weren't caught? He was chased away by you? Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She revealed a gentle smile and said softly, yes, he was chased away by you. Xianxia laughed and shook his head. Don't I know my own limits? I don't have such great abilities. Suddenly, he blinked and said, Big Sister Z, your voice was so gentle just now. It gave me goosebumps. Xianxia was angry and wanted to laugh at the same time. She raised her eyebrows and stared at him. She reached out and grabbed his ear, twisting it. If you know your own limits, why did you not care about your life and collide with it? Do you know that you will die if you do that? Xianxia grimaced. Ouch, 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 say it if it hurts. Xianxia added more strength and roared fiercely. Xianxia turned his head in the direction where his ear was twisted. He grinned, scratched his head and laughed. It was only after I collided with it that I realized my limits. Before I collided with it, I didn't. Xianxia wanted to flare up and twist his ears again, but for some unknown reason, a smile suddenly rushed to her heart and she let out a chuckle. Xianxia felt as if he had been pardoned. Big sister, quickly let go of your hand. I don't want to tire you out. That would be my fault. Xianxia finally let go of her hand. She smiled and said, if you're afraid of pain, behave yourself in the future. Xianxia rolled out a few steps and bowed. He said with a bitter face, yes, yes, I won't dare to do it again. Sigh. Why are you like my mother? Xianxia said angrily, what did you say? Xianxia covered his head and scurried away. After a round of laughter, it was as if the previous incident didn't happen at all. Neither of them mentioned that Xianxia wanted to leave. But both of them seemed to feel that there was something more in their hearts, something more change, and the relationship between the two of them seemed to be a little different, but Xianxia wisely didn't continue to think about it. Xianxia also suppressed this feeling deep in her heart. Both of them knew that it was impossible for them to be with each other. Xianxia laughed and was about to carry Wu Qianshan back. After taking a few steps, he suddenly realized that there was a big pit in front of him. Xianxia went forward to take a look and saw that there was a golden light inside. He couldn't help but be surprised. He said, what is this? Can the monthly votes be first? I'll continue to write. Xianxia pursed her lips and said, I don't know what kind of luck you have to have such a good thing. Quickly go down and bring it up, this is your spoils of war. My spoils of war? Xianxia was surprised. When the golden finger fell down, he had already fainted. Naturally, he didn't know that he could create such an earth-shattering result. Although the other party went easy on him, Xianxia picked it up and immediately groaned at the bottom of the pit. Damn it, my injuries haven't healed yet. I can't move it. What is this thing? It's too heavy. Then, he threw an incomplete version of the heavy pill into his mouth. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. She said, if you can't move it, then you can stay down here. I'll go get Xianxia. With a swoosh, she left. This woman. Xianxia secretly cursed under his breath. Xianxia pretended not to hear him and left. Xianxia sat down below and mobilized his energy to heal his injuries. Then, he suddenly realized that when he was mobilizing his energy, he suddenly felt that the energy in the air suddenly increased. The pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushed to his mouth and nose, almost suffocating him. Where did such pure and rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth come from? Xianxia opened his eyes in shock and saw that the golden thing was emitting rich spiritual energy. As he breathed, the spiritual energy turned into two long dragons and rushed towards his nostrils. It wasn't a waste at all. The serious injuries in his body were almost instantly healed by the incomplete version of the heavy pill. When the spiritual energy rushed in, he actually recovered instantly and his cultivation even improved. It was only a few breaths. Damn it. Xianxia jumped up in shock. What good thing is this? It's so awesome. He hurried over. He pulled it and looked. This thing was the size of a millstone, but it was heavy, at least 7 to 8,000 kilograms. Xianxia scratched his head and walked around this thing. He said to himself, why does it look like the pad of a finger? This piece on the edge, could it be a fingernail? But where can there be such a big hand? Suddenly, he remembered the big hand that grabbed Xianxia before he fainted. He couldn't help but tremble. Could this be from that big hand? He recalled Xianxia's words, those are your spoils of war. Xianxia cursed. His eyes widened. Am I really that awesome? You actually managed to chop off a piece of this huge hand? Xianxia felt a lingering fear in his heart as he thought about the world-destroying might of that big hand. He felt that his calves were about to cramp up. His legs felt weak, and his back felt cold. He sat down on the ground with a plop sound. Beads of cold sweat continuously appeared on his forehead. Oh my God! Minister Chu muttered. Xianxia gazed at this half-severed finger as he pondered. Looking at the power of the golden hand, his sword was powerful. But it shouldn't have hurt him. Why did he chop off a piece of it? There was something strange about this matter. This half of the gold finger ended along with Xianxia. Surprisingly, the spiritual aura on it no longer emanated, and it returned to being a quiet, millstone-sized, finger. Xianxia stretched out his hand, and tried to poke it. He discovered that this thing actually had a faint elasticity. It doesn't feel like human flesh. Xianxia scratched his head in confusion. At this moment, Xianxia's telepathic voice rang in his ears. Keep the gold finger. We're going back. Xianxia responded with an O. He hurriedly kept the gold finger into the space. As soon as he opened the space, he saw the sword spirit asking excitedly, what good stuff did you get? Why is it so powerful? I could feel it even when I was in seclusion. Xianxia rolled his eyes. Then he heard the sword spirit exclaim, oh my God! Isn't this a divine bone? Xianxia was startled. He asked, what divine bone? The sword spirit looked at the gold finger greedily and murmured, divine bone. Oh my God! Annoyed, Xianxia picked up this half-severed finger and threw it into the space. It hit the sword spirit squarely in the face. The sword spirit nimbly fell to the ground with a loud thud. Even though his mouth was stuffed by the gold finger, he still managed to mutter, oh, the Star Lake. I'm so happy. Xianxia was speechless. The sword spirit finally moved it away from his face. Suddenly, he cried, but I'm in pain too. What are you in pain about? Xianxia wondered. Didn't you just say you're so happy? The sword spirit said painfully, I said I saw the divine bone and I'm so happy. But I'm cultivating my spirit now, so I can't absorb the power in it. I'm in pain. Xianxia rolled his eyes and said, I've been worried that you'd steal it. You can't absorb it? That's great. The sword spirit was speechless. He stopped talking. His silence piqued Xianxia's interest. What's the use of this divine bone? The sword spirit said, it's very useful. You can cultivate it. The spiritual energy emanating from it is the most original spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This large piece is probably enough for you to absorb for a while. Also, after you've absorbed the spiritual energy, you can refine this divine bone a little and it will become a divine weapon. Its hardness and sharpness can be called the best in this heaven apart from the tribulation sword. So good? Xianxia was excited. You can go to sleep now. I'm in seclusion. The sword spirit was speechless and defended himself. He rolled his eyes and continued his seclusion. Xianxia jumped out of the pit and saw Wu Qianqian looking at him curiously. She asked, Xianxia, why did you jump into the pit? Before Xianxia could answer, Xianxia said, he was smacked down by me. Wu Qianqian was shocked. The three of them packed up. Xianxia grabbed one of them with each hand and tore open the space with the other. She stepped back. Feng Yuro and Yu Lingxue had already searched the entire Tianji city but didn't find Wu Qianqian. Both of them knew that as long as Xianxia said Wu Qianqian was fine, then she was really fine. But if they didn't see their disciple alive in front of them, they wouldn't be at ease. Seeing that the sun had already risen, the couple sat in Xianxia building, speechless. Where did she go? Feng Yuro asked, did the elder lie to us? Xianxia said, definitely not. With that elder's cultivation, she probably wouldn't be interested in lying to us. Although he said so, his eyes were still looking at the door. Feng Yuro said, that's true. At this moment, a clear and cold voice said, catch your disciple. Then, there was a whoosh. With a whoosh, a figure flew in through the window from the sky and landed in Feng Yuro's arms. Feng Yuro was overjoyed. She said, thank you, elder. Xianxia said, you're welcome. Goodbye. Feng Yuro hurried out with Wu Qianqian in her arms. Elder, I still have something to ask you. When she came out, there was no one in front of her. She couldn't help but feel lost. Xianxia comforted her from behind. This elder doesn't have any ill intentions towards us. We'll have a chance to meet her. Since she said so, she'll definitely have a way to help us. Besides, we've been here for so many years, why would we care about a little more time? Feng Yuro sighed and said, you don't know. Every time I see other women carrying their children happily, I'm so envious. Sigh. At this moment, Wu Qianqian in her arms moaned and woke up. Are you alright, Qianqian? What happened? Feng Yuro asked with concern. At the same time, she checked her disciple's body. After circulating her internal energy, she was relieved. Her disciple's clothes were neat and tidy, and she was still a virgin. She definitely didn't encounter any of those terrible things. Wu Qianqian said, I don't know either. It's just that, from Wu Qianqian's mouth, this matter was of course all the fault of the Lan clan. Moreover, after she was drugged, she was saved by Xianxia. Then, Xianxia brought her to look for Chu Yang. It was Chu Yang who went through a lot of trouble to get rid of the poison without ruining her reputation, and so on. This Chu Yang is really a good kid. He's really a kind and honest perfected lord. Feng Yuro sighed. Who are you talking about? Chu Yang? Xianxia frowned and said, which Chu Yang? How many Chu Yangs do you know? Feng Yuro frowned and asked. I know. The sweetheart of Xianxia and Bu Liuqing's disciple. His name is Chu Yang. Xianxia's expression was strange. He said, could it be him? The sweetheart of Xianxia and Bu Liuqing's disciple? Wu Qianqian was stunned. Was there such a coincidence? Who was Xianxia and Bu Liuqing's disciple? Immediately, under the questioning of Xianxia and Feng Yuro, Wu Qianqian followed what she had discussed with Xianxia. Her answer was flawless. Moreover, she also said that the two 8th-grade martial saints of the Yi clan had once ambushed her at the Shuiyu Lake and wanted to kill her. And, of course, she was saved by Chu Yang that time. The two venerables were filled with boundless gratitude towards Chu Yang, but at the same time, they were furious at the Yi clan. Xianxia knew that Feng Yuro was going to ask her about having children. But now, after Chu Yang's explanation, what she was most afraid of was that Moon Breeze would ask her about having children. How could she not quickly slip away? If he was caught and asked about this matter, it would be extremely embarrassing. He wouldn't even have a place to put his face. Besides, she was still carrying Chu Yang with her other hand. Now that she had already sent Wu Qianqian down, it seemed inappropriate to carry Chu Yang with one hand, so she just hugged him in her arms. Chu Yang was in luck this time. He only felt that he was suddenly surrounded by a soft and fragrant body. Minister Chu nestled happily in Xianxia's arms, pretending to be asleep. He was even murmuring in his sleep. His face, however, intentionally or unintentionally, moved closer to Xianxia's towering chest. Finally, touched, blissful, young Master Chu almost fainted. So big, so firm, so soft, just as he was intoxicated, he was suddenly thrown to the ground with a bang. Immediately after, he was kicked in the butt and fell flat on his face. He heard Xianxia scolding, "Stinky hooligan." Chu Yang smiled embarrassedly. When he opened his eyes, he saw that they had already returned to the Orchard Palace. But the next moment, Chu Yang and Xianxia were stunned at the same time. Why was the door of the Orchard Palace wide open? It was so noisy inside. From the looks of it, it was as if a bandit had come. Chu Yang's heart trembled. He screamed, and rushed in fiercely. 10 chapters, haha, as I said earlier, the first 10 chapters. But it's not the first. Since that's the case, I'll use 10 chapters to exchange for the first. Is that okay? I'm really at my wit's end, I can't take it anymore. I haven't slept for a day and a night. I'll just write a single chapter and go to sleep. I hope that tomorrow morning, I'll see everyone give me a surprise. To be continued, Part 7 Chapter 320. I have a clear conscience. The supreme martial artist sighed and were speechless. Xiakuan nodded. It turned out that Chu Yang did not know what the operation was. Chu Yang only knew that there was a conspiracy against Wu Xian, but he did not know that there was another elder of the divine tribe. He was just an idiot who was being used as a tool by others. He was just a slightly smarter idiot. Yi Shifeng was naturally asking Chu Yang when the Long clan would take action to snatch the elder of the divine tribe. However, Chu Yang was at a critical juncture and naturally thought that Yi Shifeng was asking when the Yi clan would take action to shift the blame. At that time, I told Brother Yi, take note, the Long clan will definitely take action on the night of the 12th lunar month. Chu Yang said, we are all smart people, we know when to stop. Yi Shifeng understood what I meant and laughed heartily. We drank to our heart's content before leaving. Yi Shifeng was a pervert. Yi Di's face turned black. After paying a huge piece of spirit jade ginseng, he received a piece of deceptive news. This matter has been like this since the beginning. This is the origin of the Yi clan's information. Chu Yang said proudly, Lord Yi Di, if you don't believe me, you can call Yi Shifeng over, I will confront him on the spot. Yi Di's face turned even darker. Yi Shifeng is already dead, I'll call him over? Why don't you call him over? Why don't you try? The supreme martial artist's expressions were also very interesting. This guy is really interesting, asking Yi Di to confront a dead person. How could Chu Yang not know that Yi Shifeng was already dead? Even when Yi Shifeng died, he was beside him. Yi Shifeng's death was also caused by him, but now, he had to pretend that he did not know, and his pretense was flawless. He pretended to be righteous. I believe you. Yi Di pinched his nose and said while holding back his anger. For more than 1,000 years, when have I ever held back my anger like this? And in front of a 10-year-old kid? Yi Di felt that his self-restraint was really good at this moment. If that's the case, then it's understandable that you told the Yi clan the information. However, the Shao clan did not participate in this and did not take any action. Why did you give us the information? 40 to 50 of our experts were killed last night, Xianxia said. Chu Yang retorted, since your Shao clan doesn't intend to take action or participate, then why did so many people die here? Xianxia was speechless. Yi Di laughed gloatingly and said, that's right. Your Shao family didn't participate in the planning or the operation. Why did so many people die in our Yi family's place? Isn't it because of this little guy? Xianxia said angrily. Kuan nodded, but if you don't plan to take action, why did you send someone to buy information from him? If they don't plan on taking action, they probably won't take action even if the news is delivered to their doorstep. Yi Di mocked. Yes. At that time, the Shao clan came looking for me. Chu Yang said innocently, since the Shao clan didn't receive any news, then they must not be in cahoots with the Lan clan. Then they must be helping the Yi clan. Since I had already decided to get rid of Lan Chunga's control, the more help the Yi family had, the better. Therefore, when Master Shao came looking for me, I basically gave him the information without any nonsense. Chu Yang said very righteously, moreover, although I received benefits, but, if I didn't, Master Shao would think that the information I gave was not necessarily reliable. All the supreme martial artists nodded secretly. Humans were like this. If someone gave you something for free, especially someone you didn't know well, you would instead think that there was a problem or that the person was trying to frame you. Only if you spent a huge amount of money to buy it, you would instead cherish it more and you would definitely believe it. As for the family, it was Master Meng Se who came looking for me. Moreover, Master and I have known each other for a long time in the upper three heavens. Our temperaments are quite compatible. Chu Yang didn't wait for Qing Chou to ask and continued, I am a forthright person and I am free and easy in handling matters. I admire my brother very much. Since he came looking for me, how could I not give him face? Xianxia said. Moreover, at that time, my brother was very understanding of me. He once said that if it was inconvenient for me, I should just pretend that he didn't say anything. But, my brother treats me as a friend and is so considerate of me. How can I, Xianxia, not be loyal? All the supreme martial artist's expressions became even more strange. Alright, when it was with Yi Shifeng, it was out of fear. When it was with the Shao clan, it was out of safety. Now that you are back at home, you are talking about loyalty. Do you know that it's fine that you're being so loyal, but you almost killed your good brother, and the loss to the family is even greater. Furthermore, you received benefits first? No matter what, I will not let my brother down. Therefore, I caught up with him and told him this news. Xianxia said righteously, my brother treats me with sincerity, so I will definitely repay him with loyalty. When friends are friends, it is important to treat each other with sincerity. When this sentence was said, even the Dharma Supreme almost fainted. This fellow was speaking with assurance here, yet he didn't know how many people in the clan had died because of his repayment of loyalty. All the supreme martial artists looked at Xianxia, who spoke with assurance, righteousness, loyalty, and magnanimity. They couldn't help but feel their teeth ache. Moreover, at that time, I also told Brother Yi that this matter was a huge whirlpool. I told him to be careful. And he also promised me then. We were reluctant to part and parted at the entrance of the Orchard Palace. Xianxia said with a clear conscience, I can confront Brother Meng Say about this matter at any time. Qingqiu nodded weakly and waved his hand. There is no need to confront him. At this point, the interrogation had reached a stalemate. This fellow didn't know the real issue at all. How could he continue? In that case, you don't know what they were looking for you for? The Dharma Supreme asked. Of course I know. Xianxia said with some grievance. At that time, Yi Shifeng, Lan Changge, Zhuge Changcheng, Brother Mingse, as well as the Shi clan, Shao clan, Qin clan, and Li clan were all crazily pursuing Wu Xian. Which one of them didn't covet her? That day, they almost fought at the Jiaxiu Tower. And now, Duke Lan Changge wants to use this method to achieve his goal. I believe all of you won't agree to it. You mean, this whole matter is because of jealousy? Li Xianxia was speechless. Isn't it? Xianxia was stunned. Then, he sighed and said with emotion, Femme fatale, this really makes sense. All the supreme martial artists sat upright with their eyes down and their noses down to their hearts. No one said a word. Xianxia's mouth was not idle. He laughed bitterly and said, Lan Changge said that he wanted to help me marry the beauty, how can I not know? If this matter is successful, the one who will marry the beauty will definitely be Lan Changge and not me. He sighed with a lonely expression. Actually, I am just a chess piece. A chess piece that can be abandoned after using it, that's all. The Dharma Supreme said indifferently, but this matter is not what you think. There is another reason. Xianxia said in puzzlement, another reason? The Dharma Supreme said indifferently, come here. Then, he said to the second grandmasters of the big clans, everyone, if you believe me, I will perform this soul control technique. How about it? Although everything Xianxia said was flawless, the Dharma Supreme still felt that there was something fishy about it. This was a kind of intuition. Xianxia's voice, expression, actions, tone, emotions, and so on showed in all aspects. What he said was from the bottom of his heart, many people even believed him now. They were all old foxes. Whether a person was lying or not, they could tell at a glance. But the Dharma Supreme still felt that something was not right. What was wrong, but he could not tell. All the supreme martial artists of course agreed loudly. In this world, if they did not believe in the Dharma Supreme, who else could they believe? Xianxia's face was stern and fearless. He walked over with a selfless look. He stood in front of the Dharma Supreme. Then, with a puff, an aura was emitted from his body. All the supreme martial artists were shocked. This little one, when someone was performing the soul control technique on him, he automatically dispersed his cultivation and dropped all his guard. This was equivalent to putting everything he had, completely and defenselessly, in the hands of the Dharma Supreme. Really, if one did not do anything wrong, one would not be afraid of ghosts knocking on the door. Yang slowly turned around and said, Elders, although I am young, I know what to do and what not to do. I have said and done. Since everyone came to me to buy information, I have also made a profit by selling it. As for what information everyone came to buy from me, I have also told you the truth. When I said the beginning of the 12th lunar month, it was the beginning of the 12th lunar month. The Long clan had indeed taken action. My information was not wrong. Although it caused all the great clans to fight to the death because of this, I, Yang, have a clear conscience. I have done right, I have done right. I am an upright person, I do things according to the rules. I am a doctor has the heart of a parent. My heart is broad and broad. Selfless. In this matter, yes, I have taken benefits. But those benefits, I should take them. To put it bluntly, it is inevitable that all the great clans will feel heartache when they suffer losses. But as long as my information is conclusive, accurate, and true, then it has nothing to do with me. If someone dies, it has even less to do with me. It should be, you can go and find whoever killed them. A life for a life. If you want to buy information, you also need to show your sincerity, it is that simple. If this matter is not about a beauty but about a treasure, then those who died fighting for the treasure would not go and find trouble with the person who sold you the treasure map, right? If you bought 40 steamed buns, but in the end you could not finish them and forced yourself to eat until you were stuffed to death, you would not go and find the steamed buns seller, right? Yang smiled sadly. The reason why I am here today is because I am weak. I am weak, so everyone can blame me. Although everyone knows that this matter has nothing to do with me. After the Dharma Supreme performs his technique, the truth will be revealed. By then, whether you want to kill me or torture me, you can do whatever you want. But please let my sister go. Yang smiled bleakly. This is the way of the world, nothing more. He looked at the Dharma Supreme with a stern gaze and slowly sat down. He said solemnly, Dharma Supreme, please do it. Part 7, Chapter 333, Brothers Reunited, the powerful voice said, Boss is also very tired. Youngest, I don't have so many twists and turns like you. Kuan. The three of us are in the upper three heavens. Now that the name of the Hall of 4-3 is known in the pugilistic world, isn't that great? The previous voice shouted, That's because you two are great. What's there to be happy about? Is it great to be beaten up by you two every day? Back then, I was also a godly thief in the pugilistic world. Boss should let GMO be beaten up. Or let Luo Kudi be beaten up. Or let second brother beat you up. He shouted. The powerful voice said without any change in tone, Voodoo Xing can't beat me now. I can beat him up. The previous voice sneered, I wonder who was the one who was beaten up by second brother Gu every day until he couldn't fight back. He hugged a heavy and stupid saber and kept shouting, Again. Again. I don't believe that I can't hit you once. He laughed, so you're addicted to being beaten up. The powerful voice snorted, I realize that you're becoming like GMO now. If you don't get beaten up for a day, you won't feel good. The voice from before jumped in fright. He hurriedly smiled apologetically and said, Fourth brother, I am sincerely convinced and full of admiration for you. Little brother's worship for fourth brother is like a torrential river, endless and unending. My respect for fourth brother is like a towering mountain. He flattered for a while and sighed, Isn't it all because of boss? Why hasn't that bastard come up yet? The powerful voice laughed lightly, If he comes up, do you dare to call him a bastard to his face? The voice from before laughed maniacally and said arrogantly, Why wouldn't I dare? Now that boss definitely can't beat me, I'll take advantage of him for a few years first. I'll beat him up every day. I'll beat his ass. He gritted his teeth and said, Not only will I beat him up, I'll also teach him a lesson. Humph, I have plenty of methods. No matter what, I can't lose my reputation as a godly thief. Haha. When boss comes up, I'll definitely use my peerless stealing skills and steal all of boss's underwear. When that time comes, don't help him and let him run naked in the upper three heavens. How about you help the three of us vent our anger? At this moment. Pa, the sound of clapping came from the door, and a clear voice said with a fake smile, Great plan. What a brilliant plan. An unparalleled godly thief is truly an unparalleled godly thief. Ordinary people really can't afford to offend him. The door opened, and a figure stood at the door, looking at the two of them with a faint smile. The two of them were shocked. With their cultivation, how could they not sense someone standing at the door? He turned his head and looked at the door. Kuan nodded. One had a lively and serious gaze, while the other had a gaze as sharp as a knife. At a glance, it was as if two large swords were slashing at him. At this moment, his hand was placed on the hilt of the saber beside him, but in the next moment, when they saw who it was, both of them were stunned. Then, the two of them screamed crazily. Ah! Ah! F***ck. F***ck. Boss. Big brother. Then, two silhouettes rushed up like sharp swords. A thin and small figure jumped up and hugged Xianxia's neck. The other was burly like a mountain. He reached out and gave both of them a bear hug, dragging them into the door. The door closed with a bang. Then, wahahaha. Boss is finally here. Bang bang bang. Boss, you're really late. Pft. F***ck. You too, be gentler. My butt still hurts. Xianxia screamed. Really? Then we'll give you a massage. Pft. F***ck. I'm the boss. Xianxia said angrily, let go. Ouch. Vent first. Call me boss after you're done, wahahaha. Awesome. Rui Butong's fists fell like rain, while Dong Wushang sat on Xianxia's back, suppressing him firmly. Xianxia lay on the ground in vain, laughing and shouting, F***ck. F***ck. I'm here to denounce you. You two bastards. Quickly stop. Wushang, you're also fooling around. Ouch, ouch. My butt. F***ck, hit me again and I'll get angry. I'm really going to get angry. I'm really going to get angry, F***ck. Xianxia exerted all his strength and pushed Dong Wushang down. Then, the three brothers wrestled. Pft. Dong Wushang held his stomach and bent over. Bang. Rui Budong sucked in cold air and rubbed his thigh, the muscles on his face trembling in pain. Boss, this thigh-twisting move is a move only girls use. Ouch, bang bang. Xianxia held his stomach and was about to bend over when his butt was kicked. He fell flat on his face again, bang bang bang, the room was turned upside down. Those who didn't know better would think that there was a world war. When the three of them finally stopped, even the big bed in the room was smashed into pieces. The three of them lay on the ground with bruises all over their faces, panting and weak. They looked at each other and couldn't help but burst into laughter. The three of them laughed so hard that tears flowed out. Then, the three of them got up and hugged each other tightly, laughing at the same time. The three of them hugged each other tightly and didn't let go for a long time. The laughter gradually died down, but the three of them still didn't let go. In places where they couldn't see each other, tears flowed down quietly. They secretly wiped them away so that their brothers wouldn't see. But why did they keep crying? The three of them didn't speak. They could clearly feel each other's hearts beating violently. Rui Budong and Dong Wushang recalled their encounters since they came to the upper three heavens. It hadn't been a long time, but they had experienced dozens of life and death situations. The three of them had narrowly escaped death many times, especially Rui Budong, who had actually died as many as 5 times. Meeting at this moment really felt like a lifetime ago. In the vast upper three heavens, suddenly seeing the person closest to them, the person they trusted the most, this feeling was really indescribable. Xianxia and Dong Wushang just sniffed and quietly controlled their emotions. But Rui Budong couldn't control himself and started to sob. The three of them thought of their brothers who were still in the upper three heavens at the same time. At this moment, there was nothing to say. This moment belonged to them. Men have tears, it is for reunion, for joy. Time passed quietly like this. After the initial excitement, the three of them had gradually calmed down. There was a knock on the door. The voice of the innkeeper outside asked, "Sir, did something happen?" Once the door opened, a pig-headed person with a beaming face and tear stains appeared. His face was bruised and swollen, but he said cheerfully, it's nothing. Don't worry, it's nothing. Hee, This is for you to compensate for your loss. He casually stuffed a piece of purple crystal over. Bang, the door was closed. Then it opened again. Let the waiter bring hot water, a teapot and teacups, bang. The door was closed again. The innkeeper shook his head doubtfully and sighed. Sigh, how pitiful. He's still fine after being beaten up to this extent, crying but still forced to smile, and even forced to tip purple crystals. This poor child, looks like he's met someone he can't afford to offend. Who knows how he's going to be ravaged? Tonight, shaking his head, he squeezed the purple crystal in his hand and thought to himself, if I wasn't forced, how would I be willing to tip purple crystals? This piece of purple crystal is enough for him to stay here for half a year, but no matter what, getting the purple crystal is more important than anything else. Even if someone dies in this room tomorrow, I have connections to settle it. The innkeeper left happily. In the room, the three of them had already calmed down. After sighing for a while, Xianxia suddenly pointed at Rui Budong and burst into laughter. This little one cried just now, haha. Rui Budong's face turned red. I didn't cry. He cried. He pointed at Dong Wushang. T. Dong Wushang glared at him with eyes red from crying and flew into a rage. You're the one who cried. Rui Budong hung his head dejectedly. Alright, under your coercion, I cried. Alright? Haha. Look at the two of you, beaten up like bears by me. Looking at the bruises on each other's faces, the three of them couldn't help but laugh. We're together again. After going through separation, life and death, a long journey, and changing two planes, we're brothers, we're together again. After a long while, Rui Budong sighed softly. I wonder how they're doing. When he said this, Xianxia and Dong Wushang also fell somewhat silent. Xianxia said in a low and deep voice, our brothers are all good men. Since we can make a name for ourselves, they can definitely do it too. They'll definitely do well. Who knows, it won't be long before they can come up and meet us. Yes. When that time comes, we can still be together like we were for the past 3 days. Rui Budong and Dong Wushang's eyes shone brightly. There was a knock on the door. The waiter brought over a tea set and hot water. Rui Budong opened the door to welcome him. Then, Dong Wushang went to look for tea. The two of them cooperated seamlessly, and a pot of tea was brewed in an instant. But there was no table. Let's just drink on the floor. Sitting on the floor is not bad either, Xianxia suggested. That won't do. We brothers have reunited after a long separation, how can we sit on the floor? Dong Wushang's burly body stood up. Twisting his neck, he walked out arrogantly. Then, there was a loud shout next door, followed by a few bangs, and then, the sound of footsteps. 3 people with bruised and swollen faces brought over a table and chairs with fearful looks on their faces. Put it down. Set it up properly. Get lost. Dong Wushang pointed at the door fiercely. The 3 people covered their heads and scurried away. Xianxia was stunned. That works too? The 3 people next door are 3 thieves. We were robbed on the first day we stayed here. Then, Wushang went over and gave them a good beating. Now, whatever we lack, 4th brother will go over and get it as if it's his own house. When he goes over, he'll beat them up without saying a word, and then talk about his purpose after he's done. These 3 people are also used to it. It's uncomfortable not to be beaten up for a day. Rui Budong explained with great emotion. I see. Wushang is really fierce. Haha. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. The two of you are advancing really fast. How did you do it? Did you take medicine? Xianxia asked. Boss, aren't you advancing fast? Dong Wushang chuckled. We're basking in Butong's glory. This guy is actually a bird. Damn it, we've acknowledged a bird as our brother. You're the bird. Rui Budong jumped up in anger. Turning to Xianxia, he said, Big brother, it's like this. Then, he explained everything that had happened in detail, and emphasized, actually, I was implicated by 4th brother. Oh, Xianxia was enlightened. He dragged out his tone. So it's really a bird. Rui Budong was dumbfounded. Pfft. Ha ha ha. Dong Wushang held his stomach and laughed. Chu Yang continued, however, Wushang, you're making a fuss over nothing. Actually, every man has a bird as a brother. It's just that we have one more brother. We have two. Ha 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 ha. Dong Wushang held his stomach and was out of breath. He felt that he had never been so happy in the past year. Rui Budong was so angry that even his neck was red. Facing these two people, he didn't dare to hit or scold them. Thief God Rui felt like he was going to die of frustration. The three of them drank tea and talked about all kinds of things after they parted. They laughed from time to time. After a while, Chu Yang remembered. Wushang, where's your wife? She went out. That girl is really asking for a beating. Dong Wushang's face was domineering. Boss is here and she's not here. When she comes back, see how I'll deal with her. Who are you going to deal with? A cold and gentle voice came from the door. Mo dressed in black, walked in from outside with a lot of food and a few jars of wine in her hands. She looked at Dong Wushang with a half-smile. I came up just now. Seeing that you brothers were reunited, I deliberately didn't disturb you. I went down to buy some side dishes and 2 jars of wine. I just heard someone say that he's going to deal with me. No, you must have heard wrongly. Dong Wushang quickly stood up and took the food thoughtfully. He laughed and said, thank you for your hard work. Do you want to sit down and eat together? Chu Yang was stunned. Was this still Dong Wushang? Mo snorted. She wrinkled her nose and said, you 3 brothers eat and drink. Who would be happy if I'm here? Don't be so hypocritical. I'm going to sleep. After bidding farewell to Chu Yang, Mo the black demon, left. Dong Wushang walked her to the door and watched Mo return to her room before he turned back and chuckled. He did not blush at all. He said, she's not bad. She knows how to take care of people. When he saw that his boss had arrived, he hurriedly went to buy some wine. She knew that she couldn't handle things well. I really want to beat her up. Chu Yang and Rui Budong stared at him blankly. Dong Wushang boldly lifted the wine jar and poured a bowl for each of them. He said, actually, women are just like this. If you don't beat them for 3 days, they'll become unruly. He had to teach her a lesson. Normally, he could be gentle, but at critical moments, he had to be tough. It was a matter of principle. He couldn't give in. As long as you beat him into submission, you can coax him into submission with just a few good words. Chu Yang and Rui Budong stared blankly behind him. Dong Wushang smiled proudly. Just like last time. As if sensing something, he suddenly said, just like last time, Lei Er's ability to do things is really impressive. She helped me and Budong. I don't know how much she helped us. Boss, you don't know, ever since we came here, if it weren't for Lei Er, Budong and I might still be wandering somewhere right now. Right? Budong? Rui Butong's face twitched. He nodded like a fool. Yes. What do you think, boss? Dong Wushang asked Chu Yang with interest. Actually, we men have to be more magnanimous towards women. We have to tolerate everything. Only then can we get by. Not every woman is as good-tempered as Lei Er. Chu Yang stared blankly at Dong Wushang's rough face as if he was looking at an alien. Dong Wushang chuckled. When he turned around, he immediately pretended to be shocked. Lei Er, why are you back? Mo smiled and thoughtfully helped him tidy up his clothes. She smiled and said, I wanted to remind you that if these 2 jars of wine aren't enough, I still have jars at the waiter downstairs. Dong Wushang held Mo hand and said emotionally, Lei Er, you're really too kind. Mo blushed and said, let go, what? Okay, I'm going back. She turned around and left. Dong Wushang looked at the door for a while and carefully closed the door. He chuckled and wiped his forehead. Boss, when dealing with women, you have to be more careful. Chu Yang stared at him for a while and finally sighed and laughed. I've been away for 3 days, I have to look at you in a different light. Wushang, I really should look at you in a different light. Dong Wushang smiled foolishly and scratched his head. He leaned close to Chu Yang's ear and whispered, very fierce, I can't even get on the bed if I'm not careful. Pfft. Chu Yang was listening to him with his head tilted and instantly spat out the wine. A mouthful of wine and a half-chewed pig's ear sprayed all over Rue Butong's face, who was trying to eavesdrop with a face full of gossip. Rue Butong was extremely depressed at once. He wiped his face in a flurry and sighed repeatedly. Boss, why did you suddenly explode? Because I suddenly remembered that someone wanted me to run naked in the upper three heavens. Chu Yang said lightly. Rue Butong immediately bowed and said, Boss, please spare me, this mouth of mine is despicable. I've said everything that should be said and shouldn't be said. As he spoke, he raised his hand and lightly slapped himself twice. That strength couldn't even kill a mosquito. Chu Yang snorted and warned, I'm happy this time, so I'll remember this first. If anything happens in the future, as long as I remember it, I'll punish you for multiple crimes. He said heavily, if there's anything that makes me unhappy in the future, I'll definitely make your wish of running naked in the upper three heavens come true. Rue Butong's face was bitter and he agreed repeatedly. He thought to himself, I'm done for. With this despicable mouth of mine, I don't know how many times I'll be punished. At this moment, he suddenly missed GMO endlessly. How great would it be if that guy was here? He was a masochist who was born to attract hatred and attention. Now that he's not here, everyone's target has shifted to me. The three of them drank to their heart's content, infusing all the sorrow of parting, the surprise of reuniting after a long time, and the longing for their brothers into the wine. The three of them didn't use their cultivation to suppress the alcohol and let themselves get drunk. The 2 jars of wine were practically poured into their stomachs. Then, Rue Butong went down and brought up the other jar. The three of them made a big fuss, each occupying a jar and drinking in large mouthfuls. After a long time, Dong Wushang's eyes were drowsy. He laughed heartily and said, I seem to have returned to the upper three heavens. Ha ha ha. How satisfying. Which hero in the world dares to fight with me? Rue Butong's eyes were slanted. He leaned on the table. He looked up weakly and said drunkenly, this bastard is drunk. Before he could finish, there was a slurping sound. He crawled under the table weakly. Chu Yang loved to smile when he was drunk. He smiled like a retard and chuckled as he drank. Then, he laughed and drank at the same time. When the last mouthful of wine entered his stomach, he finally collapsed. With a thud, Dong Wushang's burly body also collapsed. Rue Butong was at the lowest level, Chu Yang was lying on top of him, and Dong Wushang was firmly pressed against Chu Yang's lower abdomen. The position of the three of them was as awkward as it could be, and as uncomfortable as it could be, but the three of them fell asleep just like that with a look of satisfaction on their faces. Snoring sounds could be heard everywhere. A black shadow flashed. Emma quietly came in to take a look. She couldn't help but sigh. Men were really hard to understand. The friendship between men was even harder for women to guess. At such a time when danger was lurking everywhere, these three actually got so drunk just for a simple reunion, but she didn't know that although danger was lurking everywhere at this moment, for the three of them who were in a deep sleep, it was the most comfortable, the most reassuring and the safest time, because their brothers were right beside them. From now on, everyone had someone to rely on. He no longer had to struggle alone like he did in the past. As long as they had this kind of feeling, even if danger was lurking everywhere, the three of them could get drunk without any scruples. Emma didn't touch them either. Just like that, she moved a chair and sat at the door, keeping her guard up. She silently guarded for the whole night. The next day, dawn. A scream sounded from the room. Rue Butong screamed like a pig being slaughtered. What's so heavy? F***ck, it's crushing me. He exerted force and the 2 people on top of him flew out. Immediately, Chu Yang and Dong Wushang also woke up. They only felt sore all over and scratched their heads in puzzlement. They had never heard that sleeping could be so tiring. After leaving the invitation to the auction to the 3 of them, Chu Yang washed his face and hurried away. It was a little abrupt for them to gather together now. He might as well directly appear in the upper 3 heavens during the auction. In that way, with Xianxia's deterrence, the intangible value of his brothers would also rise. Besides, he still had to look for Wan Renjia, Wei Wuyan and the others now. After Chu Yang left, Dong Wushang and Rue Butong finally woke up. Holding the invitation in their hands, they suddenly saw the two of them jumping up in ecstasy. Boss really came up. Wahahaha. The two of them jumped up and down excitedly, hugging each other just like that, laughing and jumping on the street in front of the inn's entrance. One was burly and the other was thin and small. Hugging each other and jumping up and down excitedly, it was very easy for people to form an indecent association. After seeing this, many passers-by's eyes suddenly popped out. Then, they couldn't help but rub their eyes and spit a mouthful of saliva. With a look of disdain, they turned and left. Public morals were degenerating day by day, and people's hearts were no longer what they used to be. In the past, men and women had to be secretive and secretive. But now, even men and men had to be so open about it. Mole stood in the inn and looked at these two crazy brothers. She couldn't help but cover her eyes speechlessly. It was really unbearable to watch. Yang circled around and found Xianxia and the other two brothers according to the information he received. Then, he found Wei Wuyan, who was alone in an inn. Finally, when he was on his way back, he sent the invitation to Nangong Shifeng. But he realized that the invitation was actually not enough. He had to make another trip to the Medicine Valley's encampment and ask the fifth elder for a few more before it was barely enough. After going through so many twists and turns, it was only at this time that Chu Yang's own strength was going to be displayed in the upper three heavens for the first time. I'm so tired. I'll open a single chapter and go eat. To be continued. The people from the big clans all looked sullen. If this is called taking advantage, then everyone should take advantage of me. This is just asking for trouble. Xianxia didn't stand on ceremony at all. When someone gave her purple crystals, she instructed Chu Yang to keep them. Dong Wusheng, Xianxia and the rest were all dumbfounded. I'm going to faint. This big sister Z is actually such a powerful person. One person, one sentence, and she can suppress the heavens. The auction that followed became lively. If the big clans wanted to get a stock of medicine, they had to bid. And the bidding was crazy. Absolutely no one would bid for it. If it didn't, this powerful person would ask again, why did your clan let this thing go unsold? I think it's very valuable. Do you think it's not? Then each clan would have to pay double the price. That would be going for wool and coming home shorn. Under such circumstances, everyone from the big clans complained incessantly. How many purple crystals could they afford to spend like this? They couldn't help but look at the 4 private rooms that they couldn't afford to offend. They prayed in their hearts, hurry up and bid, bid. We can't hold on much longer. Finally, when it was time for the black-blooded red fruit, Buluqing bid 100,000 purple crystals. This price wasn't high indeed. The starting price for the black-blooded red fruit was already 100,000. This guy didn't even add a single word. The big clans heaved a sigh of relief. My goodness, in this short period of time, each clan had bid for more than 30 stocks of medicine. The purple crystals they brought with them were almost used up. Buluqing bid. Just nice, let this guy hold on for a while. Yes, it's not that we don't want to support him, but we can't afford to offend this guy. Buluqing opened his mouth, but there was no sound. Everyone was gloating. If Buluqing and this powerful person got into a conflict, it would definitely be a good show. But the strange thing was that the powerful woman didn't make a sound. Thus, Buluqing bid for a black-blooded red fruit with a starting price of 100,000 purple crystals. L&G, net. Next, a dazzling sound vine. Buluqing bid again, 100,000. Still, no one competed. The zombie-faced auctioneer was very eloquent. He counted down the hammer with a bang. It went to Buluqing again. It was still bought with a starting price. Everyone was puzzled by these words. What's wrong? Could it be that the woman was also afraid of Buluqing? Chu Yang was grinning from ear to ear in the private room. He still had some of these items in stock. Even if Buluqing didn't buy them, he would still find a way to send them to Qingwu. Now that Buluqing was willing to spend money, it couldn't be better. Who knew how many good things this old man had plundered all these years? It was only right that he spit out a little. Seeing the purple crystals flowing into his pocket like a river, Chu Yang heaved a huge sigh of relief. After this auction, even if Calamity Sword had to devour a portion of the purple crystals, the brothers would need to cultivate for at least 20 years. They wouldn't have to worry about that at all. Everything was settled in one go. The purple crystal was the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Buluqing bid for 3 items in a row. It seemed like he had run out of money, so he didn't make another bid. Immediately after, the Feng and Yu couple won 10 spirit herbs in one go. However, compared to Buluqing, the Moon Breeze couple's offer was much more reasonable. Basically, he bought it at market price. Compared to someone as shameless as Buluqing, he seemed to have more class. Moreover, Xianxia and Feng Yuro were very excited. This mysterious senior had actually appeared here. Moreover, all these medicines were hers. After the auction ended, they must pay her a visit. Then, the Dharma Supreme also won 20 spirit herbs. The Dharma Supreme's price was more average. He didn't offend Xianxia and didn't spend too much money. He had a perfect grasp of the situation. In the following auction of the Black Blood Divine Medicine, the various clans no longer used purple crystals. Instead, they used precious herbs, resources, and minerals to exchange for them. Batch after batch was exchanged. Chu Yang felt an itch in his heart. He couldn't wait to dig out another 700 to 800 spirit herbs from his calamity space to auction. It felt so good to make a fortune. It was equivalent to turning from a nameless beggar into the richest man in the world. That kind of feeling. Purple crystals, come all over the place. Precious minerals, come all over the place. Precious herbs, come all over the place. Even the sword spirit didn't go into seclusion. With a face full of greed, he looked at the precious materials outside being auctioned, exchanged, and discounted before entering the back hall. That look in his eyes was as if he couldn't wait to swallow all those things into his stomach. Great nourishment. The elders and supreme martial artists of the various clans all had ashen faces. Although the elixirs were very valuable and had great effects. But they weren't that valuable. The various elders clearly felt that this wasn't an auction but a slaughterhouse. They were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. In front of them, a big shiny knife was being sharpened and ready to slaughter them at will. Wherever they saw fat, the knife would cut them. Furthermore, this kind of slaughter was done by them voluntarily, allowing others to pick and choose what was fat and what was thin. They were even afraid that others would be unhappy when they were being slaughtered. It went without saying how aggrieved this feeling was. In all these herbs, other than those left behind by the Medicine Valley, those that the 4 big clans couldn't afford to offend, and those low-grade goods that some small clans had bought at the beginning, the rest were all divided up by the 8 big clans. Furthermore, basically, the price was double. Towards the end, when it came to the precious minerals and all kinds of precious materials, there were even less of them. It was as if the woman in the third room was sick. Whenever she encountered a price that she didn't like or was dissatisfied with, she would cough. It was as if she had tuberculosis. But with just one cough, she could double the price that was about to be finalized. This kind of wealth was simply too awesome. Finally, the zombie-faced man held out a purple crystal box and said, "Next, the auction items are the herbs that our Medicine Valley and this medicine banquet have specially selected for the auction. Everyone, please pay attention. The first item is a poisonous herb called blood orchid." As he spoke, he recited the characteristics of the blood orchid and finally announced the starting price, 30,000 purple crystals. Before he finished speaking, Chu Yang, who was originally sitting in the room with his legs crossed, suddenly coughed very pretentiously and said lightly, "I offer 30,000, and 1 purple crystal." Once the sentence came out, everyone was instantly speechless. Then, a stifling feeling rose up. Either you don't add, or you add a little more. The starting price was 30,000 and you only added 1 purple crystal. What was this called? Immediately, someone wanted to make a ruckus. But after waiting for a while, the people below were surprised to find that after this guy made the bid, the private rooms of the big clans were silent. There was no fighting, no snatching, no scolding, and no reprimanding. It was as if this matter was extremely normal. It was too strange. What was going on? Could it be that this young man was more powerful than the big clans? They had never heard of such an awesome person in the upper 3 heavens. Although they couldn't figure it out, if the big clans didn't dare to say anything, the others naturally didn't dare to object. In the second room, Mo Qinggu suddenly stood up. "This is Brother Chu Yang's voice." She was about to rush out. Buluqing secretly complained in his heart. This little one was really everywhere. How did she manage to get here? He grabbed Mo Qinggu and said, "Not necessarily, there are too many people with similar voices in the world. Little Wu, confirm it first. There are so many people here, don't make a fool of yourself. Mo Qinggu said firmly, I won't hear wrongly. Brother Chu Yang's voice, I will never hear wrongly. Bu Luqing felt powerless. Mo Qinggu rushed out of the private room and stood outside, looking around. Her eyes were anxious and her expression was urgent. A red shadow was pacing back and forth on the railing, watching anxiously. Waiting for Chu Yang to speak again, unknowingly, tears had already filled her eyes. She only felt that her heart was beating extremely violently, as if it could jump out of her throat at any time. A sorrowful feeling of longing accumulated in her heart, surging, waiting to pour out. Many people below were watching. They didn't know what this little girl in red was looking for, was longing for? The auctioneer said loudly, 30,000 purple crystals for another piece of purple crystal. Is there a higher bid? Is there a higher bid? Is there a higher bid? 1, 2, 3, sold. Bang, the gavel fell. The big clans were all a little uncomfortable. In their eyes, Chu Yang's actions were definitely deliberately instructed by that powerful existence to disgust them. But they didn't dare to make a sound. Chu Yang got the blood orchid at the base price. But his heart suddenly became a little agitated, a little restless. For a moment, he was actually a little anxious, as if someone was calling out to him. Chu Yang frowned and suddenly became upset. He couldn't control the kind of emotions that wanted to vent. He muttered, what's going on? Why is my heart so messed up? Is little Wu here? Is little Wu here? The next item to be auctioned is the most poisonous in the world, the color lotus. The base price is 35,000 purple crystals. Once the auctioneer said this, Chu Yang stood up immediately. He was very agitated. Xianxia was also very excited. Chu Lu'er's eyes lit up and her face turned red. The last elixir needed for Chu Lu'er's illness actually appeared at this auction without any warning. Chu Yang didn't expect this at all. He bid for the blood orchid as a backup plan. If he couldn't get the color lotus, he would replace it with the blood orchid. Although it was a little lacking, it could still be used. It was just that it couldn't achieve the best results. It had been almost a year since he brought Chu Lu'er out. Chu Lu'er's illness didn't have much time left. So Chu Yang had to prepare a spare tire in advance. At this moment, when the perverted lotus appeared, Chu Yang, who was already somewhat upset, immediately couldn't hold himself back. He stood up and strode out, saying loudly, perverted lotus, I offer 40,000 purple crystals. Mo Qinggu, who was searching hard, let out a moan. She looked at the tall and straight figure that appeared in the distance in disbelief. Her heart instantly felt sour and sweet, and tears flowed out of her eyes. She desperately wiped the tears that were gushing out of her eyes and murmured, Brother Chu Yang. Her voice was so soft and vague that even she couldn't hear it clearly. But this voice made the little girl feel that she wasn't dreaming. Mo Qinggu stood up suddenly and used all her strength to shout loudly, Brother Chu Yang. Tears flowed freely from her eyes and face, but this shout was filled with joy. It was filled with the surprise of a reunion after a long separation, and a deep longing. Fourth update. 5,300 additional updates. Rest for a while, eat, then continue to write. Stay up all night to write the fourth update. Chu Yang frowned, thinking about the frustration and longing in his heart. Suddenly, Mo Qingwu's figure surged into his mind. Let the fun begin. After calling out 40,000 purple crystals, he actually became a little dazed. It was as if a red figure was singing and dancing in front of him, floating up and down. For a moment, a strong sense of bitterness and longing welled up in his heart. In a daze, he suddenly heard someone call out, Brother Chu Yang. Chu Yang raised his head abruptly and saw a petite figure in red drawing a beautiful neon light in the air, flying towards him. Behind her, there were red afterimages, as if she was flying and dancing in the air. Chu Yang was stunned. In that instant, he actually couldn't tell if this was reality or a dream. He couldn't help but murmur, Xiaowu? Qinggu? The next moment, a petite figure suddenly crashed into his arms. Chu Yang felt softness in his arms and smelled a fragrance. He finally hugged her and said in surprise, Xiaowu? It's really you? Mo Qingwu's face was already covered in tears. Choking with sobs, she buried her little head in his arms and nodded vigorously, bumping into Chu Yang's chest. The longing and suppression she had for a long time were completely released at this moment when she saw Chu Yang, her two hands wrapped tightly around Chu Yang's body. Mo Qinggu felt that she was so happy at this moment, she greedily breathed in Chu Yang's scent, crying and laughing at the same time. At this moment, she didn't care about other people's gazes at all. After a long time, when this emotion was released, the little loli slid down from Chu Yang's arms. She pouted a little embarrassedly and rubbed her eyes. Then, her face turned red. She was shy and smiling as she twisted her waist and stomped her feet. She wanted to say something, but the moment the words were about to leave her mouth, she forgot them, so she stomped her feet in frustration, bit her lips and blinked her eyes. Suddenly, she came to her senses and turned around, covering her face with her hands. Chu Yang's heart finally fell to the ground and he chuckled. He held the little girl's shoulders. He said, "So it's really Xiaowu. Ha ha ha, come, come. Let brother Chu Yang see, you've grown up, right?" Mo Qinggu turned her body, but she still covered her face. "Don't let him see," she mumbled, wanting to cry and laugh at the same time. She was also a little embarrassed, as well as the hazy and immature emotions of a young girl. At this moment, after the initial excitement, Mo Qingwu found that she had become even more nervous. His heart was beating even faster. Chu Yang laughed heartily. He felt extremely comfortable, joyful, and happy. They hadn't seen each other for more than a year. The little girl had really changed a lot. She had grown taller, and her figure as a young girl was beginning to show. Mo Qingwu had pounced on him like this on the third day. Chu Yang still felt a little uncomfortable, but now, he only felt a kind of soft happiness. The little girl was still a little skinny, but her shoulders were slim, her waist was slender, and her butt was full. However, she had already begun to take shape, and her chest was like a small lotus that had just revealed its sharp horns. Her cheeks bulged like flower buds. Her hair was like clouds, and she was tall and slender. Chu Yang grinned and chuckled. He gently removed Mo Qingwu's hand from her face and said, "Let me see, let me see." Mo Qingwu stubbornly refused to let go and said, "I'll let you see if you're not allowed to laugh." Chu Yang solemnly promised, "I won't laugh." Mo Qingwu quietly moved away a little and met Chu Yang's beaming face. She couldn't help but pout and say, "Still say you're not laughing." She actually covered her face again. Chu Yang laughed heartily. Then, he pulled Mo Qingwu's hand and led her into his room. After Chu Yang called out the price, the whole place was silent. Naturally, the lotus fell into Chu Yang's hands. Now, the medicine for his sister Chu Lu'er's treatment was all ready. Mo Qinggu also happened to be back today, and Chu Yang temporarily didn't have any suspicions about the Tribulation Sword Master. Buluqing had already chased after them anxiously. Hey, young Chu, don't kidnap my disciple." Chu Yang turned back and beamed. "Senior Bu, you're here too. Haha, please come in and have a seat." Buluqing couldn't wait to guard against him. Why would he come in? He went to pull Mo Qinggu and said, "It's too dangerous to be with you. My disciple still has to cultivate. She's in the golden stage of cultivation. How can we waste time?" Mo Qingwu had finally seen Chu Yang with great difficulty. But, her heart still hadn't recovered from the bottleneck. She only felt that her mind was still in a trance. In fact, she felt as if she was dreaming. But, her heart was filled with boundless excitement and joy. How could she be willing to go back with Buluqing at this time? She shrank back and pouted unhappily. "Master, I've already seen Brother Chu Yang. Why do I still need to cultivate? I want to accompany Brother Chu Yang and have a chat." Buluqing glared at her and said, "How can a chat take so long? Little Wu, you don't understand. You're a girl. You have to be careful. There are many people in this world who have the heart of a beast. You can't tell from the surface." Mo Qinggu pouted and said, "My brother Chu Yang isn't such a person. Master, you've been trying to stop me from looking for brother Chu Yang. Is it because you're afraid that he has the heart of a beast? Master, you're so narrow-minded." Buluqing sighed and looked at Chu Yang with murderous eyes. Chu Yang was a little confused. The last time he saw Buluqing in the three heavens, he didn't seem to be so rude. Why does it seem like he's full of wariness towards me this time? He's like an old hen trying to stop her chicks from getting close to a fox. Shermu suddenly understood why Buluqing would think this way. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed that what the Dharma Supreme said that night had a big impact on Buluqing. This guy believed that all tribulation sword masters were heartless people and was afraid that his disciple would be taken advantage of. Yang smiled and said, Elder Bu, what are you saying? We've met again after such a long time. Shouldn't we have a good gathering? Besides, there are many acquaintances inside. What he meant was, I'm not alone with your disciple. I'm always right under your nose. What are you afraid of? Buluqing frowned and said, even if there are many acquaintances. At this moment, a terrifying aura was suddenly emitted from the box. A faint voice said, is that the number one expert of the heavens, supreme martial artist Bu? Buluqing's expression became serious and he said, I don't deserve to be the number one expert of the heavens. May I know who you are? Xianxia said lightly, indeed, I don't deserve to be number one. However, come in and have a chat. Buluqing's anger rose and he said lightly, if that's the case, I'd like to have a taste of it. As he said, he walked in with big steps. Yang smiled. Xianxia was indeed the best at dealing with people like Buluqing. Just the number one expert of the heavens was enough to provoke his temper. But Yang also knew. The same method also depended on who was using it. If he said it himself, Buluqing would probably not even care. He would just laugh it off. But Xianxia was qualified to comment on this number one expert of the heavens, therefore, the words that came out of her mouth carried a lot of weight. Mo Qinggu didn't even consider this point. She didn't even consider that her teacher was already secretly competing with Xianxia inside. Her mind was filled with Yang now. She leaned on Yang and held his arm in her embrace. The little girl felt extremely happy. It was as if she had someone to rely on for her entire life. The two of them spoke softly. Mo Qinggu looked up from time to time. She looked at Yang. There were still tear stains at the corner of his eyes, but his mouth was already blooming with a happy and gentle smile. She walked slowly into the private room. This situation made Yang's heart suddenly ache. Especially the gentleness at the corner of Mo Qinggu's mouth that carried a wholehearted reliance. It made him combine the Mo Qinggu in front of him with the Mo Qinggu in his previous life. This was a gentleness that almost made him lose himself. The Qinggu in his previous life. She was so gentle. She was so obedient. No matter what, she would always put him first, including her own life. She had no regrets. As long as she could be with him, no matter how short the time was. She would also wholeheartedly enjoy the time they spent together. Even if it was just a blink of an eye. Cherish. The husband is the rock, the concubine is the vine. Everything is in the husband's body. Qinggu. Yang moaned softly in pain. Unknowingly, he held Mo Qinggu's little hand tightly, as if he was afraid that she would turn into a puff of smoke and dissipate like in his previous life. Brother Yang? Mo Qinggu looked up. Her bright eyes looked at Yang. There was gentleness, trust, worry, and a kind of doting in her gaze. I won't let you cry again. Yang forced a smile. He held her little hand and said as if he was making an oath, Qinggu, you must be happy. I will let you be so happy for all your lives. Mo Qinggu looked at him in a daze. Suddenly, her eyes turned red. She sobbed and said, but brother Yang, when you say this, I feel so happy that I want to cry. The two had already walked to the door. It was only a few steps, but the two actually walked for half a cup of tea's time before they reached the door. Yang was about to lift the curtain when Mo Qinggu pressed his hand. Looking into Yang's eyes, Mo Qinggu said softly, Brother Yang, you used to call me Xiaowu. But today, when you call my name, you call me Qinggu. Yang was startled. He said, what's the difference? Xiaowu has grown up. Of course, I should call you Qinggu? You keep calling me Xiaowu. It feels like Xiaowu hasn't grown up yet. Mo Qinggu tilted her head and thought for a while. She nodded in agreement and said, that's true. Yang couldn't help but smile when he saw that she was so childish yet pretended to be mature in her tone. Mo Qinggu tilted her head and murmured, "My name is Mo Qinggu. But since I was young, very few people called me Qinggu. They all called me Xiaowu. But today, Brother Chu Yang, you called me Qinggu. Why do I feel that it's so familiar? This feeling is very strange." Chu Yang was shocked. Familiar? Strange? I started writing this chapter at 4 in the afternoon. Halfway through, I unintentionally clicked on a song called Love You Now and Forever. When I heard the line, "Not being by your side for so many years, it's been hard on you, my sweetheart," I suddenly fell into a daze and listened to it over and over again for dozens of times. There will be more updates tonight. This is 5,500 Canadian dollars. At present, I still owe 3 chapters. Begging for monthly votes. To be continued. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Mo Qinggu tilted her head and said mischievously, "It's just very familiar, as if you've been calling me that for many years." Haha. And L, and G, Web. Mo Qinggu was smiling, but Chu Yang's heart became heavy. He wondered if he was being too sensitive. Thinking too much, a soft sound came from the private room. Chu Yang and Mo Qinggu walked in and saw Dong Wusheng and the rest standing at one side. Xianxia was sitting in the middle, and opposite her, Buluqing was standing like a sword. The two of them seemed to have secretly exchanged blows. Xianxia was calm and collected, while Buluqing revealed some sort of intent. "You're indeed an expert." Buluqing sighed. Xianxia smiled lightly. "Number 1 in the heavens. You're indeed worthy of your reputation. Brother Bu may not be the true number 1, but he can definitely be ranked in the top 3. It's not an exaggeration." Buluqing smiled coldly and said, "Top 3. Top 3? So, you mean you're number 1? Xianxia shook her head lightly. "Brother Bu, you shouldn't compare yourself with me. Because..." She used her telepathy to send a sentence over. "Because I'm not from this world." Buluqing was shocked, and then a gentle smile appeared on his face. "I see." After Buluqing entered, he had secretly fought with Xianxia and suffered a loss. He couldn't help but feel a huge blow to his heart. He had always prided himself on being at the peak of the heavens, especially when the Dharma Supreme, who was widely acknowledged as the number 1 in the world, suffered a loss at his hands. Buluqing was full of confidence. Who would have thought that he would be at a complete disadvantage the moment he entered, with almost no power to fight back? The disappointment in his heart at this moment was really indescribable. But now that he heard Xianxia say that she wasn't from this world, his mentality was immediately adjusted. How could he be a match for someone who had already surpassed this plane? "Brother Bu, are you worried about the Tribulation Sword Master?" Xianxia continued to transmit her telepathy. Buluqing was shocked. Chu Yang is definitely not such a person. Xianxia sent a telepathic message to him. "I think you should believe my words." Buluqing's expression changed. He forced a smile and said, "I felt that your excellency was by his side helping him. So, I was certain that he wasn't a bad person. According to what I know, with your cultivation level, you can already pry into the heart, right?" Xianxia nodded slowly. "Therefore, from the moment I came to this room, I have already put my heart at ease." Buluqing smiled and said, "Therefore, this is just a simple battle. There are no other intentions." Buluqing nodded. "Senior, please enlighten me. This heavens beyond." Buluqing continued to ask. "This? I'll talk to you when you come to pick up your disciple." Xianxia's eyes flashed. She sized him up and said, "Actually, you're only half a step away from entering the Grandmaster's boundary. But, you'll have to deal with your worries first. Otherwise, after entering the Grandmaster's beyond heaven, it would accumulate over the years and become an inner demon. The heart devil of outer heaven cannot be resisted." Buluqing's heart shook as he replied, "Yes." He thought to himself, "So she actually knows my wishes." Without saying anything more, he nodded and took 2 steps back. In the room, the vague and terrifying aura of 10,000 swords suddenly disappeared just like that. Buluqing turned his head and said, "Xiao Wu, stay here for a few days first. After I'm done with my business, I'll come and pick you up when I return. How about that?" Mo Qinggu cheered, teacher is a great person. Bu Luqing smiled dotingly and nodded at Chu Yang. His gaze was a little complicated as he shouted, little one, if you dare to bully my disciple, I'll castrate you alive. Chu Yang was about to reply when he saw that Bu Luqing had already turned into a ray of light and disappeared from the room. This person is not bad. Xianxia said to Chu Yang. Chu Yang pondered and said, regarding this, I have a question. I'll discuss it with you later. He shook his head and said, I'm not mature yet. Xianxia knew that since Chu Yang said so, it must be a very serious question. She nodded and said, the things you're thinking about are always very complicated. I can't guarantee that I'll resolve them for you, but I'll try my best to clear your doubts. Chu Yang said, okay. At this moment, Dong Wushang's eyes lit up and he exclaimed, this is Xiao Wu? Isn't this Xiao Wu? Rui Budong also recognized her. At once, the two of them were overjoyed and were about to pounce on her. Mo Qinggu took a step back and said, Brother Wushang, Brother Budong, you can't hug me. Dong Wushang said jokingly, why, only your brother Chu Yang can hug you and we can't. Why? Mo Qinggu snorted and said, men and women shouldn't touch each other. Dong Wushang and Rui Budong laughed so hard that they swayed back and forth. At this moment, Chu Lu'er walked out from Xianxia's side and took Chu Yang's hand. With a hint of hostility, she asked, Big brother, who is this? Mo Qinggu immediately felt a sense of hostility. She had innate spirit meridians and was especially sensitive to this kind of aura. She couldn't help but hug Chu Yang's other arm and asked, Brother Chu Yang, who is she? There was actually a hint of jealousy and hostility in her voice. The two little girls, one hugging the left arm and the other hugging the right arm, looked at each other with hostility across Chu Yang. Chu Lu'er felt that her status was being attacked. Mo Qinggu felt that her status as the first wife was being threatened. The jealousy revealed by the two little girls at this moment was actually very strong. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. He didn't expect the two little girls to start fighting the moment they met. He hurriedly explained, okay, stop fooling around. Let me introduce you. Before he finished, Chu Lu'er already interrupted, I call him Big Brother. Who do you think I am to him? Mo Qinggu pouted and said, I even call him Brother Chu Yang. Who do you think I am? The two little girls didn't give way to each other. They glared at each other as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Chu Yang looked at Xianxia for help, but Xianxia turned her head to one side intentionally. He looked at Dong Wushang and saw that the three of them were watching a show. When they saw Chu Yang looking over, the three of them turned their heads toward the ceiling at the same time. Wan Renjie and the others held back their laughter and watched the show. Wei Wuyan sat at one side lifelessly, neither speaking nor moving. Nangong Shifeng and his brothers laughed dryly and actually said, I need to pee. The brothers all needed to pee and left quickly. Chu Yang was sweating profusely. What kind of people are they? Can't they see that I'm in pain now? Just as he was about to explain Chu Lu'er's identity, Chu Lu'er pinched his waist. He didn't dare to use his internal energy for fear of hurting her hand. He grimaced in pain. Why are you pinching my brother Chu Yang? Mo Qinggu was unhappy. Why don't you try pinching yourself? Don't you know pain? Chu Lu'er said, I like to pinch him. Why, is your heart aching? Why should your heart ache? Mo Qinggu was dumbfounded. Chu Lu'er narrowed her eyes and said, you like him? You're so young and you actually like someone? Mo Qinggu's face instantly turned red. Although her temper was soft with a hint of toughness, her nature was pure and honest, and even a little simple and adorable. She was thin-skinned to begin with, and when she heard Chu Lu'er's words, she couldn't handle it. But Chu Lu'er was very scheming. This girl had been bedridden all these years. Although she didn't grow up much, she was very cunning. Once she saw Mo Qinggu's expression, she immediately guessed it. When she saw Chu Yang's doting expression, she immediately knew that things were not good. Chu Lu'er naturally had a sister-in-law candidate in mind, and that was of course the peerless beauty Xianxia. At this moment, seeing a little girl about her age actually coveting the sister-in-law position, she immediately felt a little uncomfortable. She rolled her eyes and said, but he already has me. Even if you marry him, you can only be a concubine. Mo Qinggu let out an ah and said in disbelief, "You? How is this possible?" Chu Lu'er was furious. She said, "Why is it impossible?" Mo Qinggu looked at Chu Lu'er, who was half a head shorter than her, with a face full of suspicion. She said, "I'm afraid Brother Chu Yang won't like someone like you." Chu Lu'er exploded. She made threatening gestures and said, "What's wrong with me being like this?" Mo Qinggu shook her head and said earnestly, "Little girl, you're still young. Don't make such a joke. Even if Big Brother Chu Yang wants to marry, he can only marry a beautiful girl like me. Someone like you, who's covered with bean sprouts that haven't even grown yet, would hurt my hand when I touch you. Big Brother Chu Yang won't like you. If you're really persistent, come back a few years later when you've grown up. When the time comes, beg me and I can make the decision to take you in as a concubine for Brother Chu Yang." When this sentence came out, Chu Yang was really dumbfounded. Not only him, even Dong Wusheng, Zi Xiecheng, and the others also looked at Mo Qinggu in disbelief. They didn't expect this little girl to actually say such a thing. As for hurts to the touch, that was a joke Chu Yang made with Mo Qinggu back then. They didn't expect this girl to actually remember it until now. Dong Wusheng and the others naturally knew that Mo Qinggu had always been ambitious towards Chu Yang. Back then, on the way to the far northern wastelands, Mo Qinggu had once said, "Can I be your sister-in-law?" At that time everyone only thought that the little girl was joking. But now the little girl was 13. She was still infatuated with him. The words above were actually extremely powerful, even if they were to be used as a counterattack. It made Chu Lu'er teary-eyed and speechless. Mo Qinggu's heart softened a little. She comforted her. "When you grow up, you'll still have a chance." Chu Lu'er said angrily, "Who needs your comfort?" Mo Qinggu hugged Chu Yang's arm proudly and said, "So, you still have to learn from me and everything." Chu Lu'er snorted. Chu Yang hurriedly explained with a bitter smile, "Qinggu, this is Lu'er, Chu Lu'er, my second uncle's daughter, my younger sister." Mo Qinggu cried out in surprise, "Your younger sister?" She immediately regretted it. Damn, I was wondering why she was so fierce. So it's little aunt. If little aunt objected, things would be really bad. Mo Qinggu was still young, but she was deeply in love with Chu Yang. Moreover, there seemed to be an inexplicable feeling that was guiding her. This is the one for her in this life. Mo Qinggu was young, but she was deeply in love with Chu Yang. Moreover, there seemed to be an inexplicable feeling guiding her. This is the one for her in this life. And Chu Yang was also meticulous towards her, even at the expense of his own safety. Over time, Mo Qinggu had already positioned herself in the position of Chu Yang's wife and considered herself as such. Chu Lu'er said angrily, "Who's your little aunt?" As she spoke, she ran to Zi Xiecheng's side and shook her. "Big sister-in-law, look, look. This little girl actually wants to snatch your position." 700 additional chapters. I can't write any more today. My brain is a mess and I have a splitting headache. I need 3 more chapters. After double the monthly votes, I'll update double the chapters. Thank you, everyone. And I beg for monthly votes. Chu Yang stood there in a daze for a while, his expression changing. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand and hit his right hand hard with his left hand. Then, he hit his left hand hard with his right hand and scolded, at the crucial moment. All of you became timid. Sigh. I clearly felt that there was no problem with hugging just now. He let out a long sigh. In the tribulation space, the sword spirit was inspecting the elixirs that suddenly came in with shining eyes. He was so happy that he danced. We're really rich now. So many heavenly treasures. Many of them I've never seen before, but their effects are as powerful as before. We're rich. The sword spirit was extremely excited. Rich? Chu Yang's consciousness sank into the tribulation space. With a straight face, he said coldly, "You only know how to be rich." The sword spirit laughed and didn't mind. He said, "The quality of this batch of elixirs is very high. In total, there were 3,700 stocks. And the most valuable part should be from the heavens." He blinked mysteriously. "That mysterious plane." Chu Yang said lightly, "Oh? So many?" Sensing that Chu Yang wasn't in a good mood, the sword spirit was somewhat puzzled. Why did he still have such a straight face when he had such a big harvest just now? What was going on? How are the best quality elixirs compared to the great elixirs? Xianxia asked. They can't be compared. The sword spirit said, although the great elixirs may not be able to completely surpass these heavenly treasures in terms of medicinal efficacy, they contain the power of the heavens, so they are the main component of heavy elixirs. These elixirs, especially those from the heavens, have already surpassed the great elixirs in terms of medicinal efficacy, but they don't have the power of the heavens, so they can't be compared. Oh. Xianxia was silent for a while. Then, he said, if they are heavy elixirs, will they be effective on people like Big Sister Z? The sword spirit became serious this time. He said, Xianxia's cultivation is too high. If she's injured, it won't be an ordinary injury. Ordinary heavy elixirs won't be of much help to her. Ordinary heavy elixirs won't work? Xianxia sensitively found the key point. He said, that is to say, there are special heavy elixirs that will work. Yes. The sword spirit deeply regretted spilling the beans again. Then, I want these special heavy pills. Xianxia said with certainty, at least 10 of them. At least 10? The sword spirit jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. You must be dreaming. Now, all of the great herbs had been refined. I can only refine 15 of those super heavy pills. Do you know? There were less than 100 stalks of the most valuable herbs that had just arrived. If it's the kind of heavy pill you need, I'm afraid at least 80 of them will be gone just like that. And that's the bare minimum. At most, he could only refine one. It can be used by Xianxia to heal her injuries or improve her cultivation. The sword spirit jumped up and down. 10. At the very least. You're going to damage the foundation of the miracle medicine. What's more, those medicines aren't enough. Then, one is fine. Xianxia remained unmoved. He didn't take the sword spirit's words to heart. The sword spirit heaved a long sigh. His complexion was ashen, and he seemed to have lost his soul. It could be seen that he was extremely reluctant. Sword spirit, I don't want to do this either. But Big Sister Z is about to leave. In the future, she'll be the only one wandering in the endless sky. She'll be alone and without help. At this time, she's leaving all the heavenly treasures to me. Xianxia said deeply, what if she's injured or bullied by others? I'm now. Even if I refine 10 heavy pills for her, I can only guarantee her 10 chances. That's all. But the heavenly treasures that she's given me are enough to support my foundation in this heaven. The sword spirit sighed helplessly. I knew it's because of this. All right. But, at most one. And there's not enough spiritual energy here. Even if you take it, it won't be very effective. So it'll only be effective when you reach the Heaven Imperial Court. Xianxia asked, there's such a strange thing? It's not that it can't be used here. It's just that after taking it, you won't be able to gather enough spiritual energy for yourself in the shortest time possible. So, a large part of the medicinal effect of the heavy pill will be wasted. But if Xianxia takes it when she reaches that place, it'll be easy to bring her back to life. The sword spirit explained, for example, if taking one of these heavy pills here can increase one's cultivation by 500 years, then in the Heaven Imperial Court, it can increase one's pure cultivation by 2,000 years at once. Do you understand what I mean? I see. Xianxia finally understood. What a waste. Yes, there were some things that could only be used to their greatest effect in certain places and under certain circumstances. Just like what the sword spirit said, heavy pills. Xianxia suddenly thought of the big clan's conspiracy. He frowned and muttered, certain places, certain environments. He started to ponder. In the temporary residence of the Ling clan. Ling Hanwu tiptoed out of the room. He didn't know what was wrong with this winter. It was almost the end of the year, but there was no sign of snow. This made Ling Hanwu very anxious. Ling Hanwu's greatest wish in life was to look at the snowy scenery with the person he loved the most. The white fairies that flew all over the sky poured out all of their feelings, all of their thoughts, all of their unwillingness, and deep love onto the white snow. From then on, he would have no regrets in life. Even if he were to die at that time, he would have no regrets. But the heavens didn't show any signs of this. It was gloomy today, and there seemed to be a little sign of snow. Ling Hanwu was going out again. A figure flashed and a person stood at the door with his hands behind his back. He looked at him coldly. "You're going out again?" "Yes, ancestor." Ling Hanwu stood with his hands behind his back. The person in front of him was Ling Fengyun. He was also the person Ling Hanwu admired the most in his life. "You're going to see that girl from the Yi clan again?" Ling Fengyun asked lightly. "I heard that ever since Yi Chuchen came here, you've been going to see her almost every day?" "Yes." Ling Hanwu's heart trembled. He felt that the elder master was not in a good mood today and couldn't help but be careful. "She has no interest in you." "Don't pester her," Ling Fengyun said lightly. Ling Hanwu was about to speak. But Ling Fengyun continued, "The previous few times you went to see Yi Chuchen, you always brought a follower with you. Now, that follower of yours is missing. However, the follower you brought looks unfamiliar to me. He shouldn't be from the Ling clan, right? Where is he now?" The corners of Ling Hanwu's mouth twitched. He said, "Elder master, that's a friend of mine. He came to the medicine banquet to broaden his horizons." "That friend of yours is Mangain, right?" Ling Fengyun's eyes suddenly shone sharply. "Your best friend is your love rival, right?" Ling Hanwu's heart shook. He said, "Yes." Ling Fengyun took 2 steps and said lightly, "I managed to protect you at the medicine banquet last time, but it also incurred the wrath of the Dharma Supreme because of this. This is a crucial period. Don't run around. Just stay at home." Ling Hanwu remained silent. Ling Fengyun asked, "Intentionally or otherwise, I heard that Mangain has changed his name to Meng Chaoran?" Ling Hanwu's whole body shook. He still didn't speak, but the expression in his eyes changed rapidly. "I heard that Meng Chaoran. Is he Chu Yang's teacher?" Ling Shuhai Pavilion continued, "And Chu Yang is the descendant of Chu Xiaoxin. And that Chu Xiaoxin once killed 17 people from the Ling clan and snatched away the world's most precious heavenly wood?" Ling Hanwu couldn't understand what Ling Fengyun meant, but his heart trembled a little. "And Chu Yang is like the sun now." Ling Fengyun smiled lightly. "So, don't go to Yi Chuchen's place. So as not to cause unnecessary trouble and cause misunderstandings." Ling Hanwu suddenly raised his head. Even his voice changed a little. "Elder master. Could it be that the clan wants to deal with Meng Chaoran?" "You don't need to know about this." Ling Fengyun said lightly. He looked at him sternly and lectured, "You are loyal, and have no regrets. You are a man of character. So, even though I know that you indulge your love rival, I will try my best to keep it a secret for the sake of the woman you love. But now is an unusual time. The Yi clan has already sensed something. It's not suitable for you to interfere." Ling Fengyun let out a long sigh. "Hanwu, you are a junior that I like very much. I also know that I can't force you. A person only has one true and unforgettable love in his life. You have already had it. Don't keep thinking about it." Ling Hanwu was stunned. Suddenly, his mind was in a mess. He said in a hoarse voice, "The Yi clan already knows about this? How did they find out?" Ling Fengyun frowned. "You don't need to know about this." Ling Hanwu lowered his head dejectedly and muttered, "Someone in the Ling clan betrayed me? How dare you?" Ling Fengyun shouted angrily. "You are the traitor. How can you say that others betrayed you?" Ling Hanwu smiled miserably. When Mangain got into trouble, Chuchen wanted to commit suicide several times. She was in so much pain that she wanted to die. Now that so many years have passed, the feelings from back then have not weakened at all. If something happens to Meng Chaoran in front of her again, she will die. She will die. Ling Fengyun said lightly, "But that has nothing to do with you anymore." Ling Hanwu took 2 steps back, his face full of despair. "Go back." Ling Fengyun comforted him lightly. "Go back and have a good sleep. You will realize that everything is over. All your worries will be gone." Ling Hanwu bit his lips and suddenly chuckled. He strode forward to the door of the courtyard. He looked at Ling Fengyun with a determined gaze and said, "I want to go." Ling Fingyun's white robe fluttered in the cold wind, his gaze fixed on him. I want to go. Ling Hanwu said word by word. His voice was full of determination. After the outburst, the gap between the monthly votes had widened instead. How could he endure this? Brothers and sisters, please get the monthly votes. Ji Wink with a frown to be continued. No one knew what kind of power was supporting the two of them, but they actually managed to reach Ling Hanwu. In the face of the forest of swords, Yi Chuchen stepped forward and welcomed them. Don't disturb us, let us talk to him. Yi Chuchen's voice was choked with sobs, her body trembling as she spoke. There seemed to be a crazy flame burning in her eyes. Her voice was resolute and did not allow for any disobedience. But there was a kind of extraordinary indifference in it. A kind of indifference that made one's heart as dead as ashes. Yidi's gloomy voice said indifferently, let them pass. He spat softly. On account of Ling Fengyun, I'll let the two of you talk for the last time. But before he could say that, Meng Chaoran had already rushed over and hugged Ling Hanwu without a care. Ling Hanwu's consciousness had already started to scatter. His pupils had already started to dilate. The attack of a third-grade supreme martial artist was far from what a seventh-grade martial saint like him could withstand, but the moment he saw Meng Chaoran, his eyes suddenly focused as if miraculously. There was anxiety in his eyes as he roared, why do you care about me? Why aren't you leaving? He was roaring, but his voice was pitifully soft. I'll send you off first. Meng Chaoran took a deep breath and exhaled gently, afraid that he would disturb his brother or use too much force and take away his brother's last chance of survival. I'll send you off. Hanwu, today, we're leaving together. Ling Hanwu wanted to turn his head anxiously, but he couldn't. He could only move his eyes slowly and scold angrily, you stupid bastard. Where's Chuchen? Where's Chuchen? If we're all dead, what will happen to her? What will happen to her? I'll accompany you. Yi Chuchen walked over lightly and squatted down. She said gently, Brother Hanwu, let's go together. The road to the Yellow Springs is long, you'll be lonely and scared if you travel alone. No. I'm not scared. Ling Hanwu didn't know where the strength came from, but he actually straightened his neck anxiously. Don't die. You have to be happy. If you die, I won't die in peace. Suddenly, he stared at the snowy night sky and roared, wretched heavens. I won't die in peace. Yi Chuchen's tears dripped down. It dripped onto Ling Hanwu's face. Ling Hanwu's gaze became unfocused. He murmured, his heart aching, I'm most afraid of you crying, I'm most afraid of you crying, because I was afraid that you would cry, I quit. Because I was afraid that you would cry, I fulfilled your wish. Because I was afraid that you would cry, I covered for my love rival to escape. Because I was afraid that you would cry, I secretly brought my love rival to meet you. Because I was afraid that you would cry, I gave up everything for you. Because I was afraid that you would cry, I was lonely for the rest of my life. Because I was afraid that you would cry, I gave up my life. But you still cried, Chuchen. Don't cry. Ling Hanwu's eyes were unfocused. He murmured, Big Brother Hanwu will give you what you want. Don't cry. Yi Chuchen's tears fell like rain. Meng Chaoran held Ling Hanwu's hand tightly. Tears streamed down his face as he desperately channeled his internal energy into Ling Hanwu's body. But slowly, he felt it. Ling Hanwu's body had actually started to reject the vital energy, his life force was about to disappear. Ah. Ling Hanwu frowned in pain. It hurt so much, the strong wind swept up the snowflakes and blew them onto his face. The bone-piercing coldness cleared Ling Hanwu's mind. His eyes looked at the snowflakes in the sky in a daze. A hint of gentleness appeared in his eyes as he murmured, I really want to go see the snow with you. In the last moments of his life, his last obsession was actually this shattered dream. Yi Chuchen held Ling Hanwu's hand tightly. Tears fell like rain as she cried, Big Brother Hanwu, I'll go see the snow with you. I'll go see the snow with you right now, but Ling Hanwu could no longer hear what she was saying. Only his right hand suddenly grabbed Meng Chaoran's hand desperately. With the last of his strength, he said, Take her, away, live, on. He suddenly panted heavily, but only exhaled and not inhaled. His eyes were wide open. Gain. You owe me. You have to avenge me, with your own hands. You must, his body trembled. His eyes were wide open as he lost all signs of life. His hand slipped from Meng Chaoran's hand and fell onto the snowy ground. He touched the cold snowflakes. His expression was pained, just like his hand. He touched a shattered dream. You have to avenge me with your own hands. Meng Chaoran closed his eyes in agony. Hanwu, even when you were on the verge of death, you still put in so much effort. You know that with my weak cultivation, how can I avenge you with my own hands? I need at least several thousand years of cultivation. That way, I can live for several thousand years. Several thousand years to take care of Chu, that's what you think, right? After you died, you even set a goal for me so that I can have a goal to live on, but the current situation, Ling Hanwu's body gradually cooled down, but a figure seemed to appear before Meng Chaoran's eyes. Back then, the tall and handsome second Duke Ling, who was dressed in snow-white robes and had long sleeves that fluttered in the wind. Ling Hanwu, when he sent him off from the upper three heavens, smiled and said, "Take care. Big brother Hanwu." Yi Chuchen shouted. Suddenly, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Meng Chaoran squatted down, stupefied. At this moment, his thoughts suddenly became very far away. Back then, they laughed and laughed together. They were young and frivolous together, they fell in love with Yi Chuchen together. Then, everything changed. He was the one who saved his life. He was the one who covered his escape. He was the one who took care of him and helped him escape from the upper three heavens. He was the one who secretly allowed him to meet Chu. And he himself was secretly hiding at the side, his heart broken. Back then, when he escaped from the upper three heavens, he said to him, "Hanwu, I'm afraid I won't be able to come back after I leave. You have to take good care of Chu." At that time, he was furious. T. If Chuchen's heart was with me, I would marry her even if you didn't say anything. If her heart isn't with me, what's the use of marrying her? Do you want me to become someone worse than a pig or a dog? Meng Gain, if you're a man, become strong and come and take Chuchen away. I already hate you to death, but don't make me look down on you again. Let me say the ugly words first. After you leave, if Chuchen can be moved by me and change her mind and fall in love with me, don't blame me for snatching her away. But if her heart doesn't change, then we'll wait for you to come back. Take her away. If you don't look for me when you come back and lose your life in vain, I'll hate you for life. I'll dig up your grave. I'll grind your bones to dust. Meng Gain, I've never been brothers with you. We're love rivals. We can't live under the same sky. I hate you. I can't wait to tear you into pieces. But I'll still help you. Meng Chaoran's face was contorted. Tears flowed down his cheeks and into his mouth. It was bitter. He remembered when he went up to the upper three heavens again and drank with Ling Hanwu. Ling Hanwu smiled bitterly as he drank. At that time, he sighed and said, "It's said that a woman's heart changes easily. But once a woman's heart has given, it really won't change for the rest of her life. A woman who changes her heart, it's because she doesn't love deeply." Every time they were together, every time they drank, Ling Hanwu would say, "I really want to kill you. I really want to torture you to death. I really want to tear you into pieces. You should die in the lower three heavens. Why don't you die in the lower three heavens? Why don't you die?" But, every time, he'll still help me. He even said, if Chuchen really changes her heart and follows me, then she won't be cute anymore. But even if she's not cute, I still dream of having her. As long as Chuchen is willing to follow me, I'm willing to use my whole life to get her back and transfer her feelings for you to me. But she's not willing. You didn't let me down. It's me who let you and Chuchen down. Without me, your clan wouldn't have been destroyed. But after he said that, he continued to explain himself, actually, there's no one between us. It's just fate that makes a fool out of us. Chuchen didn't fall in love with the wrong person. It's the Yi clan that's a bastard. It's me who fell in love with someone I shouldn't have and couldn't extricate myself. But being unable to extricate oneself is also happiness. I know that although you can't see it. But every time you think of Chuchen, your heart is filled with motivation and happiness. But do you know me? Every time I think of Chuchen, my heart aches and I feel like stabbing myself with a sword. That time. Ling Hanwu drank and smiled bitterly. My name is not good. Ling Hanwu. I was born in the extreme north. Hee, dancing alone in the cold snow. A lifetime of struggle, a lifetime of suffering, a lifetime of loneliness, Ling Hanwu. In the early morning of the night, I sing a song, who pitted my heart already like dirt. This poem was Ling Hanwu making fun of himself. That day, he was drunk. He scolded himself when he was drunk. Happy little, he always said that about me. With strong and undisguised jealousy and hatred. I didn't know at that time that my family was destroyed and I was alone, running away like a dog. How was I happy? But I finally understood that compared to you, in a certain aspect, I'm much happier than you, because I had a dream and you didn't. You loved your whole life, you suffered your whole life, you were in despair your whole life. You struggled your whole life, Hanwu. If there's a next life, I'm willing to do this for you, you're worth it. Meng Chaoran stood up slowly and unbuttoned his clothes. He slowly took them off and laid them on the ground. Then, he carefully lifted Ling Hanwu's body and placed him on his long robe. Then, he carefully fastened the buttons and covered Ling Hanwu's battered chest and back. Then, he reached out and touched Ling Hanwu's wide-open eyelids. He murmured, "Brother. Rest in peace, I'll be right there. What I owe you in this life, I'll repay you in the next life." But when his hand touched Ling Hanwu's eyelids, Ling Hanwu's eyes opened again. This happened 3 times, glaring at him angrily. This pair of lifeless eyes was actually glaring at him so angrily, Meng Chaoran's heart shook violently. He was in a daze for a good while before he finally murmured, "You still want us to live on. Is that so? Is that so?" He said sadly, then, "Hanwu, don't worry. I'll do everything I can to live on with Chu. Live on well. Cultivate hard and take revenge for you with my own hands. Okay? Are you at ease now?" His hand touched Ling Hanwu's eyes again. This time, miraculously, Ling Hanwu's eyes quietly closed. His stiff cheeks also seemed to have calmed down a lot. "Do you trust me that much?" At this moment, Meng Chaoran's heart suddenly felt like it was being cut by a knife. It shattered into pieces. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Ever since Chu Yang was reborn, he had never considered this matter. Xiakuan. Xiakuan nodded. Or rather, there was no such thing in his memory, until just now, when Mo Qinggu said, "For you, I will dance to the heavens." Chu Yang was suddenly enlightened when he heard this sentence. When he thought of this poem, he thought of this person. Xue Leihan, so he had always neglected this person. Why, when he thought of Xue Leihan, Chu Yang immediately thought of many things. Only then did he realize that there were too many differences between this life and his previous life. In his previous life, he was the poisonous sword revered martial artist. Although his name was famous, he was only a revered martial artist. However, he was able to roam freely in the lower 3 heavens, and even some places in the lower 3 heavens. There were no king-level experts in the lower 3 heavens at all. When Mo Tianji ambushed him, he only sent 3 king-level experts, but in this life, Mo clan had more than 3 king-level experts. They even had emperor-level experts. In the upper 3 heavens, king-level experts were not even worth mentioning, emperor-level experts were not worth mentioning, monarch-level experts were just so, saint-level experts were common, supreme-level experts. Looking at it now, there were probably thousands or even tens of thousands of them in the entire upper 3 heavens. In his previous life, there were 2 legends, Supreme Martial Artist Chen Feng and Supreme Martial Artist Lu Yun. The legends of the current generation Supreme Martial Artists were only Ning Tianya and Bulu Qing, and now, perhaps he was ignorant in his previous life, and when he came to the upper 3 heavens, he was like a rat crossing the street, dying before he could even get the 5th fragment of the sword, but legends were legends after all. Was he that ignorant and inexperienced, and, most importantly, Xue Leihan, such a peerless talent, such a famous figure, actually did not exist in this life? Absolutely not. Completely not. Why was that? Thinking of Xue Leihan, Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. and he suddenly felt a vague sense of familiarity. That fortune-telling old man, Xiaoyan Mo Qinggu, on the road of 3 lives can mend the heavens, yin and yang needs to cherish the beauty, evil aura, do not speak nonsense, so familiar, Shui Leihan, it's you, Chu Yang was stunned. He was now 100% sure that the old fortune-teller whom he and Xianxia had met in Tianji City was the one who had befriended him in his previous life, the #1 genius in the world, Shui Leihan, but at that time, he didn't recognize him. Who was he? What exactly was going on? Chu Yang's mind suddenly turned into a mass of paste. The more he thought, the more confused he became. The more he thought, the more he didn't have a clue. He could only faintly feel that if he could solve all of this, then he would discover an earth-shattering secret. At this moment, Mo Qinggu said, "That person is so strange." Chu Yang was startled. He looked up. A few hundred feet in front of him, there was a white-clothed man walking on the snow. This road was the only way to the medicine banquet. At this moment, there were many people on the street. Although it was early in the morning, it was very lively. However, this man in white walked among the bustling crowd with a warm smile on his face. He looked very amiable, but it felt as if he had been lonely for tens of thousands of years. He did not fit in with everything around him. This person stepped on the white snow, crunching as he walked. Every step he took left a deep footprint. It should be very strenuous to walk like this, but looking at his posture, he was like a spring breeze, so leisurely and relaxed. It is very strange. Alarm bells rang in Chu Yang's heart. If he guessed correctly, this person should be an extremely dangerous person. While he was thinking, this man in white had already walked to a place not far in front of them. He suddenly turned his head and seemed to have noticed the 2 of them. He smiled and said, "What a little girl in red, you are really as cute as a fairy." Mo Qinggu blushed and hid behind Chu Yang. She only secretly revealed half of her face to look. Chu Yang smiled and cupped his hands. "You flatter me, may I know who you are?" The man in white smiled and said, "Medicine master, not up to standard." He seemed to be smiling bitterly, but was full of confidence. He said, "I didn't even pass the first round and was eliminated, so I went to watch the fun." Chu Yang smiled. "I see." He said, "Why don't we go together?" When he said this, the man in white also happened to say, "Why don't we go together?" The 2 of them looked at each other and smiled. Chu Yang's smile was tolerant and friendly, while the man in white's smile was gentle and warm. But when Mo Qinggu saw the 2 of them smiling, she suddenly shuddered. The 2 of them walked side by side. The man in white smiled and said, "Brother Chu, you are going to win the championship this time. I am here today specially to cheer you on." Chu Yang revealed a surprised expression and laughed. "So you know me?" The man in white shook his head and laughed. "Brother Chu, you are the best. How many of the medicine masters in this Tianji city don't know you?" Chu Yang laughed heartily in a very comfortable manner. He said, "It depends on luck. Not necessarily, there are so many experts, I am not confident at all." He said that he was not confident at all, but his voice and expression were obviously fake modesty, obviously full of confidence. The man in white lowered his head and didn't seem to look at him. He said, "Brother Chu, you don't have to be so humble. With your attainment, it is not difficult for you to become #1 in the world." At this moment, someone suddenly called from the roadside, "Hey, Brother Liu." The man in white stopped and said apologetically, "Brother Chu, I met a friend." Chu Yang hurriedly said, "Brother, please go ahead." The man in white smiled apologetically and hurriedly turned to the side of the person who called from the roadside. The 2 of them were very intimate, as if they had met after a long time. Chu Yang and Mo Qinggu continued to walk on the thick snow. The 2 of them were still talking as usual. They turned a corner and entered another road. They were only a few hundred feet away from the medicine banquet. At the roadside just now. The man in white was still smiling, but his face had already become cold. A black shadow appeared silently and asked with a smile, "Brother Wu, is it?" The man in white shook his head and said, "I don't think so. But this little one hid very well. You guys, he is a first-stage martial monarch, but there is a hidden sword will on him. Looking at the situation, his real cultivation is definitely at the level of a sword saint. And not lower than the 5th stage. The man in black heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Then I am relieved. A sword saint is not scary. But since he is a sword saint, he must have come from the path of a sword emperor. And the Calamity Sword Master can never become a sword emperor." The man in white said, "Yes. So this Xianxia is definitely not the Calamity Sword Master. But this young man is definitely not even 20 years old, and he already has such a shocking cultivation. And he also has the inheritance of the medical sage. He can be said to be the one and only genius in this world. If this person develops, his future achievements may not be lower than the Calamity Sword Master." When the two of them spoke, when they said the words Calamity Sword Master, they gritted their teeth and were full of hatred. The man in black was silent for a while and said, "Then, Brother Wu, have you done it?" The man in white snorted and said, "Of course I won't let him off so easily. Along the way, I have already poisoned him with 7 kinds of strong poison. These 7 kinds of strong poison are incurable. Usually, they keep each other in check and he is fine. But once the time limit is reached, they will act up immediately. Like a sudden wind, there is no recovery. During the finals, I will let him act up." The man in black heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Brother Wu, it has been hard on you." The man in white smiled lightly. "It has not been hard on me. But, to poison such a small character, it is a little degrading." The two of them chuckled and suddenly disappeared. On the other side, Xianxia turned the corner. The sword spirit's voice, almost dripping with cold sweat, came out. "My God, I really saw a ghost." "Saw a ghost?" Haha. Xianxia was not surprised. He said lightly, "That person just now should be Wu Jiuqing, right?" The sword spirit was startled. "How did you know?" "I just know." Xianxia smiled. "Intuition." Then he said, "He didn't recognize me." Then he said, "If he did, then I would have become a pile of rotten meat by now." The sword spirit sighed and said, "You are right. Wu Jiuqing's hatred for the Tribulation Sword Master far surpasses that of this Dharma Supreme." Xianxia said understandingly, "Because Wu Jiuqing's identity is special. Haha, as the successor of Supreme Martial Artist Chen Feng, he is held in high regard wherever he goes. When has he ever suffered any setbacks or been cheated? How can he not hate someone who has been played around with his whole life?" Then he asked, "What poison did he give me?" The sword spirit was stunned. "You can feel that he has poisoned you?" Xianxia smiled lightly. "I can't feel it. Even until now, I haven't felt it at all. But Wu Jiuqing didn't come specially to say these words to me. 7 types of poisons balance each other and cause paralysis." The sword spirit smiled. "But he doesn't want your life. Looks like he just wants you to compete." Xianxia clicked his tongue and said, "Amazing. Can it be cured?" The sword spirit said, "Of course there is no problem. But, this kind of poison can only be absorbed by the Tribulation Sword. If Wu Jiuqing finds out that you are not poisoned, he will immediately know that you are the Tribulation Sword Master. Wu Jiuqing will then come and kill you. Even in the finals, you won't be able to stop him." Xianxia pondered and said, "Is there any other way?" "Yes." The sword spirit chuckled. "You can put a bottle of spiritual spring water in your arms and drink half a bottle. This kind of poison can be delayed for a while before acting up. I will draw the poison away and you will complete the competition. Even if Wu Jiuqing comes and sees the spiritual spring water, he will also know the reason." Xianxia's eyes lit up. "He paralyzed me. Feng, it shouldn't be as simple as just stopping me in the finals. But, there should be other motives. Otherwise, with Wu Jiuqing's status, why would he poison me? Wouldn't it be easier to just kill him?" "So their target is still Big Sister Z and the rest." Xianxia snorted coldly. "They want to use poison to blackmail us?" The sword spirit thought for a while and said, maybe. Xianxia pondered. Threatening him with the antidote seems too naive. It should be just a part of the plan. At this point, Xianxia suddenly became excited. "Tell me about the symptoms after the wind. Even if I used the spiritual spring water to slow it down, it would still act up eventually. He poisoned me and I poisoned him. Isn't this a very normal thing?" The sword spirit smiled bitterly. "You even want to make use of this. You're really scheming. Xianxia said, I was poisoned. How can that be considered scheming? Then, he asked, I'm the only one poisoned, right? Is Qinggu alright? The sword spirit smiled bitterly. Wu Juoqing is also a person of great status. Do you think he would poison a little girl for no reason? Xianxia snorted. Not necessarily. I don't trust any of these people now. After receiving the sword spirit's confirmation that Mo Qinggu wasn't poisoned, Xianxia was relieved. The sword spirit thought for a while and said, however, compared to being poisoned, there's another more important matter. Therefore, Wu Juoqing is here this time. We can't let him go. If there's a battle, we really have to fight. Xianxia frowned and immediately thought of something. He couldn't help but gasp. Sword intent? Yes. The sword spirit smiled bitterly. I sensed the aura of sword intent on Wu Juoqing's body. Xianxia's face twitched. He immediately felt troubled. How can we get it back? There are 3 ways. The sword spirit said, the first way is to capture Wu Juoqing and extract the sword intent from his body. He should only be keeping it for his own use temporarily and can't refine it. The tribulation sword intent can't be refined by others. Capture Wu Juoqing? Xianxia smiled bitterly. Let's talk about the second way. The second way is to kill Wu Juoqing. The sword spirit smiled and said, the sword intent will automatically disperse out of his body and then we can collect it. Xianxia said speechlessly, you might as well not say it. Just Wu Juoqing's cultivation alone is already as difficult as ascending to heaven to kill him. Moreover, Wu Juoqing is the descendant of supreme martial artist Chen Feng. And Chen Feng clearly dotes on him a lot, even going as far as to use the method of stealing the sky and swapping the sun to save him from the tribulation mending heavens. This is evident. If Wu Juoqing dies, how can martial sage Chen Feng let the matter rest? And supremacy Chen Feng and supremacy Lu Yun are husband and wife. Am I supposed to fight Chen Feng and Lu Yun with my current strength? Let's consider the third option. Xianxia smiled bitterly. The third method is to reveal your identity as the Tribulation Sword's master and use the Tribulation Sword to absorb the energy swords, the sword spirit explained. He laughed bitterly. Also, I'm not sure. The distance must be within 1,000 feet. Black lines appeared on Xianxia's face. This third method makes my crotch cramp even more. Is there a fourth method? No more. There are only 3 ways. The sword spirit was very straightforward. F***ck. Xianxia was speechless. He asked the heavens, aren't you F***king cheating me? My insignificant strength is enough to dominate the lower 3 heavens. But, asking me to kill Wu Juoqing? Don't you think it's a bit too much to ask? The sword spirit said submissively, but you still have experts by your side. Xianxia was speechless. He rolled his eyes at him and sighed heavily. He pulled himself out of the tribulation space. He didn't want to waste any more words with the sword spirit, they were already at their destination. No one was allowed to spectate the finals of the medicine banquet. This was the rule. However, even though the rules were as such, there was still a sea of people present. Heavy snow fell from the sky, and the ground was full of people. Xianxia whispered into Mo Qinggu's ear, Qinggu, I will enter the finals later. Your teacher will come to find you. Remember to tell him that Wu Juoqing is here. These 5 words. Let him pass the message to Moon Breeze. Don't let anyone hear it. Do you understand? Mo Qinggu's eyes flashed with doubt, but she nodded heavily. Brother Xianxia. Don't worry. I will definitely do it. Okay. Xianxia turned and walked toward the finals. Mo Qinggu waved her little fists behind him, jumping and shouting, Brother Xianxia. Go for it. She attracted a lot of attention. The little girl didn't care at all. Xianxia smiled and entered the gate guarded by the Medicine Valley's personnel. The other pharmacists who were selected that day were already present. Seeing Xianxia walk in, everyone's expression was heavy, full of vigilance. Although they had already experienced it once, compared to this young man in front of them, they really felt that they had no chance of winning at all, the last time. Half the time and twice the results. It almost destroyed all of this pharmacist's confidence, and this time. This was a finals with even more significance. It directly involved the ownership of the title of the #1 pharmacist in the world. After the finals this time, the refinement of the heaven-nourishing jade began immediately. Once the heaven-nourishing jade was completed, the nourishment of the heavens would begin on the third day. It would complete the magnificent feat of nourishing the heavens in the history of the heaven-level continent. All of this glory would fall on the head of the champion of the finals. The snowflakes became denser and denser. In the end, one couldn't even see clearly on the other side. Such heavy snow was truly a rare sight. In the vast expanse of whiteness, the finals of the medicine banquet finally began. The high priest of the Medicine Valley personally came to greet the 10 people to enter the designated environment for the finals. As Xianxia walked in, he turned his head and looked back as if he had a telepathic connection. He saw a red shadow swaying in a distant place. A crisp voice came from afar. "Xianxia. Go for it." It was Mo Qingwu's voice. A smile appeared at the corner of Xianxia's mouth. This little girl had finally revealed her ambition. She thought that I couldn't see her. She actually started to call me by my full name. With a smile, Xianxia entered the arena. Outside the arena, at the top of a big tree covered in snow, Buluqing, dressed in green, stood with his hands behind his back. Mo Qingwu stood beside him. Her petite figure looked even more delicate in the white snow. At this moment, in the cold weather, the little girl breathed out hot air. Her face was flushed with excitement. There was a kind of infinite tenderness surging in her heart. I called his name. I don't want to call him Brother Xianxia anymore. I want to call him Xianxia. This is more like how husband and wife address each other. Sister Wu Qianqian has ambitions for him. She thinks that I can't tell. Ah. How embarrassing. At the thought of these two words, the little girl was so embarrassed that she felt as if she had a fever. She felt her body go soft and she actually almost fell from the treetop. Buluqing was shocked. He pulled her back. The little girl didn't fall from the sky. Supreme martial artist Bu was extremely puzzled. Although I haven't given this little disciple of mine a huge boost in cultivation for the time being, she's already a first-grade martial saint. Why is she standing on the tree with such a cultivation? She's actually going to fall. It's really strange. Under the high priest's lead, the 10 people entered the arena. Then, the high priest led them. They walked into the huge palace that was almost made out of an entire mountain. Along the way, there were many sentries. At the outermost periphery, there were monarch-level and emperor-level experts. As they went in, as the line of defense shrank, it became martial saint level. He stood there with a solemn expression, not moving at all. The fluttering snow had almost buried them. It could be seen that before the finals, they had already been here for a day or a few days. They were only guarding this empty field to prevent anyone from sneaking in. These people, every one of them was a supreme martial artist. Such a tight defense made Xianxia feel startled and alarmed. Upon entering the main hall, a fresh and warm wind suddenly greeted them. There was also a strong fragrance of flowers. And the fragrance of herbs. There were more than 10,000 types of elixirs in the medicine banquet. There were hundreds of thousands of types. And there was definitely more than one stock of each type. They were all in this main hall. There were so many types of elixirs. Every type could be said to be a heavenly treasure. Most of the big clan stores for 1,000 years, all the resources of the Medicine Valley for 1,000 years, all the heavenly treasures that the Zhuge clan had collected for 10,000 years, they were all here. The elixirs here were enough to make anyone in the world so excited that they would have a nervous breakdown at the sight of them. None of the spirit medicines were packed into boxes. They were laid out in circles, naked, with their roots, tubers, flowers, and petals all exposed. At a glance, one couldn't even see the end of them. They were densely packed together, and yet the medicinal energy didn't dissipate in the slightest. And the medicinal properties weren't messed up at all. Although the elixirs were tightly packed together, they seemed to maintain a safe distance from each other. This was the biggest characteristic of heavenly treasures, vitality. Only with this characteristic could a stock of elixir be qualified to be called a heavenly treasure. Furthermore, each and every stock of spirit medicine was full of vitality under such circumstances. Some sprouted buds, some even sprouted new branches, and some even bloomed flower buds. It was cold and snowy outside. Inside, tens of thousands of elixirs were actually flourishing. Among them, there were actually clusters of flowers blooming, just like spring. This was just a very ordinary space. There was nothing special about it at all. How could this be? Looking at the clusters of blooming flowers opposite him, Xianxia almost suspected that he was dreaming. In the middle of the main hall, there were 10 pillars with a radius of 10 feet. They were 50 feet tall and emitted a dark brown glow. It was unknown what material they were made of. At the top of the pillars, there was a huge lotus. A strange aura was constantly being sucked in from all directions into the lotus land. The high priest's expression was solemn. He coughed and said, "Everyone, now is the finals of the medicine banquet. This is the location of the great heaven-turning array. Everyone, where you are, is the location of the eye of the array. It has been 100 years since the array was set up at the chosen location. Take the number of Guiyuan. For 100 years, the array was buried deep underground. It absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the essence of the sun and moon. It invaded the magnificence of the mountains and rivers and breathed in the beauty of the rivers. It took 100 years to complete this array." Xianxia had to admit that the other party's plan had already succeeded. Liuqing's plan was originally the most difficult to move, but now, he was the first to be moved and agreed to the duel. With news of Xianxia, and bad news at that, Liuqing would crawl over even if his legs were broken. And once he went, if he could not achieve his goal, Liuqing would rather die than retreat. There was no doubt about this. This meant that Liuqing was already locked in this duel. As long as the other party was strong enough, they could kill Liuqing there, but in the face of such feelings, how could Xianxia dissuade them? Xianxia sighed, "You only invited yourself." Xianxia said, "No, there's also the moon breeze couple. The Dharma Supreme invited them to end the 10,000 years of enmity on the same day and at the same place." 10,000 years of enmity? Xianxia asked in surprise, "What enmity do they have?" The moon breeze couple's teacher was the previous Dharma Supreme. Liuqing sighed. He died in the hands of this Dharma Supreme. Today, the Dharma Supreme has spoken of this matter clearly. Xianxia sighed, his mouth full of bitterness. In that case, the moon breeze couple also have to go? They have to go. Liuqing nodded heavily. And it's also a duel to the death. It's just a duel and 3 out of the 4 experts on our side have been taken away at the same time? Xianxia was a little speechless. Haven't you considered that this is a huge trap that's enough to kill all of you? Liuqing looked up at the sky and said indifferently, "A real man has to do what he doesn't do and what he must do. It's enough to have a noble heart and a stable conscience. As for other things, if necessary, even if I die 1,000 times, I won't look back. This duel, even if I know it's a trap, I still have to go." Liuqing said word by word, "Even though I know that I will die if I go, I still have to go." Xianxia sighed. He understood Liuqing and the moon breeze couple's decision. Just like him, if the other party had made the duel with the safety of Meng Chaoran, Gu Duxing and the others, would he have gone? There was no need to doubt it. There was no need to consider it at all. It was precisely because he understood that he felt powerless. Because Xianxia was certain that as long as the 3 of them went, they would definitely be buried in Mount Xingyun. Previously, he was still considering it. What kind of method did the other party have to use to force these people to the point that they couldn't even escape? But now, it seemed to be a simple matter, for people like the Dharma Supreme and Wu Jiuqing, once they agreed to a battle, they would definitely have absolute confidence in winning. It could kill the enemy, otherwise, they wouldn't have moved at all. "Xianxia, if I unfortunately die, Qing Wu, I'll leave him in your care." Liuqing said indifferently, "If old Ning is still alive, he will naturally come back. If he is dead, little Wu will only have you in the future. You must not bully her." Xianxia still hadn't answered. The door to Yu Lingxua's room opened. The moon breeze couple led Wu Qianqian out slowly. The husband and wife were dressed in snow-white robes. As they stood in the snow, it was as if they had become one with the world. Feng Yuro said, "Xianxia, I have a presumptuous request." Xianxia smiled bitterly, "Please go ahead. 3 days later, I will head to Mount Xingyun with Xiangyang. A battle with the Dharma Supreme. this trip bodes ill rather than well. If the two of us die in battle at Mount Xingyun, then I'll leave Xianxia to you. Feng Yuro stared deeply into Chu Yang's eyes. Chu Yang, don't forget your promise to Xianxia. Chu Yang was dumbfounded. He hadn't done anything yet and two people had already come to entrust him with his orphanage. I don't care if you have multiple wives. I don't care how you arrange them. I don't care about your scruples. Feng Yuro, this woman who had always been weak, showed her tough side at this moment. She said decisively, anyway. You have to give Xianxia. Leave a place for her. Let her be happy. Let her be happy. Master. Wu Qianqian called out. Her tears were about to fall. She was about to cry, but immediately blushed in embarrassment. Chu Yang sighed deeply. Suddenly, he said in an earth-shattering rage, are you so sure that you'll die this time? You can't wait to entrust me with your orphanage? Do you know that you are extremely lacking in self-confidence? If you don't even have confidence in yourselves, how can you defeat the enemy and return victorious? Motherf ***, entrust everything to me. If I die, who do I entrust to? Chu Yang was furious. You are all people who can dominate the world. Don't you have the confidence to return safely after killing all the enemies? You have Lady Z by your side. You won't die. Buluqing nodded at Zi Shiqing and said, Lady Z, I'll entrust the safety of this place to you. Zi Shiqing smiled bitterly. What's the use of entrusting it to me? The three of you are the main force. After all, I'm about to leave this continent. If you die and I leave, then the few of you left here can only be bullied to death. Zi Shiqing smiled lightly. Buluqing, Feng, and you, the three of you have lived for a long time. In these years, you have enemies all over the world, right? Moreover, none of your enemies are weak. If you die and your disciples haven't fully matured. Think about it, how will they deal with your disciples? Especially such a beautiful female disciple. Even if Chu Yang has 3 heads and 3 arms, he's only a martial saint. Any random first-grade supreme martial artist would be able to defeat all of them. How many of your enemies are first-grade supreme martial artists? Not to mention more, at least 100? When you go to the final battle 3 days later, can you kill all of them? Zi Shiqing said lightly, you can go and fight, go and kill, and have fun. If you die, so be it. If you die, even if the enemy salts your corpses into bacon, you won't feel anything. But have you thought about this? Buluqing and Feng and you broke out in cold sweat. That's right, the three of them had countless enemies. When they were around, even if their enemies were right in front of them, they would have to kneel down and talk to them. They wouldn't even dare to cough loudly. But what if they were not around? Only a disciple with weak cultivation would be left, and a female disciple at that. The three of them didn't dare to think further. If the three of them died and Zi Shiqing left, then, what awaited Mo Qinggu, Wu Qianqian and the rest would definitely be torture and humiliation worse than death, even Chu Yang and the rest would be the same. Death is easy to be generous, humiliation is hard to bear. Chu Yang heaved a long sigh. Please consider carefully. But such a vengeance must be avenged. Buluqing gritted his teeth and took a few deep breaths. Our children and grandchildren will have their own blessings. They will only become towering trees after suffering hardships. We can't protect them forever. Some things will have to be faced sooner or later. The Feng and Yu couple also nodded solemnly. Chu Yang sighed. What was to come would eventually come. The other party had already figured out their personalities. The trap they set was irresistible no matter what. All right. Then take care of yourselves. Chu Yang waved his hand coldly. People like us also need to get used to the feeling of being alone and helpless as soon as possible. Die, let's all die. Buluqing and Feng and Yu couple's faces twitched. They both felt that this little guy really didn't listen to them. At this moment, in such an atmosphere of grief and indignation, they actually had the urge to slap him hard. Then, everyone stayed in the courtyard for a while. Under Chu Yang's urging, they returned to their own rooms. Chu Yang gave Zi Shiqing a look. Brother Bu, Feng and Yu, I would like to discuss something with the three of you. Zi Shiqing said knowingly, please wait for me here for a while. Under the confused gazes of Buluqing and the other two, Xianxia turned and returned to her room. Yang snorted and left in a huff. In the room, Yang took out 3 small balls of primordial violet vapor at the fastest speed, giving Xianxia a shock. "Are you sure you want to do this?" Xianxia lowered her voice. "It's better than watching them die." Yang shrugged. Xianxia laughed. "Yang, you are really not a stingy person. You must know that this kind of thing is also a treasure even in the heavenly imperial court. Giving them these today is enough for them to form their life force origin. As long as they don't die after this battle, it is equivalent to creating a staircase for them to reach the heavens." Yang smiled gently. "It's better than us going up alone, right? These few people are very bad-tempered, but I have to admit that they are all good people and very cute. It's better to have fewer people like them die." Xianxia laughed. Yang said, "But I can't take out these things personally. Otherwise, all my secrets will be exposed. So, I will only give Buluqing one incomplete version of the heavy pill as a backup. As for Feng and you, they only have primordial violet vapor. If they are injured, I will leave the incomplete version of the heavy pill with you. Once there is a situation, you can tear open the space and go over immediately, then give it to them immediately." "How about that?" Xianxia said cheerfully, "That would be the best. Feng and you were naturally reliable, but they were a classic example of a ruler. A ruler could be easily bullied. Before Yang's power was fully developed, he couldn't take any risks. So, he could only fake Xianxia to do these things. With Xianxia's cultivation and identity, even if she took out the incomplete version of the heavy pill and said that it was refined by her, no one would doubt it. Because she had the power and qualifications. Besides, the heavy pill was a legend. Apart from Tribulation Sword Master and Tribulation, there were people who had seen the heavy pill before, but they weren't the only ones who had seen it. When Xianxia came out again, her face was a little pale. She walked to the front of the 3 people and said lightly, "I'll give the 3 of you some small things to increase your chances of success in this battle." As she said, she flipped her hand and 3 balls of purple vapor entered the foreheads of the 3 people at lightning speed. Instantly, purple vapor rose from the 3 people's bodies. Then, they sweated profusely. But it was surprisingly comfortable, as if at this moment, even their souls and divine senses were purified. Life force origin? Buluqing knew what was good and couldn't help but exclaim. "My stock of manuscripts has been exhausted. Continue to work hard." 5th, 7th, 8th, and even. The Moon Breeze couple instantly turned pale with fright. This Lady Z actually extracted so much life force origin energy and gave it to them. This great kindness, they really didn't know how to repay it. Shuhai Pavilion and G. Xianxia said indifferently, "This is all I can help you with. Take care of yourselves." The 3 of them said gratefully, "Don't mention it, Lady Z. Today's gift is enough for us to remember for life." Xianxia turned around and was about to leave when she suddenly threw a purple crystal bottle to Buluqing. "This is for you. You know what this is." Buluqing caught it with a complicated expression on his face and said, "Yes, I know what this is." Xianxia was silent for a moment before she said, "Stay alive." She turned around and left. The 3 of them stood in the snow with complicated expressions. After a long time, they sat down cross-legged and started meditating. Another place. In the secret chamber of the Zhuge clan. The Dharma Supreme sat on a red sandalwood chair, looking down expressionlessly. He said indifferently, "Is everything ready?" Yi Di, who was at the head of the line, replied, "The Yi clan is ready. All the required manpower has also arrived. The Ling clan is ready. The Xiao clan is ready. The Shi clan is ready. The clan is ready. The Long clan is ready. The Qin clan is ready." The last one, Zhuge Hutu, coughed and bowed. "The Great Nebula Divide of Heavenly Secrets Array is ready. The supreme martial artist experts of the Zhuge clan are also ready. We are just waiting for the Dharma Supreme's orders." The Dharma Supreme's deep gaze swept across everyone. He said indifferently, "This time, as a precaution, I have mobilized 50 supreme martial artist experts from the law enforcement officers. In this way, the law enforcement officers have mobilized a total of supreme martial artists. 300 of them. The 8 super clans have a total of 411 supreme martial artists. A total of 711 experts are participating in this slaying of Tao operation. The Dharma Supreme's voice was stern. Including everyone here, Brother Wu and me, there are 771 of them. Such a lineup is unprecedented in the heavens. It was the first time in the history of the heavenly layer that so many experts had gathered together to participate in this grand event. This is the first time. The enemy's strength is unprecedentedly strong. This also appeared in the level heaven. The first extreme grade expert. Everyone, don't let your guard down. Zhuge Hutu said, Dharma Supreme. We've already made the arrangements, but whether or not they'll come in, that still needs to be discussed. Shuhai Pavilion and G. A gentle smile appeared on the Dharma Supreme's face as he said indifferently, that side has already accepted my challenge. There was no need to worry about this. They will definitely come. Ah? Zhuge Hutu was flabbergasted. He did not expect the Dharma Supreme to settle everything without a word. However, why would the other party agree to such an obvious trap? This matter was truly inconceivable. The ones who agreed to the duel were Bu Luqing, Yu Lingxue, and Feng Yuro. There are 3 of them. The Dharma Supreme said indifferently, Brother Wu has already rushed to Mount Xingyun in advance to make arrangements. What everyone needs to pay attention to is our main focus. Not these 3 people. Furthermore, for some reason, even if they were chased away, they wouldn't run away. Therefore, everyone needs to be on guard against a battle to the death. Once the 3 of them arrive, the array will not be activated for the time being. Then, we'll use the tactic of taking turns to exhaust them. Surround them but do not kill them. Try to make the situation as tense as possible. The more injured they are, the better. However, as long as that mysterious woman does not appear, the array will not be activated. A sinister smile appeared on the Dharma Supreme's face as he said, Bu Liuqing's might has shaken the world, dominating the world for 10,000 years. Feng Yuro and Yu Lingxue's might has also shaken the level heaven these few years. All 3 of them are unparalleled experts. Everyone, are you interested in teasing unparalleled experts? Seeing the unparalleled experts of the past being toyed with like pigs and dogs under their own siege. Everyone, this is enough to comfort you for the rest of your lives. Everyone roared with laughter. In short, as long as that mysterious woman doesn't appear, all of you can play to your heart's content. Once that woman arrives. Then, at the same time that she arrives, Zhuge Hutu. You are in charge of activating the Great Nebula Divide of Heavenly Secrets array immediately. From the moment that mysterious woman enters the array, fight with all your might, risking your life for her life. Injury for injury. We must kill that female attacker in the shortest time possible. No matter what kind of sacrifice we have to make, it will be worth it. The Dharma Supreme said this heavily, looking at everyone coldly. He said indifferently, Everyone, do you remember this? Yes. Yi Di was the first to speak. Rest assured, Lord Dharma Supreme. We are no longer inexperienced and know the severity of the situation. Even if we have to sacrifice our lives, we must kill that woman. Otherwise, the big clans will really be finished. Good. The Dharma Supreme nodded, his gaze dark and gloomy. There's one more thing. When that woman enters the Great Array, the martial saint experts left behind to guard Tianji City must prepare a team to attack the Orchard Palace with all their might. They must kill Chu Yang and the rest. This is a 2-pronged attack. The Dharma Supreme said, however, the attack cannot be launched too early. We must wait until that mysterious woman enters the array. Do you understand? Zhuge Hutu stood up, straightened his back, and agreed loudly. However, everyone must take note of one thing. That disciple of Bu Luqing, that little girl in red, if you can capture her alive, try to keep her alive. It would be a pity to kill such an innate spirit meridian. The Dharma Supreme said solemnly. Everyone nodded in agreement, laughing bleakly. Lord Dharma Supreme still loves talent after all. The Dharma Supreme smiled and said indifferently, Talent must be used by me, only then can I love it. If not, I still have to kill them. If I nurture a tiger, then I will really fail miserably and embarrass myself. Everyone burst into laughter. Also, that Xianxia, the heaven-nourishing jade, has already been stolen. Although I don't know who did it, the person who did it is definitely not from Xianxia's side. This means that the future trouble has been removed. And Xianxia has already poisoned. The Dharma Supreme smiled and said, I will not say more about the importance of this battle. Everyone knows it well. I will only say one thing, the slaying of Tao battle cannot be lost. Everyone nodded solemnly, everyone understood the importance of this battle. If they still lost with such a lineup, then, the fate of the big clans would basically be sealed, there would be no hope of a comeback. Alright, everyone, disperse and make your preparations. At the same time, prepare for the heaven-nourishing jade 3 days later. The Dharma Supreme waved his hand. Everyone stood up. No matter who it was, they all had the same solemn and determined look on their faces as they walked out. The Dharma Supreme stood with his hands behind his back, watching everyone leave. In a low voice, he recited, how many heroes have shed their blood in this battle? How many heroes have not returned? Everyone. Tomorrow night, I will personally host a banquet. Let us drink to our heart's content. The 8-second Grandmaster shuddered. They wanted to say something, but in the end, they didn't and walked out silently. There were a few people who were moved by the gesture. Orchard Palace. Xianxia sat in front of the window. He stared at the heavy snow outside the window. This heavy snow had been falling for a total of 17 days since it started. Nearly half of the houses in Tianji City had already collapsed due to the heavy burden. The Zhuge clan was preparing for war and didn't come up with any effective measures. Instead, it was the Diwu clan under the Zhuge clan that spared no effort in providing disaster relief. The door opened and Meng Chaoran walked in, covered in snow. He smiled casually. Yang. Thinking about the great battle 3 days later again? Xianxia smiled bitterly. Teacher, how are you? Me? I'm very happy. Meng Chaoran smiled gently. Your teacher's wife is still unconscious. I just fed her something and asked Hanwu out for a drink before she wakes up. Haha. As he spoke, he took out a plate of peanuts and a few pieces of lotus root from the cupboard with practiced ease. Then, he took out a jar of wine and placed it on the table. 2 wine cups were placed opposite each other. Meng Chaoran sat down casually. He picked up the jar of wine and filled both cups with wine. He said calmly, Yang, actually, you don't have to worry about anything. Life and death are just such a boundary. It's fine as long as you work hard. Victory or defeat is determined by the heavens. Xianxia smiled bitterly. If you take things too seriously, you'll care. If you care, you'll feel pressure. When you're under pressure, you'll feel heavy. When you feel heavy, you'll feel anxious. When you feel anxious, you'll make mistakes. Meng Chaoran said calmly, let me tell you something, being able to accept things doesn't mean being able to let go. Being able to accept things doesn't mean being able to let go? Xianxia murmured. Meng Chaoran was no longer paying attention to him. He raised his cup in invitation. It seemed that there was someone sitting opposite him with a smile. Meng Chaoran smiled somewhat happily. Hanwu, it's still snowing heavily today. Looking at the snowflakes, I thought of your name. Haha, dancing in the cold snow. Come. With such beautiful scenery, how can we not have a drink? As he spoke, he drained his cup in one gulp. He leaned over attentively and picked up the wine cup opposite him. He gently poured the wine onto the floor, then put it back in place and filled it up again. Every time I drink with you, you're always indignant, jealous, and scolding me. Haha, you've never acknowledged me as your brother your whole life. But now, you can't deny it, can you? Hee. Cheers. Xianxia's eyes stung. He said bitterly, teacher, there's no need to persuade me. Meng Chaoran waved his hands. I'm not crazy, nor am I deranged. I know that Hanwu has already passed away. But just because he's gone, it doesn't mean that our relationship is also gone. It's also gone. Because I'm still here. If I'm here, our relationship is here. If our relationship is here, our brother is here. If our brother is here, we must drink. We must enjoy ourselves. Meng Chaoran said, life and death are all the same. As he spoke, he drank another cup. Then, he waved his cup at Hanwu and said with a chuckle, don't you agree, Hanwu? Then, Meng Chaoran laughed. It's rare that we share the same view. Come, brother, let's drink. I've always thought that I owed you, but now I realize that I was wrong. I don't owe you, but you owe me. You died so heroically and gracefully, but you made me. Let's not talk about it anymore. Anyway, if there's a next life, you must repay me. Haha. Chu Yang's heart ached. He could vaguely see that opposite Meng Chaoran, Ling Hanwu's clothes were as white as snow. There was a smile on his face as he raised his cup and drank. The corners of his eyes were full of the joy of a good friend's reunion. Chu Yang only felt a sudden itch in his throat. He held his breath and walked out quietly. He left this space for the two brothers who had been through life and death together. He quietly closed the door. From inside, Meng Chaoran's voice could be vaguely heard, as if saying, what are you worried about? To be continued, Chu Yang nodded heavily. I know. But even if it's just a little bit, I'll still do it. But what's the real reason that can affect the overall situation that you're talking about? Diwu Qingru smiled and said meaningfully, actually, even if I don't intervene, if it's just a battle like this, they may not win, and you may not lose. Chu Yang smiled lightly. Of course, but I have to fight for every bit of help, even if it's insignificant. Diwu Qingru said, yes, but you've already helped me a lot. This time I don't owe you any favors. Chu Yang laughed out loud, you deliberately said this because you want me to remember this favor of yours. Fifth, you're too cunning. Diwu Qingru shook his head and smiled. It's not that I'm cunning, but you think too badly of me. Both of them laughed in unison. This time, the Zhuge clan has transferred a few people from the Diwu clan. Diwu Qingru's eyes flashed slightly. He said, by then, they'll have the word Wu on them. Chu Yang's eyes lit up. Diwu, this time, I'll definitely owe you a favor. Diwu Qingru smiled lightly. I also have my own plans. I've harmed you so many times, I have to let you get back a little. Sending charcoal and snow is always better than adding flowers to brocade. Good. Goodbye. Thank you. Chu Yang clasped his hands and flew up like a goose feather. I'll remember your help. Diwu Qingru's voice came into his ears. Don't die. Then, he pondered for a while and said, are the people transferred from the Diwu clan already? A voice in the dark said, of course. This time, the world is really going to change. Diwu Qingru smiled lightly. If it doesn't work, there'll always be some clues to follow. Once they're discovered, they'll be destroyed together with them. If it works, the Diwu clan will rise. This is a huge gamble. Diwu Qingru stood in the snow, and let out a long sigh. This is a gamble that has been passed down for tens of thousands of years. And, the lives of all the people are at stake. Chu Yang's figure was hidden in the snow. He changed more than 10 directions, changed more than 10 body movements and changed more than 10 body shapes. Finally, he quietly entered an inn. Nangong Shifeng and the others lived here. After Chu Yang came in, he urgently arranged for Nangong Shifeng and the others to retreat immediately. Nangong Shifeng had been collecting information for her during this period of time. Of course, the people from the big clans knew about this. After the battle, no matter what, Nangong and the others will be noticed and retaliated against. This was something that could be predicted. Even now, many people were paying attention to the movements of Nangong Shifeng and the others. During this period of time, although Nangong Shifeng and the others still looked ugly when they went out, in fact, everyone had been treated well by Chu Yang. He was no different from a normal person. Chu Yang took out a big bag of purple crystals and placed it on the table. Then, he took out a few elixirs and said, the passing wind battle is about to begin. Bring your brothers and leave Tianji City immediately. If we win this battle, I will contact you guys. If we lose, don't appear in the martial world ever again. These purple crystals are enough for you to live on. Take these pills. They can cure Wan Lai. Let's not waste any more words and hurry out of the city. The sooner the better. Nangong Shifeng was moved and said, young Master Chu is so righteous. Am I, Nangong Feng, so afraid of death? Let's fight it out with them. Qi Yang patted his shoulder and said, don't be rash. You guys are a little weak. It's not worth to lose your lives for nothing. He urged them again and finally convinced them. But their eyes were already full of tears. In their ugly lives, no one was willing to look them in the eye. Only Qi Yang treated them sincerely. This feeling of being respected, relied on and cared for was unforgettable for Nangong Feng. Qi Yang asked Wei Wuyan and the others and found out that they had already left Tianji City long ago. Their whereabouts were unknown. Only then did he feel relieved. Under Chu Yang's arrangement, Nangong Feng and the others washed away the color on their faces. Then, they disguised themselves and walked out one by one. They went back and forth a few times, brought back wine and dishes and placed them on the table. The fragrance of wine spread far and wide. But Nangong Feng and the others, who were supposed to be in the inn, had already disappeared without a trace. After a long time, Chu Yang leaped up and took a big detour. After checking the spots, he returned to the Orchard Palace. After returning, Chu Yang immediately found Dong Wushang and Rui Badong. The three brothers disguised themselves again. Dressed in white, they disappeared into the wind and snow. Why do you want to catch these people? Rui Badong looked at the men and women in his hands and was a little puzzled. Chu Yang took out a piece of paper and looked at it. He said, this guy gave me really good stuff. These guys are the illegitimate children of several important people in the Zhuge clan. Illegitimate children usually have a kind of love and guilt. So, it can tug at their heartstrings even more. Qi Yang said, hide these guys well and then go catch others. The three of them ran back and forth in the wind and thunder. Until late at night, they actually caught more than 30 people. Among them, there were the illegitimate children of important people in the Zhuge clan. There were also the mistresses of some people in other clans and contacts of some important business channels. They also looted 2 secret treasure troves of the Zhuge clan and 8 shops of the Zhuge clan according to the directions of Diwu Qingrou's 2 maps. They swept away all the important and valuable things. In particular, several important intelligence contacts were directly killed by the 3 of them. That night, everyone in Tianji City was in a state of panic. The Zhuge clan was in a mess that night. There were fights, investigations, crying wives, screaming wives. There were people cursing in exasperation. These will be useful, but it won't affect the overall situation, Dong Wushang said with certainty. Of course, we're also trying our best. Send out the information of these people. No matter what, let's create chaos for a while first. Qi Yang sneered. Especially when the clan is in chaos, it's impossible for the supreme martial artist experts to not be affected. Even if it's just a little bit of impatience, it will also have an effect. Besides, control the hostages well. If they want to deal with us, they will definitely be led by someone from the Zhuge clan. Among these people we control, as long as one of them is the family member of the leading expert from the Zhuge clan, then we can be in a stalemate for a while. Qi Yang said, with our current strength, we can't help at all in the battle over there. However, we must not let them have any worries. Under the efforts of Chu Yang and the rest, the entire Tianji city was filled with complaints in the shortest amount of time. In these 2 days, there were curses everywhere. All the big and small people in Tianji city were affected. The business of the Zhuge clan was almost paralyzed. Rumors about every important person were flying all over the place. There was even a group of people who were secretly adding fuel to the fire. Many people anxiously finished their clan meetings, their hearts heavy and gloomy. When they returned home, they were badly beaten by their wives. There were even people who killed their wives out of anger. At first, the people from the other clans were happy to watch the show. However, later on, they realized that the storm was getting more and more intense. When there were faint signs of panic, they wanted to stop it, but it was already not something that could be done in a day or 2. This matter also made Zhuge Hutu a little frustrated and irritable. Although he knew that this was the enemy's trick, he just couldn't control himself from lashing out. In such a torturous situation, it was finally the 3rd day. The Venerable One nourished the heavens. Early in the morning, the Dharma Supreme and the rest were already done with their preparations. They gathered at the entrance of the medicine banquet and stood solemnly under the dancing snowflakes. Zhuge Hutu's expression was very bad. His clan brother actually had so many shameful things. This made Zhuge Hutu feel a little ashamed in front of the others. The Dharma Supreme walked out slowly. His gaze swept across and he said, "Is everyone ready?" "Ready." Everyone present shouted at the same time. The Li clan was absent. The Dharma Supreme had chosen one of his 2 great guards to participate in the Dharma Supreme nourishing the heavens. Good. The Dharma Supreme said indifferently, "When the array is activated, a hole will appear in the void. Everyone, send these pieces of heaven-nourishing jade into the hole at the same time. And use all the energy in your body to seal the hole. Only when the hole disappears can you withdraw your energy." The Dharma Supreme said indifferently, "I will preside over the array. There are 200 supreme martial artists outside. Everyone can do it without worry." "Okay." Yi Di and the rest nodded solemnly. The Dharma Supreme heaved a long sigh of relief and stood still. The next moment, he suddenly rose into the air and floated in the air, as if he was weightless, slowly flying up. Wherever he flew, the snowflakes would automatically melt away. In the snowy sky, his black robe was actually so dazzling, he flew 100 feet into the air. The Dharma Supreme shouted, "Activate the array." In an instant, 200 experts activated their energy at the same time, activating the array that was already prepared underground. A dazzling white light suddenly shot out from the ground. It was at least a few feet thick and shone directly on the Dharma Supreme's body. The Dharma Supreme's body was stimulated by this white light. His long hair suddenly stood up and danced in the air. His black robe fluttered violently and he shot 1,000 feet into the air like a shooting star. His body suddenly emitted a dazzling white light. He shook his arms and shouted, "Heaven, boundless cold, awe-inspiring water, vast mountains, I am willing to turn my body into a tribulation and nourish the heavens with my loyal heart and blood." Before he finished his sentence, as if he had activated a type of mysterious energy between heaven and earth, the whole world suddenly trembled. The mountains and rivers around Tianji City also trembled at this moment. The trembling became more and more intense. Gradually, from far to near, from heaven to earth, waves of clear ripples appeared and swept towards them. The Dharma Supreme shouted, "Heaven, take pity on me. Activate the nourishing of the heavens." In midair, there was a loud boom of thunder. It was early in the morning and in the middle of winter, but there was actually thunder rumbling violently. The snowy sky suddenly turned pitch black. A perfectly round hole suddenly appeared in this pitch-black land, 1,000 feet above the Dharma Supreme's head. Every hole that appeared out of nowhere shone with sparkling white light. They formed a huge circle, and in the middle was the Dharma Supreme's proud figure. The Dharma Supreme let out a long howl. His eyes shot out a sharp black ray and his body emitted a white light, locking onto the hole. "Do it!" The Dharma Supreme shouted. All the supreme martial artists rose into the air at the same time. When they were 100 feet into the air, that white light pierced through their bodies. From this person to that person, the edges and corners were distinct. It was as if a huge quadrilateral had appeared in the air. The heaven-nourishing jade in everyone's hands emitted a pure white light. A strange rhythm of life was suddenly produced at this moment. The next moment, each of them took up a hole. Yi Di was the first. Xiaoxia was the second. The big clans were arranged according to the order of the tribulation, all the way to the 8th. The supreme martial artist of the law enforcement officers took up the position. Everyone's expressions were stern as they sent the heaven-nourishing jade in their hands into the hole at the same time. At this moment, the heaven-nourishing jade actually emitted a kind of life force that made one's soul tremble. Then, it disappeared. However, all the supreme martial artists clearly felt their hearts soften and tremble violently. Then, each of them went up at the same time and used the position of their hearts to block the hole in front of them. At this moment, all the cultivation in their bodies poured out violently. White light surrounded the Dharma Supreme as he stood in the center. Streaks of holy white light were emitted from his body, and then streaks of white light were sent back to his body. The Dharma Supreme kept his eyes closed throughout this process. However, every strand of his hair was already standing straight, and every strand was emitting a faint black aura. The next moment, the hole in the sky gradually dimmed. The entrance of the cave seemed to be slowly shrinking back. Then, with a thunderous rumble, the 2 holes disappeared at the same time. All the supreme martial artists vomited blood at the same time and fell from the sky. There was a flash of colorful light in the sky, and then it disappeared without a trace. the Dharma Supreme slowly opened his eyes. There was a black light in his eyes, and an uncontrollable smile appeared at the corners of his mouth as he slowly descended. All the supreme martial artists felt it at the same time. After this incident, it seemed like something was missing. However, after careful inspection, yet, nothing was missing. It was just that their internal organs were badly shaken. Thank you for your hard work. The Dharma Supreme landed gracefully on the ground. With his hands behind his back, he smiled and said, everyone must have been shaken up. The injuries this time are not considered light. Everyone, don't take this lightly. Quickly circulate your energy and recover. Tomorrow, there will be an important battle. As he spoke, he took out a pill and distributed it to everyone. After helping Zhizun consume the medicine, Xianxia immediately felt a warmth in his heart, and his entire body felt much more comfortable. They only felt that it did not take long for their cultivation to recover completely. They could not help but feel puzzled. Because the Dharma Supreme had said that the injury this time was not considered light, since it wasn't light, how could it be healed so easily? The Dharma Supreme sighed. Everyone will not be able to detect it yet. However, I would like to remind everyone that the Dharma Supreme nourishing the heavens earlier wasn't just about the heaven-nourishing jade or cultivation. Instead, I extracted a portion of your life origin energy. He sighed deeply and exhaled deeply. With his hands clasped behind his back, he spoke in a solemn voice, brothers, for heaven. For the sake of the family's 10,000 years of inheritance, this time. You may not be able to recover the life essence you have lost, or it may take you a long time to recover. Do you regret it? They looked at each other and smiled. I see, it's just a little bit of life essence. Everyone has lived for so long, what is a little bit of life essence? Moreover, if this action can bring about the destruction of the tribulation and allow our family clan to prosper for another 10,000 years, so what if we die? The Dharma Supreme was touched. Good brothers. With a wave of his hand, all the experts on guard hurried over. Escort all the brothers back. Everyone, take care of yourselves in tomorrow's battle. The Dharma Supreme nourishing the heavens had come to an end. However, the Dharma Supreme paced back and forth at the same spot for a long time, as if he was reminiscing, as if he was feeling melancholy. His expression was deep and his brows were tightly knitted. Heavy snow fell. The Dharma Supreme's figure walked back and forth in the heavy snow, no one dared to disturb him. They knew that the Dharma Supreme was feeling gratified for the safety of the people and the world at this moment, and, feeling melancholy, therefore, everyone only quietly guarded from afar, silently guarding. In the heavy snow, the Dharma Supreme followed the traces of nourishing the heavens and actually walked for 4 hours. If one was observant, one would be able to calculate that the Dharma Supreme had walked around the circle of nourishing the heavens for a total of 100 rounds. Then, the Dharma Supreme took a deep breath. His face was as white as snow. The next moment, with a puff, he spat out a long stream of black gas. At the same time, thick black smoke came out of his 7 orifices. With a cough, a mouthful of fresh blood was spat out onto the snowy ground. The Dharma Supreme panted for a while and used the back of his hand to gently wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth. He muttered, Dongfang Badeo, you are really stubborn. However, you have still been completely erased by me today. Suddenly, he laughed strangely and said, all in all, the life essence of 81 supreme martial artists. Hee hee. It's about time. With a turn of his body, he disappeared without a trace. Until an hour after he disappeared, there was still black gas lingering around here and it slowly dissipated. Until 3 days after he disappeared, that mouthful of blood was still in the snowy ground, brightly colored, the heavy snow actually couldn't cover it. Dawn. The sky was still dark. Well, strictly speaking, it was still the middle of the night. Chu Yang's divine senses moved. He only felt that there seemed to be someone moving in the courtyard. Then, it disappeared. Chu Yang's lips curled into a wry smile. Buluqing and Moon Breeze had already left. After all, they were experts. If they went in advance, they could at least get a feel of the terrain. They could also give the other party a feeling of I have nothing to fear, I am very confident and confident in myself. When he returned last night, Chu Yang had already told Buluqing and Moon Breeze not to kill those with the word 5 on their clothes. At critical moments, they could break out in the direction of these few people. In the end, the three of them burst out laughing. Break out? With such a deep blood feud, were they going to give up just like that? This made Chu Yang extremely speechless. Deep blood feud. But Moon Breeze had already tolerated it for 10,000 years. Even if they couldn't find out the truth for 10,000 years, didn't they still come through? If the Dharma Supreme didn't say anything, wouldn't they be kept in the dark forever? But why did the Dharma Supreme say it? Wasn't it to kill them? The feud had been going on for 10,000 years. Couldn't it be done slowly? There was also Bulu Qing. Even if Ning Tianyao was dead and you wanted to avenge him, did it have to be today? With your cultivation, you could come and go like a ghost to kill the enemy. Couldn't you? But Chu Yang also knew that today's battle was not really about revenge. Rather, it was about venting the pent-up resentment. If this resentment couldn't be vented, no one would feel good about it, but, if they wanted to vent this resentment, they might have to pay with their lives. A timid knock came from the door. Chu Yang opened the door and saw Emo Qinggu hugging the blanket. She stood at the door, cowering a little. I'm scared. Chu Yang felt sorry for her and hurriedly pulled her in. What's wrong? Teacher left just now and told me to take good care of myself. The more I thought about it, the more scared I became. I couldn't sleep. Emo Qinggu said tearfully, so I came to look for you. But I slept very late last night. I'm so sleepy. Chu Yang stretched his neck. Huh? Can I sleep here? Emo Qinggu looked at him pitifully. Chu Yang, I'm so scared. Chu Yang's eyes widened. Huh? Sleep here? Looking at the little girl's somewhat curvy figure, young Master Chu swallowed and felt his throat dry up. His lower body also felt like it was going to rise up. He hurriedly clamped his legs together and laughed dryly. Qinggu, you're still young. You must know that men and women are different. This, sharing a bed is. It's precisely because I'm still young that I'm not scared. Emo Qinggu looked at Chu Yang with her round black eyes and giggled. Brother Chu Yang wouldn't be such a beast, right? Even a little girl like me would want to harm you? Chu Yang was stunned. This little girl, where did she learn to speak like this? On the other side, Emo Qinggu had already happily hugged the blanket to the side of the bed and moved Chu Yang's blanket in. She put her fragrant blanket on the bed and then took off her coat. It turned out that she was only wearing thin pajamas inside. It's so cold. The little girl shivered and squeezed into the blanket like a fish. She didn't forget to take out her long hair from under the blanket. She spread it to one side of the pillow and tilted her head. Chu Yang, aren't you going to sleep? I'll sleep, sleep. Chu Yang bent his body and clamped his legs together. With a bang, he clumsily climbed onto the bed. He only felt that he was about to catch fire. Your posture is so weird, the little girl said. Ha ha ha. Weird? Minister Chu hurriedly wrapped himself tightly in the blanket. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. He only felt that his lower body was as hard as steel and was extremely high-spirited. He couldn't help but complain in his heart. Little girl, aren't you tormenting me? Weird posture, isn't it all because of you? The next moment, his cheeks itched. The little girl came over and put her red lips next to his ear. She said, Brother Chu Yang, this cry was actually tender and soft. Chu Yang's whole body shuddered as he heard it. He muttered, demon. The next moment, the little girl put her head on Chu Yang's pillow. She reached out and grabbed Chu Yang's arm. She stuffed it under her head and then hugged Chu Yang's arm with both hands. She said with infinite happiness, I'm not afraid now. You're not afraid, but I'm afraid. Chu Yang's heart was somewhat powerless. Chu Yang, do you think my master will win? Since she was no longer afraid, the little girl began to ask the question she was most concerned about. He will definitely win. Chu Yang looked straight at the ceiling. His body was as straight as a zombie as he muttered unconsciously. Really? The little girl became excited. She raised her head and looked at him with sparkling eyes. To be continued, your teacher is the number one in the world. Chu Yang murmured. Yes, number one in the world. It seemed as if these 4 words had given the little girl unlimited confidence. She immediately felt relieved, and lay back down. It was unknown what she had thought of, but she giggled twice. Then, she rolled over and turned over to face Chu Yang. Chu Yang, what are you thinking about? I'm thinking of doing you on the spot, Chu Yang roared in his heart, but he said with an aggrieved expression, nothing, nothing. But your face is so red. The little girl put her hand on Chu Yang's forehead. Your head is so hot. Is it a fever? I am feverish, my whole body is feverish, Chu Yang murmured in his heart and begged for mercy. Qinggu, sleep. There may be a battle tomorrow. Mo Qinggu nodded and stretched. Suddenly, her eyes turned and she thought of something. She leaned close to Chu Yang's ear and asked in a low voice, Chu Yang, do you like women with big breasts? Mo Qinggu's little mouth was right next to Chu Yang's ear. Her warm breath blew into his ear. Her breath smelled like orchids. Chu Yang only felt itchy and soft. He almost lost his mind on the spot. He moaned, little girl, don't ask such an impure question. Mo Qinggu snorted. Her eyes turned and she suddenly lifted her blanket. The next moment, she lifted Chu Yang's blanket and giggled. Before Chu Yang could react, she had already burrowed into Chu Yang's blanket. Chu Yang's whole body stiffened. He felt a chill on his neck. The little girl's tender arms had already wrapped around him. She giggled and said, Chu Yang. Hugging you to sleep is the most comfortable. As she said, she rested her head on Chu Yang's chest. Chu Yang grimaced. He quietly moved his body and clamped her head between his legs. His breathing became more and more rapid. You're disobedient. Hurry up and sleep. You want to sleep now? Mo Qinggu giggled. She pouted and kissed Chu Yang's mouth with her rosy lips. Sleep. She closed her eyes. Chu Yang really felt like he was going to die. He was suffocating, he was going to explode. Your body is getting hotter and hotter, Mo Qinggu whispered. Chu Yang felt a weight on his body as the little girl's thigh pressed down on him. She hugged his neck with both hands and rested her head on his shoulder. Her thigh pressed heavily on his lower abdomen as she muttered complacently. Then, she breathed lightly. He was actually about to fall asleep. Chu Yang felt that his whole body was on fire. He was about to be burned by the raging flames. He hastily recited the clear heart incantation. However, he was getting more and more upset. His body was sticky and sweaty. The little girl seemed to have fallen asleep. Chu Yang slowly loosened his legs. His face was twisted, and he was speechless. How was he going to spend the night? What is this? Mo Qinggu muttered with a frown. She closed her eyes and reached down to grab something. He bent it to the side, hiss. Chu Yang sucked in a breath of air. He barely managed to turn his body sideways to avoid the sharp edge. Chu Yang himself didn't know how he had managed to get through this night. He counted with his eyes wide open. After counting for 2 hours, his mind slowly calmed down. Then, he felt a wave of happiness, peace, and comfort. The person he loved was in his arms. All his regrets had been made up for. At this point in life, what more could he ask for? Chu Yang sighed blissfully. At this moment, Mo Qinggu in his arms frowned. Her face showed a pained and sorrowful expression. Her body twisted as if she was about to wake up, but she didn't. She seemed to be dreaming. Chu Yang hugged her gently and tenderly. The person in his arms calmed down. Chu Yang was about to fall asleep in a daze. Suddenly, he felt a little wet on his chest. He looked over and saw that Mo Qinggu's eyes were tearing up continuously, but she obviously wasn't awake yet. I'm dreaming again. Chu Yang sighed. Suddenly, he was shocked. Dreaming again? What kind of dream was she having? Could it be? Mo Qinggu's mouth opened slightly. She panted quickly and said, Don't let me leave. Chu Yang held his breath. But after Mo Qinggu said this, she didn't speak for a long time. She just couldn't stop crying. After a long time, Chu Yang was a little confused. He was about to close his eyes when suddenly, his chest tightened. Mo Qinggu's little hand grabbed his collar tightly. She closed her eyes and cried. Her little hand was so tight that her knuckles turned white, but she refused to let go. Only her tears flowed. Chu Yang sighed. He was about to hold her completely in his arms when suddenly, Mo Qinggu tightened her grip even more. She grabbed his collar and said intermittently, Chuyang. If there's a next life. Look at me one more time. I'm prettier than a sword. Chuyang's whole body shook. He was dumbfounded, his eyes suddenly widened. But there was no light in his eyes. Only tears flowed quietly. Qingwu, you've finally achieved this dream. I'm prettier than a sword. I'm prettier than a sword. Chuyang's heart began to ache as if it was overturning rivers and seas. Mount Xingyun, it was said that this was the place where the stars fell. Legend had it that when the Almighty was folding the heavens, he accidentally made a big move and caused the surrounding stars to fall down neatly. After burning the air, they fell to the sky above the level heaven continent. Seeing that the newly folded level heaven continent was about to be destroyed, the Almighty was very unhappy. Hence, he waved his hand and collected all the fallen stars. He crumpled them into a ball and threw them to the level heaven continent. After this piece was thrown down, it became a mountain range made up entirely of meteorites. The entire mountain range was a single entity. It couldn't be separated at all. And it was hard. No divine weapon could separate it from Mount Xingyun. Even a rock the size of a fingernail, and legend had it that this mountain had the power of the stars and was full of miracles. And the reason why the Zhuge clan chose to build a city here was because they saw the unlimited mysterious power of Mount Xingyun. And the great nebula divide array of heavenly secrets was carved on Mount Xingyun. Then, it activated the secrets of heaven and attracted the power of the stars to complete this array. To a certain extent, this great nebula divide array of heavenly secrets was a product of heaven and earth, and ever since the formation of this array, the Zhuge clan had never succeeded in building a second array of the same kind. It could also be said to be the only array in the world. When Buluqing and Moon Breeze set foot on this mountain, the night was hazy and it was snowing heavily. The three of them walked up step by step from the foot of the mountain, admiring the scenery along the way. I heard that this mountain is the #1 mystical object in the heavens. Xianxia smiled and said, I have been here several times. With my cultivation, I can't dig out the rocks on this side of the mountain. It is really hard. Buluqing rolled his eyes and pointed at the mountain. He said, there is only one thing that I am curious about now, in such a hard place, these trees. How did they grow here? Moon Breeze and Moon Breeze smiled bitterly together. This matter was really inexplicable. Buluqing walked to the front of a tree. He smiled lightly and stretched out his hand. Pa! This small tree that was as thick as the mouth of a bull was cut in half. Looking closer, they could see dense growth rings at the cut. It was impossible to count them all. They were completely connected. This is an ordinary tree that has grown here for at least 10,000 years. And it is only as thick as the mouth of a bull. But its weight is comparable to star iron. Buluqing weighed the tree in his hand and said lightly, if it is made into a stick for someone, it can really smash a martial saint to death. He pondered and said, an ordinary tree. Just because of the different environment it grew in, it can cause such a result. If it is a human, what will happen? Moon Breeze and Moon Breeze were also deep in thought. Buluqing waved his hand and the accumulated snow on the ground was pushed away, revealing the dark stone ground. The pine tree's roots grew in a thin crack, flat and flat. Buluqing bent down and dug his finger into the crevice of the stone and pulled with all his might. The crack didn't move at all. Buluqing's finger made a cracking sound. Buluqing withdrew his hand and stood up. He said somewhat awkwardly, did you see that? Even with my cultivation, I can't move a rock on Mount Xingyun. Pfft. Cough cough. Feng Yuro laughed instantly. Xianxia also couldn't help but laugh. He said, Brother Boo, what I saw was. Although this mountain is hard and we can't move it, the soft tree roots can take root in it and grow into a towering tree. So, no matter how meticulous a plan is, there will still be loopholes. Buluqing perked up and said, you're right. I wanted to say this just now, but my finger hurt and I forgot. Feng Yuro finally laughed without caring about her image. The three of them laughed together. When they came, they were still a little nervous. But in this laughter, it disappeared without a trace. The three of them, one in front and two behind, walked leisurely towards the peak of the mountain. The Dharma Supreme stood at the peak of the mountain with his hands behind his back. Hearing the laughter coming from the foot of the mountain, a strange smile appeared on his face. How carefree. Even at this point, they can still laugh. At the side, Wu Jiuqing sat on a pitch-black rock and said indifferently, they won't be able to laugh soon. The Dharma Supreme laughed and suddenly let out a long whistle. He said softly, Brother Yu, are you here? Yu Lingshua's voice came from the mountainside. Bah! Dharma Supreme, what right do you have to call me brother? The Dharma Supreme laughed and said, Brother Yu, for more than 10,000 years to be treated like this by you, it's really disappointing. Even if you insist on supporting the Tribulation Sword Master, you don't have to be so ruthless. Yu Lingxue was furious. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly heard a cold voice. Buluqing. Come here and accept your death. Buluqing flew into a rage and shouted, Wu Jiuqing. You despicable person. Why, you still want to bully others with your ancestors' power? Let me tell you, I won't fall for it. Poor Supreme Martial Artist Chen Feng, his bloodline is going to end today. Wu Jiuqing's cold voice came down. Buluqing, you can't kill anyone with just your mouth. Buluqing laughed. I can't kill anyone, but I can disgust you. I'm happy to disgust you. Ha ha ha, disgust the descendants of Chen Feng and Lu Yun, it's really satisfying. On the other side, Wu Jiuqing didn't say anything. However, a substantial murderous aura gradually took form and swept over wildly, covering the skies and covering the earth. Today is Deputy Moderator Tian's birthday, I wish her a happy birthday. However, everyone calls her Dao Dao, and there are some who call her Second Dao, or Jing Dao, Fart Dao. In short, there are many deputy moderators named Dao Dao, and I won't list them all here. In short, I wish her a happy birthday. Every year, there will be a day like this, Brother Aosher, I'll be happy with you, brother, happy birthday. Gee, I'll continue to write the 10th update. Gee, to be continued. Wu Jiuqing's voice was as cold as ice. Come, let's fight. Buluqing snorted and said, come down, I'll fight you. Silence reigned again. Buluqing may be straightforward, but he was definitely not stupid. Today's situation was obviously a trap and a plot. It was one thing for him to come for Ning Tianya's safety, but it definitely didn't mean that he would foolishly step into the enemy's well-planned trap. You want me to go? To be schemed against by you? I want you to come down, Wu Jiuqing said indifferently, you don't dare to come? Buluqing crossed his arms and stood at the mountainside. He said arrogantly, do I have to go just because you want me to? Who do you think you are? Why, you don't dare to come down? Wu Jiuqing laughed. Don't you want to know about Ning Tianya's news? Buluqing laughed. If old Ning is dead, he will also be dead if I go. If old Ning is still alive, he will still be alive even if I don't go. Wu Jiuqing, I only have one motive for coming here today, and that is to kill you. Wu Jiuqing sneered. The two parties, one at the mountaintop and the other at the mountainside, were actually in a stalemate. At this moment, the Dharma Supreme laughed coldly. The famous Buluqing, the #1 sword supremacy in the world, actually doesn't dare to come down. He doesn't dare to face the enemy's challenge. And the Moon Breeze couple who dominated the three heavens together actually cowered in the face of the enemy who killed their master. Haha, how funny, how funny. Yu Lingshua's expression changed. Buluqing stopped him with his gaze and laughed loudly. One of the famous tribulations, the descendant of two legendary figures in the heavens, not only is he despicable, he actually doesn't dare to come down the mountain for a battle. Does he have no other abilities other than using the name of his ancestors to scare people? After living for tens of thousands of years, he is actually still a good-for-nothing? No wonder he was used by others for a lifetime. He almost became the mud used to mend the heavens. Of course, the most praiseworthy is still the Dharma Supreme of the generation, actually starting to speak sarcastically, using insults to provoke others. Do you have any other ideas? Buluqing mocked him with sarcasm. A long hell from the mountaintop, after living for tens of thousands of years, he is actually still a good-for-nothing? No wonder he had been used by others for an entire lifetime and had almost become the mud used to mend the heavens. These words had really poked at Wu Jiuqing's sore spot. He couldn't hold it in any longer and let out a long howl. His white robe fluttered, and his sleeves fluttered. With a loud boom, the accumulated snow on the entire mountain collapsed. At the same time, he flew up. At the same time, his thin, white-clothed silhouette shot down from the mountaintop like a bolt of lightning. Buluchin laughed heartily. You really don't have any self-restraint. It came down on its own. I looked down on you. Even though Buluchin said that he was looking down on Wu Jiuqing, he had already unsheathed his sword. With the roar of a dragon and a tiger, 10,000 rays of sword light wrapped around Buluchin's body and charged towards Wu Jiuqing. With this charge, the flashing sword light was like millions of people unsheathing their swords at the same time. The entire Mount Xingyun resonated with the sound of swords. Clang! Buluchin was furious. Wu Jiuqing. Who do you think you are? To think that so many supreme martial artists would be sent out to ambush them for a decisive battle. What a disgrace to our ancestors. Wu Jiuqing's face and ears turned red. That sword hummed just now. It was the sound of the supreme sword being unsheathed and all the swords in the world paying homage to it. Wu Jiuqing and the Dharma Supreme had calculated countless possibilities, but they had forgotten about this. This was definitely the will of the heavens. If the battle had already begun and was in full swing, with so many people attacking at once, even if Buluchin scolded, he wouldn't have made Wu Jiuqing feel so uncomfortable. Because at that time everyone would be fighting and facing life-threatening danger at any time. Who would have the time to think about the meaning of this? As for after the battle, the winner would be the king and the loser would be the thief. This was even less of a problem. But the problem was that before the battle had even begun and before both sides had even warmed up, the unsheathed sword of the other side had caused the swords of hundreds of people on their side to hum at the same time. This was like a hard slap on Wu Jiuqing's face, extremely painful and unbearable. Yu Lingxue laughed loudly. To think that the two elders, Chen Feng and Lu Yun, were such heroes back then. Who would have thought that their descendants would actually be such characters? This is really a pity. Anger rose in Wu Jiuqing's heart. His face flushed red and he chuckled. Then let's sigh more while we still can. Suddenly, he raised his hands and waved them in the air. Instantly, the whole area within a radius of a few hundred miles was filled with colorless and odorless poisonous gas. Then, his white robe fluttered and he pounced on Buluchin. Buluchin's sword shook and suddenly, a mountain appeared out of thin air. A sword mountain. It came crashing down on Wu Jiuqing crazily, but once Buluchin made this move, Wu Jiuqing instantly knew that he had been deceived by Ning Tianya that day. Because this attack of Buluchin's was not inferior to Ning Tianya's strongest attack that day. That damned Ning Tianya. Wu Jiuqing cursed angrily in his heart. If not for the fact that they had such a miraculous item like the sword intent, which greatly exceeded Ning Tianya's expectations, Ning Tianya might really beat them at their own game and use them to deal with them. The sword aura emitted by this attack of Buluchin's made Wu Jiuqing feel a little apprehensive. Once an expert made a move, the truth would be known. Wu Jiuqing's wrist shook in the air and a long black whip suddenly appeared in the air. It shook against the wind and shattered the thousands of snowflakes in the air along with Buluchin's sword mountain. Sword light shot out. Buluchin swung his sword and it was as if he had split the sky and earth apart. He laughed loudly and said, Wu Jiuqing, this attack shall be called Morning Wind Slash. What do you think? Actually, this attack naturally had another name. But Buluchin said it deliberately to provoke Wu Jiuqing. Arrogant. Wu Jiuqing shouted coldly and lashed out with his whip. The whip's shadows formed many small circles in the air and surrounded Buluchin's sword light. The long whip coiled and intertwined with the long sword. The two of them suddenly changed from attacking from afar to close combat. With a loud bang, Buluchin struck out with his left palm and Wu Jiuqing struck out with his right palm. Boom, the snow on the ground flew up violently. Buluchin's sword shook and he flew into the air. Wu Jiuqing followed closely behind, his long whip coiling wildly. As expected of a poison doctor. Even your attacks are poisonous. Buluchin swung his left hand. Don't put on an act in front of me. With your cultivation, before your protective internal energy is broken, this little poison won't be able to harm you. This little bit of poison won't be able to do anything to you. Wu Jiuqing shouted coldly, his attacks becoming fiercer and fiercer. Buluchin laughed loudly. The descendant of Morning Wind is indeed as smart as a child prodigy. Wu Jiuqing shut his mouth and stopped talking nonsense with him. He could tell that although this sword supremacy looked cold and ruthless, the moment he opened his mouth, it was a huge F*King *T pit. Bickering with him could really infuriate one to death. Buluqing attacked the enemy relentlessly with his words, but he had his own plans in mind as he fought. At the same time, he observed the surrounding terrain to see where he could set up an ambush. He could strike at any time and kill a few people to warm up his hands. If he killed too many people, an ambush would no longer be an ambush. But when he looked around, he didn't discover anything. If it wasn't for the sword chime earlier that told him that there were too many enemies here, he might have thought that there was no one here. Where did they hide? Thoughts flashed through Buluqing's mind, but his sword didn't relax at all. He exchanged blow after blow with Wu Jiuqing. In terms of internal energy cultivation, Buluqing was inferior to Wu Jiuqing. There was no doubt that he was inferior by more than a level. However, at this moment, he actually did not fall into a disadvantageous position. From the start of the battle until now, the two of them had been fighting in the air 100 feet high. They didn't go higher or lower. If they went higher, they would match what they said earlier. It was Buluqing who listened to Wu Jiuqing and went up. But if they went lower, Wu Jiuqing would be at a disadvantage. So the two of them fought at a height that was neither too high nor too low. Buluqing let out a long laugh. He flicked his sword and a dragon-like roar sounded. He mocked, "The descendant of morning wind is nothing more than this. The tribulation of tens of thousands of years is nothing more than this." Wu Jiuqing was fuming with anger. It was because Xianxia had said the same thing when he intercepted him that day. And not only was every word the same, even the tone was the same. How could Wu Jiuqing not be angry? This meant that these two fellows didn't care about morning wind at all, otherwise, they wouldn't have said the same thing. Just as he was about to attack, he saw Buluqing retreating abruptly. With a roll of his body, the sword light trembled and transformed into a brilliant rainbow. The sword light was like a barrel. It was several feet thick, but its length seemed to be endless. Buluqing's whole body was hidden in the sword light. He flew over like a rainbow, man and sword as one. Wu Jiuqing snorted. His long whip danced in the air and shook. With a loud bang, a black epiphyllum suddenly appeared. Wu Jiuqing shouted and pushed with both hands. This black epiphyllum welcomed Buluqing's man and sword as one. Then, the long whip shook and the black epiphyllum flew out one by one. Epiphyllum pistol. This was obviously an ultimate sword technique, but it was used by Wu Jiuqing with a whip of a different nature. And its power didn't decrease but increased instead. Buluqing sneered. Epiphyllum pistol can't stop the sword supremacy. Just like that, the epiphyllum broke under his sword one after another. Wu Jiuqing raised his whip and used it as a sword. Similarly, he used the man and sword as one and rushed forward. He sneered. Sword supremacy? You're not worthy. The two of them collided with a loud bang. Wu Jiuqing did a roll and somersaulted 17 to 18 times in the air, reaching a height of 400 to 500 feet. Buluqing, on the other hand, floated out at an angle. His green robes left a white mark in the wind. Wu Jiuqing snorted and was about to use his sword intent. He purposely used a battle method that he wasn't good at to fight Buluqing just for this moment. Just as he was about to attack, he suddenly felt a gust of wind behind him and a murderous aura. Startled, he hurriedly dashed out. With a thud, Wu Jiuqing's shoulder was hit. His white robes were torn and blood flowed out. His calf was hit and blood dripped out. He hurriedly circulated his energy to stop it, but his face was already full of anger and astonishment. Sword light flashed and the moon breeze couple attacked at the same time, attacking Wu Jiuqing with their two swords as one. Just now, it was actually the husband and wife who joined forces to launch a sneak attack. Be it Wu Jiuqing, the Dharma Supreme or even Buluqing, they were all greatly surprised by this. No one would have thought that the moon breeze couple, who had always been known for their gentlemanly demeanor, would actually launch a sneak attack. Xianxia's expression was calm. Only you guys are allowed to set up despicable traps, but I'm not allowed to launch a sneak attack. What kind of logic is this? 10 chapters. If you can imagine what I look like now, I'll call you brothers. 7 packs of cigarettes and a box and a half of Red Bull in 2 days and 2 nights, but 10 chapters. Got it, begging for votes, a very crazy begging. To be continued. Zhuge Changchang looked a little pitiful. He looked at Chu Yang expectantly. He knew that his life was now in Chu Yang's hands. And Shuhai Pavilion and G. Web. Where is my third uncle now? Once Chu Yang heard Zhuge Changchang say to buy medicine for his daughter, he knew that this news was definitely true. If not for Chu Yang, the Zhuge clan wouldn't even pay attention to Chu Feiyan, a small fry in their eyes. In the dungeon of the Zhuge clan, Zhuge Changchang hurriedly replied, "Don't worry, he's not dead." Chu Yang's eyes were sharp. "Was he tortured by you?" Zhuge Changchang hesitated for a while and said, "Brother Chu, you also know that this is unavoidable when you first enter. However, we have already instructed that no matter what, his life is not to be harmed." Chu Yang chuckled coldly. His heart ached. He knew that since Zhuge Changchang said so, Chu Feiyan must have been tortured badly. Otherwise, Zhuge Changchang wouldn't have explained so hurriedly. A thin figure seemed to appear in front of him. For his daughter's illness, he was in the prime of his life and had been running around in the wilderness for many years. Whenever he found treasures, even if he didn't need them, he would quickly keep them and exchange them for purple crystals. However, he couldn't bear to spend a single cent. He saved them to buy medicine for his daughter. As long as he heard that there was medicine, he would rush over at full speed. Day after day, year after year. For his daughter, he was tired just to give his daughter a healthy body. He carried a slim and almost impossible hope and traveled all over the world. How much did he suffer? Did anyone know? Now, for his daughter's medicine, he came all the way to Tianji City. However, because of a nephew that appeared out of nowhere, he was imprisoned by the Zhuge clan and suffered all kinds of torture. Chu Lu finally couldn't take it anymore. She suddenly burst into tears. Good. What a Zhuge clan. It's really a big clan in name. What a righteous method. What an upright scheme. Good. Really good. Chu Yang laughed coldly and said word by word, "I'll remember this." He shouted, "Zhuge Changchang. Why aren't you sealing your cultivation and getting over here? Do you want me to do it myself?" Zhuge Changchang finally let out a sigh of relief. He knew that his life was finally saved. At this moment, how could he still be angry and care about the other party's tone? He hastily sealed his cultivation and sat on the ground with a puff. He said, "Brother Chu, I can help you save your third uncle." And Shuhage and G. Net. Chu Yang glanced at him in disdain. He really didn't want to say anything more to such a person. With a wave of his hand, Dong Wushang sealed this guy's cultivation again. He tied him up with a rope and threw him into the room with a thud. Zhuge let out a long cry of pain. Dong Wushang's technique was indeed much cruder than the average person's. "Big brother. You have to save my father." Chu Lu wiped her tears. The more she thought about it, the sadder she felt. He has suffered so much for me. Chu Yang felt as if something was stuck in his throat. He said heavily, "Don't worry. I will definitely save third uncle." The battle had ended, and everyone felt more relaxed. Although Chu Feiyan's matter had covered everyone's hearts with a layer of dark clouds, they had finally overcome the biggest crisis. The rarest thing was that no one was injured, and this made them even more overjoyed. Meng Chaoran stood at the door, stroking his beard and smiling. Mo Qinggu had already rushed out of the room, grumbling nonstop. "If you knew that it would be so easy, why didn't you let me out? You even gave me a mission." Only now did she know that the mission didn't need anyone to carry it out. Mo Lei and Wu Qianxian both laughed at her words. Looking at the little girl's pouting mouth and rolling eyes, they were all overjoyed. At this moment, someone called out lightly, "You are Chu Yang?" Chu Yang turned around abruptly. He only felt a huge pressure coming towards him. The wind fox, which had just jumped from Chu Yang's shoulder to Mo Qingwu's arms, felt all its fur stand on end. It looked ahead with some fear in its eyes. Dong Wushang's hand was on the hilt of his saber. Rui Budong also grasped the short sword in his arms. Behind everyone, there was a man in black. His entire body was covered in black, only revealing two eyes. Shuhaiga and G. Net. His eyes were old and sharp as he looked at everyone. He just stood there with his hands behind his back in the snow 100 feet away. But in everyone's senses, there was no such person at all. Everyone was shocked. This person was definitely an expert, and even if he wasn't on the level of the Moon Breeze couple, he definitely wasn't too far off. How could such a person suddenly appear now that the battle had just ended? Chu Yang's pupils shrank. Although this person had restrained his aura, Chu Yang could still feel this person's strength and hostility, as well as a kind of vague murderous aura. This person was an enemy. Chu Yang instantly made a judgment. He took a step forward and opened his arms slightly, protecting everyone behind him. Then, he took another 2 steps forward and asked warily, "Who are you?" At the same time, he summoned the sword spirit and quickly possessed him. This person was so strong that even if everyone present were to fight together, they would definitely not be his match. There was admiration in this person's eyes. He said, "Chu Yang, not bad indeed. No wonder you have the prestige and power you have today. As the leader, it's already not easy for you to be able to sense danger immediately. You being able to protect yourself in front of your brothers after sensing danger is even more admirable. A person like you indeed has the ability to make people loyal to you." Chu Yang frowned and said, "You haven't answered my question." With his hands behind his back, this person said indifferently, "Does it matter whether I answer or not?" Chu Yang took a deep breath and said, "It does indeed matter." This mysterious person's eyes revealed a smile like spring water, but it was the spring water that had experienced the vicissitudes of life. He said indifferently, "Don't worry, there's no need to be so nervous. Today, I originally only wanted to see you, but after seeing you, I decided to kill you. Because you're too outstanding. Keeping you alive is really too big of a threat." Chu Yang smiled faintly. "It's not as easy to kill me as you think." As he spoke, the sword spirit had already possessed him. The calamity sword appeared in his hand with a clang. Then, Chu Yang turned into a long rainbow and flew up from the ground. He crossed hundreds of feet and shot over. This person was strong and invincible. This was the sword spirit's warning. But Chu Yang had no other choice. Because he knew that as long as he hesitated, his brothers would attack. And attacking would only be courting death. He couldn't retreat. If he retreated, his brothers would risk their lives to block this person and create time for him to escape. His brothers would still die, so, if Chu Yang wanted to leave, there was only one way left: break through head-on and flee far away. Only Dong Wushang and the others were left. With this person's identity, if he said he wouldn't kill, he would definitely not kill. Besides, his main target was Chu Yang. If he chased after Chu Yang, Dong Wushang, Mo Qingguo, and the others would be even safer. Of course, all of this was based on the fact that Chu Yang could successfully escape. The sword turned into a rainbow. The mysterious black-robed man's eyes were filled with admiration. His body floated up in the air. He slammed his palm on the calamity sword. Chu Yang's body, controlled by the sword spirit, shook violently and spat out a mouthful of blood. The black-robed man's eyes narrowed. "Supreme martial artist Cultivation? So you're a 7th grade sword saint. You're still hiding your strength." He slammed his palm on the sword again. Although he didn't use much time to speak, compared to the speed of the sword spirit's sword, he still used a lot more time. But after he finished speaking, he slammed his palm again and was actually able to hit the fleeting sword again. In this situation, the extreme contradiction between fast and slow made everyone who saw it feel so uncomfortable that they wanted to vomit blood. Chu Yang's body shook again and he spat out another mouthful of blood. He turned around and was about to pass by him. But the black-robed man retreated lightly and blocked him again. He slammed his palm again. The sword spirit was shocked again. This person had already grasped the laws of space. Right at this moment, a furious roar was heard. A sharp black light turned into a thunderbolt. Dong Wushang raised his dark saber and rushed over madly. At this moment, Dong Wushang activated all of his life's potential without regard for anything and released the most powerful saber attack of his life so far. He didn't speak, but he used his heart, his soul, his spirit, his strength, his will, his everything. It all melted into this saber attack. Good saber. The black-robed man's eyes were filled with admiration again. At the same time, Rui Budong also rushed up like lightning and pounced on the black-robed man. Red light surrounded Mo Qingwu's red sleeves and light saber slashed fiercely. Before her, a white shadow shot out like lightning and went straight for the black-robed man. It was the wind fox. The sword light was clear and bright. Wu Qianqian and Mo Lei are attacked from the left and right respectively. Obviously, Wu Qianqian was much faster than Mo Lei. A sword light followed behind. Meng Chaoran rushed over on his sword. Chu Le's petite body flew into the air. For the first time in her life, she took the initiative to attack the enemy. In an instant, 8 people and a spirit beast attacked at the same time. The black-robed man's eyes were filled with disdain and he punched out. It hit the blade of Dong Wushang's black saber. With a snap, the black saber broke from the middle. Dong Wushang's sternum caved in and he spat out blood and flew backward. At the same time, his left fist hit the wind fox. The wind fox screamed and fell from the sky. With a light flick of his fingers, a few sharp gusts of wind were released. Emma Layer groaned and a few bloody holes appeared on her shoulders and legs. She fell from the sky. With a kick, Emo Qingguo and her saber were kicked more than 100 feet away. All of this happened at the same time. Rui Budong pounced from behind. The black-robed man sneered and kicked. It hit Rui Butong's lower abdomen. Rui Budong cried out and his internal organs shattered. He spat out a mouthful of blood, but he hugged the black-robed man's left leg with all his might. The black-robed man's leg shook slightly and was about to throw him out. But at this moment, Rui Budong suddenly lowered his head and his sharp teeth bit into his calf fiercely. Fourth watch. Begging for votes. Chu Yang spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, he spat out 3 more mouthfuls of boiling red blood. The world spun around him. He vaguely saw a black-cloaked figure in front of him. Her clothes were as black as ink, slender and elegant. Her features were picturesque and peerless. It was Wu Qianqian. Wu Qianqian stood in front of him just like that, looking at him with resentment and reluctance. It was as if she wanted to reach out and touch his face but couldn't. It was as if she wanted to throw herself into his arms but was getting further and further away. Chu Yang, I'm leaving. You must be happy. Vaguely, Wu Qianqian seemed to be calling out to him. She seemed to be wholeheartedly blessing him with her soul power. Chu Yang spat out another mouthful of blood. For a moment, his heart ached as if he was dying. His heart was bleak. In the tribulation space, the sword spirit shouted angrily, Heaven-nourishing jade. Heaven-nourishing jade. Chu Yang was perplexed. At? The sword spirit shouted angrily, use the heaven-nourishing jade quickly. If you don't use it now, when her body is no longer soft, she will really die. Heaven-nourishing jade? Chu Yang suddenly realized. His mind had been too agitated that he had forgotten about the heaven-nourishing jade. He tried hard to clear his mind but was still a little dazed. In a moment of desperation, he grabbed the broken sword on the ground and stabbed it into his thigh. The bone-piercing pain jolted him awake. How do I use the heaven-nourishing jade? Put it in her mouth first to protect her life and soul, the sword spirit said anxiously. Chu Yang hurriedly reached into the tribulation space and realized that his arm was still broken. He couldn't care less. He corrected his bones and took out the heaven-nourishing jade. He took out the largest piece and sent it toward Wu Qianqian's mouth. But Wu Qianqian's lips were tightly shut and she couldn't swallow it. He watched as the heaven-nourishing jade shone and slowly melted beside her lips. Chu Yang's heart was burning with anxiety. He suddenly lowered his head and held the heaven-nourishing jade in his mouth. He brought it close to Wu Qianqian's lips and blew the pure life force from the heaven-nourishing jade into Wu Qianqian's mouth through the tiny gap between her teeth. Then, he was afraid that after this, he would share the spiritual energy of the heaven-nourishing jade. Wu Qianqian couldn't recover, so he took another piece and fed it to her. When he was about to take the third piece, the sword spirit hurriedly said with heartache, enough, enough. There's no need for so much. She'll explode. Only then did Chu Yang stop. Then, he hurriedly healed his broken hand and activated the Heavenly God technique. At the same time, he quickly took out the incomplete version of the heavy pill and handed it to Meng Chaoran so that he could give one to everyone who was injured. Then, Chu Yang began to wait. He waited for Wu Qianqian to wake up. The battle just now seemed to have lasted for a long time, but in truth, everything happened in the blink of an eye. It was just the beginning. It was already over, there's only one enemy. But, everyone on our side is seriously injured except for Meng Chaoran who's further away. The danger of this battle was far greater than any of the great battles that Chu Yang had experienced since his debut. This was also Chu Yang. This was his first time facing a supreme martial artist. Furthermore, it was his first time facing an intermediate supreme martial artist. The difference in strength was like heaven and earth, they couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Mo Laer's injuries were considered light, but Dong Wushang's injuries were very serious. Although he wouldn't lose his life, if he didn't have the incomplete version of the heavy pill. Dong Wushang would probably never be able to recover after today. Mo Qinggu fought with her life on the line twice and was still unconscious now. Chu Lu'er was patted by the black-robed man from afar and couldn't stand up at all. The wind fox limped onto Mo Qinggu's body, moaning softly. Its big black eyes were full of pain. With a thud, Rui Budong, who had been kicked into the air, finally fell back down. He fell onto the ground like a pile of mud. Chu Yang and Dong Wushang were naturally not worried about this guy. Rui Budong was the least worrisome one. An immortal body. Every time he died, his strength would increase instead. Instead, it was the injured people who were more troublesome. After waiting for a while, Wu Qianxian still hadn't woken up. Although her body remained soft, there were no signs of life. Chu Yang became anxious and asked the sword spirit, when will she wake up? How long will this heaven-nourishing jade take effect? Damn it, what are you bragging about? I thought it was even more miraculous than the heavy pill, but it's not even as good as the heavy pill. The sword spirit rolled his eyes and said, even if you are worried about Wu Qianxian, you don't have to belittle the heaven-nourishing jade like this. The heaven-nourishing jade has already taken effect. Wu Qianxian's primordial spirit can be considered to have been preserved and won't die for now. But how can it be easy for her to recover to her original state? How can it be done with just this heaven-nourishing jade? Do you still need something else? Chu Yang asked, what do you need? The heaven-nourishing jade is already a heaven-defying item. As long as a person is dead and the body hasn't stiffened, the heaven-nourishing jade can preserve the spirit. Even if the person has been dead for 2 hours, the heaven-nourishing jade can still gather the spirit and capture it. In other words, although Wu Qianxian isn't breathing now and has no heartbeat, her spirit is still in her body. Even if you can't find a way to save her, her body won't rot even after thousands of years. As long as the conditions are coincidentally met, she can still wake up. The sword spirit said. You just need to say what you need to wake her up. That will do. Chu Yang looked at Wu Qianxian's pale face with heartache. He said impatiently, why are you so naggy about the rest? You need the resurrection grass. The sword spirit hurriedly said a name. Resurrection grass? Chu Yang's eyes lit up. Where can I find this? The sword spirit heaved a long sigh. The Heaven Imperial Court. Chu Yang was stunned. After a long while, he scolded like a volcano erupting. F***ck. Isn't this F***king making things difficult for me? With my current cultivation level, when will I be able to go up to the Heavenly Imperial Court? When you can go up, that's your problem. But you have to go up eventually. The sword spirit said indifferently, what I need to remind you is that if you can find the resurrection grass and use it together with the heaven-nourishing jade, then once Wu Qianxian comes back to life, she will be immortal. The sword spirit blinked and looked at Chu Yang. Did you see Rui Budong's phoenix body? Birth, old age, sickness, and death are the cycles of heaven. The heaven-nourishing jade can reverse life and death. Therefore, the peak power of the heaven-nourishing jade is a heaven-defying power. Why is there a heaven-defying power? It's the power of Tao. Only the power of the great Tao can be heaven-defying. And the resurrection grass, as the name suggests, can bring one's soul back to life. Together with the heaven-defying power, it is the cycle of reincarnation. It must not harm the body. Chu Yang calmed down. After thinking carefully, he said with a cold smile, based on what you said, Xianxian's current state is a blessing. Instead, it's her fate? The sword spirit did not deny it. Not everyone can obtain the heaven-defying power of the heaven-nourishing jade. And the heaven-defying power of the heaven-nourishing jade is refined by the heaven-defying calamity sword master. Since the beginning of time, only you, and only you, will be able to do it. The sword spirit said, now that things have come to this, I might as well make it clear. you didn't die in the tribulation of life and death. You were destroyed in accordance with heaven and reborn in defiance of heaven. After you, there will be no more Calamity Sword or Calamity Sword Master in this world. Therefore, your heaven-nourishing jade. It's one of a kind in the world. Wu Qianxian deserved to die, but she was kept by the heaven-nourishing jade. She only needs the resurrection grass to revive. After she revives, she cannot die in this tribulation of life and death. The sword spirit said lightly, and, actually, from this moment onwards. Then you will have truly walked into your own destiny. My own destiny? Chu Yang asked, perplexed. That's right, your own destiny. The sword spirit said solemnly, before this, you didn't know that there's always someone better than you. But Zi Shiqing appeared, so you know. You and Zi Shiqing have feelings for each other. You have an agreement at the heavenly imperial court. But your determination is not firm. You just want to laugh proudly at the heavens with your brothers. That is already your life's work. Therefore, it's not impossible for you to give up. It's even possible that your conviction is not firm enough and you can't fulfill your promise with Zi Shiqing. But at this moment, I'm telling you that if you give up, it's equivalent to giving up on your brothers. Therefore, you can only move forward. But at this moment, you only know how to protect, but you still don't know the direction you're fighting for. But at this moment, Wu Qianxian's death has shown you the right direction, which is the heavenly imperial court. Only in the heavenly imperial court will there be resurrection grass. The sword spirit said, when you reach the heavenly imperial court, you will naturally know all the answers to these mysteries. That's the real mission of the tribulation sword master. The sword spirit said word by word, yin and yang must cherish the beauty is not just a poem. Resurrection after death is going against the heavens. The heavens are the darkness, the earth is the darkness, this is yin and yang. Cherishing each other in life and death is yin and yang cherishing the beauty. Without experiencing life and death, do you know how to cherish her? Chu Yang was silent. You only knew how to cherish Mo Qinggu when you lost her in your previous life, you only knew how to cherish Wu Qianxian after you lost her in this life. But why do you only know how to cherish something after you lose it? You also cherish your brothers now. But I dare to bet that if one of them dies now, you will cherish the others even more in the future. This is actually not good. Only regretting it when you lose it proves that you didn't do enough when you had it. The sword spirit said word by word. He stared intently at Chu Yang. Isn't it good to cherish it when you have it? Chu Yang's countenance changed and he suddenly looked up. Only knowing how to cherish it when you lose it is the weak, the common people. Cherishing it when you have it is the wise man, the strong. The sword spirit smiled slightly. Here, it's not only referring to women, but also brothers, sisters, parents, relatives, cultivation, or mission. Or enemies. Also, personal integrity, perseverance. Cherish everything that can be cherished, and you will be able to obtain everything that can be obtained. Everyone fell silent. Thinking of the great battle just now, everyone still had some lingering fear. Chu Yang briefly recounted what happened. When he reached the end, Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro exchanged a look, seeing the doubt in each other's eyes. Black-robed man? Who was that? According to Chu Yang's description, even if this person's cultivation was slightly lower than theirs, it was not by much. There was such an expert in Tianji City now? Could it be the founder of the Zhuge clan, Zhuge Xianxia? Feng Yuro pondered and said, on the surface, there seems to be only one middle-grade supreme martial artist in Tianji City now. Yu Lingxue frowned and said, this is possible, but also not very likely. Everyone knows that the reason why the Zhuge clan wears hemp clothes is because of Zhuge Xianxiong. Back then, Zhuge Xianxiong's father, as Tribulation, immediately disappeared for no reason after establishing the Zhuge clan. Later on, news spread that he was dead. However, no one knew if he was alive or dead. As a human, Zhuge Xianxiong did not go through mourning in time and had always been brooding over it. From then on, Zhuge Xianxiong only wore hemp mourning clothes for his entire life. As the clan leader, Zhuge Xianxiong still did this. Naturally, the clansmen followed suit. As time passed, the hemp mourning clothes became the symbol of the Zhuge clan. Back then, Zhuge Xianxiong once said, as long as one's life lasts, so does filial piety. For 10,000 years, he has never worn any other clothes. Yu Lingxue frowned. Logically speaking, such filial piety. If he suddenly came dressed in black to ambush Chu Yang and the others, it would be somewhat unreasonable. Feng Yuro nodded repeatedly. At the side, Mo Layer was extremely amused. She sneered and said, "What the two seniors said, I feel that it is very wrong. It is understandable that Zhuge Songqiong did this from then on. However, another possibility cannot be ruled out. That is, the whole world knows that Zhuge Songqiong is a filial person who will always wear hemp clothes. Therefore, no matter what happens, no one will suspect him. But in this way, it is greatly convenient for Zhuge Songqiong to do things secretly. Just like now, the two seniors have ruled out Zhuge Songqiong as the first one. To a certain extent, this means that they have trusted him." Mo Layer said, "And he is our enemy now. If you believe in the enemy, you've already brought yourself to the path of defeat. But in the current Tianji city, other than the experts left behind by the Zhuge clan to look after the house, there are almost no other supreme martial artists. Yet at this time a mid-grade supreme martial artist has appeared. Even if it is ultimately proven that Zhuge Songqiong is not the culprit, he is still the biggest suspect right now. How can we eliminate him so easily?" The Moon Breeze couple fell silent. Everyone nodded. They had to admit that what Mo Layer said made sense. Make the best use of your time to recuperate in these few days. Yu Lingxue said, "When your injuries have fully recovered, I will bring you all out of Tianji city." He rolled his eyes and said faintly, "As long as the news of us being heavily injured doesn't spread out, as long as they know that we are here, no one in the entire heavenly layer would dare to cause trouble." Everyone smiled and nodded. Yu Lingxue really wasn't boasting. The Dharma Supreme was beaten until his whereabouts were unknown. Wu Jiuqing was here, half dead. Bu Luqing had left. Ning Tianyao was seriously injured and had gone into hiding. The 8 second grandmasters had died an unnatural death. In the entire heavens, Moon Breeze was truly invincible, of course, under the circumstances where they didn't know that they were already heavily injured. At this moment, a furious voice came from outside. F***CK. All of you are still alive, but you didn't care about me. I was already beaten to a pulp and you still threw me into the snow. It's fine if you threw me into the snow, but you actually threw me beside the toilet. Who did it? Who? Dong Wushang, was it you? Come out, I'll teach you a lesson. It was Rui Butong's voice. Master Rui was incredible now. He died 3 times in a day. The first time he died, he came back alive and his cultivation jumped from 5th grade martial saint to 7th grade martial saint. The second time he died, he came back alive and his cultivation actually became 2nd grade. And now, the third time he died and became a pulp, he came back alive and kicking. He was actually a 1st grade supreme martial artist. This kind of leveling up method was really unprecedented. The door curtain was lifted and Master Rui walked in casually. When he saw the Moon Breeze couple, he instantly shrank and rubbed his hands. "Ah, the two of you are here too." Hee. Yu Lingxue rolled his eyes. "I heard that you are blaming us for not caring about you." "Very unhappy?" Rui Budong said obsequiously, No. Did I say that? We share life and death, fortune and misfortune, in the same boat, in life and death. Why would I say something like that? Wouldn't it hurt everyone's feelings if I said it? A person who says something like that is practically a bird's egg. Chu Yang, Dong Wushang and Mo Layer couldn't help but laugh. This guy really dared to say that. But, from a certain point of view, this guy was really just a bird's egg. Yu Lingxue snorted and said, "Since you know that you are a bird's egg, why don't you sit obediently at the side?" Rui Budong repeatedly agreed and sat down obediently. Everyone was full of admiration. Yu Lingxue was like an experiment using Rui Budong as an experiment. Even though he was a little tired now and his injuries couldn't be concealed, he was able to suppress Rui Budong with just his accumulated power. And this was someone he knew. If he wasn't, what would happen? After Rui Budong sat down, it was as if a scorpion was stuffed in his butt. He twisted and turned, unable to contain the excitement in his heart. He couldn't help but be excited. All along, he had been the weakest among the brothers, and also the youngest. But now, he had a complete turnaround. He was the first to reach the supreme martial artist level. Among the others, Chu Yang and Dong Wushang, who were the highest, were still hovering around the 7th grade. How could Rui Budong not be complacent? At this moment, he couldn't wait to call Gu Duxing up and scold him to his face, and then really beat that guy up, call GMO and Luo Kadi up and give them a good beating to vent the depression of being bullied for a long time. Of course, he even wanted to beat up Dong Wushang and then look for Chu Yang to challenge his position as the boss, but before he could do it, he was suppressed by Yu Lingxue. He was a little unhappy. After twisting for a while, he winked and said, "Boss, I broke through again, hee hee," Chu Yang said indifferently, "Oh." Rui Budong was startled. Since he did not get the surprised reaction he expected, he did not give up and continued to show off. "Boss, do you know what level I've reached?" "Hee hee hee, 1st grade supreme martial artist." Chu Yang said indifferently, "Oh, continue to work hard." Rui Budong was depressed. What kind of reaction was this? When I broke through in the past, everyone was very surprised and very happy. Why was the reaction so dull this time? His face turned ashen. Unwilling to give up, he said to Dong Wushang, "4th brother, I've broken through to the supreme martial artist level." Dong Wushang suppressed his laughter and scolded, "What's so great about breaking through? What's there to show off about being a 1st grade supreme martial artist? Just look at how immature you are. How can you achieve great things with this kind of mentality? Isn't it just a small breakthrough? Bastard, you're simply a villain intoxicated by success. Your ugly face is disgusting. Get out and get wet in the snow." Rui Budong was flabbergasted, his lips trembling. You. He turned to Chu Yang for help. "Boss, look," Chu Yang shouted angrily, "get out." Rui Budong was like a frosted cigar at once. He hung his head dejectedly, only feeling that the joy of breaking through several levels just now was gone. He walked out dejectedly, muttering in confusion, "What's going on? Something's not right." He had just walked out of the door when he heard deafening laughter in the room. Like a whirlwind, Rui Budong rushed in again. He said angrily, "Great, you're messing with me." Everyone was even more overjoyed. Everyone had long seen Rui Budong's smug look. His breakthrough was indeed amazing. However, they all deliberately kept a straight face and didn't reveal anything. Chu Yang and Dong Wushang were even more stern as they threw this little guy out with a big hot fart. Only now did they laugh. In the room, the atmosphere after the big battle was relaxed. On the bed, Wu Jiuqing, who was unconscious with his eyes closed, suddenly let out a faint sigh. Looking at Chu Yang and his brothers laughing and joking, Wu Jiuqing couldn't help but think of his brothers back then. For a moment, he couldn't help but think of the past, his soul wandering to the heavens. "Brothers, where are you?" Wu Jiuqing lay quietly, listening to the other brothers laughing and joking. He only felt more and more lonely, a wave of depression and anger rising in his heart. "I will avenge all of you." "Definitely, Dharma Supreme, you despicable villain, we were both once tribulations and had the same experience. How dare you plot against me too? I won't let you off." Regarding this, Wu Jiuqing still couldn't understand even now. The Dharma Supreme had the same goal as him. Keeping him alive was much more helpful than killing him. Why did he plot against him? What good would it do the Dharma Supreme if he died completely in that great array? Other than losing a powerful helper. There really wasn't any benefit at all. As for why he was afraid that he would compete with him. But it had been so many years. If he wanted to compete, the Dharma Supreme wouldn't be able to win against him no matter what. They hadn't competed for so many years, what was he worried about? Wu Jiuqing was extremely puzzled. With a moan, Mo Qinggu woke up. She called out, "Chu Yang! Chu Yang!" The moment she opened her eyes and saw everyone, she was overjoyed. "You're all right? That's great." When the little girl heard what happened just now, she couldn't help but burst into tears. She stayed by Wu Qianqian's side, refusing to leave no matter what. "I want to take care of Sister Qianqian and thank her personally. As long as she doesn't wake up, I'll take care of her." Mo Qinggu wiped her tears and said, "She saved my big brother Chu Yang. I'm so grateful to her. Sister Qianqian, quickly wake up. When you wake up, I'll give you half of Chu Yang." This sentence made Feng Yuro and Yu Lingxue laugh. Half of a person could be given away. I have a lot of things to say to all of you. Wait for me to finish updating and post a single chapter. Begging for votes. To be continued. In the next few days, everyone was recuperating. Chu Yang also tried his best to treat everyone's injuries. Everyone's injuries were very serious. Especially the Moon Breeze couple. Their injuries were even more serious. Chu Yang tried his best but could only alleviate their injuries slightly. He couldn't help them recover. Dong Wusheng, Mo Lei and Mo Qingwu's injuries were considered more serious. For something like serious injuries, for example, being injured by a sovereign and being injured by a supreme martial artist were two completely different concepts. Although they were of the same strength, the injuries of a supreme martial artist would naturally carry the divine consciousness of a supreme martial artist. That was a more subtle form of destruction. Especially for the spirit and meridians, the damage was even more serious and not easy to recover. And this time, it was a low-grade supreme martial artist who did it. The damage was even greater. Therefore, the recovery of everyone's injuries this time was especially slow. The one with the most serious injuries was, of course, Wu Jiuqing. Wu Jiuqing's injuries had already reached the point where even the sword spirit was somewhat helpless. Chu Yan had once thought of using the heaven-nourishing jade but was stopped by the sword spirit. The heaven-nourishing jade could only be used to its fullest potential after a person died. Heaven-nourishing, as the name implied, the heaven that needed to be nourished must have already collapsed. If the heaven didn't collapse, why did it need to be nourished? And Wu Jiuqing was obviously still breathing now. If he really waited until he was no longer breathing before using the heaven-nourishing jade, Wu Jiuqing would also fall into a long deep sleep like Wu Qianxian. He would only wake up when he reached the resurrection grass. The only thing Chu Yang could do now was to use medicine to temporarily stabilize Wu Jiuqing's injuries. As for the rest, he could only rely on his own strength to slowly recover. Only then could he talk about other things. Because he definitely couldn't use heavy pills on Wu Jiuqing. Once he did, it would be equivalent to exposing his identity immediately. There were really too many variables. Chu Yang couldn't afford such variables at all now. In these few days, Tianji City was in a state of grief. After the Battle of Mount Xingyun, the people of the Zhuge clan waited for a long time and did not see anyone return. Thus, they sent people to Mount Xingyun to check. What they saw scared the hell out of the few people who went to check it out. Mount Xingyun was full of corpses. People of the big clans all died here. When the news came back, the Zhuge clan was shocked. Quite a number of people were dispatched. Xiaochen went to Mount Xingyun to retrieve a corpse. Then, he quickly reported the news to the other great clans. The entire heavenly layer continent was filled with worry and misery. Every family in the great clans was in mourning and mourning. Including the Li clan. Li Xianxia of the Li clan led his men all the way back to the north and encountered countless interceptions along the way. In the end, only Li Xianxia was able to successfully return to the Li clan. There were only 5 people left. The Li clan flew into a rage and swore to take revenge. Diwu clan. Diwu Qingrou's small courtyard. The people we sent were also wiped out? No survivors? Diwu Qingrou's expression revealed shock. This matter was no small matter. The Diwu clan did not have a strong foundation at the moment. They had been seconded 5 supreme martial artists at once. This drained half of the power of the Diwu family. How could Diwu Qingrou not be shocked by the fact that the entire army was at Mount Xingyun? Another heartache. Yes. The wrinkles on the old man's face seemed to have deepened. Amazing. Diwu Qingrou sighed. I didn't expect them to have such formidable strength. But Sir had clearly agreed. He wanted to help that Chu Yang and also told him about the clothes of our men. They even killed all of our men. They are really ungrateful, the old man said angrily. Diwu Qingrou was silent for a while and said, there was actually no wu on the clothes of those people. The old man was instantly dumbfounded. Their wu character is inside their outer robes, but above their inner robes. Diwu Qingrou's following words made the old man even more shocked. Then, why, this. The old man was a little incoherent. Diwu Qingrou's expression was complicated. You thought that I was really helping Chu Yang. In fact, What I really helped him with was those few pieces of information. And Chu Yang also understood, Diwu Qingro said lightly. Chu Yang thanked me for those few pieces of information but appeared very indifferent towards the most important one, Diwu Qingro said slowly. He also had hope but didn't fully believe it. May I know the reason why Sir did this? The old man asked. Diwu Qingro smiled bitterly. Because our Diwu clan can't afford to lose. In fact, in this battle, we were actually trying to gain advantages from both sides. If the big clans win, then they don't need to expose their identities. If the big clans lose, they only need to tear their clothes and reveal the Wu, then they can save their lives. If they are evenly matched, then they can also tear their clothes and reveal the Wu to guide them to escape. Then, it will be helpful. For this battle, I had 3 plans. No matter what, I had to protect the supreme martial artists of our clan. Diwu Qingro let out a long sigh. I didn't expect that after all my scheming, I still couldn't save them. The old man beside him was completely stunned. If so, wouldn't Chu Yang have been deceived for nothing? This was too sinister, wasn't it? Besides, after Chu Yang left, you told me that kind of argument. Wouldn't you have deceived me too? Diwu Qingro saw through his thoughts and said slowly, I didn't deceive you, but... It was snowing heavily at that time. I was afraid that Chu Yang wouldn't go far and would come back to eavesdrop. Indeed. Then it would really be bad. The old man suddenly felt relieved. Besides, on Chu Yang's side, you can't guess Chu Yang's thoughts. Even if he is skeptical, he will still make arrangements. Diwu Qingro chuckled. If not, he wouldn't be Chu Yang. It's just that I didn't expect things to be so bad. Diwu Qingro let out a long sigh. Let's take the bodies back to the clan and bury them grandly. In the future, we can only take one step at a time. Fortunately, there is no clear falling out with Chu Yang's side. He sighed softly. Let's see what Chu Yang does in a few days' time. Diwu Qingro was right. As for the experts prepared by the Diwu clan, Chu Yang was a little skeptical at first. Later, when he was 70 to 80% convinced, he suddenly thought, on the surface, I am weak. Diwu Qingro's move has greatly exposed the suspicion of the Diwu clan. It is so obvious that the other clans can't see it. Once they see it, my side will break out of the encirclement and be safe, but the Diwu clan will definitely be destroyed. Diwu Qingro wouldn't be so noble as to sacrifice himself for others, let alone his entire clan. Chu Yang definitely wouldn't believe it. Therefore, after he briefed Buluqing and Moonbreeze. When Xianxia left, he didn't mention this at all. The key to success or failure of this matter was still Xianxia. Xianxia was the main force. Chu Yang was even thinking, if this isn't the case, then it must be Diwu Qingro's scheme. If Xianxia killed those few supreme martial artists, it's not a bad thing. That night, after Chu Yang checked on everyone's injuries, he returned to the room. These few days are indeed very peaceful. Chu Yang immersed his consciousness into the tribulation space and accepted the cleansing of his soul by the primordial violet vapor. With Moonbreeze here, the Zhuge clan can only try their best to avoid conflict with us. They definitely won't take the initiative to look for trouble. The sword spirit laughed. You must be very anxious these few days? Chu Yang squinted. Indeed. I have to suppress my aura every day. I didn't restrain it at all. Otherwise, Wu Jiuqing wouldn't have discovered it. But the sword intent in his body can definitely discover me. The sword spirit forced a smile and said, as soon as he discovered me, he immediately changed his mind. Once it discovers me, then the sword intent will become agitated. Once it becomes agitated, Wu Jiuqing will know. If it becomes too agitated, Wu Jiuqing might even die of agitation. This matter is a little too aggrieved. It's clearly something that belongs to me. Not only do I have to control my desire now, but it's still a long way to go to get it back. If Wu Jiuqing really fully recovers one day, then it'll be even more troublesome. Chu Yang sighed. After thinking for a long time, he said, I do have an idea. What idea? The sword spirit's eyes lit up and he asked excitedly. He already couldn't wait to withdraw the sword intent. Can you make the sword intent agitated without exposing yourself? Chu Yang asked. This The sword spirit said awkwardly, "It's very difficult." "Very difficult means it's possible." Xianxia interrupted. "Then there's a way." The sword spirit was dumbfounded. "Very difficult means it's possible? What kind of argument is this?" In the next few days, Xianxia began to treat Wu Juiqing gradually. But he was very careful. His injuries would get better one day, but worsen the next day. Every time, Xianxia himself was very surprised. What's going on? Not only was Xianxia surprised, Wu Juiqing was also surprised. Because when he tried to mobilize some energy and started to recover, he would find that it disappeared without a trace after a nap. What was going on? Wu Juiqing was a divine doctor himself. He naturally knew that Xianxia was doing his best to treat him. Every step was very precise, and some were even ingenious that he had never thought of. As an expert, he had only gratitude towards Xianxia. There was absolutely no doubt about it. Then, the problem lay with his body? But what problem could there be with his body? Wu Juiqing tried his best to check his body, but he couldn't find anything. Another day later, Wu Juiqing found that his condition had worsened. And now, he finally found the source of the problem, the sword intent. The sword intent was rapidly absorbing his energy. Every time he mobilized a little, it would absorb a little. In his current state, there was no way he could resist its absorption at all. If he was in his perfect state, he would be able to recover this bit of loss with a breath. He wouldn't take it to heart or notice it at all. But at a time like this, it was completely life-threatening. "I'm still struggling at death's door. How am I going to recover if you absorb my energy to recover like this?" At this moment, this Lord Wu's heart was completely cold. 5th update. I'm writing chapter 1 right now. Requesting monthly votes. Give me some motivation to explode. Give me monthly votes. To be continued. After another 3 days, Wu Juiqing was at his wit's end. But the sword intent became active. It absorbed faster and faster and started to absorb Wu Juiqing's potential. Wu Juiqing was so weak now that he couldn't even move his little finger. He had no ability to stop it at all. Besides absorbing his potential, the sword intent also started to move restlessly in his dantian. It seemed to have sensed that the current strength of the person who trapped it was no longer enough to suppress it. Therefore, the sword intent wanted to leave. That kind of feeling. The sword intent moved more and more vigorously. Finally, it was discovered by Xianxia. This day, after applying the medicine, Xianxia sat on the small stool beside Wu Juiqing's bed and looked at him seriously. "Lord Wu, I think there's something I have to make clear to you." Wu Juiqing's eyes moved with difficulty. "I know what you want to say. Go ahead." "These few days, I was finally able to find out. It's not that Lord Wu didn't cooperate, nor was it that I used the wrong medicine. It's that there's still a huge hidden danger in the 5 great ginseng bodies," Xianxia said seriously. Wu Juiqing completely agreed with Xianxia's words. He encouraged Xianxia with his gaze, asking him to continue. "Moreover, this unknown force is devouring Lord Wu's spiritual energy. Only when it's satisfied can the remaining spiritual energy be used to heal Lord Wu's injuries." Xianxia said seriously, "But with Lord Wu's current condition, you can't satisfy the needs of this force at all. Therefore, you can't help yourself at all. My medicine, after passing through your meridians and turning into spiritual energy, was also devoured by this force. In fact, in these few days, Lord Wu hasn't received any treatment at all. Your injuries are continuing to worsen." "Yes." Wu Juiqing sighed deeply. "So, I've been thinking for the past few days whether or not we should release this power first. Or perhaps we should give it up for the time being and let our bodies recover first. At that time, we can start cultivating again or find some other method. I believe that since Lord Wu knows about this mysterious power, you should have a way." Xianxia said with all his heart. "That's right." Wu Juiqing agreed. "If this force doesn't come out, my body won't be able to recover. How can I make this power come out?" Xianxia said, "I really don't have any experience in this matter. Please enlighten me, Lord Wu." He added, "Lord Wu, forgive me for saying this, but right now, your life is the most important thing. No matter if it's revenge or anything else, without your life, there's nothing to talk about. Wu Jiuqing heaved a long sigh. Release this power. Wu Jiuqing really couldn't bear to do it. This was a sword aura, an indestructible weapon with the power to instantly kill a supreme being. It was the greatest trump card of the Calamity Sword Master. Without it, his strength would be greatly reduced. However, Chu Yang was right. If you lost your life, even if you had the complete Calamity Sword, you would still be a corpse if you lost your life, not to mention the sword intent. It was useless, Wu Jiuqing said helplessly, but with my current strength, even if I want to expel it, I'm powerless. Currently, this energy is very restless. It seems like it wants to break out of my body on its own. I can only wait for him to come out on his own. How should we preserve this power after we come out? Chu Yang asked in a considerate manner. There's no way to preserve it. Wu Jiuqing sighed. After it comes out, it can only go wherever it wants to go. Chu Yang made a sound of surprise and said, what a pity, such a strong power. Wu Jiuqing sighed deeply. Pity? If you knew what kind of power this was, you would feel that it was even more of a pity. After another 2 days, the injuries of Dong Wushang and the rest were basically healed. Mo Qinggu had also mostly recovered. Apart from Wu Jiuqing and Wu Qianxian, everyone else had basically recovered. Of course, the Moon Breeze couple's injuries could only be said to have shown signs of improvement, but the distance to a full recovery. That was really as far as the distance between heaven and earth. The sword aura in Wu Jiuqing's body became more and more restless, causing his injuries to worsen. His dantian was already faintly bulging and somewhat transparent. A silver snake-like thing was scurrying back and forth inside. Every day, Wu Jiuqing's life was indescribably miserable, living a life worse than death. Finally, on this day, when Chu Yang came, Wu Jiuqing suggested a solution. Use a saber and cut open my dantian. Get that thing out quickly. Enough, Master Wu had really had enough. No matter who it was, having to go through all the punishments in the 18 levels of hell every day, going back and forth more than a dozen times. It would be enough. Now, to Wu Jiuqing, even if there was an entire tribulation sword in his dantian, he would give it up without hesitation. This was going to kill him. All right. Chu Yang immediately went out and prepared all the medicine. After fiddling with it for a long while, he came back in. Master Wu, you have to bear with it, Chu Yang said slowly. At this time, the sword aura was becoming more and more restless. Wu Jiuqing was already in so much pain that he wanted to die. He said angrily, hurry, his voice was already trembling. Chu Yang no longer hesitated. With a swoosh, he cut open Wu Jiuqing's dantian. Then, a gust of silver-colored gas rushed out of Wu Jiuqing's body like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins. It soared into the sky, and with a clang, it pierced through a huge hole in the roof. Then, it turned into a streak of silver-colored lightning that was several miles long in the sky and disappeared without a trace. From the beginning to the end, it didn't stop and didn't turn back. There wasn't the slightest bit of reluctance. Wu Jiuqing let out a long sigh. His eyes were full of reluctance. His body relaxed in an instant. However, the sword aura was gone after all. Chu Yang immediately got busy. He stopped the bleeding, then aligned the broken flesh, applied some medicine, cleaned the wound, and used his divine technique to help Wu Jiuqing unblock the broken meridians. This time, it took more than 2 hours. She had barely managed to complete the treatment of Wu Jiuqing's new wounds. At the moment when Wu Jiuqing took the medicine, Wu Jiuqing instantly felt a sensation that he hadn't felt in a long time. A surge of energy slowly spread out from the medicine, entered his already completely dried up meridians, entered his dantian, and then worked hard to heal his injuries. His life was saved after all. Moreover, with Chu Yang, a divine doctor who wasn't inferior to him in the slightest, here, although it would take a long time, his cultivation was also preserved. Wu Jiuqing sighed in his heart. This was already very good. What more could he ask for? Outside the orchard palace, in the sky, a black shadow floated quietly. It emitted strange and silent waves. When the silver sword light saw this black shadow, it suddenly let out an excited sword chime. Then, like a moth to a flame, it flew toward the black shadow. As it flew closer and closer, the silver light also became smaller and smaller. It circled around the black fog and rubbed against it, as if it was reuniting after a long time and entering the arms of its parents. In the end, it silently melted into the black fog. The black fog silently dispersed in the sky, disappearing without a trace. All of this happened without a sound or sound. After Chu Yang finished treating Wu Jiuqing let out a tired and sad sigh. He closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Chu Yang quietly withdrew from the room. When he returned to his room, the black shadow couldn't wait to enter the tribulation space. Chu Yang hurriedly immersed his consciousness in. He saw the sword spirit asking excitedly, "Did you succeed?" The sword spirit nodded excitedly. "Ha ha ha. The sword intent has returned. Luckily, Wu Jiuqing nourished it for so long. Now, its sharpness has basically been restrained. After merging into the tribulation sword, whether it's the tip, the edge or the blade, its power will double." Chu Yang said excitedly, "Doesn't that mean that I can also kill supreme martial artists in an instant in the future?" The sword spirit immediately rolled his eyes. "Big brother, don't make such a joke. With your current strength, it's already very good that you can activate the primary form of the sword intent. Do you think that you can kill supreme martial artists in an instant in Wu Jiuqing's hands?" Chu Yang said angrily, "Wu Jiuqing is not the tribulation sword master. He can use it, but I, the real one, can't." The sword spirit said, "That's not the case. If you want to unleash the true power of the sword intent, you can even split the heavens in half. But the prerequisite is that you need to have the cultivation to unleash the greatest power. Everyone knows that you can unify the heavens with the tribulation sword, but have you? Wu Jiuqing is already a supreme martial artist, aren't you?" Chu Yang said angrily, "I'm just saying. I just said one sentence, and you have 10 sentences waiting for me. You're just like a woman." The sword spirit was furious, but he kept silent. Chu Yang checked his dantian and saw that on the tribulation sword, a white light was swimming from the sword tip to the sword edge, then to the sword edge, and then to the sword guard. It was having a lot of fun. However, the sword edge, sword tip, and sword guard seemed to be very dissatisfied with this white light. Occasionally, the sword edge would flick it away, and the sword edge would throw it away. The sword edge would directly cut it into several pieces, and the sword guard would silently resist it. Chu Yang was very curious. This oblique sword intent didn't seem to be very popular. They blame it for having another aura on it and are very dissatisfied, the sword spirit explained. It's like a husband who caught his wife cheating on him and wants to wash it. What they're doing now is to wash away Wu Jiuqing's aura. A husband who caught his wife cheating on him and wants to wash it. Chu Yang was sweating profusely. He couldn't take this kind of fierceness anymore. He stopped talking to this guy and focused on the sword intent. As it collided and swam continuously, the white light on its body also gradually became clear. Slowly, it changed from a kind of flickering brilliance to a constant and gentle white light. Then, it attached itself to the sword tip. The sword tip trembled and didn't reject it anymore. Then, the sword edge, and sword guard also didn't reject it. Then, the entire tribulation sword emitted a blurry light. A kind of gentle light slowly merged into the tribulation sword and disappeared. A feeling arose in Chu Yang's heart. If the tribulation sword was a human body, then the sword intent was the meridians. Now, the meridians were back in place. He could clearly feel that the power of the tribulation sword had increased by at least a few times. The elder in black looked at him coldly and said indifferently, "I am the gold medal law enforcement officer of the Law Enforcement Interrogation Hall, Tianyid." Gold medal law enforcement officer. The white-robed elder exclaimed exaggeratedly, "Wow. So awesome. Looking at your posture and tone, I thought the Dharma Supreme was here, speaking in such a 60s tone." Then, he rolled his eyes and shouted, "Tianyid, do you know who I am?" Tianyid said angrily, "I don't care who you are. Let go of him first." He had always been in charge of the interrogation hall and was always the one who made others angry. When had anyone ever bullied him? Now, he couldn't hold it in anymore. The white-robed elder's face turned serious and he said coldly, "I am Ning Haijiao." He took 2 steps forward and said indifferently, "Have you heard of me before?" "Ning Haijiao? Never heard of you." Tianyid snorted and said disdainfully. The white-robed elder, Ning Haijiao, had a desolate look in his eyes. With his hands behind his back, he sighed. In this world, the people of the martial world are so forgetful. They even forgot about me. It's really terrifying. Nameless person, you are courting death. Tianyid's face was already black and he was about to attack. Ning Haijiao said with emotion, back then, we were born from the same mother and roamed the martial world side by side. The world's edge saber and world's edge sword shocked the world. How glorious that was. But because of a moment of carelessness, we were plotted against and retreated from the martial world. Only a few years have passed and no one knows about me anymore. Sigh. The sorrow of life is really lamentable. Tianyid strode over and said with a sinister smile, the ends of the world? I will send you to the ends of the world right now. Wait. Behind him, another black-robed elder shouted to stop him. Tianyid said discontentedly, Sun Zhen, what's wrong with you? Why are you shouting at me? Sun Zhen ignored him and looked at the white-robed elder with uncertainty. Your surname is Ning? The white-robed elder rolled his eyes and said, if my surname is not Ning, then should I follow your surname? These words were really impolite to the extreme. Sun Zhen, however, broke out in a cold sweat. May I ask what is your relationship with Ning Tianya, supreme martial artist Ning? As soon as the three words Ning Tianya came out, Tianyid felt as if he was struck by lightning, and he was flabbergasted. He took 3 steps back. He looked at the white-robed old man in front of him in disbelief. Sigh, I didn't want to use my big brother's name to scare people. The white-robed old man, Ning Haijiao, sighed. Since you have recognized me, I might as well say it clearly. I am Ning Haijiao. Ning Tianya's younger brother. Everyone was shocked and vomited at the same time. Aren't you F***king using your big brother's name to scare people? Look at how you're composing poems the moment you open your mouth, and how you're talking about the ends of the earth when you close your mouth. You're simply afraid that the world doesn't know about it. I really don't know how you're going to use your big brother's name to scare people. How preposterous. Sir, you say that you are Supremacy Ning's younger brother. Do you have any proof? Sun Zhen's voice was filled with respect. Ning Haijiao raised his hand and threw out a jade pendant. He said, proof. I didn't want to show it to you at first. However, I've retreated from the martial world for a long time and haven't meddled in the affairs of the world. In order to prevent others from saying that I'm a swindler, I have no choice but to lower my status. Sun Zhen caught the jade pendant and saw that there was a Ning character in the middle of the jade pendant. At this time, the experts in the hall had already walked out one by one. They surrounded the hall and watched this scene in whispers. Ning Tianya's younger brother. With such a high status, he had actually come to Yi province, to this law enforcement branch, a person's name. A tree's shadow, who dared to slight him, everyone was very curious. Looking at this ordinary jade pendant in his palm, Sun Zhen was somewhat baffled. Damn it, this jade pendant is made of inferior white crystal. Only a Ning character engraved on it can prove that you're Ning Tianya's younger brother. If that's the case, I can casually make 8,000 to 10,000 pieces of it. Why? Ning Haijiao rolled his eyes. Can't see the mystery? To think that you're supreme martial artists. You're practically 2 pig heads. If you don't use your internal energy to activate the jade pendant, how can you show the pressure of a supreme martial artist? Do you actually need me to teach you this kind of logic? Sigh, how did this world become like this? Don't you know how to respect your elders? All of you are still pretending to be human. But all of you are idiots and your brains are full of shit. Sun Zhen was infuriated by his scolding. He was almost about to fly into a rage, but in the end, he suppressed it. The white crystal contained a supreme martial artist's divine consciousness. With the simple material of the white crystal, it could actually contain a supreme martial artist's divine consciousness. This in itself was an inconceivable thing. Only those powerful people could store a supreme martial artist's divine consciousness in a piece of white crystal. An ordinary supreme martial artist would probably explode the moment he inserted it. Therefore, when they heard that there was supreme martial artist Ning's divine consciousness in it, everyone was somewhat convinced. All of you, take a look. Come closer and see the secret behind it. I'm not bluffing you. Ning Haijiao hugged his arms and looked up at the sky, shouting without looking away. Indeed, everyone wanted to see how this white crystal contained the supreme martial artist's divine sense, because this represented a supreme level of control. This was a genuine high-level supreme martial artist's technique. Once they were touched and comprehended a little, they would benefit immensely. Therefore, no one was in the mood to care about this old fellow's bossy attitude, and they all gathered over. Even Dafa, who had been slapped violently just now, also didn't care about his old face and went over to watch with his eyes wide open. As for the slap just now, Hall Chief Niu had already forgotten about it. In fact, he even felt honored, in this world, who had ever been slapped by Ning Tianya's younger brother. No one, right? Old people did. Although it was a slap, but, what a great honor this was. To think that I, Niu Dafa, would one day be related to supreme martial artist Ning's Ning clan. I, Niu Dafa, am really awesome. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Sun Jian carefully placed the jade pendant in his palm and then activated his elemental energy. This jade pendant slowly emitted a sparkling and translucent white light, forming a halo of light. Everyone gasped in admiration. It was indeed a supreme martial artist's technique. At this level, the supreme martial artist's divine consciousness was actually still not activated. Everyone became even more curious as they stared and opened their mouths wide. Even if they were forced to kneel on the ground by the supreme martial artist's divine consciousness that suddenly appeared, that would also be a rare experience. Sun Jian's expression also became even more solemn as he slowly increased the output of his elemental energy. The next moment, bang! Without any warning, not only did the supreme martial artist's divine consciousness not appear on this ordinary white crystal jade pendant, it suddenly exploded violently. Ah! Everyone exclaimed in unison and was instantly dumbstruck. Pooh! A colorless and odorless gas was suddenly emitted from the white crystal land. Everyone exclaimed and naturally had to open their mouths. They had already held their breaths for a long time just now. When they opened their mouths, they naturally had to breathe. This breath. Almost everyone had a share. Most of this colorless and odorless gas was not wasted. Everyone inhaled a mouthful of it firmly. This colorless and odorless gas was really incredible. This was an innate poison that Miss Chu Lu had spent a lot of effort to come up with and give to her brother for self-defense. The amount of poison was huge and the toxicity was fierce. Even if it was someone like Ning Tianya, if he suddenly inhaled it, he would only feel dizzy. Other than immediately running away and finding a place to expel the poison, he would definitely not have any other thoughts. Not to mention these people now? What is this? Sun Jian was caught off guard and inhaled the most. There were already some double images in his eyes, and he felt so dizzy that the world was spinning. He scolded with difficulty, "You! What the hell are you doing?" But he only heard that Ning Haijiao laughing and saying, "That's true, that's true. F***ck, this medicine is really useful." Then, there were a few thuds. Lord Ning Haijiao kicked each of these experts who had already been poisoned and were swaying. He scolded, "How dare you doubt my identity? F***ck. I'm an extraterrestrial demon. What's wrong with pretending to be Ning Tianya's younger brother?" Sun Jian and Tian Yid hadn't fainted yet. When they heard that, they only complained, "This time, we've really been cheated. It's actually the extraterrestrial demon Xu Yang and the rest." They hated themselves immensely. How could they be so careless? At the entrance, two figures flew in. With a palm each, two guards who hadn't recovered from their shock were sent flying and fell to the ground unconscious. Then, Sun Jian heard one of them ask, "Badong, it's done?" That's. This Ning Haijiao's voice was very smug. "Once I make a move, how can it not be done? I'm Ning Tianya's younger brother. As the saying goes, those who are good at fighting don't have outstanding achievements. Once they make a move, everything will be settled imperceptibly. Don't talk nonsense." Another steady and heavy voice said, "Which one is more important than your identity? Quickly knock them out and take them away." Sun Jian and Tian Yid's consciousness stopped at this point. They had completely fainted. Before they fainted, they were still thinking, "It's over. What kind of poison is this? How can it be so overbearing? Could it be the extraterrestrial demon's unique poison?" The three of them picked up Tian Yid, Sun Jian, and Niu Dafa as if they were flying and left in a flash. The last person walking was Burly. When he reached the entrance, he stopped and pulled out a big saber. With a fierce sweep of the saber, he immediately returned the saber to its sheath and left as fast as he could. The saber light was like a waterfall. Once the saber was out, it immediately split into 7 or 8 saber auras. Like a gust of wind, it cut everyone in the courtyard who had already been poisoned into 2, blood was dripping. With a flash, the 3 of them disappeared without a trace. By the time the experts from the law enforcement hall in the backyard rushed over, the scene had already completely ended. There were only corpses strewn all over the courtyard, not a single living person could be seen. Everyone couldn't help but look at each other. What kind of powerful enemy could actually kill so many experts in one fell swoop, at the inn where Chu Yang and the other 2 were staying? Chu Yang pulled off the cloth covering his head and said lightly, "Start the interrogation immediately. No matter what means you use, you must pry open the mouths of these 3 people for me. Those who couldn't make head or tail of the previous chapter can now understand. I'll continue to work hard." Chu Yang clearly felt that the material of the stone started to become finer. Moreover, there was a sense of flexibility. The cross-section was also as fine as mud that had rotted for hundreds of years. Moreover, the wind blowing from such a stone was actually getting stronger and stronger. The sound of thunder was faintly heard, and it was extremely dull. One sound after another, as if it was a dull and real blow to the heart. Even the sword spirit was aghast at the sight of such power. Because, in the past, the previous masters of the tribulation sword had never experienced such a situation. But the sword spirit was already used to it. Ever since he followed this sword master, which thing had ever happened before, from the first fragment of the tribulation sword to now, every step this sword master took brought him a new feeling and a new experience. Chu Yang was still working hard. The stone pillar had already begun to sway greatly. It suddenly tilted towards one side. Then, it swayed back, and fell towards the other side again. It seemed to want to throw the person standing on its head down at all costs. But no matter how it fell, Chu Yang stood on it as if it had grown roots. The sword light in his hand flickered, undulating continuously. After another 500 feet, the material of the stone became finer and finer. In the end, it was as if it had completely become one. Not even the slightest trace of sand or other forms of fusion could be found. The wind blew faster, and the thunder became deeper. Chu Yang turned a deaf ear to it. He allowed his black clothes to flutter in the wind. He just buried his head and worked hard. Finally, the tribulation sword let out a cheerful sword cry. A cold light emitted from its body, and then it turned warm. A sense of calmness suddenly rose from Chu Yang's heart. He kicked away the big stone under his feet, and saw a sparkling light suddenly appear. It was very short and thin. Compared to the sword body, it was one size smaller. But it was sparkling. It had a calm and ancient aura. It came straight towards him. When the other fragments of the tribulation sword were discovered, they were very excited. They seemed to want to jump up and celebrate. But this sword tongue clearly saw its old brother that it had not seen for 10,000 years. It was actually lying there motionless. The light on its body flashed, showing its excitement. However, it did not move at all. It was very reserved, or rather, very steady. Seeing this ancient sword tongue, Chu Yang suddenly thought of Dong Wushang's temperament for some inexplicable reason. That kind of calm and heroic aura also reminded him of Mo Tianji's temperament. That kind of strategizing, Ao Xian's manner, that kind of silent savagery, calamity sword tongue, he finally appeared. The tongue of the sword was the part of the sword that was wrapped by the hilt. It pierced through the hilt and was not exposed to the outside. It could not be used to attack, but it was the foundation of the sword. A sword. If there was no sword tongue, it would break soon. If the sword's tongue, hilt, and body were all one, it would be hard and straight, but not flexible enough. Therefore, there was no doubt that the sword tongue was the foundation of the sword. Chu Yang suppressed the excitement in his heart. He bent down and gently picked up the sword sheath with one hand. He vaguely felt as if a thought was greeting him. "Greetings, sword master." But when Chu Yang listened carefully, he realized that this was just his own misconception. The tribulation sword in his hand automatically disintegrated. The sword tip, sword edge, sword blade, and sword guard flew in circles around the sword tongue. The sword tongue floated silently in the air, the light on its body brightening. The sword intent immediately wrapped around the sword tongue. Then, the sword tip, sword blade, sword edge, and sword guard seemed to have received an order. They all pounced over. The sword tongue flashed and floated up quietly. It stood still in the air and issued a summon. The sword guard whooshed over. It leaned over. With a clang, the sword guard and the sword tongue merged into one. Then, the sword edge, and sword tip all went back to their original positions. A tribulation sword suddenly took shape. Half of the tribulation sword's shadow in Xianxia's dantian had already materialized. The 5 fragments of the tribulation sword floated in front of Xianxia. Xianxia gently stretched out his hand and held the sword tongue. He immediately felt a sense of connection. Suddenly, he felt as if the tribulation sword had become a part of his body and could no longer be separated. It was as if they were in perfect harmony. Both sides were adapting. Xianxia tried to circulate the heaven-splitting divine technique and injected it into the tribulation sword. He clearly felt the sword tongue tremble. Then, the tribulation sword let out an extremely joyful sword cry. 4 sentences suddenly appeared in Xianxia's heart. The hidden light of the hidden edge is not over at night. Strategizing for days and months. I would rather hide for my entire life. But I am a murderous maniac. Then, a figure inexplicably appeared in Xianxia's mind. It was holding a long sword and dancing slowly. It was the 5th fragment of the tribulation sword, the 4 sword techniques belonging to the sword tongue. Xianxia focused on memorizing. At this moment, he was completely focused. The sword spirit was also watching Xianxia attentively, paying attention to Xianxia's mental state. Slowly, Xianxia also gradually understood the purpose and functions of these 4 techniques. He couldn't help but praise them in his heart. The sword tongue had always been known as the foundation of the sword. It was indeed not without reason. To Xianxia's understanding, the sword tongue was like a big hand hidden in the dark. It never appeared. But this hand held the world's top killing power, the sharpest sword. Compared to the killing sword, the scariest part should be this hand. The first technique, the hidden edge, is not over at night. As the name suggested, it was to hide in the dark and wait for an opportunity to strike. This was a hidden technique. But every part of it was full of killing intent. It could attack from any direction at any time. There was absolutely no blind spot in the attack. The second technique, the long planning of the day and the moon, was similar to the first technique. But it had an additional grasp of the battle situation. This technique had clearly expanded the alert range by 10 times. Not only his own enemies, but even his comrades, brothers, and possible enemies were all faintly shrouded by this move. The third move was to hide one's entire life. It was like the darkness before the dawn. After all preparations were made, this move would hide all the aura, killing intent, and even the sword master's own life force and divine thoughts. Everything would be hidden. It was like the strange and terrifying calm before the storm. The 4th technique, however, was a murderous maniac. It was after the foreshadowing of the first 3 techniques. Suddenly, thunder and lightning erupted. It was as if the clear sky had completely collapsed at this moment and the earth had completely collapsed at this moment. All the battle power. At this moment. All of them were fully unleashed. Murderous maniac, this technique was completely unexpected. But its power was the sum of the 4 techniques. In fact, it was even more powerful. This was definitely the most insidious and vicious of the 4 sword techniques in the tribulation sword technique. Such insidiousness and treachery made Xianxia, the sword master, break out in cold sweat after he understood these 4 sword techniques. As Xianxia memorized these 4 sword techniques, the tribulation sword suddenly disappeared from his hand. Hey, I haven't finished using it yet. Xianxia was very surprised. This sword tongue is not very obedient? This is the habit of the sword tongue. He first went to take a look at the place where he lives. His brothers accompanied him to visit his new home. The sword spirit rolled his eyes. He was speechless at this guy's lack of experience. Indeed, after a while, sword light flashed and the tribulation sword automatically appeared in Xianxia's hand. Xianxia could feel a faint sense of joy coming from the calamity sword. As if the sword tongue was saying, "Not bad, I'm barely satisfied." Yes. It was expressing its sincere respect to the sword master. And a faint apology. I didn't expect it to be unexpectedly good. F***ck, Chu Yang cursed in his heart. If you're still not satisfied with my dantian, there probably won't be a new home in this world that can satisfy you. Since he had already taken out the sword tongue, Chu Yang naturally wouldn't let go of the rest. He reached out and touched the place where the sword tongue was. It was slippery. It seemed to be very soft to the touch, but in fact, it was so hard that it made one's hair stand on end. Chu Yang felt that even star iron might not be much harder than the rocks here. Yet, it gave off a soft and slippery feeling. And, in this soft and slippery feeling, there was actually wind and thunder surging. Chu Yang raised his hand and the sword fell. Large rocks were kicked down the deep valley by him. Now that he had the sword tongue, Chu Yang no longer had any qualms. He drank a mouthful of the wine left by Shui Leihan and 2 mouthfuls of spiritual spring water. Then, he started to work energetically. This time, he didn't have any qualms. With a swing of his sword, he chopped down several large rocks and threw them down. All the way down, there were still such rocks. After chopping down 5,000 feet, it was still the same. There were no changes. Even with Chu Yang's cultivation and tenacity, he couldn't help but feel a little tired. It can't all be rocks like this, right? Chu Yang looked up. He couldn't see the sky anymore. Only the heavy snow was still falling. He couldn't help but talk to himself gloomily. He couldn't see the top and bottom. How long would he have to chop for? Definitely not. There will definitely be something good, said the sword spirit with certainty. Alright, I'll admit it. Even if I have to chop down 10,000 feet all the way to the end, even if there's nothing, I'll admit it. Chu Yang gritted his teeth and said fiercely. Another 4 hours passed. Chu Yang almost wanted to slap himself. He had never realized that he had the potential to jinx it. In 4 hours, he had chopped down a height of 20,000 feet, but there was still nothing. He saw that half of this stone pillar had already been chopped down by him. The shaking wasn't that big anymore. F***ck, what exactly is this? It's actually hidden so well? Chu Yang cursed. Luckily, it's the tribulation sword. If it were any other sword, even Dong Wusheng's dark saber would have been broken long ago. What strange thing is this? The sword spirit said, besides, even a supreme martial artist can't move it. Chu Yang was shocked. Yes, with the hardness and weight of this place, even if a supreme martial artist had the ability to move mountains and fill seas, to move this stone pillar completely, it was probably impossible. He roused himself and chopped down madly. This time, he chopped down 500 feet. After 300 sword strikes in a row, Chu Yang wanted to cry but had no tears to shed. My jinx mouth is working. Because, he could already see the ground below. I've really chopped down close to 10,000 feet. Chu Yang was a little dizzy. At this moment, a strange change suddenly happened. I'm about to collapse. From morning till now, 4 chapters. Okay, I'll continue to write the 5th chapter. But at this moment, as Chu Yang's sword fell, a gust of wind suddenly blew on the stone pillar. The wind at this moment was a hurricane. Chu Yang didn't even have time to kick the 10,000-pound stone that he had just chopped down. But, it was blown away by the hurricane. Then, there was a crisp cracking sound, followed by a rumbling sound. Right in front of Chu Yang, a dazzling bolt of lightning suddenly rose up. The lightning was so bright that it even illuminated the mountain walls on both sides of the mountain. Chu Yang opened his eyes and looked down. He screamed and covered his eyes with his hands. He saw 2 dazzling lights on the cross-section of the stone. There was light in the world, and it was called extreme. Extreme light, and these 2 lights could be called extreme light. Chu Yang glanced at it, and saw a green light and a white light flashing fiercely. Minister Chu was caught off guard, and his eyes suddenly turned white. He suddenly closed his eyes, and felt tears flowing out from the corners of his eyes. His eyes were sore and unspeakable. He couldn't open them. He only heard the sword spirit's incoherent words of surprise. Oh my God, it's this thing. Oh my God, it's really, oh my God. The more Chu Yang listened, the more his heart itched. He couldn't open his eyes. He had no choice but to ask, Sword Spirit, what is this? This is the best thing, It's the second most wonderful medicine in the world. I've finally seen this legendary thing, oh my god. The sword spirit's voice trembled. After talking for a long time, he still didn't get to the point. He was obviously very excited. Chu Yang despised him in his heart. He worked hard to restore his eyes. Finally, he was able to open them a little. He couldn't wait to squint and look. He saw two pieces of jade confronting each other on the cross-section of the stone. One piece was shining with a green light, and the wind was whistling. The other piece was flickering with a white lightning, and the sound of thunder was faintly heard. At this moment, a dazzling light was emitted from the green jade. At the same time, a blazing lightning was emitted from the white jade. Chu Yang hurriedly closed his eyes. He could still feel the two strong beams of light colliding violently. They passed each other and pounced on the cliffs on both sides of the mountain. Suddenly, a fierce wind whistled on the cliff on the left. Snow swelled up like an avalanche and scattered in the sky. Bolts of lightning danced on the cliff on the right. Thunder rumbled and rumbled. Chu Yang opened his mouth wide in shock. A few small stones flew into his mouth with tinkling sounds, but he didn't notice. So this is the Wind Thunder platform and the Wind Thunder mountain. All the strange phenomena of heaven and earth came from these two small pieces of jade? Chu Yang finally said something and shut his mouth. With a crunching sound, a few stones were crushed by his teeth and he spat them out. A small jade slip? The sword spirit sneered, this is not a jade slip. Look carefully. Chu Yang looked at them carefully, and saw that these two pieces of jade, one green and one white, seemed to be moving. They seemed to be squirming. No, they were flowing. This is jade paste. The sword spirit indifferently replied, it's the same as your mysterious ice jade ointment. But, its energy is much stronger. What kind of jade cream is this? Chu Yang asked in shock. This is the Heavenly Imperial Court. The Heavenly Heart of Wind and Lightning, which only existed in legends, was also known as the Heavenly Jade Paste. I didn't expect that it would come to this continent, and become one of the great miracle medicines. The sword spirit said in a heavy voice. Heavenly Heart of Wind and Lightning? Heavenly Jade Paste? Chu Yang scratched his head in confusion. This was really the first time he heard this name in his life. It's right that you don't know. I can only say that your luck, really makes me speechless, the sword spirit said with some envy and jealousy. The soul's face was distorted. Please enlighten me. Chu Yang had such a good thing. If he didn't understand something, he would definitely not be ashamed to ask. Of course, after asking, he would kick him to the curb. According to ancient legends, heaven has a heart, and earth has a soul. The sword spirit breathed a sigh of relief. He said, and the heart of heaven is the combination of yin and yang. Heaven and earth collide, and the combination of wind and thunder is the heart of heaven. The sword spirit said in a pilgrimage tone, this heavenly heart of wind and lightning is only the heavenly jade paste now. When wind and thunder combine and merge into one, it will become the heavenly heart of wind and lightning. He looked at Chu Yang and said heavily, the heart of heaven. Even though he was mentally prepared, Chu Yang couldn't help but be shocked by this news. The heart of heaven? Oh my god, it's just a legend. The sword spirit was a little embarrassed. He said, it's actually just a description to describe how powerful this thing is. It's okay, I believe it. Chu Yang beamed at the heavenly heart of wind and lightning in front of him. Who cares if it's a legend or not? In the future, if anyone says it's not, I'll fight with him. The sword spirit was speechless again. How do I keep this thing? Chu Yang asked humbly. He tried to use his mental power to keep it in the tribulation space, but the two pieces of jade ignored him and didn't move at all. Your left hand is yang, grab the thunder jade, and your right hand is yin, grab the wind jade. Grab with both hands and separate them, then you can keep them in the tribulation space, the sword spirit said. Be careful, you must be fast and do it at the same time. Otherwise, before he finished speaking, Chu Yang had already reached out and grabbed the thunder jade with one hand and the wind jade with the other. They were soft and smooth to the touch, as if they could change into different shapes at any time. Then, the next moment, boom, Chu Yang's palms turned into charcoal. He stood up in pain and shook his hands violently. He hissed in cold air. Bastard, you only said to keep them, but I have to put them in one after the other, right? Why did I get hit the moment I let go? The sword spirit gloated helplessly. That's necessary. Yang was in a dilemma. He hurriedly took out some medicine and swallowed it. Right at this moment, the bottom of the stone pillar of the wind thunder platform suddenly and slowly sank down until it was level with the ground at the bottom. 30 feet away, there was a pile of snow and ice hundreds of feet high. Lord Sword Master, your benefits are here, the sword spirit said. Benefits? Yang was stunned. Here, look under your feet. The sword spirit pouted. Yang looked down and saw a hair-thin crack slowly appearing under his feet. The crack became bigger and bigger, and it cracked open more and more, revealing a flat hole that only one person could pass through. This is the only way in and out of the lower three heavens and the upper three heavens. Before you get the second fragment of the tribulation sword, this is the only way in and out. And only you can enter and exit. The sword spirit said, this is the heaven's path. Yang became excited. I can go to the upper three heavens from here? Or the lower three heavens? Yes, the sword spirit said. But you have to be careful, you only have 3 months. And when you pass through the heaven's path, my soul body needs to sleep. I can't help you at all. Yang nodded. It's okay, with my current cultivation. If I still need your help in the upper three heavens or the lower three heavens, then I'll really be a joke. The sword spirit reminded him, don't forget. Only 3 months. Remember. After 3 months, you must come back here. Even if you're a moment late, the consequences will be unimaginable. Yang waved his hand impatiently. Hurry up and go back to sleep. I don't need you to teach me how to go. I know what I'm doing. What do you know? You're obviously so excited that you can't tell north from south. The sword spirit disappeared with a whoosh. Then, the heavenly hearts of wind and thunder that had just been kept in the tribulation space flew up and entered Yang's meridians from left and right. The hole on the ground was already emitting a misty fog. Yang closed his eyes and jumped in with a puff sound. He then laughed out loud, brothers, your beloved big brother is back. The white fog at the hole surged and Yang's figure disappeared. Above the heavenly palace, purple clouds drifted. Here, surrounded by clouds, jade buildings, and heavenly palaces, it was indeed different from the rest. This was a majestic palace hidden in the mountains. Countless guards guarded this place from front to back, making it impregnable. A white figure flashed and Xianxia, dressed in snow-white clothes, floated down. Looking at the majestic palace in front of her, a complicated look flashed across her eyes. Then, her white clothes fluttered as she walked forward. She hadn't taken 2 steps when suddenly, a figure flashed. 2 golden figures appeared in front of her. Who are you? What are you doing here? Xianxia said lightly, please report to the demon empress that the person who made an agreement 70,000 years ago is here. The 2 golden figures glanced at her. They snorted. With your cultivation, you can actually make an agreement with the demon empress 70,000 years ago? Are you qualified? Xianxia said lightly, whether I'm qualified, needs to be evaluated by the demon empress. If I'm lying, I'm here and can't run away. If I'm not lying and delay the demon empress plans, can you bear the responsibility? The golden armored guard was stunned and looked at her suspiciously. Wait a moment. The other person hurriedly flew inside. Not long after, he ran out with sweat all over his head. The demon empress invites Miss Z to come in. Xianxia snorted and walked away. The 2 guards bowed and greeted her with smiles on their faces, apologizing profusely. In the hall, Xianxia sat opposite a beautiful woman in palace attire, her face calm. Are you saying that you've agreed to my request back then? The demon empress raised her teacup and drank a mouthful of water. She looked at Xianxia with a half-smile. 70,000 years ago, you risked your life to escape even at the cost of your body. Today, you've come to me voluntarily and agreed? Yes. Xianxia took a breath. But I also hope that the demon empress can fulfill one of my conditions. The demon empress narrowed her eyes and gave off a dangerous glow. She said, how many thousands of years has it been since anyone dared to talk about conditions with me? I didn't expect that a little demon would dare to talk about conditions in front of me. Tell me. I can use my life essence and the purple mystic pill that I cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years to save Tai's life. Xianxia said calmly. A trace of pain and longing flashed past her eyes, but she said firmly, "But, I want to be a human." You want to be a human? The demon empress suddenly sat up straight and looked at Xianxia in shock. Her eyes were sharp and filled with disbelief. Yes, I want to be a human, a real human. Not a transformed human, but a human. Xianxia bowed down. Please fulfill my wish, Demon Empress. Among the brothers, the one who was beaten up the most was definitely not the first challenger, GMO, it was Duke Xia, Ao Xianyun, especially Ao Xianyun, the instigator. Because Chu Yang had said before, how can a divine dragon bloodline not have a dragon head? Besides, it was this guy who had suggested to turn Chu Yang into a dragon head in the beginning. How could Chu Yang let him go? Therefore, Ao Xianyun's dragon horns were the most majestic and spectacular, therefore, Duke Xia begged for mercy as he fought. Boss, it's my father's birthday today. Save me some face. Only Minister Chu's reply was, you have more face when you transform into a divine dragon. After fighting 4 people in a row, Chu Yang was in a good mood. In fact, he was very happy. Other than GMO, who had turned into a dragon head in one move because he had underestimated his opponent, the other 3 all gave Chu Yang different degrees of great surprise. Everyone's cultivation was the same, but their battle tactics were completely different. This was what made Chu Yang the happiest, each of them had their own style. Even if they were together every day, they would never be assimilated by each other, their self-awareness was very strong. This was also the most basic and important condition to become a top-level martial artist. Luo Kadi's lone wolf-like attacking style and his ferocious sword techniques surprised Chu Yang. Fighting with Luo Kadi was like facing a pack of wolves in a boundless forest, extremely hungry wolves, biting from all directions. If one was not careful, they would be torn into pieces. When Xiaodanqiong's viburnum flowers bloomed, they were the most beautiful in the world. This kind of dazzling and dreamlike technique was an eye-opener for Chu Yang. When the viburnum flowers bloomed, it was like a fairy scattering flowers, colorful and colorful. It was indeed very beautiful, but behind this extreme beauty was unparalleled killing intent. Chu Yang's clothes were cut in more than 10 places. It was caused by Xiaodanqiong's viburnum flowers. When Ao Xianyun's Divine Dragon Battle Manual was used, Chu Yang felt a great strain. This was the first time such a situation had happened in a battle with Chu Yang. Chu Yang was a top-level sword saint. Under the suppression of cultivation level, he could already fight a second-grade supreme martial artist. And Ao Xianyun was only a first-grade supreme martial artist who had just advanced. Among the 4, only Ao Xianyun's Divine Dragon Battle Manual could. Chu Yang was a little confused, unable to see the direction. However, this battle had greatly increased his confidence. Gu Duxing had been watching from the side. The more he watched, the brighter his eyes became and the stronger his fighting spirit became. Chu Yang's strength and sharpness were both top-notch sword cultivators. Both of them were fatally attractive to him, it caused the sword intent in his chest to move unhindered, and he thirsted for battle. Ao Xianyun and the others had already been defeated. There was only Gu Duxing left. Chu Yang was still standing there. He looked at Gu Duxing with a smile, the sword in his hand flashing. Chu Yang didn't move, and neither did Gu Duxing. However, sword energy suddenly surged in the arena, the surrounding flowers and plants all fell down neatly, the sword intent in their bodies. They both felt the same aura from each other. Even if people don't fight, even the sword had to fight. There are no 2 suns in the sky, and no 2 monarchs in a country. Similarly, in the land of the sword Tao, there was only one emperor. Chu Yang's eyes became sharper and more fervent. Gu Duxing straightened his body. Suddenly, there was a clanging sound in the air. He was originally standing as straight as a javelin, but when he straightened his back, it was as if a peerless divine sword had suddenly been unsheathed. His expression and aura were completely different from just now. Come on, Chu Yang said. Come on, Gu Duxing said coldly. Chu Yang stood still on the spot. Gu Duxing spread his arms. With a whoosh, Ao Xianyun and the other 3 were sent 100 feet away. Then, he walked forward slowly. With every step he took, his sword intent became sharper. "Boss, please advise me." Gu Duxing took 3 steps forward. "I've been practicing the sword since I was young. My life was wandering and lonely. I felt depressed and created the Sword of Solitude. In the lower 3 heavens, I met Boss, and my sword energy changed to become the Sword of Solitude. Although I'm lonely, I want to use my loneliness as a guardian. In the lower 3 heavens, I met Tu Qianhao. In a battle of life and death, I comprehended Tu Qianhao's Sword of Oblivion. Sword of Oblivion. Sword of Oblivion." Gu Duxing said lightly, "These 2 sword techniques are gathered in me. Until now, they haven't been unified. Today's battle is, firstly, to satisfy my craving and fight for supremacy in the Sword Dao, secondly, to let Boss experience my Sword of Solitude. My Sword of Oblivion. My Heart of Solitude. My Heaven of Oblivion." As he said the last sentence, Gu Duxing suddenly raised his head. His eyes shone brightly, like 2 long swords that had already been unsheathed, shining brightly in the sky. Qu Yang smiled lightly. "Duxing, I know you've always wanted to experience the Calamity Sword technique. Today, I'll fulfill this wish of yours." Qu Yang said this through telepathy. He had already sensed that Huyan Aobua and the others were watching this battle. So, he was still cautious and didn't say it out loud. Upon hearing the words Calamity Sword technique, Gu Duxing's sword intent surged. His battle intent soared. Suddenly, he let out a long howl. With a howl, heaven and earth shook. The white clouds in the sky were suddenly cut into pieces and scattered in all directions as if they had encountered sharp wind blades. Today, the wish of a lifetime was fulfilled. Clang, the black dragon sword appeared in Gu Duxing's hand with a bone-piercing coldness and bleakness. Then, Gu Duxing strode forward. He walked step by step, his footsteps heavy. But every step he took covered at least 100 feet of space, but after taking 5 steps like this, he still hadn't reached Qu Yang. Qu Yang reached out and a long sword appeared in his hand. He didn't use the Calamity Sword. There was no need for the Calamity Sword in a spar between brothers. A bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in the sky. Gu Duxing's voice rang out. "Heaven Solitude." A mighty sword intent, with a bleak solitude, poured down. Sword aura spread out and enveloped a radius of 100 feet. Gu Duxing rose with his sword. His black robes fluttered, and he turned into a beam of black light that shot through the sky. Just this move made the expressions of Ao Xieyun, Xia Danqiong and the others change at the same time. However, this sword strike had made them realize that Gu Duxing had never used his full strength against them when they were exchanging pointers in the past. Qu Yang smiled lightly and shouted through telepathy, "Calamity Sword technique, 1 ray of cold light pierces 10,000 feet. With a swing of his sword, a dazzling cold light suddenly appeared in the sky. Then, it suddenly scattered into thousands of rays of cold light, covering the sky and earth and whistling toward Qu Yang. Gu Duxing was energized. He shouted, "Heaven Solitude! Heaven Solitude! Heaven Solitude!" 3 consecutive moves. Suddenly released, the whole world seemed to have suddenly become bleak and bleak at this moment. The thousands of rays of cold light collided with the solitary sword rain. Both of their bodies shook at the same time. They were actually evenly matched and floated back at the same time. Gu Duxing was shocked. The Calamity Sword technique was indeed extremely powerful. It was just 1 move, but he actually needed to use 3 moves to resolve it. While retreating in the air, Gu Duxing suddenly changed from retreating to rising up. He shouted, "Heaven Solitude!" A mighty ray of solitary sword aura shot straight out. This move made Qu Yang's heart tremble. This move of Gu Duxing's even carried an aura of Dao. Qu Yang's black-robed figure turned around in the air while retreating. He shouted through telepathy, "Calamity Sword! What's the harm in slaughtering the world?" At the same time, a sharp sword aura was also unleashed. It met Gu Duxing's Heaven Solitude in the air. With a soft pop, the Heaven Solitude sword aura scattered. That sword aura of "What's the harm in slaughtering the world?" Although more than half of it was eliminated, the remaining momentum did not change. It rushed straight toward Gu Duxing. "Impressive!" Gu Duxing exclaimed in his heart. He shouted, "Earth Solitude!" He made another move to resolve this move. He was currently 1 level higher than Qu Yang, and an important one at that. He was a sword saint, but he was a sword supremacy. However, he was actually at a disadvantage against the Calamity Sword technique. Immediately after, the follow-up moves of Chu Yang's Calamity Sword technique came endlessly like rolling waves. A sharp will buried deep does not change, gathering wind and clouds to become the emperor, a sword blade that has been famous for thousands of years, whistling winds and clouds from the west to the east. By the time the two moves of Calamity Sword, cutting off the sentimental traveler, Gu Duxing's solitary sword technique had already been used up. The three solitudes of heaven, earth, and man merged into one and became heaven's solitude and heaven's solitude. However, by the time Chu Yang's move of iron wall and bronze wall fighting endlessly appeared, Gu Duxing's solitary sword technique was finally completely defeated. He retreated abruptly and went straight up in the air. The farther he retreated, the smaller he became in the air, almost becoming a black dot. Then, he came down from the air with an awe-inspiring aura. His sword flashed, and an inexplicable aura spread down. Gu Duxing sighed. A sword to the peak, he took 2 steps in the air, and the sword light carried with it a desolate and heavy aura. Such an aura seemed to be able to make one completely forget the past and enter a wonderful state. Chu Yang shouted, "What a sword of oblivion! Look at me, what more can I ask for in this life?" Their swords clashed densely in the air, and the sound was dense and fragmented, like the wind blowing on a lotus or the rain hitting on a banana leaf. Gu Duxing's body spun and retreated, and then spun and advanced again. He said slowly, "Life and death, victory and defeat are all gone in a flash." The aura of emptiness of the world was even more intense in this move. Chu Yang flipped over, and the sword aura summoned in the air. Suddenly, the wind and clouds surged, as if gathering here at this moment, wanting to fill up the emptiness of the world that Gu Duxing had created. It was the gathering of the clouds. With a boom, the sword aura flew out, as if a bomb had exploded. Ao Xieyun and the other 3 screamed and scattered in all directions. In the battle just now, both Chu Yang and Gu Duxing had been controlling their strength and not letting it leak out. But now, both of them could no longer control it. The trees in a radius of hundreds of feet fell down neatly. The sword aura flew everywhere, cutting deep sword marks one after another on the mountain rocks. Gu Duxing held his sword horizontally in front of his chest and said disappointedly, "Where can I find a soulmate in the world?" He turned around, and when he was about to turn back, the sword aura spread out for thousands of feet. "When I want to turn back, I've already forgotten." Chu Yang perked up, and the 2 moves, Hidden Edge, Hidden Light, Endless Night, and Strategizing, Long Day and Moon, were used consecutively. Right at this moment, he finally discovered where Gu Duxing's biggest problem was. Too much focus, too much focus. Too much focus, that was the flaw. Let's say a few more words today. When he woke up in the morning, the first thing he did was turn on the computer excitedly. Then, he blacked out and was hit on the head. 10 chapters of explosion, and not only did he not get first place, he was behind by almost 200 votes. Currently, the gap was still increasing. He threw a punch with all his strength, but it was a resounding slap to his own face. The first thing was to quickly unseal that single chapter. I had a kind of hysterical feeling of powerlessness, the feeling of all the strength in my body being sucked out, and my mind going blank. Or maybe that was the feeling I had when I saw it. At this moment, I was extremely envious of Old Cat. This was the foundation. Was the foundation something that couldn't be matched even if one risked their lives? My heart was extremely bitter. 10 chapters, I had 100,000 prideful brothers, but every time I fought, I only had a few thousand troops. The remaining 10,000 plus people surrounded the battlefield as cheerleaders. The cheerleaders watched their brothers fight bloody battles and kill with all their might, and then shouted, "Do your best. I support you in spirit." They watched their brothers retreat step by step, watched their brothers give their all and finally fail, and then suffered together. They all said, "I'm also a member of Prideful World, and I feel terrible." Cheerleader A, "I'm young, and I don't have the ability." Cheerleader B, "I don't have money, and I only smoke the cheapest 5 yuan cigarettes." Cheerleader C, "Others don't go, why should I spend my own money?" Cheerleader D, "I don't know how to register, I'm a computer noob." Or, "I have money, but I don't want to give a certain amount." Or, "Although I feel terrible, it has nothing to do with me." Alright, I won't say any more. I will continue to fight with my brothers, my sisters, continue to fight, or, after this month, Prideful World won't fight for first place anymore. My courage is very likely to be exhausted this month. Today's update: in the evening, my waist is very uncomfortable. After posting this update, I will go out for a massage. Tonight's update will be updated. Today's update is still the same. Say to my brothers and sisters, I beg for votes. The few old men who negotiated with Chu Yang were so angry that their eyes turned blue. Even when the negotiation was over, they still looked at Chu Yang with eyes that wished they could swallow him whole. This fellow was really too difficult to deal with. He was practically a miser. Trying to take advantage of him was harder than ascending to the heavens. I really have to hand it to the Li clan. Every one of you is a miser. Every one of you is a top-notch, veteran troublemaker. Trying to take advantage of all of you is harder than ascending to the heavens. Chu Yang started to take advantage of the situation seriously. He said in grief and indignation, all of you have taken advantage of me. I've suffered a huge loss in this negotiation. This sentence made the few old men who were almost exhausted from negotiating with him earlier spit out a mouthful of blood in unison. Who exactly was the troublemaker here? Who was the one who had suffered a huge loss? You must speak with a conscience. One of the old men's fingers trembled. Just as he spoke, he was interrupted by Li Tongtian. Since we finished negotiating the terms and the matter has already been settled, there's no point in saying anything more. Li Tongtian said bluntly, next, we should also arrange for Brother Z's accommodation. We want the best guest room for him first. Tomorrow afternoon, arrange for people to take care of his daily needs. Remember, Brother Z is going to be staying here for a long time. Choose the best resources, the best location, and the most skilled people. As for the maids, choose the best. This afternoon, everything related to Brother Z must be arranged properly. His identity token and so on must be in place. Since we're allies, we must make friends with the greatest sincerity. Only by showing our sincerity can we exchange it for sincerity. Li Tongtian said sanctimoniously. Tomorrow morning, select your best men and follow Brother Z to survey the Purple Crystal Mine. As for us old fellows, we won't be accompanying you. However, there's something I have to say first. If there's anyone who's blind enough to offend Brother Z and make him angry, then, this old man will definitely not forgive them. As an important figure in the Li clan's ancestral generation, Li Tongtian's words naturally carried great weight. After he finished speaking, he quickly and discreetly gave a look behind Chu Yang's back. This made the negotiators come to a realization, you bunch of fools. Do you really think you're negotiating with him? It's just a formality. As for the purple crystals, what's wrong with leaving them with him first? Isn't that just for us? Once the plan succeeded, how many purple crystals would he have saved? We'll take back as many purple crystals as we want, furthermore. Take his life as well, all the old men understood tacitly. Of course, Chu Yang knew what was going on. Li Tongtian's words were extremely beautiful, but there was a discrepancy in the timing. They would stay in the guest room for tonight. Tomorrow morning, he would send someone to accompany him to survey the Purple Crystal Mine. Tomorrow afternoon, he would allocate resources for him. Yes. If he discovered that this successor of the Purple Crystal clan did not have the ability or was unable to mine the Purple Crystal Mine in the morning, then he could forget about allocating resources in the afternoon. He could forget about even thinking about his life. That afternoon, the Li clan members brought Chu Yang to stay in the guest room. Naturally, Chu Yang had to pretend to be angry and suffer a great loss. He went in with a straight face. The housekeeper of the Li clan wanted to follow him in to help him clean up, but he was slammed shut by Chu Yang. The housekeeper's nose was almost caught in the crack of the door. He couldn't help but get angry. What are you so arrogant for? If you can't produce results tomorrow, this old man will personally punish you. Chu Yang was undoubtedly worried about the same problem. The sword spirit was definitely able to mine the Purple Crystal Mine. Besides, he had hit the jackpot this time. On one hand, it was to take advantage of the situation. On the other hand, it was also to pave the way for Imotianji's future plans. However, the biggest problem was that sword spirits usually mined without making a sound, nothing could be seen on the surface. the sword spirit would have finished mining. However, this obviously could not be done now because the Li clan wanted results. It had to be effective, and there had to be obvious progress. That was the only way. If there wasn't, his head would be rolling on the ground in an instant. On the surface, Chu Yang seemed to be deceiving them. He was full of lies and finally managed to sneak into the Li clan easily. However, in reality, this was the most dangerous situation Chu Yang had ever been in his life. This was not like when he was in Great Zhao. Back then, he could still move around freely and there were many cover systems. He could hide anywhere for 10 days to half a month. But now, his every move was under the surveillance of others. This was the core area of one of the great clans, their headquarters. The slightest bit of carelessness would result in a tragic death. There wasn't even the slightest chance of escaping. It could be said that Chu Yang was dancing on a tightrope above a cliff. Life and death were just a matter of swaying. Sword spirit, how is it? Are you confident? Chu Yang closed the door and immersed his consciousness into the tribulation space. The sword spirit revealed a strange expression and said, "There should be no problem." Chu Yang was relieved. "What level are you at now?" Chu Yang asked. "I've basically recovered completely. Now that I'm at your level, I can exert the cultivation of a peak third-grade supreme martial artist. There shouldn't be any problem." The sword spirit was very happy. There had never been a tribulation sword master who had improved so quickly. Even he was basking in the glory. "If we fight now, I can totally deal with those below the supreme grade." Chu Yang frowned and said, "But what does the difference between a 5th-grade supreme martial artist and a 2nd-grade supreme martial artist mean?" The moment he asked this question, the sword spirit also became distressed at once. There's really no way to explain this question clearly. Without experiencing it personally, it's very difficult to explain that subtle feeling. It's a kind of difference between transcendence and non-transcendence. The sword spirit pondered for a moment and said, "Look at Li Tongtian. Whether it's his expression or the way he walks, he's very calm. Even if it's a conspiracy, when it comes out of his mouth, it's also very casual. This is the strong foundation brought about by the difference between a celestial and a mortal. And Yu Lingxue, Feng Yuro, and so on. Their expressions and aura are all very transcendental. This is also a kind of performance. Of course, when one reaches the level of Buluqing and Ning Tianya, it's another step. And this step is a step that allows one to return to one's true nature. Every action and action is not that kind of transcendence, but it brings out one's true nature. Without hiding anything." The sword spirit's words were vague and obscure, but Chu Yang already understood. This was indeed an indescribable and unexplainable realm. Or rather, it was a foundation. Only with great power can one have confidence in oneself. Haven't you seen some of the big shots or super rich people in the society? They all carry a kind of certainty involuntarily, or rather, a kind of demeanor. All of them are unhurried and unhurried, as if they're neither dead nor alive. Whether they're officials or rich people, they all have this kind of confidence. As for the ordinary poor people, when they see these people, they can't help but feel inferior to them. This is it. It's just that the foundation of these people is money and power. But in Chu Yang's world, the foundation is cultivation. If these people still carry this kind of foundation when they arrive in Chu Yang's world, I reckon they'll transmigrate again in a matter of minutes. Cough. Stop nagging, I'm trying to catch up on the chapter. And so, Chu Yang began to practice. In the eyes of those people who had been closely monitoring this room, they saw a scene like this. They saw this successor of the Purple Crystal clan holding a piece of purple crystal in each hand and adopting a strange posture. His legs were spread apart and he was squatting in a horse stance, as if he was taking a dump. He held the purple crystal in both hands and placed it in front of his heart, maintaining the unity of his 3 hearts. He looked down at his nose and entered a meditative state. Then, they saw a layer of faint purple energy emitting from the purple crystal, which was sucked into the nostrils of the successor of the Purple Crystal clan. After a long time, this successor of the Purple Crystal clan sighed. Looking at the 2 pieces of purple crystals in his hands, they had already turned into powder. Such a cultivation method was practically unheard of. Everyone used the acupoints on their palms to absorb the spiritual energy of the universe inside the purple crystal, But this successor of the Purple Crystal Clan was really worthy of being called the successor of the Purple Crystal Clan. To think that he actually used his nose. Several experts who were monitoring from different directions reported this observation at the same time. The experts of the Li clan discussed and studied it for a long time. All of them felt that this matter was extremely mysterious and they couldn't understand it at all. It seemed like this was definitely a cultivation method unique to the Purple Crystal Clan. The next morning, the sky was just beginning to brighten. Someone knocked on the door. Lord Z, may I know? Xianxia lay comfortably on the bed. In a daze, he cursed loudly, F***ck. What are you knocking for? Are you dead? Can't you even let me sleep? Outside, the clan leader of the Li clan, Li Wubua, was waiting with his hands behind his back. His face darkened. This bastard is really asking for a beating. The clan leader of the Li clan had originally wanted to show respect to the wise, but the moment he arrived, he was so infuriated by this sentence that he wanted to defecate. Without saying a word, he turned and left. Only the butler who was knocking on the door continued to wait angrily. After a long time, Xianxia finally opened his clothes. Half of his chest was exposed as he opened the door. With sleepy eyes, he scolded, "What the hell is this? Don't you know the rules?" The butler was enraged, but he still suppressed his temper. "It's like this, Second Master. Second Master is currently waiting for Lord Z to head to the Purple Crystal Mine, so, it's a matter of bearing. It's a matter of self-restraint." Xianxia was exasperated. "I'm right here and can't run away. Why is that Second Master of yours so anxious? Will he die if I wake him up for a while longer? Each and every one of them is so impetuous. No wonder the Li clan can't become the #1 great clan. It's because they are impetuous. Look at the Yi clan, what kind of self-restraint is that? Learn from them." The butler wished he could pick up a toilet bowl that had just been used and smash it over Xianxia's head. But he still had to nod and bow. Cough cough. "May Lord Z, please move, wait. Let me wash my face." Xianxia was furious. He slammed the door shut. With a loud bang, the butler was thrown out of the room while covering his nose. By the time Xianxia arrived at the main hall, an hour had already passed. "Brother Z, have you slept well?" Li Wuhai, the second master of the Li clan, asked with a fake smile. "What big shot? He actually caused him to wait here for more than 2 hours." Xianxia raised his eyes. "Ah. What's the matter? Breakfast hasn't been arranged yet? You actually want to eat breakfast?" Li Wuhai almost choked to death. He waved his hand. "Serve Lord Z breakfast." "Lord Z. I like this title." Xianxia sat down boldly. When breakfast was served, he ate to his heart's content until his belly was round and round. Only then did he pat his stomach and stand up. Looking at everyone whose eyes were spitting fire, he said, "What are you all waiting for? Aren't you going to see the Purple Crystal Mine? Why aren't you leading the way? Do you still need an outsider like me to lead the way? All of you are so dumb. How can you not care about such an important matter at all? No wonder the Li clan can't become the #1 great clan." Li Wuhai held his breath. "Brother Z, please. I'll lead the way." "That's right." Xianxia followed behind him, grumbling endlessly. "Say, your Li clan, the higher-ups don't pay attention to it, the higher-ups don't care about it, and the lower-ups don't care about it. As a whole, it's like a plate of loose sand. Why is it like this? It's actually listed as one of the great clans. This is really strange to me. If I were to participate in the ranking of the great clans, it would definitely be listed as the #1 great clans in the past 10,000 years. After this incident, everyone knew that this Master Z had a very bad temper. And he was hard to please, one wrong word and he would be fiercely reprimanded on the spot. And this Master Z never cared who was in front of him. Even the second brother of the clan master, the second master of the Li clan, was scolded like a child by him. Whether they were convinced or not, at least on the surface, all of them were more well-behaved. Xianxia's unbridled behavior had a good effect. And this effect would definitely continue. All the way until Xianxia completed his goal and left, the effect this time would be present throughout the entire process. walk faster. Dilly-dallying, how is this the look of someone who is doing something big? Chu Yang urged impatiently. Li Wuhai gritted his teeth so hard that he wanted to shatter them. He immediately flew up. You want to be fast? I'll pull you until you're nowhere to be seen. He didn't expect to receive this Master Z's praise. This speed is more like it. And this Master Z actually didn't lag behind at all and kept up with him. Finally, they reached the purple crystal mine. Chu Yang couldn't help but gasp. This was a huge mountain. To be precise, this was the foot of the huge mountain where the Li clan gathered. The entire mountain was surrounded by the buildings of the Li clan, and on the side of the mine, there were no trees within 100 miles. One could see the bottom of the mountain at a glance. And there was even a tall wall that was more than 100 feet tall blocking the way. On the wall, there was a sentry tower every 30 feet, keeping a close watch on the movements inside. Not to mention humans, even a fly wouldn't be able to fly in. At the foot of the mountain, there was a huge cave that could accommodate 20 carriages side by side. Countless people were going in and out. Everyone who came out carried a basket on their backs. Inside were densely packed with purple crystals. After a supervisor checked the quantity and recorded it down, they went in again. Another cave at the side. This was obviously the storeroom. It was even more massive, the surroundings were even more heavily guarded. There were actually more than 10 supreme martial artists guarding the place. And this was just on the surface. There was no telling how many more were hidden in the dark. After all, this was where the true core of the Li clan was located. Looking at those shiny purple items being carried out one by one and placed into that huge storeroom, Chu Yang once again felt that he was really a pauper. This was what a rich man should be like. Based on a rough estimate, if the warehouse was filled to the brim, it could easily fit several billion. There were already several people waiting in front of the cave. They were the current clan leader of the Li clan, Li Wubua. Seeing Chu Yang's arrival, several people came forward to greet him. Lord Z, this is my big brother. Li Wuhai snorted. He reminded, my big brother is the current clan leader of the Li clan. Chu Yang's eyes lit up, and he went forward to greet him enthusiastically. He grabbed Li Wubua's hand and said, oh my. Clan leader Li, ha ha ha. I've heard so much about you, and it's my honor to meet you today. Sure enough, clan head Li's reputation was not as good as meeting him in person, but meeting him in person was even better than hearing about him. She was indeed a valiant and pure overlord. A heroic man. Now that I've met Patriarch Li, I finally understand why the Li clan is one of the dominant clans in the heavenly realm. Impressive, impressive. Li Wubua's face froze. No matter how thick-skinned he was still dizzy from all the flattery. Li Wuhai, who was at the side, was even more shocked. So the arrogance of this bastard only varies from person to person. When he saw him, he was so arrogant, but when he saw his big brother, he was so enthusiastic that it was unbearable. You're too kind, Lord Z. Li Wubua smiled and said, we're going to be a family in the future. You should be more casual, Lord Z. That's right, that's right. Chu Yang nodded repeatedly. I wonder what's wrong with this purple crystal mine. He pointed at the people who were carrying baskets of purple crystals out. Isn't this place rich in resources? From the looks of it, the mining is also very smooth. It is indeed very smooth. Brother Z, there's something you don't know. Li Wubua sighed. 3,000 feet below this place is a densely packed purple crystal mine. The size of the mine is immeasurable. Basically, for every 100 stones mined, there are close to 4 to 5 purple crystals. Chu Yang was speechless. Such a high ratio of crystals. That's absolutely terrifying. However, if the mining continued like this, wouldn't this mountain have collapsed long ago? It was common knowledge that purple crystals were usually hidden in rocks. When the rocks were mined, specialized people would have to use the purple crystal sanding hands to carefully polish the rocks before extracting the purple crystals. During this process, if the purple crystals were to be damaged, the spiritual energy of the universe would be lost to a large extent. Generally speaking, for a purple crystal mine, if 5 out of 1,000 stones mined contained purple crystals, it could already be considered a super purple crystal mine. However, this purple crystal mine of the Li clan was actually able to produce a yield of 1,000 stones from other purple crystal mines. It was practically inconceivable. No wonder the Li clan stayed here and refused to leave. This is where the problem lies. Li Wubo laughed bitterly and said, "We've been mining for 10,000 years, but we've only been mining the periphery. Moreover, the deeper we go, the less purple crystals there are left. However, what's depressing is that in the middle of this purple crystal mine, there's a super purple crystal mine, but we can't break through its exterior and mine it. It's only this piece that supports the entire mountain from the bottom to the top. No matter how we dig, it won't collapse even if we don't put up any defenses." "There's actually such a thing?" Chu Yang frowned. "Even supreme martial artists can't mine it?" Li Wubwa sighed. "Even a low-grade supreme martial artist can't break it." Chu Yang's expression became solemn. "For 10,000 years, the purple crystals mined by the Li clan are more than billions. However, all of them are of the same quality, the most ordinary purple crystals. There's not even a single purple crystal core. And in that part that can't be broken through, even the lowest quality is purple crystal core." At this point, Li Wubwa sighed. Every time such a problem was brought up, all the higher-ups of the Li clan would have the urge to vomit blood. Such a situation was just like a bunch of paupers guarding a mountain of gold. They clearly knew that moving a stone from this mountain of gold would make them a tycoon, but they couldn't even scrape off a single bit of it. One could only imagine how dejected they were. "I'll go in and take a look." With a solemn expression, Chu Yang said, "I don't know if I can break it open. This is the first time that even our Purple Crystal clan has encountered such a situation. A low-grade supreme martial artist should be able to twist star iron and nightmare steel into a fried dough twist easily. There's actually a stone here that even a low-grade supreme martial artist can't break. What kind of stone can it be?" As he spoke, he was about to walk in. "Cough cough, Brother Z, to enter this purple crystal mine, you have to check your body thoroughly. Furthermore, you can't bring any storage equipment in," Li Wubwa said rather embarrassedly. "Oh, yes, there's such a rule." Chu Yang readily accepted his advice. He took off that empty storage ring that had no other purpose other than to fool others and handed it to the elder guarding the purple crystal mine. Then, he allowed them to search his body. After confirming that there was nothing on him other than a set of clothes. "Brother Z, please don't blame me," Li Wubwa apologized with a smile. "It's all right. These are the rules. Nothing can be accomplished without rules," Chu Yang said magnanimously. "What's wrong with that? I have the tribulation space with me. Its capacity is 10,000 times larger than that of a storage ring." After entering the cave, he actually felt a wave of warmth. After walking in for a while, a huge space suddenly appeared. Countless people were working here. The sound of grinding could be heard everywhere. All the purple crystal ores that had been mined were placed here. Here, there were a total of 1,000 people who were skilled in the art of sanding, cutting open the rocks and extracting the purple crystals. They first used their large sabers to hack off the corners of the rocks. Then, they cut the rocks piece by piece as if they were cutting threads. If they didn't find anything, they would continue cutting until the rock was completely sliced into pieces. Then, they would proceed to the next piece. If they found faint traces of purple within the rock, they would start to use their sanding hands to slowly work on it. When a piece of purple crystal was completely extracted, the rock would also turn into powder. After all, these ores were very strange. Even a low-grade supreme martial artist wouldn't be able to determine which piece would contain purple crystals. The purple crystals that had been mined were placed separately. The shattered rocks and rock powder were immediately cleaned up and transported out. The entire process was done in an orderly manner. Only the loud noises didn't stop from beginning to end. This process was very slow. However, with 1,000 people working together, it was also very fast. There were only a dozen people in charge of transporting the purple crystals out. They almost didn't stop. When they went out and came in again, there was already a huge basket of hundreds of pieces. In the depths of the cave, there were more than a dozen spacious passages. Large carts of huge rocks were continuously transported out. These were the raw ores. "Brother Z, what do you think?" Li Wubwa introduced. "From here, there are a total of 18 passages into the purple crystal mine. After going deeper into each passage, there are nearly 100 more tunnels. Every day, there are no less than 30,000 people working here. It's alright. It's just that the efficiency is a little low. Chu Yang nodded lightly. A little low? Li Wubua almost couldn't catch his breath. This was already the fastest and most efficient method. You actually said that it was low. Chu Yang walked up to a huge pile of raw ores. He reached out and placed his hand on it. Then, he shook his head and said, "There are no purple crystals in this piece." He raised his hand and smashed the raw ore into pieces. Indeed, there was nothing inside. Then, he placed another piece on it. Still nothing. He smashed it again. After 3 pieces, it was the 4th piece. There are purple crystals in this piece. Bring me a knife. He took the knife casually. With 4 slashes, a complete piece of purple crystal was cut out. Purple light flashed. There was actually no damage at all. The entire process left the Li clan members dumbfounded. Chu Yang threw down the knife. Pursing his lips, he said very pretentiously, "This is called high efficiency." Li Wubua's eyes immediately lit up like searchlights. Brother Z is indeed the successor of the Purple Crystal clan. Everyone's eyes were wide open. These purple crystal raw ores that no one had ever seen through since ancient times were actually as transparent in the hands of this person? What a terrifying ability! On a snowy plain, Chu Yang took the lead, carrying Lang Ilan on his back as he advanced rapidly. Wei Wuyan, Wan Renjia, and the other 2 followed closely behind him. Up until now, they hadn't even had the time to exchange a single word with each other. The scenery on both sides flashed by continuously like shadows. Chu Yang's whereabouts were extremely strange. If not for Wei Wuyan and the others following closely behind, they would have lost track of him in almost the blink of an eye. The 4 officers followed closely behind, their faces full of grief and indignation. They had deliberately followed behind so that if the enemy caught up to them again, they would imitate the previous 4 and self-destruct to stop the enemy. They were all experts. After hastily treating their injuries and stopping the bleeding, they used traceless snow again. With a swoosh, they actually didn't leave a single trace behind in this snowy plain. Hold your breath. Even if you're suffocated to death, you must at least breathe when you're about to die. Chu Yang said in a low voice as he flew rapidly. No one made a sound, but their eyes showed that they had heard him. Everyone understood that Chu Yang's words were the key to whether they would succeed in escaping or not. Everyone had already sealed off all traces of their aura. Under such circumstances, only the sound, heat and smell of their breathing would become the only things that the enemy could track them down. As long as they pulled away from the enemy's line of sight in the early stages of escaping, then held their breath and cut off all possible channels for information to leak out, they would be able to gain a period of time, and this extra period of time would be the key to whether they would succeed in escaping or not. This period of time would be the real battle of wits and courage. How to escape from the enemy's base camp required extremely precise planning. If they didn't even have this period of time to plan, then that would be the real tragedy. There would be absolutely no hope of escaping. One could imagine that once they lost track of them, the Li clan would definitely mobilize all their clansmen. Even if they had to turn the entire northwest upside down, they would definitely not let them leave. If news of them assaulting the master of the law enforcement interrogation hall were to spread, it would definitely be the Li clan's nightmare if it reached the law enforcement hall. As Chu Yang advanced rapidly, he dispersed his internal energy to dissipate and eliminate the breath of the unconscious Lang Ilan on his back and the smell of blood on his body. Everyone followed Chu Yang as they fled at high speed. After running at full speed without breathing for a full 6 hours, everyone felt as if their lungs were about to explode from being suffocated. He felt like he had gone around in circles. Finally, a plane appeared in front of him. The flat terrain created a flat snowfield. It was as far as the eye could see. If he were to escape on such a plane, he would definitely be seen by the enemy, but Chu Yang did not hesitate to leap forward. Carrying Lang Ilan on his back, he entered the snowfield. Behind him, Wei Wuyan and the others followed without hesitation. The 4 officers hesitated for a moment before finally following him, although he didn't understand Chu Yang's intentions. However, the chief was on his back, so he had no choice but to follow. In the next breath, Chu Yang suddenly stopped and stood on the flat snowy plains. Everyone was about to ask questions. However, Chu Yang waved his hand and pointed at his closed mouth. indicating that he shouldn't speak or pant. The next moment, Chu Yang's feet silently sank into the snow. Then, he continuously struck out with his hands, and the snow on the ground suddenly separated into two sides. The black ground was exposed. The snow that was separated to the two sides looked like it was overlapping with the snow layer, but in reality, Chu Yang had used his internal energy to hold it in place and keep it suspended in the air. Then, Chu Yang made a hole in the black ground. Under the snow was the frozen layer. After the frozen layer melted, the soil underneath became soft and loose. Chu Yang made a hole in a very short time. Then, he pointed downwards. Realization dawned on everyone and they hurriedly entered. Chu Yang stayed at the back. Very carefully, he channeled his internal energy and quietly moved the snow layer that was originally being held up. The moment he blocked the entrance of the hole, the frozen block that was originally separated was held up by Chu Yang above his head and stuck there. At once, the hole became pitch black. Don't breathe. Make a hole first. The deeper, the better. Chu Yang hurriedly said a few words. Now that things had come to this point, they could only listen to him first. Even the weakest among them was a first-grade supreme martial artist. It was really too easy for them to make a hole in the soil. Take note, don't keep accumulating the soil. Try to keep it intact and put it behind you. I'll handle the rest. Chu Yang said hurriedly. In this way, everyone made a hole in the front while Chu Yang was at the back. He quietly wrapped the soil that everyone made with their internal energy and carried it towards the entrance of the hole. Then, he gently plugged it up. Then, he used his internal energy to carefully tamp it down. This was done so that even if the enemy really lifted up the ground to search, they wouldn't be able to find any traces of digging at this part of the hole. Chu Yang worked attentively. He always paid attention to leaving a hair-thin gap on the surface for the purpose of air circulation. Chu Yang didn't forget that if they were completely plugged up, these people would probably suffocate themselves to death deep underground. Because until now, no one had taken a breather, this cycle repeated again and again. Finally, when everyone really couldn't hold it in anymore, Chu Yang finally showed mercy and said, "You can take a breather now." At this time, they were at least 400 to 500 feet away from the ground, as if they had received a great kindness from the emperor. Everyone let out a long breath at the same time. Then, they hurriedly took a deep breath. Although they still didn't dare to pant too hard, the fresh air that entered their lungs gave everyone a feeling of rebirth at the same time. Although the air in this deep underground wasn't very pleasant, who would still care about the smell now? It was already good enough that they could take a breather, but they only took 2 breaths before Chu Yang said again, "Don't pant anymore, continue digging. We have to dig at least another few hundred feet deep." Everyone almost cried. Wasn't this too inhumane? Even their breathing had to be controlled, but everyone understood what Chu Yang meant. What they didn't understand at first, they finally understood after coming to this hole. If they just kept running, even if everyone had 10 times more stamina than now, they would still be caught sooner or later. Therefore, finding a place to hide was the best strategy. But in this northwest region, there was probably no hiding place that even the Li clan couldn't find. Therefore, Chu Yang simply made use of a blind spot in everyone's thinking, hiding directly on the flattest plain where no one could hide. This was a blind spot, even if the Li clan chased all the way here and saw this plain. They would only be able to sweep past it. No one would think that there was someone hiding here. As long as they left this place, even if they reacted and wanted to look back again, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. This was the smartest method. Chu Yang didn't allow them to breathe and didn't allow their divine senses to probe. All these steps were all for this moment, although this method still had a fatal drawback, for the time being. It was already the safest method, finally. Everyone slowly stopped digging. Exhausted, they leaned against the cave wall and lay down, panting heavily. They could finally heave a sigh of relief. Chu Yang carefully processed the last batch of soil. Only then did he finally heave a sigh of relief and put Lang Yilong down, panting heavily. Throughout this entire process, Chu Yang was undoubtedly the most tired, if not for the treasure that was the tribulation dimension. He probably wouldn't have been able to hold on any longer. Right now, the other 8 people were looking at Chu Yang as if they were looking at a monster. This fellow had carried someone on his back throughout the entire process, and his workload was even several times that of the rest. He actually managed to hold on? Such a godly person was indeed worthy of worship. Is Master Lang all right? The four officers looked at the unconscious Lang Yilong with concern. He's fine for the time being. Chu Yang panted. However, his purple crystal resurrection technique has already depleted his life force completely. Once he wakes up, he probably won't be able to hold on for long. He was on the run just now. He had already swallowed an incomplete version of the heavy pill for Lang Yilong a long time ago. His injuries weren't a big problem for the time being, but the depletion of his life force was indeed a big problem. The four officers hung their heads deeply with sorrowful looks on their faces. They felt as if a knife was being twisted in their hearts. We'll have to stay here for at least 3 days or more. Chu Yang took a breath and changed the topic. He said solemnly, especially the 4 of you. You must return alive. He said to the 4 officers. The 4 of them nodded slowly. They said solemnly, that's right. We must bring this news back to the law enforcement city. The 4 of them gritted their teeth at the same time, deep hatred in their eyes. Li Clan. Li Clan. Chu Yang nodded slowly. That's right. You must bring this news back. The 4 of them nodded deeply. After a long while, the 4 of them finally looked up abruptly. They looked at Chu Yang with some astonishment. May I know who you are? This. We are deeply grateful that you stepped forward to help us in our time of need. Please tell us your name. So that we can always be grateful to you for your kindness. Chu Yang leaned against the cave wall tiredly and lay down. He stretched his legs and smiled somewhat strangely. Well, it's better that you don't know my name. Even under such harsh conditions, Qingduing almost burst out laughing when he heard the strange emotions in Chu Yang's strange voice and thought of the reason behind it. Why? The 4 of them were very curious. Our benefactor saved all of us. Shouldn't we know your name? Chu Yang touched his nose and smiled bitterly. Cough, because I. Cough cough, if you know my name it'll be very difficult for you. What's difficult for us? The 4 of them were even more puzzled. Your words have really made us even more curious. Chu Yang spread out his hands. Because we're enemies. He paused for a while and said straightforwardly, I'm the person whom you law enforcement officers have announced to the world to capture during this period of time. I'm also the extraterrestrial demon that you're talking about, Chu Yang. Huh? The 4 of them were really dumbfounded at this moment. Extraterrestrial demon, Chu Yang, this person who saved them and Master Lang was actually the legendary extraterrestrial demon who committed all kinds of evil. Chu Yang touched his nose helplessly and smiled bitterly. Look at me. I'm so handsome. Which part of me looks like an extraterrestrial demon? Begging for monthly votes. I wanted to write 5 chapters today, but I really can't. I overestimated my typing speed. On the second night of Chu Yang's successful escape from the Li clan, the maids who were waiting outside suddenly heard a weak moan coming from inside. Could it be that Lord Z has woken up? Then if we go in now, can we? Just as he was hesitating, he heard a thud from inside, as if someone had fallen off the bed. Then, another voice sounded, "Io, my mother. Who stuffed me under the bed?" Then, it was followed by a series of moaning. Then, another voice said, "Why am I lying here? Where is this?" The people outside were confused. What's going on? Then, a scream was heard, I. Where is my who? Where's my beard? Oh my God. Who knocked me out? Who stole my beard? The few people outside looked at each other. They were speechless. Your beard. Who stole it? Could it be that it was something good? Then, everyone reacted at once. Wasn't this the voice of the old physician who claimed to have gone out to gather herbs? Why, just as they thought of this, they heard a series of noises coming from inside. Then, they saw a person crawling out. Lying on the ground, he raised his head and asked tearfully, "What's going on?" Everyone was shocked. Their eyes widened. Wasn't this the younger of the 2 physicians who came that day? Hadn't he been taking care of Lord Z inside for more than a day? Although no sound came out, everyone was in awe of his professionalism when he didn't eat or drink for more than a day. Why did he become like this now? Then, another rustling sound came from inside. Another person crawled out. Lying at the door, he raised his head and asked, "What's going on? Where's my beard?" The moment the maids saw him, they were collectively petrified. Pairs of pretty eyes almost popped out of their eye sockets at this moment. Wasn't this the old physician who had gone out to gather herbs? What's going on? His chin was bald and there wasn't a single strand of his beautiful beard left. The number was relatively small. Everyone was stunned as if they had seen a ghost. After a long while, a scream rang through the night sky, "Useless. 2 useless pieces of trash." Li Wubo was so angry that his nose was crooked. He glared at the 2 physicians in front of him as if he wanted to eat them alive. "Where are they? Where did they go? Huh? You 2 are dead. A heavily injured living person has disappeared under your eyes for 2 days, and you 2 are still sleeping?" The doctor was in a daze. Until now, he still didn't know what had happened. "That's right. Where is he? Where did Lord Z go? His injuries are very serious." Another person tried to explain. "We didn't sleep," Li Wubo shouted, "Shut up." Immediately, the 2 of them kept quiet out of fear. "Say something. You 2 bastards. What exactly is going on?" Li Wubo was so furious that his hair was about to stand on end. *CK, I told you guys to keep an eye on him. Now that he's gone, what's going to happen to my purple crystal mine? The 2 of them shuddered and cursed inwardly. "You just told us to shut up a moment ago, and now you're blaming us for not saying anything. Which one should we listen to?" "You're too hard to please." Trembling with fear, he recounted the entire matter to Li Wubo. However, the more Li Wubo listened, the more confused he became. The more he listened, the more frustrated he became. The more he listened, the angrier he became. "Stop talking. You 2 idiots. Are you trying to piss me off to death?" The 2 doctors were so aggrieved that they wanted to die. "Do you want me to say it or not, or do you want me to say it? Could it be that an outsider took advantage of this opportunity when Xianxia was seriously injured to injure our men and kidnap Xianxia?" Li Tongtian asked with a frown. "Impossible." Li Wubo rejected it without hesitation. "I've arranged for a total of 8 supreme martial artists in the vicinity. 2 7th-grade supreme martial artists. If something like that really happened, they definitely wouldn't have not heard anything." He smiled viciously. "Since we've already decided on the follow-up plan, how could we not have taken precautions? Clan Master, if he wasn't kidnapped by the enemy." From this, it seems that Xianxia probably took advantage of this opportunity to escape. But if that's the case, then there's a prerequisite. First of all, there had to be a prerequisite, and that was that his injuries were fake. Fake. But why? Beside him, an elderly man with a white beard said as he stroked his beard. The chief doctor, who was kneeling on the ground, looked at his beard enviously. "So I have one too." "Oh, it's gone in one night," Li Wubo said irritably. "But why did he want to escape?" "We don't know." That elderly man frowned. "This is really strange. If he leaves now, he'll only lose 4 million purple crystals from the Li clan. That's all. And he didn't gain anything himself." Speaking of didn't gain anything, Li Wubo suddenly shuddered. He muttered to himself, "Didn't gain anything? If he didn't gain anything, will he leave?" He stood up and paced back and forth. If he left on his own, then there's only one explanation: he doesn't want to work with us. Since he doesn't want to work with us, then he must have come here to get something. And then he'll leave after scamming us. If he pretended to be injured, he would be like a fish in water in the Li clan. If he didn't get anything, he definitely wouldn't leave. Since he left, then he must have gotten something. But what did he get? After saying this long string of tongue-twisting words, Li Wubo's expression became more and more unpleasant. If he wanted to get something, he could only get it from a place that he had been to before. And during this period of time, under our strict surveillance, he only went back and forth between this place and the purple crystal mine. There's nothing here. So he won't get it either. Then, the only possibility is, following Li Wubo's deduction, everyone's faces turned snow white. Not bothering to punish the two physicians, Li Wubwa suddenly stood up and hurriedly walked out. Go to the purple crystal mine. Everyone followed suit. In a flash, all of them were gone. The two physicians climbed to their feet in a daze. Scratching their heads, they were confused. Why couldn't they understand what the clan master said just now? All the supreme martial artists flew at the highest speed possible. They were practically as fast as lightning. In an instant, they arrived at the purple crystal mine and barged in aggressively. When Li Qinglu received the news, he put on a coat and rushed over barefooted. Clan master, what happened? What happened? Li Wubwa's sharp eyes looked at him. You don't know? Li Qinglu was dumbfounded. He scratched his head in confusion. At? I. Should I know? Li Wubwa frowned. Nothing happened in the mine? Li Qinglu was even more confused. Huh? Nothing. The purple crystals weren't stolen? Li Wubwa frowned. Definitely not. Li Qinglu stood at attention. I guarantee it with my head. What the F***ck are you guaranteeing? Li Wubwa couldn't take it anymore and cursed. He waved his hand irritably. Open the storeroom. He could tell that this was also a daydream. He couldn't help but feel aggrieved. Why couldn't they find a few people who could come up with strategies in such a big clan? Li Qinglu agreed and hurriedly led the way. The storeroom was opened. Looking at the purple crystals that were piled up like a mountain, everyone was speechless. Nothing happened. What exactly went wrong? This matter was really extremely strange. Li Qinglu smiled obsequiously. Clan master, all the purple crystals are here. Not a single one is missing. Li Wubwa also started to scratch his head. Something must have happened. And it was definitely something big. But, what exactly was the big thing? Why, didn't they notice it at all? Not a single strand of hair was missing from the entire clan. Could it be that Xianxia was purely making a fool out of them? But since he had put in so much effort to do this, how could he possibly do that? Cough, but it's also strange. In these 2 days, the mining of purple crystals has become easier and the mining volume has increased greatly. It's as if the stones have softened. Li Qinglu chuckled. This is great news. The stones have softened? Li Wubwa's eyes focused. He turned around abruptly, his eyes shining. Yes. Li Qinglu nodded repeatedly, a confused smile on his face. Li Wubwa frowned and paced around slowly. He activated his cultivation to investigate. Suddenly, his eyes sharpened. Why do I feel that the spiritual energy of the universe here has become scarce? Everyone didn't notice it. They only started to activate their energy to absorb the spiritual energy after hearing his words. All of them couldn't help but be surprised. That's strange. It's really. This place had always been the place where spiritual energy was the most concentrated and inexhaustible. But when they activated their energy this time, they clearly discovered that not only was the spiritual energy less, it was also impure and different from before. Let's go into the mine. The ominous feeling in Li Wubwa's heart grew stronger and stronger. Everyone hurried into the mine and came to the front of the water tank-sized hole that Lord Z had mined. They took a closer look but couldn't find any clues. There's no problem. Li Qinglu, who had a coat draped over his shoulders, took the opportunity to reach up his sleeves. There's no problem. Li Wubwa went up and placed his hand close to that huge cylindrical column, activating his energy to sense it. But just as his palm touched it, before he could activate his energy, a small piece of rock suddenly fell down with a loud crash. With a loud crash, it fell in front of Li Wubwa's feet and shattered into pieces. More than 10 supreme martial artists were dumbfounded at the same time. What was going on? Wasn't this cylindrical column difficult for even second-grade supreme martial artists to damage? How could it be? Li Wubwa was still in disbelief. He reached out and tried to dig. With a loud crash, another piece of rock fell down. Li Wubwa suddenly thought of a possibility. Suddenly, his whole body started to tremble. Looking at this water tank-sized hole, his breathing quickened and his eyes fixed on it. Suddenly, he let out a fierce roar and struck out with his palm. Clan Master, don't. Be careful not to be injured by the impact. F***CK. How did this happen? Oh my god. The supreme martial artists were in the midst of reminding Li Wubua, but what happened the next moment made them all dumbfounded, as if they had seen a ghost. Don't force you to make a move? Make everyone look bad? Haha. A man in white laughed mockingly and said coldly, I'd like to see how you can make us look bad. How dare you threaten the Li clan? Even I admire your guts. Yes. Just based on this sentence of yours, it's a capital offense. Everyone at the site interrupted, we didn't want to deal with you at first, but you actually spoke rudely. They were clearly the ones who were blocking the road and robbing them, but now, it became the other party who had offended them. In the blink of an eye, justice was in their hands again. You're really distorting the truth. Xianxia said angrily and sullenly, is there still justice in this world? In this northwest region, the Li clan is the justice. A man in white laughed and waved his hand. Go. Settle this as soon as possible. 5 men in white rushed forward. The others were all smiling and holding their arms in front of them. 5 supreme martial artists dealing with 2 first-grade supreme martial artists was simply too easy, not to mention that there were so many people holding the fort. They were scared to death. Not only were they holding the fort, but the supreme martial artists also had the time to set up an aura field to block out all information and fighting sounds. They must not let the other 2 groups know that there was a fight here. Otherwise, if they came to help, how could they not see the purple crystal jade essence? There were already too many wolves and too little meat. If they came over, wouldn't that be too bad? 2 supreme martial artists were making a bet. One bet that the 2 of them could hold on for at most 10 breaths, while the other bet confidently, within 8 breaths, indeed, as expected. Xianxia and Xianxia tried their best to resist. They tried their best to curse and escape, but their bodies were covered with wounds in an instant. Under the joint attack of several supreme martial artists, the 2 of them had no way to fight back right from the start. Bam! Xianxia was hit by a palm and flew into the air with blood spurting out of his mouth. A white shadow flew up and hit Xianxia's back heavily. When he landed on the ground, Xianxia's body twitched twice and stopped moving. Then, the white shadow took down the bag on his back. He waited in his hand for a moment before a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Big brother. Xianxia shouted in grief and indignation as he rushed over. But, he was punched 3 times on the way. Then, he was kicked once. Then, he was hit twice with his palms. When he fell to the ground, he was almost unrecognizable. He twitched twice and muttered, even if I become a ghost, I won't. He had lost his aura. The eyes of the 4 officers who were watching from the top of the mountain seemed to be spitting fire. They were about to rush out. However, he was stopped by Wei Wuyan and the others. Calm down. They are just a ploy, how can they just throw their lives away for nothing? One of the officers retorted angrily, Bullsh*T. They are supreme being level cultivators. There's nothing fake about the current battle at all. They are truly injured. How can they fake it like this? Wei Wuyan and the others were also uneasy. However, they still held on to the 4 officers with their unlimited trust in them. Over there. The 2 bags had already been opened, revealing more than 20 pieces of purple crystal jade essence. They emitted an enchanting radiance as they were exposed in front of everyone. Everyone's eyes were filled with intoxication. Cough, I'll only take 4 pieces of these jade essences. It's not a lot, right? The leading man in white moved like the wind. He had already grabbed the 4 largest pieces and said sanctimoniously, you can split the rest among yourselves. Everyone curled their lips. How much is there in total? And you're only taking 4 pieces? There are 30 of us here. It seems that there are only 22 pieces of jade essence. If you take 4 pieces at once, what should we do? Cough, since Big Brother has only taken 4 pieces, I can't take more, another man in white said, I'll take 3 pieces. Immediately, someone said, Second brother, how can you be so shameless? Big Brother is the leader. It's natural for him to take 4 pieces. But what right do you have to take 3 pieces? This second brother said, just because all of you have to call me second brother. Is that okay? Seeing that this man took another 3 pieces, the person who spoke just now said angrily, "Since second brother has also taken 3 pieces, I, as the third brother, can't take more than second brother. I'll take 3 pieces too." The next moment, a few hands reached out at the same time. "Dream on." Immediately, they started tearing. In an instant, the jade essence in the bags disappeared without a trace. Only 2 empty bags were left flying in the air. 7 to 8 supreme martial artists were too slow. There was nothing left. Who took it? Hand it over. Instantly, 7 to 8 people were furious. Especially those who had fought just now, they felt that they were at a disadvantage. Did we do all this for nothing? We didn't get anything at all. Immediately, some laughed, some made a fuss. Everyone quarreled endlessly. Beside them, the 20 martial saint experts looked at each other. Even the supreme martial artists worked so hard for nothing. Looks like the few of us have even less of a chance. They couldn't help but feel a little self-pity. But how could there be fairness in this world? Looking at the few supreme martial artists who were sharing the loot with red faces, they could only be envious. They didn't even have the right to say anything. Right at this moment, a ray of white light suddenly flashed. This ray of white light was completely unexpected. Everyone had just killed a strong enemy and taken the treasure. Just when they were in high spirits and feeling aggrieved because they didn't get a share of the treasure, no one thought that there would be a surprise attack at this moment, and in a situation where there was no one else within a radius of dozens of miles, who would have thought that the 2 corpses underground would actually rise up and attack. Before Xianxia got up, he had already flashed his calamity sword. Then, he rushed out swiftly. In less than a blink of an eye, a ray of cold light pierces 10,000 feet, so what if the world is slaughtered? A sharp pool buried deep will never change, a gathering of wind and clouds will be the emperor, a sword blade that has been famous since ancient times, a wind and clouds from east to west. In short, he used all the sword moves that he could use in this period of time. His target was the group of supreme martial artists. On the other side, Xianxia suddenly rose up. Divine sword, Yin Bridge. His target was the group of martial saints. L, B, R and G. Once you see Yin Bridge, you will use Yin Bridge. Once you see Yin Bridge, you will cross Yin Bridge. There was also a half-solid black shadow that also held a long sword that was shining with black light. Like a ghost, it rushed out. It was the sword spirit. At this moment, it was using its own body to participate in the battle. And at this moment, the whole area was still covered by the aura field that the few supreme martial artists had set up to shield their auras. No sound could be transmitted out. If the few supreme martial artists knew that they had set up this aura field to make it convenient for others to kill them, they would probably be so angry that they would come back to life and die again. Suddenly, something happened. Xianxia's calamity sword was silent but as fast as lightning. Poof, poof, poof. 7 people were cut into 2 by his sword. He had already rushed to the center of the crowd. Without stopping, he stabbed and dashed forward. But at this moment, with a shake of his sleeves, a gust of colorless and odorless smoke flew out to both sides. The target was accurate. There were 3 supreme martial artists on each side. Their noses were attacked by this gas, they were panting and arguing with each other. This kind of colorless and odorless gas was really too convenient. The next moment, the sword spirit's ghost body just happened to rush here. With a poof, it used its unique divine spirit power to seal this person's mouth and nose. Then, another gust of divine spirit power rushed in fiercely, splitting into different parts and wantonly destroying this person's brain. In an instant, this person's brain was smashed into pieces like tofu. Poof, 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 blood splattered everywhere. Another 2 supreme martial artists were cut in half at the waist. Xianxia was already in front of the boss. This boss's pupils had just widened in horror when he sensed the incoming enemy when the blood-stained sword edge was already in front of him. Terrified, he retreated to the side. Like a shadow, Xianxia chased after him relentlessly. His sword light was still sharp and fierce. But the divine light in his eyes was even sharper and more merciless than the sword light. The sword light flashed. This boss didn't have time to shout and had to attack first. As long as he blocked it first, he would be able to give a long warning. He didn't believe that he couldn't buy a little bit of time even at the cost of his severe injuries. But in the end, he didn't manage to. With a smack, his sword shattered like tofu in front of the Calamity sword. Then, that deadly sword stabbed into his chest. The sword aura that rushed in swiftly and violently crushed all his internal organs in an instant. His body fell limply to the ground. His mouth opened as if he wanted to scream, but he could no longer make a sound. There was only endless regret in his eyes. His last bit of sanity told him that these two people could very well be Lang Yilong's men. So this was a trick, but how could he have been so naive as to fall for it? Chu Yang charged out without stopping. Then, he turned back like a thunderbolt. His sword carried wind and thunder as he entered the group of martial saint experts again in an instant. By this time, Xianxia had already killed 11 people after he went on a rampage. There were still some people whose faces were filled with horror and despair. A few of them were about to cry out, but before they could cry out, Chu Yang had already arrived at lightning speed. His sword pierced into their mouths like a venomous snake. Then, one of their heads exploded. His sword had already reached another person's mouth. Smack, 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 smack. A few heads exploded like watermelons under a sledgehammer. The last person had just taken a step forward when Xianxia's sword had already pierced his back and Chu Yang's sword had also entered his throat. On the other side, the bodies controlled by the sword spirit swayed and made noises from their throats. They were the most miserable. They watched as their subordinates died one by one, but they were first poisoned by the innate poison and then had their mouths and noses sealed by a strange soul. Unable to make a sound, they could only wait for death helplessly. At this moment, they finally reached the last moment of their lives. One by one, they fell down. Their bodies twitched and then there was no more sound. According to the sword spirit's precise calculation, the entire process, from beginning to end, was definitely not more than half the time of a blink of an eye. In terms of our time, it was half a second. 30 experts had turned into 30 corpses. Firstly, it was because of the plan. Secondly, it was because of the sharpness of the Calamity sword. Thirdly, it was because of the suddenness of the matter. Fourthly, it was because of the ferocity of the poisonous fog. Fifthly, it was because Chu Yang's cultivation was already higher than these people. These people were all first-grade supreme martial artists, but Chu Yang was a sword supremacy who was comparable to a third-grade supreme martial artist. He succeeded in one strike. Chu Yang waved his hand. On the mountain, Wei Wuyan and the others rushed over. The hazy night sky above his head seemed to be slowly lifted by a huge hand, revealing the blue sky. The ground beneath his feet was also slowly dyed with the glow of the sunset, but Chu Yang suddenly realized that the place he was in was completely different. The sky above his head was already illuminated, and the ground beneath his feet was also covered in light. But it was only in the vicinity of this mountain that he was in. Within a radius of several hundred feet, it was still dark. It was as if he was in a different dimension from the sky and the ground. The sky and the ground were already illuminated, but it was still night here. Chu Yang's breathing quickened. Where the purple aura comes from the east, the bright moon rises from the mountain pass. When the sky and the ground are illuminated, the night is cold and desolate. The scenery depicted by these 4 lines of the poem finally appeared clearly in front of Chu Yang. There was absolutely no mistake. This was the place that Lang Yilong was talking about, the place where purple crystals were densely packed, the place where fortune was abundant. Everything matched. Chu Yang's hands trembled a little, but his eyes continued to observe everything coldly and sharply. He had a clear premonition. The answer to the riddle was about to appear. Finally, at the moment when the sun rose above the horizon, a ray of purple light shot over from the eastern horizon, while a ray of clear light came from the bright moon in the west. As soon as the clear light appeared in the horizon, the bright moon set behind the mountain and could no longer be seen. But this ray of clear light still stubbornly penetrated this misty night. At the same time, the purple light also penetrated domineeringly. The clear light and the purple light intersected 50 feet in front of Chu Yang. At the moment when the 2 rays of light collided, the light suddenly lit up. The point of intersection lit up, and the original void disappeared. The surrounding mountain rocks slowly appeared, flashing. A passageway was revealed. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yang floated up like a feather and landed at this intersection. He slowly took 2 steps forward and entered this magical passageway. after the two rays of light led Chu Yang to a turn, they disappeared abruptly. Then, Chu Yang realized that he was already facing the south. The night fog that filled the sky had disappeared. Everything around him. Everything was visible. In front of him, there was a straight passageway that led to a dark cave entrance. The sword spirit exclaimed excitedly, "I can feel it. I can feel the aura of the fifth segment of the tribulation sword." In his dantian, the first 5 segments of the tribulation sword buzzed and trembled at the same time. Sword intent. It violently swam around the sword's body. At the entrance of the cave, a faint purple color was about to spurt out. Chu Yang could already smell the scent of a purple crystal mine. Yes, the inside of this cave was unbelievably rich. Purple crystal aura, this place was definitely a super purple crystal mine. Perhaps it wasn't a purple crystal mine at all, but an entire purple crystal. Pure purple crystal, amethyst land. It contained the sharp aura of the calamity sword. It was as if it wanted to cut through the pagoda mountain and fly out. The sword spirit urged, "Go in. Once you enter, you'll find the first section of the calamity sword." Chu Yang stopped at the entrance of the cave. He could feel the sword spirit's urgency. He could also feel the sword's desire. But now, he stopped in his tracks. "If I go in now, then I'll be able to obtain the tribulation sword fragment. If I obtain the second section of the calamity sword, the heavenly layer and the lower 3 heavens will return to normal. The Lan clan would definitely send people to Iron Cloud to investigate." Then, is it because I went back quickly? Or was it the Lan clan that went down faster? For me to obtain the tribulation sword, it would definitely take me some effort. Maybe half a day, 1 day, or even 3 days. But the Lan clan was in the south of the continent, and there was a passageway to the lower 3 heavens there. They would be able to reach Iron Cloud within a day. I need to digest the tribulation sword fragment here, then break through the Yi clan's blockade and rush to the passageway, enter the passageway, return to the lower 3 heavens, and rush to Iron Cloud. Will I be able to make it in time? With this calculation, Chu Yang felt that he would be at least 3 days later than the Lan clan, but at this time, not to mention 3 days, even if it was 1 day, 2 hours, or even just a blink of an eye, it would cause an irreparable regret for the rest of his life. Although he had already increased Tai Butian's strength and arranged for Feng Qiliang, Chu Yang knew clearly that this bit of strength was not enough to go against the Lan clan. Chu Yang frowned, and stopped. He stopped at the entrance of the cave beside the tribulation sword fragment that was within reach. "And my brothers, it's already 3 days. It's hard to guarantee that no one will find out about our relationship. As long as there's even the slightest bit of suspicion, they're finished." Chu Yang frowned and looked up. He sent a telepathic message. "Elder Ning, can you hear me?" After a while, Ning Tianya's voice sounded. "What's the matter? Can you come over here for a while?" Chu Yang sent a telepathic message. After a while, Ning Tianya landed in the direction of Chu Yang's voice. Then, he exclaimed, "What's going on?" Following the sound, he landed in a void. However, the moment he saw Chu Yang, his eyes lit up and everything returned to normal. "It's just a wonder of heaven and earth. There's no way to explain it," Chu Yang said briefly. "What's the matter?" Ning Tianya naturally knew that there were many things on this pagoda mountain that couldn't be explained with logic. He didn't dwell on it anymore. "Why are you in such a hurry? Is the sky about to collapse?" Chu Yang laughed and said, "That's right. To me, the sky is about to collapse." Ning Tianya was startled. "Oh? Elder Ning, look at this cave entrance." Chu Yang pointed. "Yes, I didn't find it before." Ning Tianya nodded. Then, he was shocked. "Is this the cave where Yizue got the legacy of the extraterrestrial demon?" "No." Chu Yang said seriously, "This is where I want to get the legacy." Ning Tianya wasn't stupid. He exclaimed, "You're saying that the tribulation sword is inside?" Chu Yang smiled bitterly. "Not only is there the tribulation sword, but it's also the most important part. Verse 1, this verse. Once I get it, I can immediately lead to the passage of all the heavens." Ning Tianya's expression turned serious. "I see. But I'm very worried about this passage," Chu Yang said. "I have brothers in the lower 3 heavens and lovers in the lower 3 heavens. And the Lan clan. They seem to have confirmed the identity of the Tribulation Sword Master. Although they can't be sure that it's me. But they know that the Emperor of the lower three heavens is the Tribulation Sword Master's woman. Ning Tianya was horrified. How can you be so careless? Chu Yang smiled bitterly. Back then, who would have thought that something like this would happen? Back then, he only gave Tai Budian a life-saving item. Who would have thought that it would have such a huge impact? Therefore, the Lan clan had already arranged for a few supreme martial artists to wait in Iron Cloud along with the Grand Duke of the Lan clan, Lan Rua. Chu Yang said, but the last time I went down, I killed all of them. Ning Tianya's eyes widened. Killed all of them. They went down to become one of the tribulations. To maintain the glory of 10,000 years. And you killed all of them? Yes, I killed all of them. Chu Yang spread out his hands. So when the passage opens this time, the Lan clan will definitely go down to Iron Cloud immediately. He said seriously, I'm worried about the safety there. Ning Tianya finally understood. You're saying that you want me to go over and protect them? Or rather, stop the Lan clan? Chu Yang said, if Elder Ning is willing, of course I hope that you can go over personally. He said seriously, protect them. Ning Tianya heaved a long sigh. Ever since I met you in the northern wastelands of the lower three heavens, I've never felt comfortable. Now, I've actually become your hired thug. I even have to travel so far to the heavens. I originally wanted to go and see my disciple first, said Ning Tianya. Then, he suddenly froze. Chu Yang didn't notice. He said, actually, I'm also very embarrassed. But if Elder Ning is willing to help this time, I'll definitely be very grateful. Who cares about your gratitude? Ning Tianya looked like he was going to agree, but he suddenly became ferocious. I'm not going. Chu Yang was dumbfounded. What was going on with this old guy? Ning Tianya said angrily, I only realized now. That day, you kept saying that you felt guilty. So it was actually because of my disciple. You have my disciple. And you're actually thinking of having multiple wives. Chu Yang was dizzy. How many days had it been? So this old guy didn't realize it back then? This wasn't right. The veins on Ning Tianya's forehead popped out. He flew into a rage. Back then, I only remembered Lord Shue's instructions. A new solution for you. But I didn't expect you to be such a beast, having designs on my poor disciple. You were too tough in your previous life, so Wu Qianqian gave you gentleness. You were too straightforward in your previous life, so Tai Budian gave you wisdom. You were heartless in your previous life, so Mo Qinggu made it up to you in this life. Chu Yang recited a passage and said, Elder Ning, you're not crazy, right? Didn't you tell me this passage? Ning Tianya said angrily, that was what Lord Shue said. I'm just repeating it. Cough, I've only found out about these bullsh** tea things recently. At the same time, Ning Tianya was also puzzled. When he was repeating Shui Leihan's words and the solution for Chu Yang's life, Ning Tianya realized that he actually didn't have any emotional fluctuations. Even at that time, during that whole period of time, his emotions were very calm. He actually didn't realize at all that the Mo Qinggu in the story was his one and only younger brother whom he doted on the most. It was only now that he heard Chu Yang mention the old story again that he suddenly realized. Chu Yang sighed deeply, I deeply admire your ability to react. How much time has passed since then? Ning Tianya was equally speechless. He was also confused about this matter. He only said angrily, you actually want me to protect little Wu's love rival? Chu Yang rolled his eyes. Don't you think you're being unreasonable? Ning Tianya snorted heavily, still feeling uncomfortable. He said, if I leave, what will you do? These little bastards from the Yi clan down there are all coming for you. Chu Yang frowned. It won't take much effort to clean them up before you leave, right? I'm not asking you to kill them all. You can beat them until they can't move. I can go down and kill them myself later. Minister Chu was planning to drag him down to the end. It would be a waste if he didn't use such a top fighter in the world, perhaps because his mood was affected. His writing today was exceptionally slow. It took him 3 hours to finish the 4th chapter. It's 2:50 in the morning now. I'll continue writing the 5th chapter. To be continued. Filled with frustration, Xianxia let out a long howl and flew out in a flash. Along the way, his howl became more and more frustrated, louder and louder as he rushed down the mountain. He didn't want to stay by Chu Yang's side for even a moment longer. Just looking at this fellow's face made him want to punch him. Yi Zui's face was full of murderous intent as he paced back and forth in front of the team. After waiting for 5 days, Chu Yang still hadn't come down from above. Yi Zui became angrier and angrier. "Did you find anything?" Yi Zui asked a Yi clan expert who was rushing over from another direction. "No. I've already scouted out all the north, south, east and west. There's definitely no such person passing by. I can guarantee it. He must still be on this mountain." Yi Zui snorted. "It's good that he's still on this mountain. This time, no matter what, I must kill him." He recalled how when he returned to the clan to chase after Zhuge Han, he realized that Zhuge Han was actually rushing all the way and was already about to leave the Yi clan territory. Yi Zui was frustrated. Who would have thought that Zhuge Han would be so decisive? He knew when to pick up and when to let go. Since the first attack failed, he immediately retreated and fled far away. If the Zhuge clan couldn't catch him, the Lan clan naturally couldn't catch him either. The only one who could let him vent his anger was Chu Yang. Therefore, in these few days, Yi Zui had gathered all the forces he could mobilize here. No matter the cost, he must kill Chu Yang, if not for the fact that the people who were rushing to the northwest had already gone too far. He even wanted to capture those experts. And also stop them to participate in this encirclement, all for the sake of killing Chu Yang. Now, Chu Yang's importance in his heart was listed as the #1 must-kill. Far above the Tribulation Sword Master, at present, the number of Yi clan experts gathered at the foot of the Pagoda Mountain had already reached a terrifying level. Yi Zui gritted his teeth, his heart burning like a ball of fire. If he didn't kill Chu Yang, he wouldn't be able to sleep or eat in peace. Unintentionally revealing his biggest secret had already become a nightmare that Yi Zui couldn't get rid of. No matter what, he had to kill Chu Yang to be at ease. He was afraid that one day when he woke up, someone would point at him and say, "He is the extraterrestrial demon, he is the real extraterrestrial demon." How did he reach 4th grade sword supremacy so quickly? It's the extraterrestrial demon technique. The extraterrestrial demon technique. If you don't believe me, you'll know once we fight. If so. This was Yi Zui's true nightmare. In the past few days, he would even dream that he was being hunted down by the entire world. Falling off a cliff, yet never reaching the bottom. That kind of terrifying feeling of falling. This caused Yi Zui to tremble all over. Then, he woke up from his dream with a start, his entire body covered in cold sweat. Keep an eye on him. Even a mosquito is not allowed to fly out of the Pagoda Mountain. Yi Zui roared savagely, no matter what. He also wanted to exterminate the extraterrestrial demon Chu Yang here. Tear him to pieces. If anyone makes a mistake, take your own head as an apology. His entire family would be executed. All 3 clans will be exterminated. Now, everyone, open your eyes wide. While Yi Zui was shouting, before he knew it, he was already filled with black aura. However, the Yi clan clansmen in front of him all had their heads lowered, not daring to raise their heads. Sensing the Archduke's murderous aura, as well as his violent rage that threatened to destroy everything, no one dared to raise their heads and refute him. At this moment, a long howl suddenly sounded from the Pagoda Mountain. "He's coming down." Overjoyed, Yi Zui let out a wild cry. Everyone raised their heads in unison, their murderous aura filling the air. It's this small matter that caused so many of us to be lectured here. You've finally come down. If we don't torture you to death, we'll really be letting down the past few days of hard work and suffocation. But the next moment, everyone was stunned, and then horrified. When the long howl first sounded, it should have been at the top of the mountain. But at this moment, they were already halfway up the mountain. The howl became more and more majestic, as though all the living beings in the world were shouting toward the sky in unison at this moment. Rumbling, it turned into violent thunder, striking down violently with golden lightning. Rumble, the howl was still going on, but the surrounding mountains and valleys were already filled with dust that rose into the sky. The power of the howl shook thousands of miles. The earth trembled so much that everyone couldn't stand still. Some even swayed left and right, and a few of those with lower cultivation had already fallen to the ground from the tremors. But they were still bouncing up again and again as the earth trembled. Extreme horror appeared in Yizue's eyes as he asked repeatedly, "Who is this person? Who is this person?" The Yi clan members were all dizzy and didn't have the time to answer his question at this moment. A few of them had participated in the siege of Wu Jiuqing in the Yi clan courtyard back then. At this moment, they instinctively felt that something was wrong. Could it be that Yizue has kicked an iron plate again this time? Why? Judging from the momentum of the iron plate this time, it seems to be even more serious than the iron plate last time. The howl had already reached the top of their heads. Within 1,000 miles, dust rose into the air and gathered into a huge mushroom cloud, surging and rolling toward the sky. Suddenly, the howl was followed by a series of popping sounds. Yizue couldn't stand still. To his horror, he saw the experts he had set up at the various entrances of the pagoda mountain landing in front of him one after another. They slowly piled up into a pile. As the howl ended, a gray-robed man slowly descended with his hands behind his back. Landing in front of the dozen or so people, he asked with some anger, "It's you guys who disturbed my peaceful cultivation? What punishment do you deserve?" Yizue was shocked and hurriedly explained. "Elder, please calm down." Shut up." The gray-robed man shouted domineeringly. "Members of the Yi clan?" He actually didn't listen to any of Yizue's explanations. Yizue nodded repeatedly, his heart filled with extreme fear. He hoped that this person wouldn't be too ruthless on account of his clan. Humph. I was wondering who had such guts. To think that it's actually the Yi clan. The gray-robed man snorted. His hands flashed and the remaining dozen or so people were picked up by him like chickens and thrown into the pile of people. Then, he slapped Yizue's face. Yizue was instantly slapped so hard that one of his feet left the ground. The tip of his foot was propped up on the ground and he spun around like a spinning top for 70 to 80 rounds. "Little demon." The gray-robed man snorted. He scolded softly. Yizue's entire body turned cold at once. His mind was in a mess. He also knows my secret. That's right, I told him on the mountain. With this person's cultivation, how can he not hear it? More than 100 Yi clan experts of martial saint level and above were piled together like this. Every one of them was vomiting blood and had lost their ability to fight. Even now, everyone's ears were still ringing. Some of them had even started to bleed from their ears. Yizue lowered his head in fear and trepidation. A hint of extreme viciousness flashed across his eyes. "Humph, when I master the heavenly demon great technique, I will crush you to death with one hand," the gray-robed man snorted and then shouted, "Yi Qinshan. Come to the pagoda mountain." His voice traveled out, neither fast nor slow, neither angry nor angry. In the Yi clan courtyard hundreds of miles away, a thunderous shout suddenly rang out. "Yi Qinshan. Come to the pagoda mountain." Thud, thud, thud. The few walls of the Yi clan had already been shattered into pieces by Wu Jiuqing the last time. This time, they collapsed with a loud crash. Yi Qinshan, who was cultivating in the quiet room, was jolted awake. "What happened?" "I don't know. Who told me to go to the pagoda mountain?" Yi Qinshan made a prompt decision and flew out. He could clearly sense that the person who was shouting was much stronger than him. Since he had asked him to go to the pagoda mountain, there must be a reason. A figure flashed. Yi Qinshan appeared on the roof. The next moment, there was another flash. He had already disappeared into the land of morning light. In front of the pagoda mountain, Xianxia stood with his hands behind his back. Behind him was a trembling Yizue and a pile of Yi clan experts. Yizue's demonic aura was completely sealed by Xianxia's slap. At this moment, he was truly powerless. Not long after, a rustling sound rang out in the distance, as if a hurricane had swept through the forest. It was very hard to believe that this was actually the sound of a person flying. A figure suddenly fell from the sky like a shooting star. With a slight sway of his body, he had already eliminated the terrifying inertia of moving at high speed. He stood on the spot and took in the situation. His expression couldn't help but change. "Elder Ning, so it's you." How could Yi Qianqian not recognize the #1 expert in the world, Xianxia? The moment he saw that it was actually him, his heart thumped wildly. The last time, he had provoked Wu Jiuqing. Could it be that he had provoked Xianxia again this time? At the thought of this, Yi Qianqian felt a toothache at once. Looking at the situation in front of him, this might really be the case? Cough. I say, little Yi, what's wrong with you? Xianxia struck first to gain the upper hand. As the guilty party, he filed the complaint first and claimed to be in the right. How can you do this? I was cultivating at the Pagoda Mountain for a while. You actually instructed your grandson to come and make trouble. What are your intentions? Yi Qianqian's expression darkened at once. This bunch of bastards came out to make trouble, and they actually used my name? What's wrong with you? Xianxia said furiously, do you think I'm easy to bully? Yi Qianqian smiled wryly. If you're easy to bully, then there really isn't anyone in the world who isn't easy to bully, he said helplessly. Elder Ning, please calm down. Let me investigate this matter. There must be a misunderstanding. Xianxia snorted angrily. What misunderstanding? The truth is that I was cultivating on the mountain, but your grandson was cursing and shouting at the foot of the mountain. This is simply unbelievable to me. Yi Qianqian, when did the Yi clan become so ill-mannered? Yi Qianqian's face was full of shame. It was also out of anger and embarrassment. Do you think it's easy for me? I'm already more than 10,000 years old. I can be considered to be a person of virtue and prestige. Now, within a month, I've been reprimanded twice as if I was a child. The first reprimand was still manageable. That was because Wu Jiuqing had been provoked into the house. Those who didn't know about it weren't to be blamed. But after that, he had given strict orders not to stir up any more trouble. Now, less than half a month had passed, and he was dragged over by Xianxia again and fiercely reprimanded. Who did I offend? Yi Qianqian was practically driven mad by these grandchildren of his. His whole body was trembling, and his limbs were icy cold. To be continued. Votes for recommendation, monthly votes, and so on. Looks like it's really time for the Yi clan to be overhauled. Yi Qianqian secretly made up his mind. Get rid of all of them. I say, little Yi, if I hear such sounds again when I'm cultivating. Don't blame me for not giving you any face, Xianxia said in an old-fashioned manner. Yes. Yi Qianqian said sullenly. He turned his head fiercely and suppressed his anger as he shouted, get lost. I'll settle the score with all of you when we get home. Not only did he want to settle the score, Yi Qianqian even had the urge to swallow these people alive at this moment. He was extremely sullen. I'm already so old. Can you guys? Can you not embarrass me like this? He went forward and gave each of them a heavy slap, allowing them to regain some mobility. Then, Yi Qianqian kicked Yi Zui's butt. Get lost. If you dare to come to the foot of the Pagoda Mountain again, I'll cripple you. Yi Zui led his men and fled in a sorry state. Elder Ning, thank you for showing mercy. If there's nothing else, I'll be going home. Yi Qianqian cupped his hands. He had already made up his mind. Almost 1,000 years ago, he had stopped interfering in family matters. Now, it looked like there was really a need to clean things up. This Yi clan, this kind of clan, had already made him feel like a stranger. Slow down, I still have to remind you of something. Xianxia looked at him solemnly, his gaze dark and cold. Little Yi, this great-grandson of yours. This first successor of the Yi clan. Don't you feel very abnormal? Yi Qianqian was at a complete loss. Abnormal? Xianxia said solemnly, he's practicing demonic arts. Demonic arts? What demonic? Yi Qianqian muttered somewhat perplexedly. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. Elder Ning, you mean? Xianxia nodded lightly. It's exactly what you guessed. You can go back and verify it yourself. For your father's sake, I'll give you some advice this time. Yi Qianqian was completely drenched in cold sweat in an instant. He cupped his hands and said sincerely and with some lingering fear, thank you, Elder Ning. He couldn't not thank him. If Xianxia didn't tell him this but someone else. Yi Qianqian was certain that within a month, the Yi clan would be completely wiped out from the world. Demonic arts. This was a much greater threat than the Tribulation Sword Master. Ordinary people might not know about demonic techniques, but how could those who had reached the 7th or 8th grade of Supreme Martial Artist and were qualified to participate in the secrets not know about it? How could the Dharma Supreme and the others not know of the wielder of the law? With a solemn expression, Xianxia flew away. Xianxia also heaved a sigh of relief. The members of the Yi clan would definitely not dare to come to the Pagoda Mountain again. Xianxia would also keep a close eye on Yi Zue. There shouldn't be any more problems on Chu Yang's side. Then, I'll prepare to go to the lower 3 heavens next. Turning back to take a look, Xianxia muttered, the tribulation is almost here. Chu Yang, don't mistreat my disciple. His body flashed, and he suddenly disappeared without a trace. Chu Yang had already entered the cave. From the outside, this cave looked very shallow, as if one could see the end of it at a glance. However, after entering, one would find that the cave was unexpectedly long. It was as if there was no end in sight. After walking a few hundred feet, Chu Yang was taken aback. He saw that there was a turn, and at the turn, there was a jade pendant with a piece of paper under it. Year, month, day, I accidentally entered this cave. Disheartened, I could only choose to live in seclusion. My lover is in trouble, and I am wronged. I have the intention to kill the thief, but I am powerless to reverse the situation. A sorrowful man. Forget it, forget it. I'll just end my days in this cave. Although Chu Yang didn't recognize this handwriting, when he saw these words, he understood, this must have been left behind by Lang Yilong when he first entered this cave. For some reason, he didn't take it away but left it here all this time. Chu Yang thought, if he were Lang Yilong, he probably wouldn't take it away either. Leaving it here would serve as a witness and remind him of the direction in which he should work hard. With a sigh, Chu Yang exerted force, and both the jade pendant and the piece of paper turned into dust at the same time. Your grudges have already been settled. In that case, let's get rid of this obsession. As he continued to walk in, the purple crystal aura became stronger and stronger. A full 2 hours later. After turning the last turn, Chu Yang was suddenly astonished. The sudden flash of purple crystal color almost hurt his eyes. Everywhere he looked, it was a world of purple crystals. There was a huge cave inside, and it was completely formed by a large piece of complete purple crystal. The whole cave was filled with dazzling purple light. And this was only the entrance to the purple crystal cave. About 20 feet inside the cave, there was a clear mark, as if someone had been working here for a long time. The purple crystal on the ground had already become somewhat smooth. Presumably, the purple crystal hand that Lang Yilong had cultivated must be here. The tribulation sword was trembling, urging Chu Yang to walk in. Chu Yang walked in. After walking several hundred feet, he sensed that there seemed to be some kind of barrier in front of him that prevented people from entering. A ball of purple light flickered densely and solidified, sealing the cave entrance from here. Chu Yang walked forward and reached out to push. However, he felt as if his hand had sunk into a sticky substance. A force surged toward him. Chu Yang mustered all his strength, but was still pushed back by the sticky force. He was pushed back 100 feet. This place was indeed not a place where ordinary people could enter. Chu Yang wasn't alarmed at being pushed back. Instead, he was overjoyed. With a wave of his hand, a small sword slowly formed in his palm. A clear sword hum suddenly rang out. The tribulation sword was already in his hand. It was a real tribulation sword. Chu Yang walked forward slowly. The tip of the tribulation sword slowly pierced into the sticky substance. The entire sword suddenly lit up. It was as if wisps of some inexplicable substance had entered the sword. From the tribulation sword, wisps of something also surged out and entered this fog. It was as if two old friends who hadn't seen each other for a long time were greeting each other warmly. Have you eaten? I have. Have you eaten? Me too. That's great. We've both eaten. At the very least, Chu Yang had such a strange feeling right now. And then, after this greeting, that translucent inexplicable purple fog suddenly disappeared. It was as if a door that was originally tightly shut had suddenly opened after a couple of extremely nonsensical and meaningless pleasantries. Please enter. Even Chu Yang felt a strong sense of absurdity. The tribulation sword was already flying forward. Chu Yang followed closely behind. After entering, Chu Yang suddenly realized that the cave walls here had turned into purple crystal cores. One by one, the purple crystal cores were densely arranged side by side and embedded together to form a hole, forming a cave. Chu Yang was amazed. He walked forward step by step. After walking for several hundred feet, it turned into a whole field of purple crystal jade essence. The purple crystal jade essence was several hundred feet in size and extended into the cave. As he walked forward, what came next was, as expected, the souls of the purple crystal. The sword spirit was still leading the way happily. Chu Yang had an absurd feeling in his heart. Could there be holy crystals and divine crystals here too? But the tribulation sword stopped at the root of the souls of the purple crystal. Chu Yang walked over slowly. In the depths of the cave there was a strange flower. It was a flower completely formed by the aura of the purple crystal. But on the stamen there was something quietly supporting it. A sword hilt. This sword hilt lay quietly on the stamen, motionless. But it emanated an aura as if everything was under its control. It emanated very calmly and steadily. The first 5 segments of the tribulation sword vibrated excitedly together. The sword intent left the sword body and pierced through the air excitedly. In the space of consciousness, the sword spirit said with some surprise, "So this time, the first segment of the tribulation sword is the sword hilt." Chu Yang said solemnly, "Looks like it is." But he recalled the words and the general principles of the tribulation sword. The sword hilt of the tribulation sword. The part of the sword that was held by the hand was the source of all the attacks that controlled the sword. The sword hilt of the tribulation sword was divided into 2 sides, yin and yang. Chu Yang looked over and saw that although this sword hilt looked the same color, one side was a little bright while the other side was a little dark. Of course, if it was held in the hand, nothing could be seen. The first 5 segments of the sword started to clamor at the same time. The sword hilt slowly rose from the misty flower. The movement was slow, but it gave off an extremely calm and confident feeling. The next moment, the sword tip, sword blade, sword edge, sword guard and sword tongue all rushed up at the same time, crack 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 crack. They all returned to their positions. After a series of dazzling flashes, an almost complete sword appeared in front of Chu Yang's eyes. In Chu Yang's eyes, this sword was already complete. If he had to say what was missing, it would be that it was still missing a sword hilt. That was the sword hilt, also known as the sword head. Other than that, it was basically perfect. Chu Yang couldn't help but wonder, the tribulation sword should have segments. Then, what were the other 2 segments? An almost complete sword flashed in front of Chu Yang again. It gave off a sense of intimacy. Chu Yang smiled slightly and reached out his hand. The sword hilt seemed to hesitate for a moment before it cautiously landed in his palm. The sword intent whizzed over and wrapped around it. The sword hilt trembled in Chu Yang's palm with some probing and caution. Chu Yang revealed a warm smile and opened his heart. The first 5 segments of the tribulation sword were either encouraging, waiting, or anticipating. The next moment, the sword hilt made a very slight vibration. Then, the tribulation sword made a clanging sound. The fine cracks that originally existed between one segment and the other disappeared completely. The entire sword was as clear as water and as steady as a mountain. The sword body shone, as if the wind and clouds were moving. Chu Yang suddenly felt a little more at ease in his heart. Yes, it was a sense of ease. The feeling of having someone to rely on and a sense of security. At the same time, his mind became blurry and he trembled. Unconsciously, he entered the tribulation space. He saw that the tribulation space now was more than 10 times or even 100 times bigger than before. Purple gas filled the air everywhere. In an empty space, the sword spirit danced with the sword, drawing mysterious marks. It was the sword move of the tribulation sword segment. I hold the power of life and death in my hands. When my 5 fingers close, the heavens are about to fall. When the tribulation is dispersed, the wind and clouds gather. Outside the heavens, blood is as black as ink. The first update has been delivered. Please. Let the monthly votes fly for a while. I hold the power of life and death in my hands. When my fingers close, the sky is about to fall. When the tribulation disperses, the wind and clouds gather. Outside the sky, blood is as black as ink. Tribulation Sword, Section 1. Looking at the sword moves made by the sword spirit, Xu Yang had a strong feeling of holding the wind and clouds in my hands and the world in my heart. This was a kind of indescribable confidence and indescribable arrogance. I hold the power of life and death in my hands. This was the first move of Section 1. This move was really arrogant to the extreme, and had a kind of awe-inspiring power. It seemed to be announcing to the whole world with the attitude of a monarch, the power of life and death in this world is in my hands. This was a killing move with both offense and defense, and it took advantage of the situation. When this move was used in actual combat, the person facing this move, facing this magnificent and irresistible aura, would have a feeling of submission from the bottom of his heart, invincible. They could only surrender, under this move. If I want you to live, you will live. If I want you to die, you will die. Life and death are all in my thoughts, and it depends on my mood. The second move, when my fingers close, the sky is about to fall, it was a step further to exaggerate this aura to the extreme. The first move was only used to deal with people, but the second move was used to deal with the heavens. When my 5 fingers close around this sword, even the heavens will fall down. Not to mention my enemies, they can only be turned into powder under this move. Anyone who is my enemy will not be lucky enough to survive. The third move, when the tribulation disperses, the wind and clouds gather. It was a completely violent attack. It seemed to gather the wind and clouds time and time again, erupting time and time again, each time stronger than the last. It was after the first 2 moves had gathered momentum, and in this move it exploded completely, like the waves of the Yangtze River and the rising tide of the sea. When it exploded for the first time, it completely exploded and destroyed everything. Outside the sky, blood is as black as ink. This was the last move. But this move was also the most bloodthirsty, after slaughtering the whole world. When it killed up to the sky, it still turned the world upside down, and blood flowed like a river. The blood was as black as ink, staining the world. These were the 4 moves of controlling the world. In each of these 4 moves, there was a clear aura, control, Xu Yang's heart. The first few sword moves of the Tribulation Sword flowed slowly like a transparent stream. Then, when it reached the sword hilt, Xu Yang suddenly realized that there seemed to be a change, a qualitative change. Did you feel it? The sword spirit asked in high spirits. With the fragment of the Calamity Sword in hand, the sword spirit was no longer weak. All of a sudden, it miraculously disappeared without a trace, and in the blink of an eye, he had completely recovered his mental state. Furthermore, it had improved by a huge step. I can feel it. Xu Yang said solemnly. It seems that these 4 moves have the effect of increasing the power of the previous 20 moves. Yes. Only with a sword hilt would a sword have a strong support. They also have commanders and strategists, the sword spirit said. Just like an invincible elite force, this is a team. Any one of them is invincible. But such a team, when working together, it was easy for them to fight their own battles. Therefore, when such a group encounters a large-scale battle, they will not be able to win because no matter how strong an individual is, they are still a sheet of loose sand. At this time, we need a strategist to join in and act as a hand to command and control these experts. From a mass of loose sand, it condensed into a fist. To unleash the greatest combat power, or even more than 10 times the combat power. To seize victory, to destroy the enemy. And this strategist must first integrate himself into it, understand it, and create the strongest strategy according to its strengths and weaknesses. Therefore, he must run through the entire sword. Therefore, the sword hilt is the root, the commander. The sword spirit said softly. Xu Yang pondered and said, I understand. For example, my brothers, when we all have great achievements, whether it's Duxing, Xiaoyun, GMO, Little Wolf, Wushang, Butong, etc., each one of them is enough to dominate an area. But each of them has their own temperament and characteristics. Therefore, if they are not well matched, they may not be able to unleash their strongest combat power in a group battle. For example, if Duxing is paired with Wushang, their combat power will be wasted. If GMO is paired with Kudi, their combat power will be insufficient. If Butong is paired with Chonghua, they will be flexible and not steady enough. Therefore, at this time, they have to match different combat power according to different enemies. And at this time, the sword hilt has to balance them. For example, the addition of Tianji. The sword spirit smiled. Yes, that's right. Chu Yang pondered and said, that is to say, among the brothers, Tianji is the soul, the commander, and the controller? Wrong. The sword spirit said, Mo Tianji is not the soul, neither is he the controller, but he is the commander. Oh? Chu Yang said. This is like a country. When the army goes out on an expedition, there are generals, deputy generals, and marshals in the army. Generals, deputy generals, and deputy generals each have their own duties and abilities. If they are well matched, they will be successful. And this coordination is in the marshal's hands. Mo Tianji's current position is the marshal's position. It's the position of the sword hilt. And you, Chu Yang, the master of the calamity sword, is the controller. You are outside of the battle, but you control it. You are the decision maker, pointing out the direction, and then they work together. Your role, if in the country, is the emperor. Because only the emperor can command the marshals. The sword spirit said heavily, this is the position between the two of you. Chu Yang nodded. Then, he felt that something was wrong. This is not right. According to what you said. Then, won't Tianji, Duxing, Wusheng, and the others become my subordinates? The sword spirit thought for a while and said, what I said just now is just a metaphor. However, what you said also makes sense. Because this kind of relationship, if you deliberately develop in the direction of superior and subordinate, then they will naturally become your subordinates. And there will definitely be no resistance. This is the most harmonious relationship between superior and subordinate. But if you don't want to develop in this way, that's fine too. But, between brothers, there also needs to be a division of seniority, otherwise, it will still be a plate of loose sand. So, how you want to position yourself is up to you. The sword spirit reminded him, and, now is not the time for the final positioning. Chu Yang made a sound of acknowledgement, but he kept this matter firmly in his heart. If they developed into a subordinate relationship, they didn't have to wait until now. If that was really the case, then, wouldn't he be separated from the group? Would he become a loner? Chu Yang would rather not have such a relationship, but he didn't say this out loud. When he thought of this, he even became a little wary of the sword spirit, not wanting to let the sword spirit know his true feelings. What I want are brothers, and what I want even more is the joy of brothers being together. Not some hegemony. Much less some obedient subordinates who can die for me. Brothers can die for each other because of feelings, subordinates can die for their superiors because of their rank and mission. Although both were going to die, the difference between the two was like heaven and earth, completely different. Right at this moment, Chu Yang suddenly felt a stir in his dantian. The sword tip, sword edge, sword blade, sword guard, sword tongue, and sword hilt all started moving at the same time. Under the command of the sword hilt, a streak of purple aura slowly appeared on every part of the sword, eventually converging into a shiny purple line and entering Chu Yang's dantian. After entering, it divided into three, becoming 3 strands of primordial real silk, entangling with the original 2 strands, forming a small purple ball before it quieted down. Chu Yang had only obtained 2 strands of primordial real silk after expending so much effort. But under the sword spirit's call, the power that was divided from them actually increased by 3 strands, it increased by 1.5 times out of nowhere. It was equivalent to a sudden doubling of their strength. Then, when the dust settled on these 3 strands of primordial real silk, a powerful force suddenly erupted from Chu Yang's dantian. This force was so ferocious, it was so domineering and so sudden. It was so sudden that even Chu Yang himself couldn't react in time. With a loud bang, Chu Yang's black clothes exploded into pieces. In this purple crystal cave, he actually became naked all of a sudden. The next moment, the force rushed out of the surface of his body and shot in all directions. Then, with a whoosh, a wave of purple aura suddenly surged in the entire purple crystal cave. Countless strands of purple crystal power and the spiritual energy of the universe contained in the purple crystals suddenly swarmed toward Chu Yang without any regard for their lives. Then, it turned into a ball of fine gas, and seeped into every pore of Chu Yang's body. Chu Yang was dumbfounded. He maintained a comical pose and looked at himself with a crooked mouth and slanted eyes. What's going on? The sword spirit said, this is the benefit that you deserve after obtaining the tribulation sword fragment. Qi Yang could no longer answer him because spiritual energy was also gushing into his mouth at a crazy rate. Qi Yang felt that at this rate, he would probably explode and die from the impact of this violent energy in the next moment. His meridians had already been expanded to the limit. Wisps of purple spiritual energy, together with the natural spiritual energy in this cave, surged through his meridians like a tsunami. Qi Yang was very puzzled as to why the sword spirit didn't store this force into the tribulation space. But in reality, the sword spirit was watching with a smile on his face. Just when Qi Yang finally couldn't take it anymore, the primordial real silk in his dantian suddenly moved. The heaven-splitting divine technique slowly circulated at this moment. With just a breath, all the spiritual energy of the universe that had entered Qi Yang's body suddenly disappeared without a trace. However, the spiritual energy outside was still surging in and in continuously, therefore, every time that feeling of explosion that was about to reach a critical point arrived, the heaven-splitting divine technique would circulate and absorb it completely. The color of the primordial real silk in his dantian would also become a little brighter. End of chapter 2026. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.